Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 786 to Chapter 863. Sigh, this is one of the 7 great forbidden lands. I didn't expect that we would come here. The big black dog's face was horrified. He looked around and muttered to himself, now we are at least 10,000 miles away from the Gué d'Urdebis. We are in the safe zone. Well said. The round-faced man nodded and looked into the distance. He praised, the Gué d'Urdebis isn't as scary as you think. Since we called you here this time, we naturally made sufficient preparations. Oh. The big black dog agreed. Brother Cat, we've really boarded a pirate ship this time. I'm afraid we can't get off. The big black dog turned around and quietly sent a voice transmission. What are you afraid of? It's just a small forbidden land. Can it eat us? I don't think it has the guts. The big black cat coldly snorted and sent a voice transmission. The big black dog was speechless. He widened his eyes and looked at the big black cat in disbelief. He didn't know where this 4th-level life and death realm Brother Cat's confidence came from. Wasn't this too arrogant? This was one of the 7 great forbidden lands. Even eternal rank sex would not easily touch any of these forbidden areas. Brother Cat, after entering the Gué d'Urdebis, I'll leave my life in your hands, the big black dog said eagerly. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. The big black cat snickered, and its eyes began to roll. What Gué d'Urdebis? Wasn't it just a chicken or a dog in the eyes of Master? This little black is much bolder than before, hearing these people's conversation. Yi Yun's wisp of consciousness in the big black cat's mind couldn't help but laugh. This Gué d'Urdebis did exist 100,000 years ago. However, at that time Yi Yun didn't have the chance to come here. Of the 7 great forbidden lands, Yi Yun had only been to one of them. As for the other 6, he didn't have the chance to go there. For eternal sex, the 7 great forbidden lands of Songnan continent were indeed 7 mysterious existences. Every forbidden area was extremely terrifying, and the chances of eternal realm experts dying here were also very high. This is also an opportunity to let little Blackie and the others explore it properly. At the same time, I can also broaden my horizons, Yi Yun thought to himself. Although he was very powerful and could be said to be an invincible existence in the world, Yi Yun was very lonely in his heart. His life was also very boring. Recently, he didn't improve his cultivation. He only practiced cultivation methods and divine abilities for fun. Now, facing such a small forbidden area, Yi Yun held the attitude of a game, patiently waiting for the plot to unfold step by step. This was a kind of transcendent mentality brought about by signing in for 100,000 years in a desolate space and obtaining a huge amount of top-notch resources from all the worlds in the universe. Even the master of a realm would not have such a mentality. The black eagle continued to fly. After flying for less than half an hour, he fell from the sky. On a platform on a mountaintop. At this moment, it was already filled with a large black mass of people. At a rough count, there were at least 1,000 cultivators, and all of them were from the demon clan. Good heavens, there are actually so many demon clan members. The large black dog glanced down, his heart thumping in fear. Many of the demon clan cultivators in the square had conflicts with him. These conflicts. Naturally, when he was robbing tombs or collecting resources, he fought with the other party. In the end, he snatched the resources and ran away, and then this hatred was formed. Brother Cat, do you see any acquaintances? The big black dog asked in a low voice. There seems to be a few, the big black cat chuckled, patted the big black dog hard, and said with a smile, do you have more acquaintances? The big black dog nodded blankly. Coward, you should have a lot of acquaintances, right? The big black cat turned his head and asked. Yes, there are indeed a lot. Today's gathering is really interesting. These guys in the underworld don't get along with each other. They can be said to be enemies. The sky-drilling rat chuckled. You little brothers. Being in the underworld all year round, it is indeed easy to form grudges. However, our demon spirit sect will also participate in this operation and send people to coordinate the relationship between you. When the round-faced man heard the conversation between the 3 of them, he couldn't help but laugh. I understand, Senior. The big black dog nodded solemnly. The black eagle stopped in midair, and the 5 of them landed. The big black cat and the other 2 stood on an empty space in the square. The square-faced man and the round-faced man went to a high platform at the side, where the disciples of the demon spirit sect were. Senior Brother Zhao, it's about time, right? This time, we found a lot of life and death realm demon clan members. The number of people has already exceeded 1,000. The round-faced man took a few steps forward and said to an old man in front of him. It's about time. We're just waiting for the sect master to come. The old man laughed. The round-faced man said in surprise, so the sect master is personally leading the team this time, there's no other way. This operation is too important. The sect master has to personally come. The old man sighed. The round-faced man nodded solemnly. Then, he and the square-faced man stood to the side in silence. Io, isn't this the famous demon hound? There's also the 9-tailed spirit cat and the sky-drilling mouse. How come the 3 of you are all together? Among the crowd, an old man with a goatee who was smoking a pipe said with a grin. The 3 of them looked toward the source of the voice. The big black dog recognized this person and immediately grinned. I was wondering who it was. So it's old Goat Head. I didn't think that an old man like you would have the chance to come here. Haha. When there's a chance, I'll compete with you 3 brothers again. Old Goat Head raised his eyebrows, knocked his pipe, and chuckled. No problem, I'll accompany you anytime. The big black dog cupped his fists and replied without any trace of politeness. Some of the surrounding demon clan members recognized the 3 of them and began to point at them, discussing something. However, on the high platform not far away, there were many experts of the demon spirit sect. Everyone had some apprehensions and didn't talk loudly. After waiting for about 2 days, more than 10 demon clan members came one after another. These demon clan members were very unfamiliar, and the 3 of them didn't know any of them. The Tsangnan continent is so big, and there are so many people in this line of work. The competition is fierce, dog. The big black cat patted the big black dog's shoulder and said meaningfully. Now that he looked at it, the despicable business of tomb raiding was really not that interesting anymore. The big black cat was glad that he had joined the Shenlong sect and met the old master. Otherwise, how could he have achieved what he had now? Whoosh, a huge aura descended from the void above. A young man in a silver robe suddenly appeared on the high platform. Greetings, sect master. All the disciples of the demon spirit sect had solemn expressions as they cupped their fists and bowed. Rise. The young man smiled and looked at the platform. There are quite a lot of people, an old man hurriedly reported, sect master. There are a total of 1325 people this time. Good. The young man nodded. He took 2 steps forward and walked to the edge of the high platform. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the demon clan cultivators below. All the demon clan members looked at the young man with burning gazes. It turned out that this was the famous sect master of the demon spirit sect. In just a few thousand years, he had brought a demon spirit sect from a weak force to a high-rank super sect step by step. It could be seen how great this sect master was. Fellow demon clan cultivators, I think you must be very curious. What ancient tomb did I invite you to explore this time? Right? The young man raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Senior, what tomb is this? The big black dog asked at the top of his voice. The tomb of the number 1 ruthless person. The young man smiled and said softly. His voice was also very soft, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But at the same time, a trace of undetectable burning color flashed through his deep eyes. Number 1 ruthless? Yi Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled playfully. Was there anyone more ruthless than him in this world? 100,000 years ago, he dominated the entire Tsangnan continent by himself and only called himself the number 1 expert. No one called him the number 1 ruthless. Yi Yan was very interested in the title of number 1 ruthless from the bottom of his heart. After the sect master of the demon spirit sect said that, the crowd in the square became restless. Senior, are you sure? The number 1 ruthless grave is in the Gui Dirt Abyss? The large black dog roared in shock as he stretched his neck. Senior, the Gui Dirt Abyss is one of the 7 forbidden lands. Why would the number 1 ruthless grave be here? Another demon cultivator asked anxiously. According to the legends, the number one ruthless was missing 30,000 years ago. He might have left the Tsongnon continent. Why would he hide in the Gue dirt abyss? An old man muttered to himself. Yeah, I heard another version. Many sky-level sects chased after the number one ruthless. After a fierce battle, the number one ruthless was finally killed. Haha, I heard that version too. You're wrong. It said that the number one ruthless wasn't killed, but escaped with serious injuries. Someone saw him at sea. At that time, he went straight to the ancient path to heaven. He should have gone to the outside world. I heard. The monster race cultivators in the square were all talking at once, and the atmosphere was heated. There were all kinds of versions of the number one ruthless whereabouts. The sect master of the demon spirit sect, the handsome young man, raised the corner of his mouth when he saw the passionate scene before him, and a smile appeared on his face. He watched all of this quietly. He didn't interrupt them. It was as if he was enjoying this special feeling at this moment. Hee, it's the number one ruthless grave. We're going to be rich this time, the large black dog said excitedly with a red face. Humph. The sky-burrowing rat sneered and poured a bucket of cold water on him. You're talking as if you can get some kind of opportunity in the number one ruthless grave. Dog, don't forget that you have so many competitors around you. More than 1,000 of them. What are you afraid of? The three of us brothers are so strong, no matter what, we shouldn't return empty-handed. The big black dog clenched his fists, and his eyes glowed with a green light. He smiled proudly and said, the most ruthless man was also an eternal tier elite in his previous life. Based on the various versions of stories after his death, it's very likely that he was a demigod. The tomb of such a person must contain countless treasures after his death. As long as we can get a little of them, we won't have to worry about anything for the rest of our lives. F***CKU, dog. You're only fit to be a dog. The big black cat rolled its eyes and cursed. What good stuff could a mere demigod leave behind? He wouldn't want it even if it was given to him for free. Haha, Brother Cat is right. Your awareness is too low. The heaven-tunneling rat also came back to its senses and laughed loudly. During the time he joined the Shenlong sect. The heaven-drilling rats. Horizons had been broadened, and he had also obtained the spirit stones of the divine soil. Naturally, his mentality had undergone a tremendous change. The large black dog wore an aggrieved expression. He didn't know what he had said wrong. Wasn't the tomb of the most ruthless man worth looking forward to? He secretly glanced around and found that all the demon clan cultivators were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. They couldn't wait to rush in. It seems that Brother Cat and Brother Rat have lost their minds, the large black dog secretly laughed in his heart. In the carriage. Yiyan opened his eyes and looked at Mu Qing, who was sitting opposite him. He asked with a smile, do you know the most ruthless man? Yes, I do. Master. Mu Qing quickly nodded, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Master was a dignified hierarch realm cultivator. Why would he be interested in this person? Tell me, how ruthless is the most ruthless man? Yiyan asked with a smile. Master, the most ruthless man's name is Li Qikong. He was born more than 30,000 years ago. He was originally just a rogue cultivator. Before the age of 15, he was unknown. However, after the age of 16, it was as if he had changed into a different person. His cultivation had undergone tremendous changes, and his realm had advanced by leaps and bounds. Finally, he entered the Eternal Realm. The reason why Li Qikong was called the most ruthless man was mainly because of his extremely strong ability to fight beyond his realm. Generally, no one would be his opponent if they were not more than 3 realms higher than him. However, this man is very ruthless. Once he fights with his opponents will either be injured or killed. What's more, he has challenged many Eternal Realm experts and has never been defeated. Therefore, he has been crowned as the most ruthless man. Mu Qing's eyes lit up as she said slowly. Haha. This kid is a tough one. Yi Yun laughed. This Li Qikong was unknown before the age of 15. After the age of 16, he became an invincible figure. No matter how one looked at it, this little guy was like a favored child favored by the heavenly Tao. With such providence, he could also be called the child of destiny. Generally speaking, after being favored by the heavenly Tao, the child of destiny would counterattack all the way and eventually achieve immortal hegemony. In Yi Yun's opinion, at different times, there were different children of destiny in this world. Although the children of destiny were strong, not every children of destiny could reach the final step of invincibility. The children of destiny could also die prematurely. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun was a child of destiny. At that time, he was bewitched by the system and entered the mysterious space to sign in. Although he didn't really die. But for the heavenly Tao, it was already considered the premature death of the child of destiny. Is there any record in this world when this Li Qigong cultivated to the peak of the 10th level of the eternal realm? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Master, there is a rumor in the world, ruthless Qigong, awakened at the age of 15, reached the primary sea realm at the age of 20, nirvana realm at the age of 50, destiny realm at the age of 70, life and death realm at the age of 100, eternal realm at the age of 500. Speaking of this, Mu Qing hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, about 30,000 years ago, many heaven-class sex eternal realm experts besieged Li Qigong. At that time, he should be at the peak of the 10th level of the eternal realm. His aptitude is not bad. Yi Yun nodded. This son of heaven's mandate was far inferior to himself 100,000 years ago. After all, he was already at the peak of the 10th level of the eternal realm at the age of 24. This realm was close to the demigod realm. According to your judgment, this one ruthless is already dead? Yi Yun's eyes moved and he asked with a chuckle. Master, this person is so vicious. Back then, he was besieged by many experts and was seriously injured. It is very likely that he died. Mu Qing lowered her eyes and seemed to be thinking about the cause and effect. After pausing for a few seconds, she continued, however, the number one ruthless was so powerful back then. Maybe he has some backup plans. Maybe he is still alive? Your judgment seems to be somewhat reasonable. Yi Yun thought for a moment and smiled. Little Blackie and the others are now at the periphery of the Gui Dirt Abyss. Under the lead of Yao Lingling, they are preparing to enter this forbidden area to explore the tomb of the number one ruthless. What? Yao Lingling? Gui Dirt Abyss? Mu Qing looked at Yi Yun in shock and disbelief. Master, this demon spirit is an upper-class superpower of the demon clan. It's famous, but it has always been mysterious and low-key. I don't understand why they would go to the Gui Dirt Abyss to find the tomb of the number one ruthless. Mu Qing said in shock. Who knows? You said that this superpower is extremely mysterious. Maybe they have some unique channels. Yi Yun shrugged with a smile and said disapprovingly. Master, if the tomb of the number one ruthless is in the Gui Dirt Abyss, then I think the number one ruthless might still be alive, Mu Qing said with a solemn face. Why do you say that? Yi Yun asked. Mu Qing said, Master, the Gui Dirt Abyss is one of the 7 forbidden lands. It's a nightmare for eternal realm experts. Back then, the number one ruthless was besieged by countless eternal realm experts and mysteriously disappeared. It's very likely that he entered the Gui Dirt Abyss to hide. The Gui Dirt Abyss is so terrifying, but the number one ruthless person was able to repel the terrifying creatures in the Forbidden Zone and forcefully create a world-shaking tomb in the Forbidden Zone. From this, one can see just how strong and powerful he was. How could such a person die? What you said does make some sense. Yi Yun's eyes flashed and he said with a faint smile, from another perspective, he buried the tomb in the Gui Dirt Abyss. Did he not want others to disturb his sleep after he died? Master, you're right. Perhaps a powerhouse like the number one ruthless thinks differently from others. Mu Qing sighed and said helplessly, maybe he built this tomb long ago and waited for the moment before he died to enter it. Yes. Yi Yun nodded. Mu Qing's analysis and judgment were somewhat reasonable. However, the Gui Dirt Abyss and the tomb of the number one ruthless were like several large toys in Yi Yun's eyes. There was nothing special about them. Only whether the number one ruthless was still alive was a little bit interesting to Yi Yun. Yi Yun could open the tomb of the number one ruthless easily. However, Yi Yun did not intend to do so. After all, his identity and status were already different. It was meaningless to bully those ant-like weak people. After taking a sip of the tea that Mu Qing handed over, Yi Yun put down the teacup and began to quietly cultivate. Gui Abyss. On the platform at the top of a mountain thousands of miles away. The sect master of the demon spirit sect, the handsome young man, suddenly stretched out his hands and pressed twice in the air. The entire platform fell silent. All the Yao cultivators stopped talking at this moment. After all, this was the sect master of the demon spirit sect. To these life and death realm demons, she was a supreme figure. The forces they belonged to couldn't be compared to the demon spirits. This time, I will personally lead all of you into the abyss of filth and explore the tomb of the number one ruthless. The young man looked around and said in a deep voice. What? The sect master of the demon spirit sect wants to personally lead us into the Gui Dirt Abyss. The monster race cultivators on the platform were in an uproar. The sect master of the demon spirit sect had already reached the peak of life and death realm, making him a half-step eternal realm expert. He had the highest cultivation among all of them. Senior, the Gui Dirt Abyss is known as the Tomb of Eternal Realm Experts. Aren't you afraid of death? A monster race cultivator shouted. Don't worry. Although the Gui Dirt Abyss is one of the 7 forbidden areas, after years of research, we've discovered a pattern, the young man said with a smile. All the monster race cultivators pricked up their ears when they heard this. Senior, what's the pattern? The monster race cultivator from before asked. The Gui Dirt Abyss originally contained dense ghost chi. In the past few thousand years, most of the ghost chi would retreat into the abyss every 1,000 years. Only a small part of the ghost chi would disperse in the periphery of the abyss. The tomb of the number one ruthless is located in the periphery of the abyss, the young man said calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. Wow, I didn't expect the ghost chi in the Gui Dirt Abyss to have such a change, Old Goat Head, who was smoking a pipe, said in shock. As a forbidden area, the Gui Dirt Abyss is famous throughout the Songnan continent. No cultivators have come here in the past 10,000 years, so no one knows about it. The young man explained. Senior, why are you telling us about the tomb of the number one ruthless? Aren't you afraid that we'll leak the information? Blackie shouted at the top of his lungs. Will you? The young man shook his head and smiled faintly. Putting aside the strength of our monster race, we'll provide unimaginable rewards for exploring the tomb of the number one ruthless. In addition, we won't take the opportunities found in the Gui Dirt Abyss for ourselves. Whoever finds it will get it. What do you think? That's a good suggestion. Blackie smiled sheepishly. It's said that the Gui Dirt Abyss might produce origin stones. I wonder if that's true. Senior, do you know? The old sheephead rolled his eyes and asked with a smile. Indeed, we've obtained one before. The young man stretched out his hand, and a sparkling and translucent origin stone appeared in the void in front of him. An origin stone. All the monster race cultivators' eyes turned red, and their breathing quickened. Origin stones were extremely precious and could only be found by chance. It was difficult to estimate the value of a human-sized origin stone. Many powerful sects yearned for an origin stone. Brother Cat, even if we can't get the resources left behind by the number one ruthless, we'll be rich if we can get a few origin stones in the Gui Dirt Abyss. Blacka's eyes lit up as he shook the big black cat's arm and said excitedly. Get a few origin stones? Dream on. It's good enough to get a piece of such a precious thing. The big black cat slapped Blacka's hand away and scolded him. To be honest, he didn't care about the origin stones. In the big black cat's heart, the true immortal realm was his sea of stars. Or, one day, he would be able to cultivate to the divine venerable realm and become a powerful cultivator like his master. This was the dream in his heart. Brother Cat, you've really changed. Why are you so calm now? Blackie shook his red and swollen hand and wanted to cry. It's okay. I haven't changed much. It's just that our realms are different. The prosperity of the world is just an illusion to me. The big black cat put his hands behind his back and raised his chin slightly as he said lightly. Brother Cat, you're way too good as a person. I can't catch up to you no matter how hard I try. Blackie was dumbfounded at first, then he said with a bitter smile. Hee hee. The big black cat smiled and raised his chin even higher. I don't know if my master likes dogs. If he does, I can give him a hand, the big black cat thought to himself. Feeling the big black cat's thoughts, Yi Yan's divine sense couldn't help but laugh. This Blackie was really close to his brother. If this big black dog were to join the divine dragon sect, then this cat, dog, and rat trio would really be able to form a cartoon. Originally, when Yi Yan let the sky-drilling rat join the Shenlong sect, he wanted to add some spice to his life and make the journey more interesting. If adding a little black dog could make the journey more interesting, Yi Yan didn't mind the addition of this divine demon dog. A little divine demon dog was only at the life and death realm. How many resources could it consume? It was just some spirit stones. How can this nine-tailed spiritual cat be so calm? Hearing the conversation below, a look of astonishment flashed across the eyes of the young man standing on the high platform. He had lived his entire life, but he had never seen such a Buddhist-like demon cultivator. "Senior, everyone should be here, right? When do we depart?" A demon cultivator asked anxiously. "We can depart now." The young man waved his hand and said loudly, "Everyone, follow me. Everyone, please follow me." A huge golden spiritual boat suddenly appeared in the sky. The young man stepped on it. Rays of light rose as all of Yao Lingling's disciples landed on the golden spiritual boat. Seeing that Yao Lingling's disciples had all landed on the golden spiritual boat, the demon cultivators on the platform also flew into the air and landed on the spiritual boat without hesitation. Whoosh, the golden spiritual boat flew into the sky. After a while, the golden spiritual boat stopped above a black abyss that looked like the mouth of a giant beast. The abyss was filled with black gas, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Whoosh, an indescribably terrifying aura slowly eroded over, giving people goosebumps. Standing at the bow of the golden spiritual boat, the heroic young man had his hands behind his back. His eyes shone brightly, and he was in high spirits. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, you are all experts in tomb raiding. This time, you are lucky enough to follow Yao Lingling into the Gui Dirt Abyss. I believe that if we work together, we will definitely be able to open the tomb of the most ruthless person and obtain unimaginable cultivation resources." His words were sonorous and forceful, echoing loudly. "We will not disappoint you." Most of the monster race cultivators yelled, their blood boiling. The golden spiritual boat slowly sank. The sky-drilling mouse looked around, and its eyes became more and more frightened. It lowered its voice and said, "Brother Cat, do you have a feeling? Look at the entrance of the abyss. Doesn't it look like the mouth of a giant beast?" "It does look like it," the big black cat nodded. "Say, if we throw the black giant in the underground palace into the abyss, will it swallow the black giant?" The sky-drilling mouse gasped. "How is that possible? That black giant is hundreds of thousands of feet tall. Is the Gui Dirt Abyss that deep?" The big black cat sneered and shook its head. Seeing that the two of them were chatting enthusiastically, the big black dog did not want to be outdone. He also came up and whispered, "Brother Cat, that black giant is at least in the eternal realm. If he enters the black abyss and fights with the unclean creatures here, I'm afraid it will be very interesting. Don't talk nonsense." "What are you talking about?" the big black cat said angrily. "I just want them to eat each other," the large black dog said with a grin as he scratched his head. Wang, all of a sudden, the golden spiritual boat trembled as if it had bumped into something. All the cultivators were shocked and immediately looked down. What the golden spiritual boat came into contact with was a layer of faint black smoke. "Don't panic, everyone. This is the ghost chi of the Gui Dirt Abyss. From now on, everyone should be alert. We're about to enter the Gui Dirt Abyss," the azure-robed man said calmly. "What is this faint black ghost chi? It looks so thin and almost invisible to the naked eye, but it can knock this emperor level. Spiritual boat so violently. It's really incredible." The old goat took a puff of his cigarette and said with a shocked face. The big black dog rolled his eyes and said to the old goat with a smile, "Old goat, this is a forbidden area. Who knows how many Eternal Realm experts have died here? This ghost chi is very strange and has extremely strong offensive power. You have to protect your little life." The old goat's face darkened. "Little dog. You'd better take care of your dog life. This old man's life is very tough. I've never had an accident in so many years. You don't have to worry about me now." Haha, I'm just saying. It's your business whether you want to listen or not. The big black dog said happily. Old goat, be more polite to my brother. If you're in danger later, I won't save you. The big black cat sneered. This old goat was not a good person either. He had a grudge with the three of them. The big black cat also wanted this old thing to die in the gooey dirt abyss. Swoosh, the young man waved his hand, and all the disciples of Yao Lingling immediately spread out and surrounded the golden spiritual boat, interweaving with the demon cultivators. Senior? The demon cultivators looked at each other. No one knew what Yao Lingling's intentions were for doing this. Everyone. The young man said in a deep voice. Although the ghost chi in the periphery of the gooey dirt abyss is thin, there is also a strange creature called the gooey spirit bug. Almost all of them have life and death cultivation. Everyone must be careful. Gooey spirit bug, all the demon cultivators were shocked and shuddered at the same time. It was the first time they had heard of this kind of gooey spirit bug. However, when they thought of the terrifying forbidden area of the gooey dirt abyss, they knew that the so-called gooey spirit bug was probably an unclean and strange creature. The gooey spirit bug was undoubtedly an insect. Insects, on the other hand, like to move in large groups. Once the gooey spirit bug attacked, it would be as terrifying as a surging tide. Swoosh, swoosh, waves of light flashed as the demon cultivators took out their weapons and magic treasures and entered battle mode in advance. As the golden spiritual boat descended, an extremely faint ghost chi gradually spread out. Everyone spontaneously formed a protective layer of magic power on their bodies. The ghost chi made a sizzling sound when it came into contact with the protective layer. As expected of a forbidden area. Such a thin ghost chi can corrode our magic power so strongly, the big black dog said in shock. He suddenly turned his head and found that brother cat beside him was standing there as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring the ghost chi's invasion. Next to him, the skydrolling mouse had also erected a magic power protective layer. The big black dog was shocked. No way, brother cat. You're not affected at all? What can a mere ghost chi do to me? The big black cat smiled proudly. His body had been tempered thousands of times, and its strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary divine dragon. Therefore, the corrosive ghost chi could do no harm to him. The young man turned around and looked at the black-robed youth with great emotion. Nine-tailed spirit cat, I didn't expect your physical body to be so strong. It's all right, senior. The big black cat smiled. He looked around and found that there were only him and the sect master of the demon spirit sect. The two of them were using their bodies to withstand the ghost chi. This sect master is not weak, the big black cat thought to himself. Everyone, the spirit shell bugs are coming. Be careful. The young man suddenly shouted as he stared at the abyss. His eyes flashed as he suddenly shouted. Everyone's expression became serious as they released their divine senses to search for traces of the spirit shell bugs in the vast ghost chi below. However, the ghost chi's corrosive effect on divine senses was also very strong. Their divine senses could only scan a range of 100 feet. Only the sect master of the demon spirit sect could see further. Everyone's admiration for this legendary sect master grew even more. A rustling sound was heard from afar, from weak to strong. Soon, the spirit shell bugs flew out from the black abyss's ghost chi. The spirit shell bugs looked ferocious and somewhat like spiders. They had 8 legs and were covered in black hair. They had a pair of green wings, 8 eyes, and a pair of red fangs that emitted a sharp light. Chi, the young man raised his hand, and a beam of light shot out from his finger. The spirit shell bug at the front exploded with a loud bang. Red, green, and black body fluid splashed in all directions. Chi, chi, chi. Chi. Beams of shocking sword light bloomed from the hands of the cultivators of the demon spirit sect around the golden spiritual boat. These sword lights were extremely sharp as they shot toward the spirit shell bugs below. Let's attack as well. It was unknown who shouted that, but the Yao clan cultivators also took action. Some of them waved their weapons, while others controlled their dharma treasures. For a moment, all kinds of light fell like raindrops. The spirit shell bugs were not afraid of death. They ferociously pounced over and fought with the cultivators. This was a battle. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the spirit shell bugs, who had suffered heavy casualties, retreated. However, as the spiritual boat continued to sink, batches of spirit shell bugs flew out and launched fierce attacks on the golden spiritual boat. This battle went from easy in the beginning to tense and intense in the end. Other than the sect master of the demon spirit sect, all the other cultivators of the demon spirit sect felt a sense of pressure. The battle continued, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The golden spiritual boat was still sinking slowly, and the tomb of the most ruthless person had yet to appear. In the carriage. Bang! Xiaoqi's body suddenly trembled, and the aura in the carriage suddenly became stronger. This little girl has finally broken through to the celestial bridge realm. Yi Yun's face lit up with joy. In the next moment, Yi Yun and Xiaoqi's figures disappeared from the carriage almost at the same time. Ziluo City. One of the top 10 cities of the Plow Empire. It was huge and bustling. The faint ripples in the air didn't attract anyone's attention. 2 figures, one tall and one short, silently appeared on the streets of Ziluo City. Big brother, where is this? Xiaoqi blinked her cute, watery eyes and looked around in a daze. She asked in surprise, weren't we cultivating in the carriage just now? Why did we suddenly appear in a bustling city? This is Ziluo City. Yi Yun held Xiaoqi's little hand and looked around. He smiled and said, you've been cultivating in seclusion for so long and reached the celestial bridge realm. I'll bring you out for a walk and experience the prosperity of this world. Xiaoqi giggled, big brother, actually I want to cultivate more and reach the nirvana realm as soon as possible. I know, you're not far from the nirvana realm. So I'll bring you out for a walk. It'll be very beneficial for your cultivation. Yi Yun felt helpless and could only persuade her patiently. He didn't like Xiaoqi sitting in the carriage and cultivating every day without saying a word. Yi Yun looked at Xiaoqi, who only knew how to cultivate, and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He didn't know why. Ever since Xiaoqi entered the celestial bridge realm, Yi Yun had an instinctive resistance. This resistance made him not want Xiaoqi to continue breaking through. Yi Yun also knew that his thoughts were too laughable. Xiaoqi's biggest dream was to break through to the nirvana realm. He should fulfill her dream. Alright, big brother, you have the final say. Xiaoqi suddenly stuck out her little pink tongue and said with a smile. Let's play in Ziluo City for a day. We'll eat whatever we want and play whatever we want. After playing happily for a day, we'll go back and cultivate. How about that? Yi Yun smiled. Sure. Xiaoqi agreed happily. Yi Yun held Xiaoqi's hand and walked slowly on the bustling streets. He would stop from time to time and generously buy Xiaoqi some little things that girls liked. At this moment, Yi Yun's face was full of smiles. Even his eyes were filled with joy. He enjoyed this kind of ordinary and warm life very much. In a corner of the street, an old Taoist priest in ragged clothes leaned against the wall with a long banner in his hand. His eyelids were slightly opened as he looked at Yi Yun and Xiaoqi in the distance. There was a line of words written on the banner. Lu Tian knew his fate, so he was not worried. These 2 people are really strange, the old Taoist mumbled to himself. His voice was very soft and it seemed that only he could hear it. It's strange indeed. That little girl's karmic luck is like the sun in the midday sky. Violet energy coiled around her head like a violet dragon, and she's obviously favored by the heaven Tao. As for the other white-clothed youth, his head is covered in a dense gray aura of misfortune, and his entire body is coiled with an ominous aura. It seems like he doesn't have much lifespan left, and he looks like he's going to die prematurely. Haha, he's clearly an abandoned child of the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, an old voice rang out in the old Taoist's mind. Senior, I didn't expect you to wake up as well. The old Taoist priest chuckled. I was also awakened by the karmic luck of these 2 people, so I opened my eyes to take a look. I didn't expect such a strong contrast of karmic luck to appear on a pair of siblings. TSK, unbelievable, the old voice said. Senior, I've seen countless people in my life, but I've never seen someone with such a strong aura of misfortune. It's as if the heaven Tao's resentment towards this person has reached an extreme. The old Taoist priest said in surprise. I've never seen such a person either. According to the theory of karmic luck, such a person does exist in this world. However, the karmic luck of a typical forsaken child isn't as strong as his. I'm afraid the karmic luck of 100 forsaken children is concentrated on him for there to be so much. The old voice said with a bitter smile. It's strange that such a person is still alive. What an anomaly. The old Taoist priest sighed. I guess this person has a tough life. However, I can see that this person has an extraordinary aura and his cultivation isn't weak either. It's just that I can't see clearly, the old voice continued. Senior, in the Xianxia continent, who would be a match for me? Perhaps that white-robed young man is just hiding his cultivation using some secret technique. The old Taoist priest chuckled and his eyes were filled with arrogance. Do you have any ideas? The old voice asked. That little girl has a strong karmic luck. The purple aura above her head is like a dragon. I want to take her as my disciple and use her karmic luck to dispel the power of the curse in my body, the old Taoist priest sighed. That's one way. You can't go out anymore since you've entered and exited so many times. Now that I've finally found a good candidate with a purple aura like a dragon, I naturally can't let her go. The old voice said. Alright, then I'll take that little girl in now. The old Taoist priest smiled and nodded confidently. The next moment, he disappeared as if he was possessed by gods and devils. Yi Yin held Little Seven's hand and strolled along the streets with great interest. Little Seven, are you hungry? Do you want me to bring you to eat something nice? Yi Yin asked with a smile. Big brother, I want to eat the 8 treasures chicken. I wonder which restaurant has it. Little Seven rubbed her belly and asked with a smile. The biggest wine shop in front should have it. Yi Yin said with a smile. The two of them had just walked a few steps when an old Taoist priest in ragged clothes suddenly waved the long banner in his hand. Sir and Miss, please wait. The two of you have an extraordinary aura and I can tell that you're not ordinary people. Do you want to come to me for a divination? The old Taoist priest said with a smile on his face. A divination? Yi Yin smiled and looked at the old Taoist priest with deep meaning. This old Taoist priest had a secret technique that could conceal his aura. It was extremely brilliant. This old Taoist priest is quite interesting, Yi Yin didn't rush to expose him. Instead, he looked at Little Seven. Big brother, I've never had a divination before. Why don't I have one? Little Seven was interested and said with a smile. Yi Yin nodded. He held Little Seven's hand and came to the old Taoist priest's side. The old Taoist priest smiled and took out a few copper coins and passed them to Little Seven. Little girl, scatter these copper coins on the ground. I'll take a look for you, okay. Little Seven held the copper coins with both hands and placed them between her eyebrows nervously. She muttered something in her heart and then threw her hands away. Crash! The copper coins fell to the ground. The old Taoist priest took a look and said with surprise, Little girl, your divination is really good. It's a good fortune. You've met a benefactor recently and your journey has been smooth, right? Old Taoist priest, you're quite accurate with your divination. Little Seven said with a smile. Little girl, I'm also proficient in the art of reading faces. Just now, I saw that your glabella was a little dark. It seems that in the near future, you'll be in danger of dying. The old Taoist priest's expression changed and he said with a serious tone. Danger of dying? Little Seven was shocked and her face turned pale. I say, old Taoist priest, don't spout nonsense. My sister is living well. Why would she die? Yi Yin curled his lips and mocked. Sir, I'm not spouting nonsense. It's true. The old Taoist priest replied with a serious tone. When Yi Yin saw that the old Taoist priest was still being stubborn, he raised his hand and was ready to slap him to death. However, he remembered that Xiaoqi was beside him. Yi Yin suppressed his impulsive thoughts. This old Taoist priest hid himself so well. I'm afraid he must be someone with a strong background. I'll spare his life first, Yi Yin thought to himself. Although the old Taoist priest was good at hiding his aura, he still revealed a faint aura of divinity. This meant that the old Taoist priest was at least in the true God realm. In the Xianxia continent. The eternal realm was the ceiling. In the past 100,000 years, there had only been 3 true gods. The old Taoist priest was definitely not one of the three. Therefore, Yi Yin was interested in the old Taoist priest's background. Little girl, I have a way to turn misfortune into fortune. If you cultivate with me, I can teach you. The old Taoist priest smiled and suddenly reached out to grab Xiaoqi. Is that so? Xiaoqi blinked and looked at Yi Yin. Brother, why do I feel that the old Taoist priest is telling the truth? Hearing little Seven's words, Yi Yin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a godly assist, as his sister, she was speaking up for an outsider. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. You're alive and kicking. How could you be at risk of dying? Yi Yin said with a smile. At this moment, the old Taoist priest grabbed Xiaoqi's arm. Little girl, cultivate with me. I'll resolve your future misfortune. The old Taoist priest said in a serious tone. He exerted a little force and Xiaoqi's body floated towards him. Old Taoist priest, aren't you being a little unreasonable? Are you trying to force a deal? Yi Yin calmly stretched out his hand and grabbed the old Taoist's wrist without any warning. Let go. The old Taoist abruptly raised his head and shot his gaze at Yi Yin like an arrow. An enormous force suddenly gushed out from his wrist, bouncing towards Yi Yin. Yi Yin remained indifferent. This little bit of power couldn't even move a hair on his body. The old priest was shocked. Who would have thought that the white-cloaked youth in front of him would possess such terrifying physical strength? No wonder you have such a tough life. It turns out that you are also a demon expert, the old Taoist said calmly. Tough life? Haha, my life is indeed quite tough. Even the heavens don't dare to take me. Yi Yin laughed. Young master, for you to mock the heavenly Tao like this, I think you won't live for long, the old Taoist sneered. As soon as he finished speaking. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as a powerful spiritual attack surged towards Yi Yin like a tidal wave. So strong? Old Taoist, you're pretty good. Yi Yin said with a half-joking smile. In the face of that kind of mental pressure attack, he only put up a symbolic resistance. He couldn't show too much, otherwise, he would alert the enemy. The spiritual power of both parties was in a stalemate. The old Taoist's spiritual attack continued to strengthen, however, he was surprised to find that such an attack still couldn't do anything to the white-cloaked youth. Strange, I've already used 1/10 of my strength, but I still can't do anything to him. The old Taoist was shocked. 7 Void, this person's fate is strange and his cultivation is obscure. He should be a hidden expert. It's better if you don't fight with him, in case you use too much strength and your body changes, the old voice rang out in the old Taoist's mind again. I understand, senior. The old Taoist replied in his mind. Suddenly, his body turned into a ray of light and instantly broke through space and disappeared. At the same time. He actually escaped with little 7 at the same time. Good fellow, this old Taoist is really despicable. Yi Yin chuckled. Looking at the direction of the void, he silently pointed his finger. Freeze! The fixed body spell was activated. The old Taoist's body was immediately frozen in the depths of the void. This time, the fixed body spell didn't just freeze his body, it also froze his soul. Even the mysterious existence hidden in his mind was frozen at the same time. Yi Yin's fixed body spell was now abnormally terrifying. Once the power of freezing descended on the old Taoist's body, it completely froze him from the inside out. However, Yi Yin still didn't know that the old Taoist's mind was filled with mysteries. A layer of light flashed across little 7's body. Then, little 7 reappeared beside Yi Yin. The layer of light disappeared. There was another little 7 beside the old Taoist, who was held in his hand. This little 7 was one of Yi Yin's clones. This clone used the myriad manifestations manipulation mantra. It perfectly imitated little 7. In the next moment, Yi Yin dispelled the fixed body spell. The old Taoist continued to tear the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Big brother, this old Taoist is really a bad guy. He actually took me away in front of you. Little 7 said angrily. Don't worry about him. He's just a clown. Come, let's go eat the 8 treasures chicken, Yi Yin chuckled. Holding the little girl's hand, they walked towards the most luxurious wine shop in front of them. Hundreds of thousands of miles away. There was a ripple in the void. An old Taoist in ragged clothes appeared on top of a mountain, holding the hand of a little girl. Little girl, this old Taoist brought you here out of kindness. I want to help you resolve the future disaster. The old Taoist sighed and looked at the little girl beside him. Yi Yan smiled. The myriad manifestations manipulation mantra was really powerful. The old Taoist still thought that this clone was little Seven. Old Taoist, do you have a way to break it? Yi Yan asked with a smile. I have a set of special skills. I'll pass it to you later, the old Taoist chuckled. Just as he said this, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. He sneered. Good fellow, a bunch of life and death realm brats dare to rob this old man's tomb. Your tomb? Yi Yan was surprised. This old Taoist was alive and kicking. How could he have a tomb? Could it be, that white-clothed youth is unfathomable. Don't let him catch up. Little Seven, hurry back. The Gui Dirt Abyss is the safest place. In his mind. The old voice sounded again. I understand, Senior. The old Taoist said respectfully. This sentence came out of his mouth directly, not caring about the people around him. Yi Yan's eyebrows twitched. He looked at the old Taoist, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. There was actually a soul in this old Taoist's body. Little girl, let's go. The old Taoist didn't notice the change in Yi Yan's expression. He smiled and disappeared with a ray of light. Somewhere in the Gui Dirt Abyss. Amidst the black ghostly chi, a large yellow tomb floated. There was a fluctuation in the void. Two figures, one tall and one short, appeared. This bunch of idiots, do they really think this old man is dead? The old Taoist's eyes flashed as he looked at the golden spiritual boat in the distance and sneered. What is this place? Yi Yan asked even though he knew the answer. This is the Gui Dirt Abyss, the old Taoist said calmly. Gui Dirt Abyss, isn't this one of the 7 forbidden places? Yi Yan pretended to be shocked. That's right. The tomb behind is this old man's tomb. It's also where I cultivate in seclusion. The old Taoist said lightly. So you're the most ruthless person, seeing the old Taoist admit it, Yi Yan laughed. The most ruthless person, Li Qikong, was indeed not dead. And he was alive and well. His cultivation had already entered the true immortal realm. You know the most ruthless person at such a young age? The old Taoist Li Qikong said in surprise. He had not appeared in the Cangnan continent for 30,000 years. He did not expect this little girl at the Celestial Bridge realm to know his identity so quickly. The most ruthless person, Li Qikong. There are many rumors about where you went back then. However, some people know that you were buried in the Gui Gu Abyss. Yi Yan said with a smile. His gaze once again scanned the entire place from top to bottom. What was the most ruthless person? He was just a sloppy old Taoist. He could not see how ruthless he was. Just now in Ziluo City, the two of them had fought for a while, and the most ruthless person had run away. It was such a killjoy. In Yi Yan's mind, shouldn't the most ruthless person be the kind of person who would not retreat even if he was beaten to death? Why would he run away? The most ruthless person did not seem ruthless at all. Yes, I am the most ruthless person, Li Qikong. I didn't expect it. Even a little girl at the Celestial Bridge realm like you knows my name. You are indeed the darling of the heavenly way with purple chi. Li Qikong said with a smile, his eyes full of surprise. This little girl was indeed completely different from ordinary people. She gave people a feeling that they could not see through her. There was a fluctuation in the black chi. A faint, burly black shadow suddenly appeared in the depths of the black chi. Haha, Li Qikong, this shows that you are the most ruthless person. Everyone in the Cangnan continent knows you. The black shadow laughed loudly. There was another person? Yi Yan was stunned. His pupils constricted slightly as he looked at the black chi. Within the black chi stood a burly man. The burly man's aura was strange, but he was abnormally strong. Green Moon Demon King, why are you here? Li Qikong's face turned cold. I saw that you brought a stranger here, so I came to take a look. This little girl is only at the Celestial Bridge realm. Why did you bring her to your lair? Green Moon Demon King asked curiously. No one in the world can stop me when I do something, not even you old bastards. Li Qikong snorted coldly and his eyes became stern. Haha, you're still so rash. The Green Moon Demon King smiled faintly as he sized up Yi Yun. Yi Yun was also sizing up the Green Moon Demon Emperor. Of course, the Green Moon Demon Emperor did not know that Yi Yun could see him. Green Moon Demon Emperor, if I'm not wrong, you should be the top expert of the Green Moon Wolf clan from 500,000 years ago, right? Yi Yun's expression changed as he asked in shock. As the head of Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun was naturally clear about some ancient affairs of the human tribe that happened hundreds of thousands or even millions of years ago. Perhaps very few people knew about the Green Moon Demon Emperor now. But 100,000 years ago, there were records of this Green Moon Demon Emperor in the ancient records of some ancient sections. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed. At that time, a myriad of clans stood in great numbers while warlords ruled over each other. It was dark and chaotic, and it was far from being as orderly as it was now. The Green Moon Demon Emperor was the top expert of Songnan continent from 500,000 years ago. He could be said to have dominated an era. I didn't expect a little girl like you to know about me, the Green Moon Demon Emperor said in surprise. To the people of the world, he had been dead for 500,000 years. How could anyone still know his name? Moreover, this little girl was pitifully weak. She was only at the Celestial Bridge realm. Green Moon Demon Emperor, I heard that you failed and died when you tried to break through to the true God realm. I didn't expect you to still be alive, Yi Yun said faintly. What a joke. I'm already immortal. How can I die? The Green Moon Demon Emperor sneered. Immortal? How can there be such a person in this world? Yi Yun laughed. Ha ha ha, little girl, you're right. Those guys who are neither human nor ghost are living in pain even if they're alive. Li Qikong, who was next to him, laughed. His laughter was so loud that it caused the surrounding black gas to become chaotic. The Green Moon Demon Emperor was immediately furious. Li Qikong, do you want to fight with us? The Green Moon Demon Emperor questioned coldly. It's not like we haven't fought before. It's just a draw. Neither of us can do anything to the other. What's the point of fighting? Li Qikong said faintly. Although these words were spoken very calmly, they were filled with a supreme domineering aura. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the demeanor of the most ruthless person in the world. The black gas surged. Another huge figure appeared without any warning. Li Qikong. You've been wandering outside for more than 3,000 years before you finally returned to the Guegu Abyss. Tell me, what's your purpose? The huge figure asked. No purpose. I just want to come back to cultivate. Li Qikong said coldly. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed as he looked at the new figure. It was a man in an emperor's robe. His aura was exactly the same as the Green Moon Demon Emperor's. It was extremely unique. Who is this? Yi Yun asked. As if he wanted to test Yi Yun, Li Qikong asked with a smile, this is the Crimson Heaven Emperor. Have you heard of him? So it's the Crimson Heaven Emperor who dominated the Songnan continent 600,000 years ago. My apologies. Yi Yun cupped his fists and said with a smile. Little girl, you even know my name. Which sect are you from? The Crimson Heaven Emperor asked in surprise. It's just a small sect, Yi Yun said with a smile. Humph, how can a small sect know about such ancient matters? The Green Moon Demon Emperor sneered. There's an ancient book that recorded all of you big shots. I didn't expect that all of you who failed to break through to the true God realm would end up hiding in the Guegu Abyss. Yi Yun spread his hands and said with a sigh. This little girl has a good aptitude. Li Qikong, you found a treasure. The Crimson Heaven Emperor said with a smile. Of course. I'll teach her everything I've learned and let her defeat all of you old farts. Li Qikong looked up and laughed. Defeat us? How is that possible? Even you, her master, can't do it, let alone this little girl. The Crimson Heaven Emperor laughed arrogantly. How many of them are there in the Guegu Abyss? Yi Yun looked at Li Qikong and asked in a low voice. There are 5 in total. Li Qikong proudly replied, back then, I fought against 5 of them by myself and forcibly occupied this territory of the Guegu Abyss. creating a supreme tomb. How about it? Little girl, I'm awesome, right? Awesome. Yi Yan gave him a thumbs up, then thought of something and chuckled. But you're not as awesome as my brother. Little girl. Your brother has been abandoned by the heavenly Tao. There's a thick gray misfortune above his head. I'm afraid he won't live for long. Li Chongkong sighed. Abandoned by the heavenly Tao, gray misfortune above his head. Hearing this, Yi Yan was also surprised. Didn't he once stab the heavenly Tao with a sword? As a result, the heavenly Tao became a resentful woman and secretly added some invisible misfortune above his head. However, this misfortune was only a formality. It had never appeared even once. Yi Yun was not a physiognomist and was not good at physiognomy, so he didn't know that there was a large amount of gray misfortune floating above his head. It doesn't matter. The heavenly Tao can't do anything to me anyway. Yi Yun laughed in his heart. Your brother is quite a character. His life is too tough. He has the misfortune of hundreds of abandoned children above his head, but he can still live until now. It's a miracle, Li Qikong said regretfully. The misfortune of hundreds of heaven-forsaken children, added together? Yi Yun was taken aback. He did not expect the heavenly Tao to hate him so much. He was really too petty. Fortunately, it was only one stab. If it was 8 or 10 stabs, wouldn't the heavenly Tao concentrate all its resentment on him? However, as the old saying goes, one is not afraid of being bitten by lice. Even if there was more misfortune concentrated on Yi Yun was not afraid at all. He was not even afraid of the heavenly Tao, so how could he be afraid of this little misfortune? Seeing Yi Yun's shock, Li Qikong shook his head and sighed. Although I am a peerless talent, I can't resolve the misfortune on your brother's head. After all, no matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to fight against the heavenly Tao. Why can't you fight against the heavenly Tao? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Sigh, your cultivation is still too weak to understand the power of the heavenly Tao. Even a more powerful god is as weak as an ant in front of the heavenly Tao. Everyone under the heavenly Tao is an ant. Li Qikong smiled bitterly. It seems that my brother is going to die? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and could not help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Your brother is about to die and you can still laugh, you are really heartless. Li Qikong said helplessly. He could not understand this little girl in front of him. Her brother was surrounded by misfortune and was about to die, but she could still laugh, as if she was not worried about her brother's life at all. It was really strange. My brother's life is tough, how can he die so easily? Yi Yun laughed heartily. Yi Yun only felt that this conversation with Li Qikong not only did not make him depressed, but also made him feel comfortable. In the billowing black gas, the two terrifying figures exchanged glances with each other, their eyes filled with shock. Li Qikong, did I hear wrong? There is someone in this world who has gathered the misfortune of hundreds of heaven-forsaken children and is still alive. Does such a person really exist? The Crimson Heaven Great Emperor said in surprise. Why not? This little girl's brother is like that. Li Qikong coldly snorted. A strange expression suddenly flashed across his face. In fact, there was one more thing he didn't say. That girl's brother's cultivation was also very high. He might not be at the peak of level 10 Eternal Realm. Maybe he had also broken through to level 1 True God Realm. After all, there would occasionally be cultivators breaking through to the True God Realm in the Tsangnan continent. Li Qikong, you've always been arrogant. Haha, I doubt your words. The Green Moon Demon Emperor crossed his arms and said coldly. Being abandoned by the heavenly Tao and possessing such dense misfortune, logically speaking, he should not even be able to live for 2 hours. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Li Qikong waved his sleeve and stared at the two black figures in the distance. You too, if you have nothing else to do, then go back and cultivate. Your snail-like speed is driving me crazy. So what if my cultivation is slow? The Crimson Heaven Great Emperor laughed and said, the 5 of us are immortal and indestructible. What's the use of having such a high cultivation base? Wouldn't all of us be free and unfettered in the abyss of filth? Wouldn't it be 1,000 times better than yours? Immortal and indestructible, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Yi Yun's eyes flickered as he asked with a smile, Old Taoist, logically speaking, these guys have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Their cultivation should be very high, right? Hi my ass. Li Qikong scolded. Immortality in this world is not so easy to obtain. If it was so good, I would have been like them long ago. Li Qikong, if you continue to boast, don't blame us for getting even with you. The Green Moon Demon Emperor was furious. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If not, then hurry up and go back. Li Qikong clenched his fists and exuded power without being angry. Whoosh, suddenly, a giant figure appeared behind him. When this giant figure appeared, the surrounding black gas hurriedly escaped into the distance. Empty divine fist. The Green Moon Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly as he sneered. Your fist intent is so condensed. It seems that you have improved again. Of course. I have relied on the empty divine fist my entire life to become invincible in the world. Li Qikong raised his fist and shook it gently with a proud smile. Alright, Li Qikong, stop boasting. Green Moon Demon Emperor, Crimson Firmament Emperor, the two of you should stop wasting time here. Go back to your homes. Yi Yan couldn't stand it any longer when he saw the two sides engaging in a war of words. Hence, he advised from the side. He could also see that both sides were holding back and did not want to fight. Li Qikong, I'll let you off this time. I'll challenge you again next time. The Green Moon Demon Emperor snorted coldly as his figure instantly disappeared into the black gas. The Crimson Firmament Emperor also disappeared at the same time. These people who are neither human nor ghost are sometimes so difficult to deal with. If I don't teach them a lesson, they won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Qikong smiled helplessly as he looked into the depths of the Guegu abyss. It seemed that he only revealed his true nature in front of Yi Yan. His original domineering side had also disappeared. Perhaps in his eyes, this little girl at the Celestial Bridge realm was not worthy of him revealing his domineering side. After all, in Li Qikong's heart, he was still counting on this little girl to cure his hidden illness. How did these two guys become undying and indestructible? Yi Yan asked with a smile. Little girl, you know a lot, but you don't know the key points. I've already regarded you as my successor, so I'll tell you all the secrets today. After thinking for a few seconds, Li Qikong's expression dimmed as he sighed slightly. He suddenly waved his hand, and a layer of restriction appeared around the two of them. Li Qikong said, these two guys failed to break through to the true immortal realm back then. Before their lives ended, they entered the Guegu abyss to seek a way to immortality. A way to immortality? These are all lies, aren't they? Yi Yan sneered. Why would I lie to a little girl at the Celestial Bridge realm? Li Qikong chuckled and pointed to the depths of the Guegu abyss. He said solemnly, the Guegu abyss is said to be a relic of the battle between the ancient gods and the dragon clan. Many gods have fallen here. Although these gods have fallen, I don't know why, but in this abyss, there are still many remnant soul fragments, and these soul fragments have divinity. Speaking of this, Li Qikong paused for a moment and asked with a faint smile, little girl, do you know about divinity? Get to the point. Yi Yan said bluntly. This Li Qikong really liked to keep people in suspense. He had a lot of divine earth spirit stones on him. How could he take out the truth and throw it at Li Qikong's face? Haha, it's normal that you don't know. Li Qikong smiled faintly and said carelessly, these fragments of souls are the key to immortality. Before the Clear Moon Demon Emperor died, he entered the Guegu abyss and defeated and captured a fragment of soul. Then his primordial spirit swallowed the fragment and abandoned his originally rotten body. In this way, his primordial spirit was filled with divinity and could withstand a long time in the Guegu abyss. This is the ultimate secret of immortality. I see. Yi Yan smiled and understood the cause and effect. Humph. These guys who are neither human nor ghost, because they are in the form of primordial spirits, their cultivation progress is extremely slow. They have lived in the Gué dirt abyss for hundreds of thousands of years, but they are still in the true immortal realm. Li Qikong snorted coldly. His eyes were sharp, and a cold light flashed from time to time. He seemed to despise this method of immortality. The price of immortality is not small. Yi Yan smiled casually. They had lost their physical bodies, and only their primordial spirits were left. Their cultivation progress was slower than a snail's. For these 5 experts, there was only one word left in their dictionary: to live. Their price is also very high. Not only is their cultivation slow, but their battle strength is also greatly reduced. They are clearly at the 4th level of the true immortal realm, but their primordial spirits are only left with half their battle strength. What's more interesting is that the Gui Dirt Abyss is a prison for them, and they can't take a step out of it for the rest of their lives. Li Qikong laughed. Why is that? Yi Yan asked. I don't know what happened to those divine spirit fragments. Once they leave this place, they will disappear. So these 5 cowards have been obediently hiding here for hundreds of thousands of years, not daring to take a step out at all. Li Qikong sneered. I see, the price of immortality is indeed high. Yi Yan smiled casually. Yes. For so many years, many talented people have entered the Gui Dirt Abyss to fight for a chance of survival, but most of them failed. Li Qikong sighed and said, those divine spirit fragments, after all, were divine spirits in the past. They are abnormally powerful. Without powerful battle strength, it is impossible to defeat them, let alone devour them. Yi Yan nodded. He deeply agreed with Li Qikong's words. Let's go to my tomb and have a look. Speaking of this, Li Qikong smiled confidently and rolled up a ray of light, entering the yellow tomb. This great tomb was a completely different world. There was a fluctuation in the void, and the two appeared in a dark hall. In the center of the hall, there was a dark red coffin. Yi Yan glanced at it casually. This red coffin was made from rare metals in the world, and its quality was close to that of an emperor weapon. Interesting. There really is a coffin in this cemetery. Old Taoist, do you usually sleep in it? Yi Yan said with a smile. It's just for when I die. Li Qikong sighed and touched the red coffin. I'll die one day, so I prepared a coffin early on. Your cultivation is not weak. You fought to a draw with those 5 people. Why don't you seize the divine soul fragment of the god and become an immortal existence? Yi Yan asked. Li Qikong reached out and grabbed a jug of wine. He took a big gulp and laughed towards the sky. I, Li Qikong, have roamed unhindered for my entire life. I've always been carefree and unrestrained. If you want me to hide in this cage like a tortoise, then you might as well kill me. After saying that, Li Qikong poured the wine down his throat, and the jar was quickly emptied. Then, he took out another jar of wine and drank it in a carefree manner. Looking at Li Qikong, Yi Yan showed a strange look and nodded. This guy has a bit of a true temperament and is not annoying. After drinking a few jugs of wine, Li Qikong did not use his spiritual power to dissolve the wine. At this moment, he was a little drunk. The sky is far away, the earth is far away, where can I settle down? He chanted in a low voice and did not care about Yi Yan. Instead, he staggered towards the depths of the hall. Deep in the hall, there was a secret door. Li Qikong pushed the door and entered. What is this old guy doing? Yi Yan chuckled. The door was not closed. Wisps of green smoke floated out from the door. Burning incense, Yi Yan was interested and walked over. After entering the door, they found that it was a small secret room. In the corner of the secret room, there was an ancient altar table with an ancient painting hanging above it. On the ancient painting, there was a slim and graceful woman in red with a veiled face. She had a graceful figure, and her every movement exuded an indescribable charm. Nangongyu? When Yi Yan saw this woman, 3 words immediately appeared in his mind. This masked woman in red gave him such a strong feeling that she was most likely Nangongyu's clone. Yi Yan never thought that he would see a portrait of Nangongyu in Li Qikong's tomb. Senior, I have already entered and exited 5 times. The curse in my body is getting stronger and stronger. Even if I go to the divine land, in just 100 years, I am afraid I can't enter the next realm. Li Qikong knelt on the ground and said with a sad face. Yi Yan walked over. Who is this? He asked softly. Li Qikong's eyes were hazy and he looked sad. He lowered his head and did not speak. A faint light suddenly flew out from Li Qikong's mind and turned into a white-haired old man in midair. This is Li Qikong's benefactor, and also my benefactor. The white-haired old man fell from midair and knelt on the ground devoutly. Yi Yan was startled. He didn't expect that there was a wisp of someone else's divine soul hidden in Li Qikong's mind. Now Yi Yan suddenly understood why Li Qikong's cultivation suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds after the age of 15. It seems that the answer lies in this white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was also an extremely powerful powerhouse in his previous life. After his death, a wisp of his divine soul entered Li Qikong's sea of consciousness by chance. From then on, he taught Li Qikong supreme techniques. This allowed Li Qikong to embark on the path of becoming the #1 ruthless person. Yi Yan's golden finger was the system. And Li Qikong's golden finger was this white-haired old man. Both of them were living a life of cheating. It's just that Yi Yan's cheat was too great, causing him to be invincible after the end of the 100,000-year check-in period. However, being invincible wasn't a good thing. Fortunately, Yi Yan's Dao heart was strong and he used the resources in the warehouse in an orderly manner. He didn't use some magic treasures and pets that shouldn't be used in advance. Nangongyu's clone is really elusive, even appearing in this place. What is this girl doing? Yi Yan looked at the ancient painting, his eyes in a trance. Now, Nangongyu's original body has left the divine land. This clone would appear from time to time in the long river of time. However, it was so confusing and puzzling. What is 5 entries and 5 exits? Recalling Li Qikong's words just now, Yi Yan's heart moved and he asked. Perhaps he felt that the cultivation of the little girl in the celestial bridge realm next to him was too weak to cause any uncontrollable reaction. After hearing Yi Yan's words, the white-haired old man didn't have the slightest vigilance and explained, entering the divine land 5 times and leaving the divine land 5 times. Divine land? Yi Yan was taken aback. He didn't expect Li Qikong to go to the divine land, then leave the divine land and return to the Cangnan continent. What kind of trick was this? The white-haired old man thought that Yi Yan didn't know what the divine land was and explained in a low voice. The divine land is another mysterious and powerful world. That world is vast and boundless. The spiritual energy in the air contains divinity and is suitable for true God realm powerhouses to cultivate. Since the divine land is so good, why not just stay there and cultivate? Yi Yan asked with a casual smile. Haha, do you think I don't want to? The white-haired old man laughed bitterly. He glanced at Li Qikong, who had his head lowered, and said helplessly, this guy was extremely arrogant when he first entered the divine land. He thought he was still in the Cangnan continent, but he provoked a powerful enemy and was chased all the way. He was almost killed by them, so he had no choice but to escape back to the Cangnan continent. Good fellow, no wonder he's the most ruthless person. This old Taoist is such a sentimental person. Does he want to be #1 wherever he goes? Yi Yan laughed. Li Qikong had dominated the entire Cangnan continent. Did he really think he could do whatever he wanted in the divine land with a mere true immortal realm cultivation? The divine land was vast and there were many experts. Even divine kings didn't dare to call themselves #1 in the world. Let alone a mere true immortal. We cultivators in the Cangnan continent didn't feel anything when we lived in the divine land. However, we didn't feel the mysterious curse until we arrived at the divine land. We could cultivate in peace after entering the divine land. However, if we return to the Cangnan continent after 100 years, we'll be cursed and our cultivation will be cut off. The white-haired old man said solemnly. Did this old Taoist's first return exceed 100 years? Yi Yan asked. No, it's been 99 years. I was very lucky to come back. The white-haired old man smiled. That's right. My luck was really too good. I managed to dodge it the first time. So, I was lucky enough to stay in the Cangnan continent for a while. Then, I stepped onto the ancient path to heaven again and entered the divine land. Li Qikong raised his head and suddenly spoke with assurance. Then, you met that enemy again and were chased again. You had no choice but to come back, right? Yi Yan asked with a smile. My enemy is incredibly powerful, and I'm not strong enough to deal with him on my own. After hiding for a few decades, I was discovered once again, and returned to the Cangnan continent. Li Qikong spread his hands and smiled helplessly. After suffering a few losses in the divine land, he realized how insignificant he was. Just like that, I entered the divine land 5 times and was forced to return to the Cangnan continent. 5 times. It's so embarrassing. I'm sorry for the treasure you gave me back then. Li Qikong raised his head and stared at the ancient painting with tears in his eyes. He said with a pained heart. What treasure did the woman in the painting give you back then? Yi Yan asked curiously. This Nangong clone had a great origin, so the treasures she gave out should not be of a low grade. This senior gave me a defensive treasure. It was because of this treasure that I was able to pass through the ancient heavenspan path so easily. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to pass through it. Li Qikong sighed. So that's how it is. Yi Yan nodded silently. Why did Nangong give Li Qikong a defensive treasure? What was her purpose for doing so? Was it just because he saw injustice on the road, or was there a deeper meaning? Senior told me that the people of the Xianxia continent who entered the Divine Land would return safe and sound within 100 years. This was only the first time. From the second time onwards, the power of the curse would slightly interfere. As the number of times increased, the power of the curse would become stronger. 7 times was the limit. At the 7th time, one's cultivation would be completely cut off and it would be impossible to advance any further. Li Qikong was a little sad when he said this. To a proud and arrogant genius like him, the severing of his cultivation was indeed worse than death. But now, he had entered and left the Divine Land 5 times. The power of the curse in his body had slowed his cultivation to a snail's pace. Li Qikong had laughed at the 5 emperors in the Guegu abyss, but in fact, his experience was not much better than the 5 emperors. 7 times. Yi Yan softly said these 2 words and understood. Presumably, in the distant past, Zhu Long also thought that some people would use the gap of 100 years to travel between the Divine Land and the Xianxia continent so that their cultivation would not be affected. So he set a limit. 7 was the limit. After the 7th time, one's cultivation would be completely cut off. After the 2nd time, the power of the curse would slightly affect one's cultivation speed. The more times, the stronger the power of the curse would be, and the slower one's cultivation speed would be. Yi Yan thought that Zhu Long's method was fair. It was impossible that every good thing would be taken by the native creatures of the Xianxia continent. Since they had gone to the Divine Land, they would not be able to return to the Xianxia continent. Who painted this ancient painting? Yi Yan asked. The painting was unfamiliar. It was definitely not by Nangong. I painted it. Although I'm good at painting, I still can't capture the true charm of that senior. The white-haired old man smiled bitterly. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He looked at Yi Yan in surprise and asked, Little girl, why do you have so many questions? You made me tell you all my secrets before you knew it. I'm only in the celestial bridge realm. What are you worried about? Yi Yan shrugged and smiled. Ha ha ha, that's true. We're not worried. The old man suddenly laughed. Li Qikong stood up and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He looked at Yi Yan and said seriously, My original intention was to find some fragments of the divine dragon's divine soul in the Gui Dirt Abyss to try to relieve the power of the curse, but the effect was not obvious. And then? Yi Yan asked. There are very few fragments of the divine dragon's divine soul in the periphery of the abyss. I can't find any for a long time. The depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss are too terrifying. I don't have the strength to go there. Now I can only rely on you, little girl. Li Qikong said expectantly. Rely on me? What can I do? I'm only in the celestial bridge realm. Yi Yan spread his hands and imitated Xiaoqi's expression. You're the darling of the heavenly way. The purple aura above your head is like a dragon. I want to borrow your luck to try to suppress the power of the curse in my body. Li Qikong said seriously. Then you can try. I hope it will be effective for you. Yi Yan looked at the ancient painting and smiled meaningfully. Nangong Yu had saved them before. Then he didn't mind saving Li Qikong again. Little girl, it's rare for you to have such thoughts. Don't worry, this old man will teach you everything I've learned in my life. Li Qikong said with a moved expression. Haha, thank you. Yi Yan cupped his fists and laughed. This Li Qikong was really interesting. Fortunately, he didn't kill him in Zilluo City. Otherwise, how would Yi Yan know so many things that happened later? Li Qikong brought Yi Yan back to the main hall. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground. Li Qikong began to use a special cultivation technique and began to absorb the luck above Yi Yun's head from a distance. The white-haired old man didn't return to Li Qikong's mind. Instead, he stood nervously at the side. Freeze! Yi Yun pointed his finger and used the body freezing technique at this moment. Li Qikong and the white-haired old man were frozen in place. Their bodies and divine souls were in a state of stagnation. Yi Yun released a wisp of divine sense and entered Li Qikong's body. It quickly circled around and then came back. Yi Yun didn't see much of the curse in Li Qikong's body. He only needed to use a very small amount of Zhu Long's blood essence to easily break all the curses. At the same time, in the depths of the Guegu abyss, 5 terrifying black figures sat cross-legged in the thick ghost aura. Haha, this divine dragon's soul is really a tough nut to crack. After a lot of hard work, it's finally done. A figure suddenly stood up and laughed arrogantly. Haha, congratulations, Black Mamba Emperor. A terrifying figure rose to his feet and burst out laughing. The other figures stood up one after another. Congratulations, Black Mamba Emperor. Congratulations, everyone cupped their fists and expressed their congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Black Mamba Emperor, who was wearing a loose emperor robe, slowly turned around. His eyes exuded boundless majesty. Black Mamba Emperor, you've gone through so much to finally devour the divine dragon's soul fragment. Your cultivation must have broken through to True God Realm level 5, right? Green Moon Demon Emperor's eyes flickered as he spoke with envy. That's right. Black Mamba Emperor smiled and said indifferently, not only have I broken through in my cultivation, but my combat strength has also broken through. According to my previous combat strength, it's at least 10 times stronger than before. 10 times his combat strength. The other 4 great emperors were horrified. They were all astonished. I didn't expect the divine dragon's soul fragment to be so powerful. It's unbelievable. Red Firmament Emperor mumbled to himself. If each of us devoured a divine dragon's soul fragment, I wonder how powerful we would be. Humph. At that time, Li Qikong was as insignificant as a child in the hands of the 5 of us. Green Moon Demon Emperor snorted coldly. Divine dragon's soul fragments are extremely rare. Divine dragons have strong temperaments, so the difficulty of devouring them is a few hundred times more dangerous than a divine spirit's soul fragment. Naturally, the risk of dying is also extremely high. Black Mamba Emperor sighed as the past flashed before his eyes. Everyone was silent, as if they were deeply moved by Black Mamba Emperor's words. Li Qikong is back? Black Mamba Emperor's eyes flickered as he looked in a certain direction. This kid just came back with a little girl. I see that the little girl's luck is like the sun in the sky. The purple aura above her head is like a dragon. It seems like Li Qikong's injuries are getting worse. Red Firmament Emperor muttered. Li Qikong is known as the most ruthless person in the world. His combat strength is indeed strong, but there's still a gap between him and my previous incarnation, the skinny demon Emperor Kuzhu said slowly. There were 5 emperor-level experts hidden in the Gui Dirt Abyss. They were Emperor Heimeng, Emperor Qingyu, Emperor Kuzhu, Emperor Qishao, and Emperor Kuang. These 5 peerless experts were the 5 most outstanding heroes of the Tsungnan continent in the past million years. Each of them was powerful and had suppressed countless monsters of an era. Although they failed to break through to the True God Realm, they still managed to successfully capture and devour the fragments of the god's soul in the terrifying Gui Dirt Abyss, becoming undying and indestructible existences. Now that the 5 monarchs had lost their corporeal bodies and were only relying on their Yuanshan to fight, their strength was greatly reduced. That was why Li Qikong was able to fight the 5 of them to a draw. If any of the 5 emperors were at their peak, they could at least tie with Li Qikong. Li Qikong was no match for 2 emperors working together. The river of time was vast and boundless. Supreme geniuses would appear in every generation. 30,000 years ago was only Li Qikong's era. These 5 emperors were all elites and could be called monsters of cultivation. None of them were inferior to Li Qikong. Everyone, I still need 3 days to consolidate my cultivation. After 3 days, we will go to the ancient tomb to meet Li Qikong again. How about that? Emperor Heimeng said faintly. All right. Everyone agreed happily. It's a pity that the fragments of the divine dragon's soul are too hard to find. After so many years, only a few fragments have appeared. Emperor Qingyu lowered his head and sighed. There should be more fragments of the divine dragon's soul in the depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss, Emperor Kuang said. So what if there is? That place is too terrifying. If we go in, we will probably be torn to pieces. Emperor Kuzhu said in horror. It was as if he had been there before and experienced the terrifying power there. The fragments of the divine dragon's soul that I devoured were lured out by Emperor Kuzhu when he was in danger. Several people worked together to capture it. It was not easy, Emperor Heimeng sighed. He gazed into the depths of the Guiyu abyss, a look of lingering fear in his eyes. There was a great terror in the depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss. According to Emperor Kuzhu's description, inside there were countless souls of gods. Most of the souls were relatively complete, and they were very powerful. With their cultivation, once they entered the depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss and alerted the divine spirit souls, they would probably be torn apart in a breath. According to the legends, this is where the Divine Spirit Army and the Dragon Clan Army fought. There should be many Dragon Clan souls, but for some reason, most of them are Divine Spirit souls, Emperor Kuzhu said with a frown. I know a little about this. Emperor Heimeng's eyes flashed. From the remnant memories of the Divine Dragon's soul that I devoured, there should be many Divine Dragon souls in the depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss, so that's how it is. Demon Emperor Kuzhu had a look of sudden realization on his face. He muttered to himself, the two armies of the deities and the dragons were mortal enemies when they were alive. Now that they are dead, their souls still carry the obsessions of their lives. They are still fighting in the depths of the Guiyu Abyss. More or less. Emperor Heimeng thought for a moment. It seems that the Divine Spirit Army is stronger, so the Divine Dragon souls rarely come to the outer regions. Sigh, no wonder we rarely see Divine Dragon soul fragments. The Blue Moon Emperor looked up and sighed. Everyone, I'll go into seclusion immediately. In 3 days, we'll point our swords at the ancient tomb and kill that arrogant Li Qikong. Emperor Heimeng waved his sleeves and said proudly. All right. The other 4 great emperors nodded. The 5 of them sat cross-legged in the surging ghost chi and began to cultivate. The space fell silent once more. The ghost chi surged, but it couldn't do anything to the 5 of them. The depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss were filled with undulating mountain ranges. The mountain ranges were like black dragons entrenched on the ground. Black ghost chi pervaded the area and was extremely dense. Faint roars could be heard in the air from time to time, making one's hair stand on end. If Yi Yin were here, he would be able to tell at a glance that there was an army of divine spirits entrenched in the endless black ghost chi. However, this army of divine spirits wasn't made up of true divine spirit cultivators, but of the souls of dead divine spirits. Lord Lingxiao, Emperor Heimeng has finally succeeded in devouring the divine dragon soul fragment. A man's voice suddenly rang out in the darkness. What a piece of trash. It took him so many years to succeed. A man's deep voice scolded in annoyance. The man asked, My lord, should we capture him now? There's no hurry. Let's wait 3 days, the man with the deep voice said. The leader named Lord Lingxiao suddenly waved his hand, and the black ghost chi receded along the valley like a tide. As the ghostly energy receded, a heavily guarded army of gods suddenly appeared. There were tens of thousands of them, and they stood on top of the mountain range, forming a formation of sharp swords. The tips of the swords pointed at a huge valley. Outside Guiyu Abyss. In the main hall of the ancient tomb. It's effective, it's really effective. The white-haired old man's eyes widened, and his face revealed a joyful expression. Just now, 2 hours had passed. Li Qikong absorbed a lot of luck from the little girl. After this luck entered Li Qikong's body like a long dragon, it actually slowly neutralized the power of the curse. The power of the curse miraculously disappeared a part of it. It's amazing, is this luck that strong? The white-haired old man muttered to himself. His original idea was to let Li Qikong absorb the luck to suppress the power of the curse in his body. He didn't expect this little girl's luck to be so strong that it directly neutralized the power of the curse. It's really shocking. Li Qikong retracted his palm, opened his eyes, and looked at Yi Yin with a look of disbelief. The power of the curse in his body was reduced by a little. This was really incredible. Little girl, you are my savior. Li Qikong's tiger-like eyes turned red, and suddenly bowed his head. Bang! 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 He kowed out 3 times to Yi Yun in a row. Yi Yun smiled. He only used a very small amount of Zhu Long's blood essence and injected it into Li Qikong's body to remove a small part of the power of the curse in his body. It can't disappear all of a sudden, otherwise happiness will come too quickly and scare Li Qikong. Anyway, the big black cat and the other 2 guys are on the way to the ancient tomb with Yao Lingling and haven't arrived yet. There's still plenty of time. Therefore, Yi Yun decided to slowly remove the curse in Li Qikong's body. Old Taoist. It seems that my luck is very helpful to you. Yi Yun said with a smile. Yes. My life is in your hands now. Li Qikong waved his hands, so excited that tears flowed out of his eyes. The little girl in front of him was a supreme treasure at this moment in his eyes. As long as he spent a little more time, Li Qikong believed that the power of the curse in his body would completely disappear. At that time, he could go back to the divine land to cultivate. Only by absorbing the spiritual energy with divinity could his cultivation speed increase. If he stayed in the Tsungnan continent, his cultivation would stagnate. As long as this little girl was here, no matter how many times he went to the divine land, the power of the curse would not affect him as much. Such a good thing, how could Li Qikong not be wild with joy? Old Taoist, is my luck enough? Can it remove all the curse energy in your body? Yi Yun asked with a faint smile. No problem. You are the darling of the heavenly Tao. Just now, I absorbed a part of it, but the purple dragon above your head didn't change at all. It can be seen that your luck is grand and rare. Li Qikong said in surprise. Then let's continue. Let's try to get rid of all the curse power in your body. Yi Yun smiled faintly and closed his eyes. I can't thank you enough. When the curse disappears, I will definitely repay you greatly. Li Qikong took a deep breath, sat cross-legged again, and continued to practice the cultivation method. Luck was like a dragon, pouring into Li Qikong's body. The white-haired old man next to him looked at this scene with excitement, his body trembling slightly. A faint smile appeared on Yi Yun's face. In fact, the so-called injection of luck was just an illusion he created. The real effect was the blood essence of Zhu Chong that he injected into Li Qikong. The main hall was silent. Time was ticking away, second by second. At the same time, far away from the tomb of the number 1 Ruthless, a golden spiritual boat was fighting with the spirit turtle bugs and slowly approaching the ancient tomb. Brother Cat, the spirit turtle abyss is indeed a forbidden area. We have been flying for so long, but we haven't even seen the shadow of the ancient tomb. The big black dog said helplessly as he patted a spirit turtle bug on the back with his paw. The big black cat pursed his lips and said, "What's the hurry? Demon Spirit has already arranged everything. Only when we reach the ancient tomb will we have the chance to show our skills." Brother Cat, although the ghost aura is very faint, there are indeed many spirit turtle bugs. They come wave after wave, and there is no end to killing them. It seriously interferes with our speed. The sky-drilling mouse complained. Just take it as an experience. The big black cat laughed dryly. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "In the past, Master let me go out to experience many times, and the dangers I encountered were much more terrifying than this. You two don't have to be afraid. If there is an accident, I will take the 2 of you and escape. Brother Cat, you have the boots of immortality. That is an incredible treasure." Speaking of this, the sky-drilling mouse looked at the big black cat's feet with red eyes, wishing that he could snatch the boots of immortality. "Haha, Brother Cat, then I will leave everything to you." The big black dog laughed. Boots of immortality? The sect master of demon spirit, the young man, suddenly turned his head and looked at the big black cat. His gaze naturally fell on the big black cat's feet. The big black cat had already refined the boots of immortality. However, in order to keep a low profile, the big black cat had concealed the aura of the boots of immortality and added a little camouflage. In this way, in the eyes of others, it was just a pair of ordinary boots. "What are you looking at?" The big black cat snorted coldly in its heart and stared at the young man without any trace of politeness. Although the sect master of demon spirits' cultivation was much higher than it, the big black cat was not afraid. If it really used the boots of immortality, it was still confident that it could escape with its life. Fortunately, the sect master of demon spirit only turned his head to take a look and then threw himself back into the battle. Only then did the big black cat relax. Wave after wave of spirit turtle bugs were defeated, and the golden spiritual boat was constantly approaching the tomb of the number one ruthless man. 2 days later, after defeating the last wave of spirit turtle bugs, they finally saw a large yellow tomb standing in the abyss filled with billowing black aura. This is the tomb of the number one ruthless man. It's so huge, like a sleeping dragon. It's so majestic. The big black dog looked at the ancient tomb in front of him with shining eyes. He could not help but feel excited at the sight of a tomb, especially a large one. We haven't raided a tomb for a long time. This time, we brothers must cooperate well. The sky-drilling mouse rubbed its palms, looking eager to give it a try. Most of the other demons were experts in tomb raiding. After seeing the tomb of the number one ruthless man, they all lost their composure. The only one who could be considered calm was the big black cat. I say, can you two calm down a little? The big black cat pursed its lips, somewhat looking down on these two guys. What was so exciting about the tomb of an eternal realm expert? The golden spiritual boat suddenly sped up and flew to the entrance of the tomb. Everyone, this is the tomb of the number one ruthless man. There are a lot of traps and murderous aura. It's up to you later, the young man, the sect master of the demon spirits, said loudly. Okay. Senior, don't worry. We'll do our best. Everyone gladly agreed. The golden spiritual boat landed outside the entrance of the tomb, and everyone alighted. For safety's sake. The place where they landed was still 1,000 feet away from the entrance of the tomb. Pop pop, suddenly, a soft sound rang out in the void. Ripples in the void, which contained a dense baleful aura, started to vibrate like water waves in front of everyone. This is the reverse bow aura. The old goat reacted the fastest and was the first to shout. Then, he took out a mirror and blocked in front of him. The cultivators of the demon spirits saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated a distance, hiding behind the demon cultivators they had invited. Chi-chi, green arrows suddenly appeared in the ripples in the void. The arrows were wrapped in murderous aura and emitted shrill sounds as they shot toward everyone. What a powerful baleful arrow! The big black dog was shocked. He took out a small mirror and waved it in the wind. It suddenly expanded and blocked in front of the three of them. The other beast cultivators seemed to be very familiar with the reverse baleful arrow. They took out all kinds of treasures to defend against the baleful arrows. A series of ding ding dang dang sounds rang out. It was like a storm falling on the metal plate. After this series of sounds, the baleful arrows disappeared. If the reverse baleful arrow doesn't break, the baleful arrows will be endless. The old goat head shouted. Old goat head, why are you shouting so fiercely? Go and break the reverse baleful arrow. The big black cat laughed. I can't do it alone. We have to work together. The old goat head chuckled with a cunning look on his face. Everyone, this reverse baleful arrow is extremely powerful. We need everyone to work together to break the reverse baleful arrow at the door. Only then can we get close to the tomb of the number one ruthless. The spirit demon sect master said loudly. Senior, don't worry. It's just the reverse baleful arrow. We can definitely break it. A beast cultivator shouted. After he finished speaking, the many demon clan cultivators raised their treasures and rushed forward in unison. Ding ding dang dang, it was accompanied by a series of dense sounds. Everyone endured the attacks of the reverse baleful arrow and continued to close the distance. They were getting closer and closer to the entrance of the tomb. Deep in the ancient tomb. Inside the main hall. Li Qikong suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat cold. A bunch of ants. Do you really think I'm dead? He said coldly. You've been dead for 30,000 years. This is no secret in the Tsangnan continent. Yi Yan also opened his eyes and said with a smile. Li Qikong's expression froze. Yi Yan's words were very reasonable. He did not know how to refute them. After all, he had not appeared in this world as the number one ruthless for 30,000 years. It was normal for people to think that he was dead. That day in Ziluo City, Li Qikong only appeared as a sloppy old Taoist. At that time, he was also wandering around, looking for the favored children of the heavenly Tao to relieve the curse power in his body. Qikong. Those little fellows seem to have come prepared. Looking at the first reverse bow fiend, it seems like it won't be able to trap them. The white-haired elder's eyes flickered as he said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll just crush them with one punch. Li Qikong faintly smiled and suddenly stood up to leave. Wait! Yi Yin suddenly shouted. Among the thousands of cultivators outside, there were 3 of his people. No matter what, he couldn't let these 3 little fellows die for no reason. Li Qikong was still alive and well. The curse on his body was almost gone, leaving only 1/10 of it. If he really attacked, everyone would die with a single punch. Benefactor, what's wrong? Li Qikong cupped his fists and asked politely. He had already changed the way he addressed Yi Yin. In merely 2 days, 90% of the curse power in his body had disappeared. How could Li Qikong not be excited and grateful? Even the white-haired old man was so excited that he almost fainted when he saw the curse disappear. Therefore, in Li Qikong's heart, Yi Yin was like a biological parent. You're still alive and well, why do you care about those little fellows? Don't they want to rob the tomb? Then let them rob it. Yi Yin chuckled. Let these fellows rob the tomb? Li Qikong was stunned for a moment and couldn't react for a moment. Qikong. Don't be so stingy. You're still alive and well, are you still afraid of others robbing your tomb? The white-haired old man seemed to understand the key point and said with a smile, let them play. The various mechanisms and fiendish auras in the ancient tomb are enough for them to play for a while. That's right. Yi Yin spread his hands and laughed. Wait until they get close to here, then you can use your divine ability to send these little guys back. The white-haired old man said, you're already a true god, there's no need to kill these little fellows in the life and death realm. Old Taoist, as the saying goes, one won't cry until they see the coffin. They came all the way here, why don't you let them see your coffin? At the very least, they should see an empty coffin, right? Yi Yin suggested again. Hearing the conversation between the white-haired old man and Yi Yin, Li Qikong was a little confused. There was something wrong with the style. Could it be that, not only was he unable to stop them, he actually opened the door wide and allowed these little fellows to surmount all the difficulties and entered directly to this large hall where the coffin was stored? In this whole world, was there a tomb owner like him who would take the initiative to help tomb robbers? Li Qikong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't want to refute. Anyway, there was nothing good in this tomb, so it was better to let those little fellows come in and take a look. Thinking of this, Li Qikong sat down again and then continued to use that set of martial arts and began to absorb the fate energy. There was only 1/10 of the curse left in his body. He believed that it wouldn't take long for it to be completely removed. Outside the ancient tomb, everyone rushed to a few hundred feet away from the entrance of the ancient tomb. Someone took out a sword and landed it on the door of the ancient tomb. The popping sounds lessened, and the power of the reverse bow evil spirit weakened a lot. However, there were still ripples in the air, constantly forming evil spirit arrows and attacking everyone. Sect leader, can't the reverse bow evil spirit be broken by brute force? Standing behind the crowd, a young disciple of the demon spirit sect asked in a low voice. These evil spirits are extremely mean and cold, and contain killing intent. They have a strong restraining power against our divine abilities and physical body. Once pierced by the evil spirit arrow, the body will stiffen, and the evil spirit will enter the body, causing great damage to the body. Therefore, this kind of graveyard still needs specialized people to use specialized Dharma treasures to break it open. The young man slowly said. I see, I didn't expect the evil spirit to be so powerful. That young disciple smiled bitterly. This is just the entrance. There will be all kinds of evil spirits in the tomb, and there will be endless. At that time, we will have to rely on these people. When the young man said this, his face became serious. It seemed that he also felt that this trip was full of danger and wasn't objective. Why are there still evil spirit arrows? The big black cat saw that there were still ripples in the air, and cursed in annoyance. In terms of tomb rating, he was far inferior to the big black dog. Among the three of them, the big black dog was the best tomb raider, the sky-burrowing rat was the second, and the nine-tailed spirit cat was the third. Brother cat, the winding path at the entrance is like a bow. If this bow isn't broken, the reverse bow evil spirit won't disappear completely, the big black dog explained. After he finished speaking, he suddenly took out two small black stones and threw them out. The small stones expanded with the wind, and finally became two small mountains, pressing down on the winding path. After the path was pressed down, the popping sounds disappeared, and the entrance of the tomb returned to silence. Good, as expected of the divine demon dog. The old goat head gave a thumbs up and praised. I'm just borrowing flowers to present to Buddha. Many of you here are better than me, but you didn't make a move, the big black dog cupped his fists and said humbly with a face full of smiles. The evil spirit in this tomb is very interesting, Yin saw the scene and nodded gently. Okay, the curse power in my body has finally disappeared. At this moment, Li Qikong suddenly opened his eyes and stood up with a look of surprise. Congratulations, old Taoist. Yin smiled and stood up. Li Qikong waved his hand, and a water mirror immediately appeared in front of him. More than 1,000 demon clan cultivators had already gathered at the entrance of the tomb. Now, these people were discussing how to open the door of the tomb. No need to go through so much trouble, you can just come in directly. Li Qikong was in a good mood and laughed. As if he thought of something interesting, he pointed his hand and a ray of light disappeared into the tomb. Creak. The door of the tomb suddenly opened by itself. Many demon clan cultivators, including the disciples of the demon spirit sect, looked at the gloomy entrance and were dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the door of the tomb suddenly open? There must be something wrong. The door to the tomb of the number 1 Ruthless suddenly opened. I'm afraid it's a bad omen, the old goat man's face was cold. He took a puff of his cigarette to suppress his shock. Old goat, can you not be an alarmist? The large black dog frowned. Alarmist? Humph. I've been a tomb raider for thousands of years, but I've never encountered such a strange thing. As expected of the tomb of the number 1 Ruthless, there are mysteries everywhere. Old Sheephead said in a deep voice as he smoked his cigarette. I feel, there doesn't seem to be any danger inside. Does anyone want to go in first? One of the Yao cultivators shouted. Humph. If you want to go, you go first. The sky-burrowing rat snorted in annoyance. After so many years of tomb raiding, this was the first time he encountered such a rare thing, so the sky-burrowing rat did not dare to go in first. A figure flashed. The sect master of the demon spirit suddenly appeared at the entrance of the tomb. As expected of the number 1 Ruthless. Even the tomb after death is so mysterious, the young man took a deep breath and said indifferently. His eyes were deep like the stars as he looked into the depths of the tomb. As the sect master of the demon spirit, he was the strongest among them. In the face of unknown danger, he had to step forward bravely to dispel the doubts in everyone's hearts. The young man stepped forward. Sect master, who knows if there will be any murderous aura behind the door? For safety reasons, why don't you let someone else go in for you? An old man suddenly appeared beside the young man and said respectfully. There won't be any danger, but I'm not good at dealing with murderous aura. I'll need colleagues from the demon race, the young man smiled. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around. He looked at the crowd and said, I wonder which brother is willing to enter the ancient tomb with me first? The demon cultivators looked at each other. For a moment, no one said anything. This tomb was too strange. Who knew what kind of danger they would encounter after entering the door? If it was just some murderous aura, it would be fine. But if there were really unclean strange creatures hiding behind the door and suddenly attacking, wouldn't they be in trouble? The sect master of the demon spirit had a high cultivation base and was powerful, so he might be able to dodge. However, their cultivation bases were low, so it would be difficult for them to dodge. Going in was equivalent to courting death. For a moment, none of the demon cultivators spoke. The atmosphere at the scene was very oppressive. In the main hall of the tomb, Li Qikong slapped his thigh and angrily cursed, so fucking infuriating. I've already opened the door, but these guys don't dare to come in. They're all a bunch of cowards. Haha, this can only mean that your reputation as the number one ruthless person is too resounding. Even they are afraid of you, Yin said with a smile. I am the owner of this tomb. I can't possibly invite these people who came to rob my tomb in, can I? Li Qikong spread his hands and smiled helplessly. What's wrong with that? Yin stroked his chin and said with a smile, you're a dead person now anyway. No one knows that you're still alive. You don't have to show yourself. Benefactor is right, Li Qikong's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. He pointed with his finger and a gust of wind suddenly blew outside the tomb. This gust of wind was very sudden. None of the demon cultivators, including those from Yao Lingling, could react in time. Whoosh, a gust of strong wind directly blew over 1,000 people into the ancient tomb. Clang, the door to the tomb closed instantly. In the dark tunnel, there were only a few luminous pearls that emitted a faint light. However, no matter how dim the light was, it was not difficult for these demons. They could use their divine sense to scan the outside world. However, the tunnel was still filled with black ghost chi, which restricted everyone's divine sense to a certain extent. We have entered the tomb? The large black dog's expression suddenly changed drastically. As he gazed into the dark and gloomy tunnel, he wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. This ancient tomb was too strange. Originally, no one wanted to come in, but a sudden gust of wind blew them all in. What is going on? The demons looked at each other, unable to believe what had just happened. The sect master of the demon spirit sect also frowned. The atmosphere was a little tense. Damn, this tomb of the number one ruthless person is even more exciting than the few places I've been to in the past. The big black cat clenched his fists excitedly. His eyes shone like searchlights as he scanned his surroundings, as if he was searching for something. Brother cat, look, the door is already closed. We can't escape even if we want to. The large black dog was frightened and hurriedly tugged at the big black cat's robe as he whispered. If we can't escape, then so be it. What can we do? Since we've already entered the tomb, we naturally have to explore it properly. The big black cat laughed strangely. Boom, a light flashed. A demon cultivator controlled a treasure and smashed it at the huge door to the ancient tomb. The treasure was instantly repelled. The door to the ancient tomb was intact and did not suffer any damage. Senior, what should we do now? The demon cultivator looked at the sect master of the demon spirit sect and asked anxiously. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The demon spirit sect swears that we'll live and die with you. The young man waved his hand and said in a deep voice. His temperament was calm and noble. His every movement exuded a strong sense of confidence. When the demon cultivators saw this, they immediately felt a lot more at ease. Seeing that everyone's emotions had calmed down, the young man smiled and said, in the ancient tomb, we'll still need the help of our fellow demon cultivators to deal with the traps and murderous aura. If there are any strange creatures, the disciples of the demon spirit sect will be responsible. All right. The old goat raised his pipe and shouted excitedly, even if I add up all the tombs I've robbed in my life, it still can't compare to the tomb of the number one ruthless person. Today, I'm going to go all out and rob the tomb of the number one ruthless person. Well said. There's so many of us. There's no way we won't succeed. So what if there's a demigod? Many of the beasts felt their blood boiling after hearing old Sheep Two's words. They all began to roar too. The big black cat's expression was cold. He watched coldly from the sidelines. Naturally, he knew what these demon cultivators were thinking. Although they had robbed many tombs, they probably wouldn't have the chance to come into contact with a tomb as big as the number one ruthless person's. Now that the demon spirit sect had given them this opportunity and gathered so many tomb robbers, there were unlimited possibilities for them to rob the tomb of the number one ruthless person. After a period of excitement, everyone gradually calmed down. They took out all kinds of treasures and guarded them in front of them as they carefully walked into the depths of the tunnel. Be careful, there's murderous aura. The old goat suddenly shouted and raised the mirror in his hand. Pop pop, a series of popping sounds came from the void. Balls of green murderous aura took shape in the air without any warning. They took the form of all kinds of fierce beasts and charged toward them like an endless tide. Hiss. What kind of murderous aura is this? the big black cat gasped. Why did they encounter such a powerful murderous aura so soon after entering the ancient tomb? Brother cat, this is the Taisui murderous aura. The big black dog raised the mirror and said anxiously, the Taisui murderous aura is ever-changing and extremely difficult to deal with. Just as he said this, he saw the look in Brother Cat's eyes change. Brother Cat, what do you see? The big black dog asked instinctively. Look, what's that? The big black cat's eyes lit up and pointed into the distance. What? The big black dog and the sky-burrowing rat hurriedly looked in a certain direction. Fortunately, the black chi in this tunnel was relatively faint, and they could see an ancient temple 1,000 feet away with their eyesight. The temple was small, only the size of a straw hut. And what supported this small temple was actually a piece of sparkling and translucent stone. It's an origin stone. The big black dog's breathing quickened. His eyes were bloodshot. Oh my God, we found an origin stone as soon as we entered the tomb. Our luck is too good. The sky-burrowing rat was also excited. He wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and burrow through the ground. As the yellow light appeared, his body swayed. He was about to activate the Earth's shield and charge silently. However, the sky-burrowing rat was discouraged. There were restrictions in the ground here. He couldn't use his Earth escape technique. The three of them weren't the only ones who saw the origin stone. Many other Yao cultivators also noticed it. The source of the Taisui evil spirit was in that small ancient temple. If they destroyed the ancient temple, the Taisui evil spirit would disappear. Good heavens, we didn't see any origin stones outside, but we found one in the tomb of the most ruthless. The old goat said excitedly. His saliva flew everywhere. He held a mirror in one hand and a fan in the other. He kept fanning the Taisui evil spirit away as he charged toward the ancient temple. This origin stone must belong to me. The other Yao cultivator held a red broadsword and kept hacking at the Taisui evil spirit. He didn't stop and charged toward the origin stone. The origin stone. Quick, go get it. At this moment, all the Yao cultivators' eyes turned red. They used all kinds of methods to push back the Taisui evil spirit and get closer to the ancient temple. Damn it, are they all crazy? The big black cat sneered. The quick travel boots on his feet shone brightly. He moved and disappeared on the spot. Although he was the last to move, he was the first to reach the ancient temple with the quick travel boots. The big black cat reached for the origin stone. However, what he didn't expect was that the origin stone didn't move at all. You nine-tailed spirit cat, how dare you steal the origin stones? Many demonic cultivators rushed over and attacked the big black cat one after another. However, Taisui fiendish chi continued to appear out of thin air, blocking these attacks. As for the sporadic attacks, they were easily neutralized by the big black cat. Brother cat, the source of the Taisui evil spirit is that ancient temple. If you tear it down, you will be able to retrieve the dawn stones. The large black dog roared loudly as it ran. F*CK, there's such a thing? How come I didn't know that origin stones had such a miraculous use? The big black cat blushed and laughed awkwardly. It turned around and sent a kick flying. Boom, the powerful whip kick smashed into the small temple like a magic weapon. This small temple was disintegrated in an instant. Hula! Countless green baleful auras rushed toward him. The big black cat was shocked and quickly raised the black shield in its hand. The shield expanded until it was 7 to 8 feet wide, blocking all of the Taisui evil spirit. The big black cat turned around and grabbed a corner of the origin stone, picking it up from the ground. Everyone, this origin stone is first come, first served. Now that it's mine, don't attack it for no reason. The big black cat shook the origin stone and sneered. The few great Yao cultivators at the front landed on the ground with gloomy faces. They looked at the origin stone in the nine-tailed spirit cat's hand with envy and anger. Nine-tailed spirit cat, you've gone too far. We have so many people to share the Taisui evil spirit's attack, but you came here alone to steal the origin stone. A great Yao cultivator said angrily. The origin stone in the Guegu abyss belongs to whoever gets it. The big black cat's gaze passed through the crowd and finally landed on the young man. It smiled and asked, Senior, am I right? Yes. The young man took a step forward and came to the big black cat's side in an instant. He looked at the Yao cultivators and smiled calmly. The nine-tailed spirit cat has the ability to get the origin stone. Don't make trouble for no reason. Although his words were soft, they still contained supreme authority. The Yao cultivators felt a chill run down their spines and became as silent as cicadas in winter. The big black dog ran over and smiled submissively. Brother cat, the origin stone is so big. Why don't I keep it for you first? No need. Thank you, dog. The big black cat pursed its lips and waved its hand. The origin stone went into its storage ring. The origin stone was very precious. The big black cat knew this very well. Although the master gave it many cultivation resources, it didn't have the origin stone. The big black cat had already decided to give the origin stone to sect master Luoli when it returned. This could be considered as another great contribution to the sect. Every sect in the Tsangnan continent needed the origin stone. After all, the origin stone could extend the life of the sect's patriarch. Let's go. There might be more origin stones ahead. The big black cat was full of confidence. It pulled the big black dog with its left hand and the sky-drilling rat with its right hand. The three of them walked into the depths of the tunnel with their arms around each other's shoulders. They had obtained one origin stone. The three of them were full of confidence and wished they could get a few more. We can't be left behind. The old goat head quickly followed with a gloomy face. The other Yao cultivators did the same. The sect master of the Yao Lingling sect curled his lips and smiled. He muttered to himself, Li Qikong is indeed the most ruthless person. He's so generous. He put such precious origin stones in the tunnel to provide energy for the source of evil qi. Sect master, shouldn't we get a few of such precious origin stones? An old man next to him asked in a low voice. Although the origin stones are good, if I take them, these Yao cultivators won't have the motivation to deal with the evil qi and the traps. The young man smiled meaningfully and continued, I'm more interested in the inheritance of the most ruthless person. I understand, sect master. The old man's face was solemn. The young man waved his hand and said, let's go. After he finished speaking, he led a group of subordinates and followed behind the large group of demons. In the main hall. Looking at the water mirror above his head, Yi Yan smiled. Old Taoist, this guy is here for your inheritance. Do you have anything to say? Benefactor. I can only pass on what I've learned in my life to you. I can't pass it on to anyone else. Li Qikong said decisively. The white-haired old man next to him walked over and put his palms together. With a respectful expression, he sighed and said, Benefactor. You saved the two of us, removed the curse, and gave us unlimited hope. With such great kindness, how could we allow others to snatch the inheritance that should belong to you? You must have taught me all my skills, right? Yi Yan nodded and looked at the white-haired old man and asked. Yes, I taught him. However, Qikong's comprehension is extremely strong. The pupil has surpassed the master and has completely carried forward my divine hollow fist. The white-haired old man smiled. Senior, you flatter me. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Li Qikong smiled embarrassedly. People in the world are scrambling for origin stones, but origin stones are extremely rare. Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, Old Taoist, how many origin stones did you put in this ancient tomb? Not many, only 108 origin stones. Li Qikong replied, 108 origin stones are not many? I think even an eternal sect doesn't have so many origin stones. Yi Yan spread his hands and could not help but smile bitterly. He had to admit that Li Qikong's family was really rich. Benefactor, I didn't expect you to be interested in these origin stones. If you need them, I still have some here. Li Qikong smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flashed, and many origin stones piled up in the hall. Each origin stone was at least 10 meters in size. They were sparkling and translucent, emitting a unique light. Where did you get so many origin stones? Yi Yan asked in surprise. Some of them came from the Gui Dirt Abyss, and some were found in the other two forbidden areas. Li Qikong smiled disapprovingly. Benefactor, these origin stones are useless to Qikong. If you need them, why don't I give them all to you? The white-haired old man saw that Yi Yun was a little tempted and hurriedly said. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity to repay Li Qikong's kindness. After all, this girl's existence determined Li Qikong's future on the path of cultivation. Alright, these origin stones are indeed useful to me. Yi Yun thought for a moment and said. He stretched out his hand, and a ray of light flashed from the ring on his hand. The origin stones on the ground disappeared. The reason why Yi Yun collected these origin stones was to prepare more resources for the Shenlong sect's warehouse. After all, origin stones were extremely rare in the Cangnan continent. There were very few eternal level sections. Seeing that Yi Yun had taken away all the origin stones, Li Qikong let out a sigh of relief and relaxed a lot. Li Qikong. You're really regressing the more you live. These life and death brats can enter your tomb? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. At this moment, a voice sounded in the hall without warning. Green Moon Demon Emperor? Li Qikong's brows relaxed, and his eyes became unusually cold. His whole body emitted an iron-blooded aura. Green Moon Demon Emperor, why are you here again? Yi Yun looked at the empty hall and asked with a smile. Send a letter of challenge. Green Moon Demon Emperor laughed. Among the 5 great emperors, it seems that someone has broken through? Li Qikong's eyes flashed as he sneered. That's right, the Black Nightmare Emperor has broken through and wants to spar with you. If you're afraid, you don't have to accept the challenge. However, there is a condition. Li Qikong, from now on, you must obediently submit to us 5 emperors. Green Moon Demon Emperor burst into laughter. What a joke. No matter what, I'm still the most ruthless person. I've never been afraid of anyone in my life. Not to mention you guys who are neither human nor ghost, I'm not even afraid of those true God realm experts from the Divine Land. Li Qikong coldly snorted and his body instantly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared 10,000 miles away from the ancient tomb. The density of ghost chi here was much denser than in the ancient tomb. 5 terrifyingly tall figures were faintly discernible within the ghost chi. Their bodies were emitting powerful auras. Li Qikong, you are quite courageous. You know that this emperor has broken through, yet you still dare to come. Great Emperor He Meng placed his hands behind his back and took a step forward. His face was cold, as if he was the ruler of the world. Haha. Li Qikong looked up to the sky and laughed. Great Emperor He Meng, so what if you have broken through? Last time we fought to a draw. This time, I'm going to beat the shit out of you 5 emperors. Beat the shit out of them, these arrogant words immediately enraged the 5 emperors. Kill. Evil God-crazed emperor was the first to lose his patience. He roared and slashed out with an earth-shattering sword. Kill. Great Emperor He Meng also attacked. A ray of black light shot out from his hand and turned into a large black seal in the air, slamming toward Li Qikong. Green Moon Demon Emperor, Crimson Heaven Emperor, and Kuzhu Demon Emperor also launched fierce attacks at this moment. Li Qikong was fearless in the face of danger. The shadow of a giant suddenly appeared behind him, causing his aura to reach its peak. The condensed fist intent surged out like a tide. Good timing. Li Qikong's blood chi surged to the sky. His eyes were terrifying and his black hair danced in the wind. At this moment, he looked like a ferocious demon god. Every strand of his hair exuded a terrifying aura. He waved a pair of iron fists and attacked the 5 emperors. The fist shadows were like mountains, destroying heaven and earth. At this moment, it was impossible to see Li Qikong clearly. Boom boom, a series of explosions resounded in the Guegu abyss. Li Qikong fought against the 5 emperors alone. In the main hall of the ancient tomb, Yi Yun looked at the water mirror in front of him and observed the battle. The white-haired elder beside him had adjusted the image of the water mirror in time so that Yi Yun could see it. Who will win this battle? Yi Yun asked casually. Li Qikong's body is not affected by the curse power. Currently, he can unleash the combat power of a true god realm level 3, although the 5 emperors' cultivation is high, their combat power has been greatly reduced. Therefore, he will definitely win this battle. The white-haired elder said confidently. Yi Yun nodded. He was not very interested in a battle of the true god realm. His gaze pierced through the great necropolis, and then landed on the big black cat and the others. This group of people had already started to die in the process of exploring the ancient tomb. There was a large amount of evil aura in the ancient tomb and many mechanisms that were personally set up by Li Qikong. They were very powerful. For these life and death realm cultivators, there was a risk of dying if they were not careful. Little Black's luck is not bad. He actually obtained 3 dawn stones along the way while the other demons did not obtain any. He will probably incur the wrath of the demons, Yi Yun laughed in his heart. The big black cat's physical body was strong and could be considered to be able to fight those above his level. In addition, he had the boots of divine travel and the black gold battle armor that he had not used before. It was very likely that the dawn stones in the ancient tomb would be obtained by him if Yao Lingling did not interfere. Yi Yun retracted his gaze and looked at the water mirror again. At this moment, the battle had reached a very intense stage. Li Qikong was fighting the 5 emperors alone. His empty divine fist was very powerful. It was as if he could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. This battle scene was earth-shattering. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Countless strange creatures wailed and screamed as they fled in panic. Li Qikong is still holding back, Yi Yun observed for a while and came to this conclusion. It seemed that Li Qikong did not want to defeat the 5 emperors in one go. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. The curtains finally fell on the battle between the powerhouses. Boom, an iron fist flashed past. Li Qikong killed in all directions and was the first to send Green Moon Demon Emperor flying. Then, Demon Emperor Kuju was also sent flying by Li Qikong's punch. One after another, he sent the remaining 3 great emperors flying. The 5 great emperors were all injured. They were originally in the form of primordial spirit. Even after hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, they could not compare to their original physical bodies. Li Qikong, how can you be so powerful now? Weren't you injured before? The black skeleton great emperor was unconvinced. He stared at Li Qikong from afar and questioned him loudly. Although I was injured, my injuries have completely healed. Did I disappoint the 5 emperors? Li Qikong grinned. The little girl you brought. Could it be that you used her fortune to heal your injuries? The Crimson Heaven Great Emperor thought of something and asked in shock. That's right. Li Qikong did not deny it. The 5 emperors and I don't have any deep grudges, so I didn't kill you this time. Since you were once outstanding talents of the human and demon races, I won't hold it against you. Li Qikong lowered his eyelids and said plainly. Although the 5 emperor-level powerhouses had brought him some trouble, they were still his seniors from his standpoint. There was no deep grudge between the 2 sides. They were just constantly fighting. Therefore, Li Qikong did not kill them. Otherwise, he would have had the chance to kill 1 or 2 of them. Humph. Black Skeleton Great Emperor, you're really useless. You absorbed the fragments of the Divine Dragon's soul and you still can't beat this kid. Black gas rolled. A man in black armor suddenly appeared from the void. A complete divine spirit soul? Li Qikong's eyes widened in shock when he saw the man. This black-armored man was actually Divine Lord Realm Cultivation. The Divine Lord Realm was a huge mental blow to Li Qikong. He had been to the Divine Land several times before. By chance and coincidence, he had also seen a Divine Lord Realm Supreme Powerhouse. Li Qikong knew how terrifying such an expert was. Even without a physical body, this black-armored man's soul was extremely complete. Therefore, his battle strength should not be as weak as the 5 emperors. He was only a 3rd-stage true immortal. It was difficult for him to fight against this black-armored man. Li Qikong's expression changed. Cold sweat silently appeared on his forehead. A huge question surfaced. Where did this god spirit come from? Could it be that he had been hiding in the depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss? Li Qikong had once explored one of the 7 great forbidden zones, the Gui Abyss. However, this abyss was dangerous and mysterious, and it was bottomless. As one went deeper, the ghost chi that corroded one's soul and body became denser, and there were many strange creatures. Even an expert like him was unable to explore the entire abyss. Who is this person? The Green Moon Demon Emperor was startled and immediately retreated several meters in the air. The other 4 great emperor-level experts also looked at the man in black armor who had appeared out of nowhere in shock. They were shocked to find that the black-armored man's soul was very complete. It was condensed, solid, and emitted strands of golden divine light. Unbelievable. How can there be such a god-spirit soul in the Gui Dirt Abyss? Great Emperor Haimong muttered to himself in a daze. I can't believe the depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss hid such a complete god-spirit soul. Evil God Mad Emperor frowned. So powerful. Demon Emperor Ku Zhu, Crimson Firmament Great Emperor, and the others looked at the black-armored man with horror. This god-spirit's soul was too strong. It was so strong that they could not even think of resisting. Ha ha ha, hearing the words of Great Emperor Haimong and Evil God Mad Emperor, the black-armored man could not help but let out a long howl and laugh. He laughed so hard that his body trembled violently. Tears seemed to be coming out of his eyes as he laughed. The black-armored man laughed wildly as he pointed at the 5 emperors and said loudly, "You ants from the hidden dragon continent have been living under our noses for almost 1,000,000 years. How could you not know of our existence? How hilarious." After saying that, the black-armored man continued to laugh wildly. Li Qikong's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. The fighting spirit in his heart was burning. Li Qikong was very clear that the sudden appearance of this divine Lord Realm powerhouse at the periphery of the Gui Dirt Abyss was most likely disadvantageous to them. Now that there was no way out, they could only fight with their backs against the wall. In another direction, Great Emperor Haimang and the others had gloomy expressions. Their moods had hit rock bottom. This divine Lord Realm powerhouse had always been living in seclusion behind the scenes, watching them for 1,000,000 years already. This forbearance and patience was seriously too terrifying. What exactly was this fellow plotting, ancient tomb? In the main hall. What should we do? The soul of a divine Lord Realm divine being, even if half of its combat strength is lost, it's also not what Qikong this child can deal with. The white-haired old man looked at this scene in front of him in a daze, only feeling like falling into an ice cellar. From inside out, it was indescribably bone-chilling. Relax, I feel that Li Qikong should be fine. Yi Yun said with a light smile. Little benefactor. How would you know the terror of a divine Lord Realm powerhouse? Although Li Qikong is strong, the realm disparity is too great. The white-haired old man was in a dejected mood and let out a long sigh. This little girl in front of him was merely divine bridge realm cultivation. She was far from knowing how dangerous the outside world was. Yi Yin did not speak, his gaze landing on the black-armored man in the water mirror. Without a doubt, this was the soul of a divine earth divine being that died. In his previous life, he was also a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. What made Yi Yin curious was why this guy had always holed up in the depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss, not appearing for close to 1,000,000 years. What was this guy's plot? In ancient times, the Gui Dirt Abyss was the place where the divine earth divine being and the dragon race army fought. If there was a complete soul of a divine being, would there be a complete soul of a divine dragon in the Gui Dirt Abyss? At this thought, Yi Yin felt an impulse in his heart. This impulse made Yi Yin want to use his terrifying divine sense to scan the depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss. However, when he thought that doing so would be like using GM authority to cheat, he immediately felt bored. Yi Yin gave up on this idea. The truth will come out sooner or later. Haste makes waste, Yi Yin comforted himself in his heart. The impulse in his heart was once again suppressed. Ghost Chi billowed. Hearing that arrogant laughter, the 5 emperors' faces were all very ugly. Dozens of seconds later. Senior, what is the meaning of your appearance this time? Great Emperor Haimong took a step forward, cupped his fists, and said politely. Although the few of you are very weak, you are now people who are on the same path as me. The black-armored man raised a finger and said indifferently, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. I need the 5 of you to join our Lingxiao army. Lingxiao army? Could this be the name of the army of divine beings? The 5 emperors looked at each other, their eyes revealing a look of understanding. Senior, Great Emperor Haimeng's face tightened, and he smiled awkwardly. It has been millions of years since that battle. Does the Lingxiao army still need to expand? Of course. The battle between the divine earth divine beings and the dragon race has never stopped. We will not be willing to dissipate until we destroy the dragon race. The black-armored man's face turned cold, and his eyes were stern. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The 5 emperors couldn't help but shiver, their hearts trembling. How much hatred did this have? Only then would they engage in an eternal battle with the dragon clan. Shameless boasting. Looking at the water mirror, Yiyan also let out a cold laugh. Little benefactor is right. According to the legends, if the 10 super divine dragons did not have internal strife, the divine earth divine beings would not have started this war. They would not have dared to even if they had 10 times the courage. The white-haired elder said with righteous indignation. Yiyan turned his head, looked at the white-haired elder, and said with a smile, I didn't expect this. You are so righteous. After all, I am also a native cultivator of the Xianxia continent. To a certain extent, I am of the same origin as the dragon race of the ancient times. The white-haired elder smiled embarrassedly. Speaking of this, a very strange feeling rose in his heart. Why does this little girl beside me know so much? Could that book have recorded so much history of the Xianxia continent? Whoosh, the black-armored man suddenly raised his hands and made a gesture, his expression becoming respectful. Under the orders of Master Lingxiao, the 5 of you will immediately join the Lingxiao army. The black-armored man said in a deep voice. Join the Lingxiao army? The 5 emperors looked at each other, feeling uneasy. They didn't expect this divine Lord realm expert to act first and report later, not giving them any chance to hesitate. Seeing the 5 of them hesitate, the black-armored man's eyes were filled with sarcasm, and he laughed loudly. This is a supreme honor. Otherwise, how can you, mere natives of the Xianxia continent, join the Lingxiao army? After he finished speaking, his hand suddenly reached into the void and turned into a black torrent. It instantly swept up the 5 emperors and they disappeared to an unknown place. At the scene, only Li Qikong, who was dozens of feet away, was left. The man in black armor glanced over. You are the so-called number 1 ruthless man, Li Qikong? He smiled faintly. That's right. Li Qikong felt his hair stand on end after being stared at by the other party. The pressure on his spirit was too strong. In the divine land, he had met a divine lord realm expert. At that time, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Now, that feeling had returned. Number 1 ruthless man, that's a very arrogant name. But you're only considered an expert in a small place like the hidden dragon continent. You're just an ant-like figure in the divine land. The man in black armor sneered. Li Qikong was silent. His eyelids drooped and he did not speak. What the man said was true. The strength of the divine land was indeed too strong. Even the spiritual qi in the air contained divinity. It was not something that Xianxia continent could compare with. Your body is full of flesh and blood. Not bad. It should be enough for those unicorn beasts. The man in black armor's eyes flashed and said with a gloomy face. Bah! You wandering ghosts, what are you plotting? Li Qikong gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice. He was determined to cut off all means of retreat. His fiery fist intent was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It had already reached its peak. He could detonate it with just a thought. And this punch was the strongest punch in the empty divine fist. It represented the most perfect punch in Li Qikong's life. As long as the man finished speaking, Li Qikong would use his strongest attack. There's no conspiracy. The man in black armor was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, You're right. We are indeed wandering ghosts. But if we don't kill those dragons, we won't be willing to enter the reincarnation cycle. Die. Li Qikong couldn't hold on any longer. He suddenly roared and moved. He disappeared on the spot. He teleported in front of the man in black armor and threw a punch at the man in black armor. This punch was earth-shattering and earth-shattering, as if it had forcibly cracked a crack in the entire Gui dirt abyss. Huh! How dare you show off your slight skill in front of me? The man in black armor looked awe-inspiring. He suddenly sneered and stretched out his big hand to slap forward. A black current was like an ocean that could destroy the world. Boom, the world-destroying ocean current roared and surged mercilessly, forcibly breaking through his punch. So strong. Li Qikong's eyes widened as he watched this scene in disbelief. He didn't expect the black-armored man to be so powerful that he could easily break his strongest punch with a single move. Alas, this is the Divine Lord realm. Even if it's just a soul body, I'm still not his match." Li Qikong let out a long sigh and lost his will to fight. Whoosh, the black ocean current turned into a huge hand in the air and forcibly restrained Li Qikong. "Li Qikong, your talent and strength are indeed not bad. If you had reached my realm, perhaps we could have fought to a draw, but right now, you're just a true immortal realm third stage cultivator. In any case, you're not my opponent, do you understand?" Looking at Li Qikong, who had his eyes closed, the black-armored man sneered. Li Qikong remained silent as if he was facing death with equanimity. "Sigh, I didn't expect to meet such an opponent right after the curse in my body was lifted. It's such a pity that I haven't passed on the empty divine fist to my benefactor," Li Qikong thought in his heart. At this moment, his face was ashen. "Li Qikong, don't pretend to be dead. Now you can't die even if you want to. You can die when you're needed." The black-armored man sneered and disappeared in a flash. Naturally, Li Qikong disappeared as well. Boundless black ghostly chi surged forth, filling up the void around them. Ancient tomb. In the main hall. The white-haired old man's face was pale as he stared blankly at the water mirror in front of him with a dazed look. "It's over, Qikong is really finished this time. He met a divine lord realm powerhouse, how could he be his opponent?" The white-haired old man was so sad that he couldn't help crying bitterly. The two of them had been together for more than 30,000 years. He was both a master and a father with a deep relationship. "What's the use of crying?" Yi Yin didn't care and said with a smile. "What can I do if I don't cry? Qikong was taken away, he's definitely dead this time." The white-haired old man cried bitterly. "I believe he won't die. I remember Li Qikong said that he was going to teach me the empty divine fist." Yi Yin laughed. "My benefactor. Now I can only teach it to you." The old man wiped his tears and looked at the empty main hall. He said nervously, "There are too many divine lords in the Guegu abyss. We can't stay here for long. We have to leave here quickly. There's no need to rush. We can go to the depths of the Guegu abyss to take a look. Maybe I have a way to save Li Qikong." Yi Yin spread his hands and said with a smile. "What did you say?" The white-haired old man looked at the little girl who was only half his height in shock. There was a look of disbelief in the depths of his eyes. Did those words really come from a little girl who was only at the celestial bridge realm? "Don't forget that I'm the darling of the heavenly Tao. The purple chi above my head is like a dragon and my luck is like the sun in the sky. Even if I can't do anything, the heavenly Tao will find a way to help me, right?" Yi Yin said calmly. The white-haired old man was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. "Let's go. Take me out. Let's go find Li Qikong and see what other monsters are in the depths of the Guegu abyss." Yi Yin walked to the white-haired old man and said with a smile. "Okay." The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. At this moment, he felt that it was absurd and dreamy. But for some reason, he believed that nothing would happen to the little girl in front of him. Or else, the little girl's luck wouldn't have neutralized the powerful curse power in Li Qikong's body. A ray of light fell. Yi Yin and the white-haired old man disappeared in the ancient tomb. The next moment, the two appeared in the Guegu abyss filled with black chi. The white-haired old man stretched out his hand and put up a defensive light shield. The ghost chi attacked, emitting a series of sizzling sounds. "My benefactor. I'm just a primordial spirit. My real strength is only at the 7th level of the eternal realm, so I'm afraid this defensive light shield won't last long." Gazing into the depths, the white-haired old man was worried. "There's no need for a defensive light shield. If the ghost chi attacks me, the heavenly Tao won't sit idly by, right?" Yi Yin waved his hand and said impatiently. The white-haired old man nodded with a blank face. The words of the little girl beside him sounded so unbelievable and rebellious. But for some reason, he inexplicably believed these words and believed that what she said was true. The white-haired old man put away the defensive light shield, but he was still a little nervous and looked left and right. What happened next shocked him. Whoosh, the gloomy ghost chi in the surroundings was surging like a tide, but at this moment, the ghost chi seemed to have suddenly felt a terrifying power and retreated in panic. Yi Yin put his hands behind his back and deliberately put on an unfathomable look. He shouted proudly, I'm blessed by the heavenly Tao's luck. Ghost Qi, retreat quickly. Whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The ghost Qi in all directions retreated in panic. In an instant, there was no trace of ghost Qi within 1,000 miles. The white-haired old man widened his eyes and looked at all this in disbelief. At this moment, if it weren't for the primordial spirit, he felt that his eyeballs would have fallen out. Old man, what do you think? Seeing the ghostly Qi recede, Yi Yin turned his head and smiled with satisfaction. Hiss, the heavenly Tao's providence was terrifying. The white-haired old man's eyes widened as he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. After a while, he said in a sobbing voice, "Little benefactor, Qi Kong and I have met you. It is truly a blessing accumulated over many lifetimes." Haha, it's not that serious. Yi Yin didn't mind and flew forward at a moderate pace. The white-haired old man hurriedly followed. He looked at Yi Yin as if he were looking at the glorious heavenly Tao, his eyes filled with indescribable admiration and reverence. The two flew all the way into the depths of the Gui dirt abyss. The deeper they went, the thicker the ghostly Qi became. All kinds of strange and ferocious-looking creatures emerged from the ghost Qi one after another. However, with Yi Yin as the center, not a single creature dared to approach within 1,000 miles. This isn't the heavenly Tao's favorite, she's the heavenly Tao's own daughter. The white-haired old man couldn't help but wail in his heart. He finally understood, even if this little girl wanted to die, the heavenly Tao wouldn't let her. Am I getting old, or is the world changing too quickly? I don't know, I've lived too long. The white-haired old man sighed. He had lived for so long and had followed Li Qikong to the divine land several times, but he had never seen someone so favored by the heavenly Tao. Little benefactor's brother didn't die despite so much misfortune. Could it be that the heavenly Tao was especially kind? After all, little benefactor would be sad if her brother died. The heavenly Tao didn't want this to happen, so it forcibly extended her brother's life. As he flew, the white-haired old man's thoughts ran wild. If Yi Yin knew what he was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. What the hell was going on? The heavenly Tao had long hated him to death after being stabbed by his sword. Why would it extend his life? Besides, did Yi Yin need the heavenly Tao to extend his life? Not at all. In the depths of Guegu Abyss. Suddenly, a black figure appeared at the place where the mountain range was crisscrossed. It was the black-armored man. He gently waved his hand, and a black light flashed, and 5 figures appeared. My lord, I have brought those people back. The black-armored man's expression was solemn as he knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Around him, there were also many men in black armor. Their footsteps were orderly, well-trained, and murderous. All right. Sir Ling Zhao's voice came from the fog. His voice was faintly discernible, sometimes near and sometimes far away, making it impossible for others to detect his location. Where are we? The Green Moon Demon Emperor looked around. When he saw the rows of horrifying immortals in black armor, he was instantly frightened. Oh my god, the surrounding god's soul bodies were almost complete and their cultivation was unfathomable. They were on par with the man in black armor from before. In the face of such a powerful aura, the Green Moon Demon Emperor's knees went soft and he almost knelt on the ground. As for Great Emperor Haimong and the others, their reaction was almost exactly the same as the Green Moon Demon Emperor's. Everyone was shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. They had never imagined that there would be such an army of immortals in the depths of Guegu Abyss. A ray of black light suddenly appeared without any warning. It instantly split into 5 and landed on the 5 martial monarchs. Before they could react, they found themselves covered in a set of black armor. This set of armor was also condensed with magic power and not made of real metal. The 5 emperors looked at each other. The 5 of you are too weak to survive here. This set of dermic power armor can protect you from the ghostly Qi. On the peak of a mountain in the distance, the black fog churned, and a blurry and terrifying figure appeared. This person was even stronger. When they saw this terrifying figure, the 5 emperors' expressions all changed drastically. The 5 of you natives have seen Sir Ling Xiao. Why aren't you kneeling and greeting him? The black-armored man next to him shouted. The 5 emperors suddenly shuddered and panicked. They hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed, saying in unison, Greetings, Sir Ling Xiao. Kneel. A majestic force suddenly surged out and pressed the 5 of them to the ground. The 5 emperors' faces flushed red, but they could not resist this force. After all, they were once outstanding talents of their generation. In the Tsangnan continent, they had suppressed the monsters of an era. Now, they had to kneel to someone else. This made the 5 emperors feel extremely aggrieved. A black light flashed. Li Qikong was swept out of thin air and landed on the ground. "Sir, should we send this guy to the valley now?" the black-armored man asked. "All right." Sir Lingxiao agreed readily. He pointed with his finger, and the black fog in front of him suddenly opened up a large passage. At the end of the passage was a huge valley. Hiss, the 5 martial monarchs nearby were startled when they saw the valley. They all inhaled deeply. Even Li Qikong was in a daze at this moment. It was difficult to describe how vast the vast valley was. However, the black ghostly aura in it was relatively thin. Almost every corner of the valley was occupied by purplish-red dragons. At a rough count, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Just imagine. Each of the dragons was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and they occupied the valley in all kinds of postures. The visual impact they created was incredibly strong. Ancient Dragon Tribe Army, Li Qikong's mind was shaken and he could not control himself at this moment. This was an army of the dragon tribe. Every divine dragon did not have a physical body. They were all made up of divine dragon souls. "Throw that guy called Li Qikong in and see if any purple blood demon dragons take the bait," Sir Lingxiao said indifferently. "Yes, sir," the black-armored man responded. He raised his arm and was about to slap Li Qikong into the valley. "Wait." Suddenly, a crisp voice of a girl came from the depths of the void. The black-armored man was stunned and quickly looked into the distance. The place they were guarding was already the deepest part of the Gui Dirt Abyss. How could anyone else have the ability to come in? How is this possible? The black-armored man was shocked. His divine sense passed through a patch of black ghost chi and saw 2 figures in the void, one big and one small, flying towards them at high speed. What shocked him was that there was no ghostly aura within 1,000 miles of them, nor were there any strange creatures attacking them. Not only was the black-armored man shocked, but all the members of the Lingxiao army, including Sir Lingxiao, narrowed their eyes at this moment. "This little girl is a little interesting," Sir Lingxiao thought to himself. "Our benefactor is here?" Li Qikong was shocked. He could not believe that his benefactor, who was only in the Celestial Bridge realm, would suddenly come here. The black ghostly aura above everyone's head suddenly scattered like a gust of wind. There was no more ghostly aura within 1,000 miles. 2 figures, one big and one small, descended from the sky. "It's that little girl." Crimson Firmament Great Emperor stared at the short figure with his mouth agape and cried out in surprise. What's going on? How could it be that little girl?" The Green Moon Demon Emperor was dumbfounded. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. That little girl was only at the Celestial Bridge realm. How could she enter such a terrifying place? Even true immortals like them needed the armor given by Lord Lingxiao to survive in the ghostly aura. But this little girl didn't even have a magic power shield. She flew over from the void as if no one was around. All the deadly ghostly aura retreated thousands of miles away. "Who's that white-haired elder?" Crimson Heaven Great Emperor's face darkened as he looked at the white-haired elder. Black Mane Great Emperor frowned. "That's strange. This old man is only at the primordial spirit body. His cultivation is at most at the 6th or 7th level of the eternal realm. It shouldn't be him. That's strange." Kuzhu Demon Emperor and Evil God Crazed Emperor blurted out at the same time. Both of their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. In terms of cultivation, an eternal realm primordial spirit body and a little girl at the Celestial Bridge realm shouldn't be able to last long in the periphery of the Gui Dirt Abyss. Not to mention the fact that these 2 fellows would come to such a deep place. All of this was inconceivable. The 5 emperors weren't the only ones shocked. All the gods' souls were as well. How did this little girl do it? Looking at the old man and the young girl, the black-armored man was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The other black-armored soldiers were dumbfounded like clay statues. Only the terrifying figure hidden in the black ghost chi, Lord Lingxiao, had a flicker in his eyes. He lifted his lips and muttered to himself, indescribable, inconceivable. Yi Yan looked at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and smiled disapprovingly. In his eyes, the souls of these deities were as insignificant as ants. The white-haired elder beside Yi Yan was so nervous that he started to tremble. He clenched his fists behind his back, not daring to take them out. Everyone below was emitting a terrifying aura. The strength of so many gods' souls was far beyond his imagination. The white-haired old man had never dreamed that there would be such an army of gods stationed in the depths of Guegu Abyss. To be honest, the white-haired old man was scared to death. However, when he saw how calm the little girl beside him was, he calmed down. Along the way, the ghostly Qi retreated for 500 kilometers. Countless strange creatures did not dare to come within 500 kilometers. This gave the white-haired old man some confidence. This little benefactor was definitely not the darling of the heavenly Tao, but the daughter of the heavenly Tao, in this world, who would dare to kill her. If someone dared to do that, the heavenly Tao would stop them and even kill them mercilessly. Let's go down, Yi Yan chuckled and didn't stop. He and the white-haired old man landed on the top of the mountain next to Li Qikong. Li Qikong was in a daze. After a long time, he took a deep breath and struggled to speak. Senior, young benefactor, why are you here? Seeing that you were taken away, the little benefactor wanted to come and find you. Seeing that Li Qikong was unscathed, the white-haired old man was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Li Qikong was moved but also very ashamed. His eyes were sparkling as he shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter if I die. Senior, please don't implicate the little benefactor." Alas, I don't know how to tell her, the white-haired old man sighed. Yi Yan looked at Li Qikong and smiled, "Old Taoist, I'm already here. Don't say anything about implicating, benefactor. I, Li Qikong, can't repay this great kindness even if I die." Li Qikong's emotions surged. With a plop, he knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face. "Get up. You're a true immortal after all. I can't afford to kneel to a little celestial bridge cultivator like me." Yi Yan laughed. "How dare you?" The black-armored man next to him had a gloomy expression and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you come to this forbidden area?" Yi Yan glanced at the black-armored man indifferently and ignored him. He turned around and looked at the terrifying figure in the black ghost Qi. "Lord Ling Xiao, I have a deal," Yi Yan said calmly. Lord Ling Xiao glanced at the black-armored man and used his gaze to stop him from going berserk. Then he asked indifferently, "What kind of deal?" Li Qikong has lived for such a long time. His flesh is rotten and definitely not as fresh as mine. Why don't I exchange places with him and go to the valley? Yi Yan smiled and then pointed in the direction of the valley. "Little girl, what qualifications do you have to bargain? Lord, why don't you throw them all into the valley?" The black-armored man roared. "Shut up." A cold shout suddenly came from the void. The black-armored man was startled. He kept quiet out of fear and immediately lowered his head. Yi Yan smiled meaningfully. This Lord Ling Xiao had some eyesight. Although his cultivation was ordinary, his strategy was far better than ordinary people. "Benefactor, the valley is full of the souls of the ancient divine dragons. It's extremely dangerous. Let me die alone," Li Qikong said with a pale face. "Didn't you say that I'm the darling of the heavens? How could the heavens let me die so easily?" Yi Yan spread his hands. The white-haired old man next to him had a strange expression on his face and could not help but rub his hands. At this moment, he really wanted to get close to Li Qikong's ear and shout, "She's not the darling of the heavens, but the daughter of the heavens." But this. Li Qikong looked at the valley and saw the countless purple dragons. His eyes were filled with fear again. These purple dragons, even if they were souls, were extremely powerful. Otherwise, this large army of gods would have broken through the valley in front of them. The darling of the heavens. Haha, how interesting. Lord Ling Zhao's voice once again drifted out from the ghostly Qi in the distance. "Go ahead then. I'd like to see if the purple blood demon dragon will be attracted by you." "Okay." Yi Yan clapped his hands. He took a few steps forward and suddenly turned back. "Li Qikong and this old man are both here. You better not play any tricks. Don't worry, it's just two ants. I don't care. Lord Lingxiao snorted coldly. That's for the best. Yi Yan smiled with satisfaction and waved at Li Qikong. His figure floated down from the top of the mountain. Looking at the small figure gradually disappearing, Li Qikong's tears blurred his eyes. Benefactor, you must not die, Li Qikong muttered to himself. Don't worry, Qikong. The little benefactor will not die. The person in this world who can kill her hasn't been born yet. The white-haired old man chuckled. Hasn't been born yet? Li Qikong was stunned and scratched his head. He did not understand. The white-haired old man did not explain too much. After all, there were too many people around him and he did not want to say anything more. Not far away, the 5 emperors looked in surprise at the small figure floating into the valley like a leaf. They were so shocked that they were speechless for a long time. I've lived for a long time. Who is this little girl? The Black Nightmare Emperor muttered to himself in a daze. So many purple blood demon dragons. Yi Yan's figure slowly floated down like a fallen leaf. He was in the air, looking at the huge dragons in the valley. His gaze became complicated at this moment. Yi Yan also had an impression of this kind of purple blood demon dragon. If he remembered correctly, the purple blood demon dragon should be the subordinates of the Chaos Demon Dragon. The Chaos Demon Dragon was also one of the 10 super divine dragons. Until now, Yi Yan had not come into contact with any information about the Chaos Demon Dragon. This army of purple blood demon dragons in front of him seemed to have made him start to come into contact with the Chaos Demon Dragon. All the purple blood demon dragons along the slope of the valley did not react at all to Yi Yan's appearance. Yi Yan kept floating down. At this moment, his gaze landed on the great array outside the valley. This large formation was hidden in a faint black mist. It was very well hidden and difficult for ordinary people to discover. This large formation was like a natural moat that separated the inside and outside of the valley. It also separated the army of gods and the dragon clan. The power of this large formation has weakened a lot, Yi Yan's eyes flashed. After a moment of observation, he came to this conclusion. This large formation was definitely not set up by the divine earth god because this was a formation to protect the dragon clan army. It seems that the divine dragons are also in a disadvantageous situation. Yi Yan thought to himself. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yi Yan landed on the periphery of the large formation, about a few miles away. He stood on a huge rock, quietly looking at the purple blood demon dragons in the distance. Everyone on the mountain top was nervously watching everything in the valley. Everyone wanted to know too. Would one of the purple blood demon dragons suddenly reach out their claws and directly grab that short figure and bring him back to the valley? Lord Lingxiao raised one hand. The aura of the entire army of gods suddenly changed greatly, like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. The sword pointed in the direction of the valley. As long as the purple blood demon dragons dare to come out, there will be a slight gap in their large formation. That will be the best time for our army to break through the large formation. The black-armored man thought to himself. He looked excited and his fighting spirit was high. At this moment, he was ready to fight. This formation had obstructed them for many years. Otherwise, the dragons in the valley would have been wiped out by them. In the valley, a purple-blooded demonic dragon turned around and looked at the tiny human in the distance with interest in its eyes. Heavens, a fresh living person, so fresh and delicious, where did the gods get them? The purple-blooded demonic dragon muttered. Of course, it was speaking in the dragon language. Fresh and delicious living humans? The other purple-blooded demonic dragon also opened its eyes with interest. At this time, more and more purple-blooded demonic dragons heard the commotion and woke up from their slumber. As long as the army of gods did not attack the formation, they would spend most of their time sleeping and recovering their strength. His cultivation is so weak. He seems to be in the celestial bridge realm. Such a small piece of flesh is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. A purple-blooded demonic dragon snorted coldly. At the very least, we can satisfy our mouths. After all, we haven't tasted fresh meat for millions of years. Another purple-blooded demonic dragon said. The army of gods outside is eyeing us covetously. Let's not take the risk. If they break the formation, we'll be in a passive position. A larger purple-blooded demonic dragon sat in the sky and looked down at the two purple-blooded demonic dragons below. That's right. The gods of the divine land have always been cunning and despicable. They're purposely baiting us to attack so that they can break the formation. The purple-blooded demonic dragon below suddenly realized what was going on and grumbled angrily. Several purple-blooded demonic dragons were discussing. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the depths of the valley. No one should act rashly. Our current strength is slightly weaker than those despicable gods. We can't give them any chance to break the formation. We understand, Lord Dragon King. Almost all the purple-blooded demonic dragons said at the same time. After saying that, the purple-blooded demonic dragons closed their eyes and ignored Yi Yun. This move still isn't very useful. On top of the mountain, Lord Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he sighed faintly. If they were to fight according to normal standards, with the current strength of the Ling Xiao army, they would need at least 100,000 years to break this formation. For some reason, Lord Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't wait that long. In the past few tens of thousands of years, while he was in a state of cultivation, he would feel waves of horror from time to time. This mysterious feeling of terror made him feel as if he was not far from death. That was why the leader of the Ling Xiao army racked his brains and came up with such a bad idea. He didn't expect that they would still fail. Throw Li Qikong down as well. Lord Ling Xiao suddenly had an idea. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he immediately gave an order. Yes. The black-armored man clapped his hands and Li Qikong fell down like a sandbag. You don't keep your word. The white-haired old man screamed and turned into a stream of light that drilled into Li Qikong's body. Childish. The black-armored man didn't stop him. He just sneered. When two armies confronted each other, it was normal for them to use any means to achieve their goals. What was the point of keeping their word? A ray of light fell from midair. Yi Yun looked up and couldn't help but smile. Li Qikong came at the right time. If he was with him, it would be safer. Benefactor, are you okay? Li Qikong landed on the stone and looked nervously. I'm fine. It's calm. Those giant dragons didn't come out at all, Yi Yun shrugged. What should we do? Li Qikong glanced at the top of the mountain in distress. If they didn't lure out the purple blood demon dragon, the two of them might not be able to bear the anger of those gods. If they don't come out, then we'll go in. Yi Yun smiled gently and jumped straight down from the blue stone. He landed on the formation hidden in the faint black ghost aura. Benefactor, you can't, Li Qikong shouted anxiously. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Hurry up and catch up. Our little benefactor will definitely not die. The white-haired old man chuckled. Won't die, Li Qikong was dumbfounded again, but he reacted quickly and immediately rushed down. Very good, these two guys took the initiative to lure the purple blood demon dragon. On the top of the mountain, Lord Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. Hope rose in his heart again. At the same time, he was also ready to launch a thunderous attack. This terrifying Lord Ling Xiao was burning with a terrifying black flame. The black flame emitted an intense heat and crackled as if it could melt everything in this world. However, the next moment, Lord Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. His face showed a look of disbelief. What, how can this be? He exclaimed. The formation that even the army of gods couldn't break did not stop the little girl. She walked in with light steps without any hindrance. However, the entire array was still operating without any flaws. Yi Yun was the first to walk in, followed by Li Qikong. Both of them walked through the formation and entered the area where the purple blood demon dragon lived and cultivated. It wasn't just Lord Ling Xiao. The entire Ling Xiao army of tens of thousands of people was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. There were tens of thousands of purple blood demon dragons in the valley. All the purple blood demon dragons stared blankly at the two figures, one tall and one short, walking in so easily. Inside and outside the valley, the atmosphere was strange. It was terrifyingly silent. Impossible. Lord Ling Xiao let out an angry roar. Whoosh, the anger in his heart made the black flames around his body soar up to a height of 10,000 feet, burning the strange ghost energy and disappearing a lot with a sizzling sound. In the valley, he knew very well how powerful the formation that could protect the purple blood demon dragons was. No one in the world could enter the formation without any flaws. But the little girl in front of him had broken this rule. Not only did she go in, she also went in with Li Qikong. As the leader of the Lingxiao army, he was famous in the divine land. Lord Lingxiao never thought that such a strange thing would happen in the world. According to his understanding, even a divine king expert would not be able to do this. Even a divine king expert would have to resort to brute force to break through this formation. It was impossible for them to enter the formation without making a sound or leaving any openings. Unconsciously, Lord Lingxiao recalled what the little girl had said before. Could it be that all this has to do with the Heavenly Way's favorite? He muttered to himself, his eyes full of confusion. The Heavenly Way, they were high up in the air, either above the clouds of the 9 heavens or below the 9 underworlds. It was indescribable and incomparably powerful. It seemed to be far away from all living beings, but also seemed to be everywhere. If someone swore to the Heavenly Way and did not abide by the oath, the Heavenly Way would destroy them. But no one had ever seen the Heavenly Way. Some people who were regarded as the Heavenly Way's favorite had a smooth journey on the road of cultivation. They were indeed very lucky, but they were not as lucky as this little girl. Lord Lingxiao did not have the word cheat in his mind. If he did, he might think it was the most suitable word. Cheat. If the Heavenly Way gave her a cheat, how could all the forces under the Heavenly Way not obediently give way? Lord Lingxiao's heart was cold. He stared at the valley with bright eyes. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in his mind. If he could win over this little girl, would the Heavenly Way be especially kind to lonely ghosts like them? For example, creating a physical body for them, just as Lord Lingxiao's imagination was running wild. Yi Yan walked into the valley and flew lightly toward the group of purple blood demon dragons. Li Qikong's heart skipped a beat as he followed closely behind Yi Yan. Just the visual impact of these huge purple-blooded demonic dragons was terrifying. After coming into close contact with them, he felt like he was going to die at any moment. Each purple blood demonic dragon's cultivation was at the Divine Lord realm. He did not see a single true God realm purple blood demonic dragon. How did you get in? A young purple-blooded demonic dragon at the forefront stared at Yi Yan in surprise. I just walked around and came in. Yi Yan smiled. He looked into the depths of the valley and said, Purple Blood Dragon King, are you still not coming out? Whoosh, a purple light shot up into the sky. An enormous purple-blooded demonic dragon that was larger than any other dragon in the valley suddenly flew out from the depths of the ghostly chi. Who are you? The Purple Blood Dragon King questioned Yi Futian in a commanding manner. Freeze. Yi Yan looked back and pointed with his finger. All the soldiers on top of the mountain, including Lord Lingxiao and the 5 emperors, were frozen in place. These people's bodies were frozen, and their minds were also frozen. They were like puppets without thoughts, standing stiffly on the mountaintop. After doing all this, Yi Yan looked at Purple Blood Dragon King. So powerful. Purple Blood Dragon King looked at all this in shock. He could not believe his eyes. How could a little girl at the Celestial Bridge realm have such divine power? He pointed with his finger. The tens of thousands of soldiers on top of the mountain were like puppets, unable to move. In its opinion, only a divine king realm expert would be able to achieve such a feat so terrifying. Is she possessed by the heavenly path? Li Qikong was shocked by what he saw. Everything that was happening before his eyes had completely exceeded his understanding. My goodness! The daughter of the heavenly path is so terrifying. In Li Qikong's mind, the white-haired elder saw Yi Yan's attack and could not help but roll his eyes and cry out. He had never heard of such a terrifying thing in his life. Tens of thousands of soldiers above the Divine Lord realm were frozen in place with one finger. Only the heavenly Tao could achieve this level of combat strength. Buzz, Yi Yan's body shook. A wisp of Zulong's energy filled the entire valley. At this moment, all the purple blood demon dragons felt the suppression in their blood. Their expressions changed. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 All the purple blood demon dragons fell from the sky and lay on the ground, not daring to move. The 7th Legion of purple blood demon dragons under the command of the chaotic demon dragon. Greetings to Lord Zulong. Purple Blood Dragon King was excited. He turned into a young man in a purple robe and knelt down in front of Yi Yun. He had never thought that the tiny human in front of him was the legendary Lord Zulong. It was such an honor for Lord Zulong to be here in person. He was so lucky to meet him after millions of years. Greetings to Lord Zulong. The rest of the purple blood demon dragons turned into their human forms and knelt down. They looked excited. Get up. Yi Yun said lightly as he looked at the crowd. Other than Purple Blood Dragon King, the rest of the group remained kneeling. Yi Yun did not force them. The hierarchy in the Dragon Clan was strict. The Purple Blood Demon Dragons of the Divine Lord Realm did not think they were qualified to stand up. That was normal. Lord Zulong, you have been missing for so many years. Purple Blood Dragon King wanted to say something, but stopped. I am the new Zulong. Yi Yun said as he looked at Purple Blood Dragon King. The new Zulong, the Purple Blood Dragon King, was taken aback. Then, he felt a powerful suppression coming from the depths of his bloodline. The suppression was so strong and familiar. No one else could do it except for Zulong. Not even their boss, the Chaos Demon Dragon, could do it. Although he did not know the relationship between the new Zulong and the previous Zulong, the suppression in his blood made Purple Blood Dragon King adjust his attitude toward the new Zulong. That was unconditional submission. Why did you fight against the army of entities back then? Yi Yun asked. Reporting to Lord Ancestral Dragon, back then this was the Imperial Dragon Pool, the place where the previous Lord Ancestral Dragon bathed. These gods of the Divine Land wanted to take this place for themselves. We had a great battle, and in the end, we perished together with the gods of the Divine Land. Purple Blood Dragon King sighed and said in a deep voice. The Imperial Dragon Pond, where Zulong bathed, a strange look flashed across Yi Yun's face when he heard what Purple Blood Dragon King said. Good heavens! It turned out that this unfathomable Gui Dirt Abyss was actually the place where the Ancestral Dragon had once bathed. No wonder it was so big. You did well. The Imperial Dragon Pond did not fall into the hands of the entities. Yi Yun nodded and praised. Purple Blood Dragon King was a little embarrassed. He thought of something and knelt down in front of Yi Yun again. Lord Zulong, I am guilty. Purple Blood Dragon King lowered his head and said bitterly. The Imperial Dragon Pond is safe and sound. What are you guilty of? Yi Yun asked curiously. The dragon scales that the previous Lord Zulong shed when he bathed in the Imperial Dragon Pond were all gone when we fought against the entities. Purple Blood Dragon King said sadly. The dragon scales were gone. Yi Yun was shocked. Those were Zulong's dragon scales. Even if they were shed from his skin, they were still valuable treasures. Master Zulong, we didn't notice anything amiss when we were fighting against the army of deities. However, the dragon scales mysteriously disappeared. The Purple Blood Dragon King's heart ached as he recalled the past. The 7th Legion of Purple Blood Dragons did everything you could to protect the Imperial Dragon Lake. Yi Yun sighed and shook his head. You have nothing to do with the loss of the dragon scales. Don't blame yourself, Purple Blood Dragon King. Thank you, Master Zulong. The Purple Blood Dragon King knelt on the ground and was so emotional that tears welled up in his eyes. Get up. Yi Yun waved his sleeves and used his magic power to help the Purple Blood Dragon King up. Logically speaking, your divine soul should have dissipated after your legion perished together with the army of deities. Why are most of you still intact after millions of years? Yi Yun looked around and asked slowly. I don't know either. However, I have thought about it in private. Perhaps this is the Imperial Dragon Lake and Master Zulong left some kind of power here, the Purple Blood Dragon King said. Yi Yun nodded. He didn't know if that was true or not. My savior, how did you become Zulong? Li Qikong, who was next to him, was so shocked that he looked like a clay statue. Master Zulong, the little girl next to him was Zulong, that was too shocking, at the same time. The white-haired old man in Li Qikong's mind was also in great shock. As a cultivator of the Cangnan continent, he knew that this place used to be ruled by the dragon tribe in ancient times. The leader of the powerful dragon tribe was Zulong. Zulong was said to be invincible. He was unimaginably powerful. Even the paramount divine spirits of the Divine Land would have to retreat when facing the ancestral dragon. Ah, I forgot about you guys, Yi Yan looked at Li Qikong casually. Li Qikong and the white-haired old man in his mind were in a trance at the same time. They had been in a trance for a long time. Li Qikong stood there in a daze, unable to move. Yi Yan erased some of the memories of these two people. There were some things that were better left unknown to them. Bring me to the land of the dragon scale. Yi Yan looked at the purple-blood dragon king and said. Yes, Lord Zhu Long. The purple-blood dragon king nodded and led the way into the depths of the valley. Yi Yan followed behind him. Passing through layers upon layers of ghost chi, the two of them arrived at the deepest part of the valley. The two of them stood still. Yi Yan took a look and saw that in the deepest part of the ground, there was a blue crystal wall. It wasn't large, only a few dozen feet in size. In the center of the crystal wall, there were 10 grooves. Sir Zhu Long, there are a total of 10 dragon scales. They were kept inside the crystal wall. The purple-blood dragon king pointed at Yi Futian. Yi Yan walked over and touched the blue crystal wall with his hand. He immediately understood what was going on. This unfamiliar blue crystal wall was a type of stone that he had never seen before. The 10 grooves were originally where the dragon scales were stored. The dragon scales were nowhere to be found. That was why there were 10 empty grooves. Sir Zhu Long, the crystal wall is intact, but the dragon scales are gone. This is strange. The purple-blood dragon king sighed. Yes, it is. Do you know where this blue crystal wall came from? Yi Yan asked. I don't know. It was Sir Zhu Long who put this crystal wall here. I remember that the blue crystal wall was here when the Imperial Dragon Pond appeared. The purple-blood dragon king recalled. Yi Yan nodded. Sir Zhu Long, you came at the perfect time. The 7th Legion is weak now. If it weren't for that array, we would have been surrounded by the army of gods. The purple-blood dragon king suddenly said. Wasn't the spirit formation set up by you all? Yi Yan asked. No, we didn't set it up. Purple-blood dragon king raised his head and looked at the array. He sighed and said, for millions of years, we have been fighting against the god spirit army. We used to have millions of soldiers, but now there are only a few tens of thousands left. 90,000 years ago, a mysterious woman in red came and set up an array for us. That is how we have survived until now. Mysterious woman? Yi Yan paused. He immediately thought of Nangongyu. That girl had also come to the abyss of dirt. What was her purpose? What does she look like? Yi Yan asked. The purple-blood dragon king quickly used his dermic powers to form the image of a woman in the air. The woman was graceful, but her face was covered by a veil. No one could see her face clearly. This image was exactly the same as the woman in the memory of Yi Yan's disciple, Ji Wushuang. Yi Yan sucked in a cold breath. Ever since he entered the mysterious dimension, Nangongyu's range of activities had expanded. She came to the abyss of dirt and set up an array to help the 7th Legion of purple-blood dragons fend off the army of gods. Seeing the change in Yi Yan's expression, the purple-blood dragon king felt uneasy. Lord Zhu Long, our 7th Legion is no longer a match for the army of gods. This is so embarrassing. Please punish us. The purple-blood dragon king knelt on the ground in shame. The physical body of the dragon clan is strong, this is recognized by the world. But now, you are only in the form of a divine soul. Compared to the gods of the divine land, you are naturally weaker. You have done well to be able to hold on for millions of years. What is your crime? Yi Yan chuckled. He waved his hand and asked the purple-blood dragon king to stand up again. The purple-blood dragon king burst into tears. Lord Ancestral Dragon had continuously shown him mercy, which made him feel extremely touched. Purple-blood dragon king, do you know why the veiled woman came to the abyss of dirt? Yi Yan asked. The mysterious woman came to the crystal wall and stood there for a long time. Then she left after setting up an array. She didn't say anything to us, the purple-blood dragon king said. What is the secret of this blue crystal wall? Yi Yan looked at the blue crystal wall again, and his pupils shrank slightly. Countless tiny purple runes, like stars, instantly began to revolve. He was using the power of the heavenly disillusionment eyes to analyze the crystal wall. The purple-blood dragon king stood aside, not daring to breathe. Half an hour later. Yi Yun put away the heavenly disillusionment eyes. He touched the crystal wall and let out a sigh. The blue crystal wall had extremely complex runes within it. These runes were extremely mysterious, and even Yi Yun was unable to identify them. The material of the blue crystal wall was something Yi Yun had never seen before. He didn't know how to define it. Good heavens. I didn't know there was such a rare material in the Tsangnan continent. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up as a bitter smile appeared on his face. Back then, where did the ancestral dragon find this material? What would it be used for? Could it be that it was only used to preserve a few dragon scales that had been shed? Yi Yun didn't think Zhu Long would be that stupid. Zhu Long must have put the crystal wall in the deepest part of the abyss of dirt and put 10 dragon scales there for a reason. Yi Yun frowned. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He kept speculating. This blue crystal wall is nothing special, and it's useless. Yet, it has troubled Master Zhu Long so much. I wonder where the last ancestor found this blue crystal wall. The purple blood dragon king looked at Yi Yun's back and thought anxiously. He knew nothing about this blue crystal wall either. In his mind, the blue crystal wall seemed to have no other good points other than its toughness. Normally, he would cultivate near the blue crystal wall. Sometimes, he would test the blue crystal wall out of curiosity. The purple blood dragon king used different powers to test the blue crystal wall, but he was surprised to find that no matter what power he used, he was always disappointed. The blue crystal wall was extremely hard. He did not know what material it was made of. Even with his powerful strength, he could not leave any mark on it. At that time, the purple blood dragon king was shocked. Maybe, only someone as powerful as the Lord Ancestral Dragon would be able to place the dragon scale into the blue crystal wall, right? The purple blood dragon king thought. I'll stay here for a few days, Yi Yun ordered the purple blood dragon king with his back to him. Yes, Master Zhu Long. The purple blood dragon king bowed and left the place. At the blue crystal wall. Yi Yun was the only one left. This blue crystal wall is mysterious. Perhaps only Zhu Long and Nangongyu know about it, Yi Yun said calmly. He suddenly reached out his hand. His hand was covered with dragon scales. He clenched his 4 fingers into a fist and pierced the blue crystal wall with his index finger. Poof, his index finger pierced through the blue crystal wall as if it was tofu. If the purple blood dragon king saw this, he would be shocked speechless. He had tried everything he could but failed to damage the blue crystal wall. Yet, Yi Yun had pierced it with just 1 finger. Yi Yun pulled back his hand. The blue crystal wall was hard, but it could not withstand his terrifying physical strength. He had wanted to use the sky splitter, but he had to put that thought aside. Zhu Long left the blue crystal wall in the depths of the Imperial Dragon Pool and put in 10 dragon scales. He must have a deep meaning. Nangongyu also seemed to know the origin of this blue crystal wall. He wondered what this little girl had obtained from this place. This Guegu abyss is filled with endless secrets. It's truly beyond my imagination. Yi Yun looked at the blue crystal wall and fell into deep thought. Inside the tomb of the number 1 ruthless Yao Lingling led the many Yao cultivators who were experts in tomb raiding. Along the way, they broke through a large number of traps and various kinds of baleful auras as they continued to advance. From time to time, all the demon clans would then engage in a fierce competition. But there was no exception. The last of the source stones were taken away by the 9-tailed spirit cat, who was fast and had a tough body. This is too much. The origin stones have all fallen into the 9-tailed spirit cat's pocket. Damn, this brat wants to keep them for himself. A Yao cultivator said furiously. Don't talk nonsense. Why would I take it all for myself? There are 3 of us here. The big black cat took the origin stones and said delightedly. I say, 9-tailed spirit cat, aren't you too much? We've already obtained more than 10 source stones along the way. Logically speaking, it's not a small amount. Can't you give us a chance? The old goat head smacked his pipe and said unhappily. That's right. You've already obtained so many source stones, yet you're still so greedy. Do you really want us to gang up on you? Another Yao clan elder said in a deep voice with a stern face. The source stones in the ancient tomb are obtained by those who are fated. It's not a fair distribution. I think you all should know that the Yao Lingling sect master has already said it. The big black cat said with conviction. That's right. I, Brother Cat, relied on my own abilities to obtain the source stones. When have I not killed thousands of soldiers and horses to obtain them? Why would he give away the source stones that he worked so hard to obtain? The big black dog sneered disdainfully. Give up, all of you. The source stones obtained by the three of us will definitely not be given to you. At this time, the heaven drilling rat also shouted loudly. As expected of my good brothers. Your words are so exciting. The big black cat laughed. The old goat head's face was gloomy. He walked in front of the Yao Lingling sect master and cupped his fists. Senior, we can't do this anymore. All the good things have been taken by him alone. What's the point of doing so? That's right. We've also lost quite a number of people along the way. At least 70 to 80 people. Senior, can you let those three arrogant fellows settle down for a while? Another Yao clan elder also walked over and complained to the Yao Lingling sect master. Senior, if you don't deal with this matter properly, we won't do it anymore. Yes, we won't do it anymore. Many Yao clan cultivators were filled with righteous indignation and shouted loudly. So difficult, seeing the emotions of the crowd, the Yao Lingling sect master, the young man, helplessly frowned. Nine-tailed spirit cat, divine demon dog, and heaven drilling rat, the three of you should restrain yourselves. We can't let you eat the meat and not even leave some soup for us, right? The young man looked at the big black cat and the other two and said with a gentle tone and a face full of eagerness. Senior, you also said before that the ancient tomb depends on one's ability. Those who are fated will get the origin stones. I've always done this. I'm not wrong, right? The big black cat spread out its hands and said righteously. Every time I get rid of the evil aura and snatch the origin stones, didn't I kill my way out from the line of life and death? I worked so hard to get a origin stone. Senior, can you bear to let me hand it over? I'm not asking you to hand it over. The young man sighed and waved his hand helplessly. It's the origin stones in the future. You don't have to participate for now. Hearing this, the big black cat's face turned gloomy. Don't let me participate? How can that be? He still wanted to snatch all the origin stones and give them to the sect master. If that's the case, it was equivalent to him making a huge contribution to the Shenlong sect. Presumably, the old master would reward him again. In fact, the main reason he was interested in the origin stones was to obtain a reward from the old master. From the bottom of his heart, he yearned to obtain a divine armor. The black gold armor in his body was only at the imperial level. It was far from reaching the big black cat's highest ideal. Brother Cat, this is too much. We put in a lot of effort along the way and got rid of many evil auras. How can we not even have a chance to get the origin stones? The sky-burrowing rat sneered. That's right. I've already used up many treasures to get rid of the evil aura in order to get some origin stones. Is that wrong? The big black dog said angrily. When the young man heard their words, he frowned and said coldly, You three little fellows are still not convinced. Of course not. The big black cat raised its eyebrows and said seriously. If you're not convinced, then you can leave this place. The young man waved his sleeves and said calmly. All right, let's go. The big black cat gritted its teeth and pulled the sky-burrowing rat and the big black dog back the way they came. In the ancient tomb, there were many tunnels in different directions. If they went back the way they came, there was a fork that should lead to the depths of the ancient tomb. The three figures quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The three black sheep are finally gone. The old goat head panted and looked a little excited. Without the nine-tailed spiritual cat. With his strength, he would definitely be able to get a origin stone. They walked into another fork in the road. The big black cat suddenly stopped and turned around. With a gloomy face, he said, Brothers, I'm about to flip out. Flip out? The sky-drilling rat and the big black dog looked at each other, both of them shocked. What was Brother Cat doing? Could it be that he was provoked by the words of the demon spirit sect master? Whoosh, a layer of faint black light suddenly lit up from the big black cat's body. However, in the dark tunnel, it wasn't obvious. Then, a black armor appeared on his body out of thin air. This black armor was dark and shiny, emitting a unique light, giving people a very powerful feeling. Brother Cat, the grade of your armor is extraordinary? When did you rob a large tomb to obtain such a powerful armor? The big black dog widened his eyes and asked in surprise. You don't have to care about that. After the big black cat put on the black gold armor, he instantly felt awe-inspiring. He patted the big black dog's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "You and the sky drilling rat are in charge of breaking the murderous aura. I'll be in charge of those strange creatures and snatch the origin stones at the same time." Brother Cat, although you're very fast, there are many of those strange creatures. Are you a match for them alone? The big black dog asked worriedly. Haha, don't worry, dog. Your brother Cat is wearing a top-grade Emperor tier armor. Those strange creatures won't be able to cause any harm to me. The big black cat laughed complacently, and without any hesitation, it spilled all of its secrets. Top-grade Emperor tier armor? The big black dog was shocked and took a few steps back. Brother Cat, how could you have such a treasure? You. Whose tomb did you rob? The big black dog's face was full of doubt, and his last words were said with a sobbing tone. To be able to have a top-grade Emperor tier armor, what kind of peerless expert would have to be buried with such a treasure in a tomb? Dog, you're thinking too much. This was given to me by my master. The big black cat said. Suddenly, its body swayed, and its body suddenly expanded to a height of 30 to 40 feet. He grabbed the large black dog with one hand, and placed it on his left shoulder. His other hand grabbed the heaven drilling rat, and placed it on his right shoulder. The black gold armor on his shoulder suddenly moved, forming a protective circle, completely enclosing the two of them. Only his upper body was exposed. Brother Cat, your armor can be combined? The heaven drilling mouse asked in shock. My black gold battle armor has a certain combination effect. It's not a single form, the big black cat said proudly. Brother Cat, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Let's set off quickly, I can't wait any longer. The large black dog said excitedly as he touched the black gold battle armor and felt the unique aura of this emperor-level treasure. He had been robbing tombs for so many years. This was the first time he had seen such an emperor-level treasure. I've never seen it before. Not to mention the opportunity to touch an emperor-level treasure. Alright, let's go. The big black cat was filled with lofty sentiments as it roared in a low voice. Swoosh, the swift boots on his feet suddenly activated, and the big black cat turned into a black light and suddenly disappeared. Wearing the black gold battle armor and the swift boots, the big black cat began to crazily plunder resources in the tomb of the most ruthless man. The speed of the swift boots gave the big black cat a chance to cheat. Facing the attacks of strange creatures, he dodged most of the time, and then used his back to block all kinds of attacks, so that he could escape in time. If he encountered an attack of evil spirit, the big black cat held the black shield and charged directly. Rushing near the source of the evil spirit, the heaven drilling rat and the large black dog took turns to attack the source of the evil spirit. Finally, the big black cat took action and snatched the source stone. Of course, not all evil spirits had source stones. Most evil spirits did not have source stones. When Li Qikong built the tomb, he only used 108 origin stones. The ancient tomb's tunnels extended in all directions, which gave the big black cat an excellent opportunity. After obtaining a few source stones, he began to intercept. The big black cat's speed was too fast. After passing through a few tunnels, he ran in front of Yao Lingling and the group of cultivators. In this way, the big black cat only lost 1 or 2 source stones. Almost all the rest of the source stones fell into his pocket. The tomb of the most ruthless man covered a vast area. Although the big black cat had extreme speed, it was impossible for him to collect all the source stones in a short time. Half a day later. Somewhere in a tunnel. Haha, brother cat, we have obtained 70 or 80 source stones, right? The heaven drilling rat said excitedly. Yeah, about 75 yuan. The big black cat laughed. With such a huge amount of source stones, even the eternal sex of the Sunnan continent would be jealous and would use any means to snatch them. Haha, there are actually 75 pieces. Then I can get 25 pieces. The large black dog said excitedly. Doggy. I'm going to hand these source stones to the sect. I can't give them to you. The big black cat's expression changed. What? Brother Cat, you're not giving them to me? This is too much. I've used so many evil spirit-breaking treasures. The large black dog was shocked and was so anxious that he was about to cry. Doggy. I'm going to give these to my master as proof of your allegiance. Let's see if he'll let you join our sect. The big black cat went straight to the point. Brother Cat, I'm used to being free. I don't want to join any sect. The large black dog shook his head and refused. Doggy, what's wrong with your brain? Brother Cat is giving you a great opportunity. The heaven drilling rat said anxiously. Doggy, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you think I'll harm you? The big black cat scolded angrily. Brother Cat, the large black dog was so depressed that he couldn't speak. If he had 25 source stones, he would be able to live in luxury for the rest of his life. The large black dog had already thought about it. He could give one source stone to a sky-level sect and use it as a stepping stone to become an official disciple. In the future, no one would dare to find trouble with him. Let's put this matter aside first, let's snatch the source stones first. I'm afraid that our actions have caused Yao Lingling and the others to speed up. The big black cat reached out and patted the dog's head. The large black dog's heart trembled. He immediately stopped talking. The big black cat didn't stop. He drilled into another tunnel and disappeared. This little black is really considerate of his good brother. The wisp of Yi Yun's primordial spirit hidden in the big black cat's mind suddenly chuckled to itself. Subsequently, this primordial spirit emitted an aura that spread out from the big black cat's body. Whether it was the terrifying ghost Qi or the large number of strange creatures, the attacks on the big black cat were reduced by a lot. Everything that had happened in the ancient tomb tunnel was completely lost on the big black cat, who was in a hurry to snatch the origin stones. He didn't know that his master had secretly helped him. In the abyss of filth, Yi Yun stood in front of the blue crystal wall, quietly thinking. At this moment, his thoughts were extremely unstable. Nangong Yu's original body is the ancient goddess. She has an important position in the ancient race that descended to the divine land. Perhaps she knew Zhu Long thousands of years ago, so she knew some secrets of that era, Yi Yun muttered to himself. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly moved. He suddenly reached out and grabbed toward the void. The void split open. As Yi Yun retracted his arm, a small silvery white silkworm appeared in the void in front of him. Master, why is there a piece of the undying heart here? After the undying celestial silkworm appeared, it saw the blue crystal wall at first glance. Its expression changed and it said in surprise. Undying heart? Hearing the undying celestial silkworm's words, Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat and a hint of joy appeared in the corner of his eyes. The undying celestial silkworm immediately recognized the origin of the mysterious blue crystal wall. It had to be said that a monster that had lived for an era was indeed knowledgeable. Although the undying celestial silkworm had lost most of its memories, it could still occasionally have a flash of inspiration that could be of great use. The undying celestial silkworm saw Yi Yun's puzzled gaze and immediately understood. Old Master, do you still remember the 5 great heavenly monster tribes from before an era? The undying celestial silkworm said with a smile. I remember that you once said, Yi Yun thought for a moment and said slowly, among the 5 great heavenly monster tribes, I only know of the jade wishful spider and the undying celestial silkworm. What are the other 3? Old Master, the other 3 great heavenly monster tribes are the golden demonic cattail, the 9-headed divine spirit, and the undying stone tribe. The undying heart is the heart of the undying stone tribe. The undying celestial silkworm said immediately. Golden demonic cattail, 9-headed divine spirit, undying stone tribe, Yi Yun murmured as a glint flashed across his eyes. An era ago. In that powerful world, the 5 great heavenly monster tribes were famous and were all immortal existences. I didn't expect, among the 5 great heavenly monster tribes, there are actually 2 undying races. I want to know, between the undying celestial silkworm and the undying stone tribe, which one is stronger? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Old Master, the undying stone tribe is also a very terrifying tribe. They are known to be undying and indestructible. Their vitality is unparalleled. However, compared to our undying celestial silkworm tribe, they are on par. The undying celestial silkworm said with a smile and a proud expression. The undying celestial silkworm tribe had a long vitality. Even with its thin bloodline, it could live for an era. Those of the same tribe with a better bloodline could live longer. They could live through long eras. In terms of lifespan, the undying stone race was slightly weaker. However, the 5 great heavenly monster tribes were all extremely powerful. In that world, they were known as the 5 most powerful forces. N. Hearing the undead god silkworm's words, Yiyan silently nodded. Master, I didn't expect that there would be an undying heart in the depths of the Gui dirt abyss. Looking at the blue crystal wall, the undying god silkworm sighed. Although most of its memories were missing, it still retained a part of them. When it was stimulated by a certain environment, it would trigger the corresponding part of its memories. Now that it saw the blue crystal wall, it thought of the undying stone clan, and some of the memories in its mind surged. After all, the undead celestial silkworm was also part of the 5 great heavenly demon races and had special feelings for the other 4 races. Millions of years ago, this Guegu abyss was also called the Imperial Dragon Pool. It was once the place where Zhu Long bathed. This undying heart was also placed here by Zhu Long. As for its origin, no one knows. Yiyan thought for a moment. His eyes flashed and he continued, Look, there are 10 grooves inside. There used to be 10 Zhu Long dragon scales in there. However, millions of years ago, they mysteriously disappeared. Oh. The undying celestial silkworm responded and looked at the undying heart. Its eyes moved as if it was thinking of something. I called you here this time to see if you can recognize the origin of this blue crystal wall. Now that you have recognized it, I have a question for you. Yiyan said. Master, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. The undying celestial silkworm's expression turned serious. Since the undying stone clan is as powerful as you said, and the undying heart is here, does that mean it is still alive? Yiyan's eyes flashed as he asked faintly. Master, please allow me to examine it carefully, the undying celestial silkworm said solemnly. Then, it released its enormous divine sense and began to scan the entire Guegu abyss. The undying celestial silkworm was at the hierarch realm. Scanning the entire Guegu abyss was a piece of cake for it. Yiyan waited quietly. After about 30 minutes, the undying celestial silkworm withdrew its enormous divine sense. I can't believe it. Master, the entire Guegu abyss was built from the body of an undying stone clan member. This is really a big deal. As expected of Zhu Long, he has earth-shattering power. The undying celestial silkworm said in shock. Good heavens, so this Guegu abyss is actually the body of an undying stone clan member. Could it be that Zhu Long killed this undying stone clan member back then? Yiyan frowned slightly and slowly guessed. Master, the undying stone clan member is very difficult to kill. Back then, Zhu Long left behind the undying heart and put in the dragon scales. This means that he only suppressed the undying stone clan member and didn't really kill it. The undying celestial silkworm said solemnly. Do you think Zhu Long doesn't have the ability to kill an undying stone clan member? Yiyan asked. The reason why the undying stone clan is called undying is because even if they are killed, after a long period of time, they will suddenly resurrect in some place. No one knows the true secret of the undying stone clan's undying, so most people just suppress them. This way, they won't suddenly resurrect in some other place. It can also be considered a disguised form of killing, right? The undying celestial silkworm said with a wry smile. Yiyan raised his eyebrows. It sounds. Why do I feel like it's very similar to your undying celestial silkworm clan? Master, how can there be true undying in this world? We are called the undying clan, but it's just that we have more means to survive. The undying celestial silkworm smiled awkwardly. That's reasonable. The so-called undying is only relative. If even this world doesn't exist, how can there be an undying stone clan? Yiyan laughed. At this moment, his expression was very relaxed. After all, to Yiyan, he was not an ordinary expert, but an invincible expert who could destroy the heavenly Tao and collapse the entire world. If he added a level to Yiyan's invincibility, Then, perhaps it could be named after the terrifying treasures in the warehouse or the ranks of the divine pets. For example, Supreme, Immortal, Epic, Dao Ruins, etc., of course. Relying on the powerful foundation in the warehouse, Yi Yun's true strength still surpassed those powerful titles above. Master, you're right, thinking of the terrifying divine pets in the warehouse, a kind of fear grew from the bottom of his heart, and the undying celestial silkworm couldn't help but shudder. Since the undying heart is here, and the dragon scales have inexplicably disappeared, can I assume that this undying stone clan is not dead? Looking at the blue crystal wall, Yi Yun asked faintly. This undying stone clan's current state looks a bit strange, but I'm sure it's not dead. It's just in a state of suspended animation similar to sleeping. At this point, the undying celestial silkworm looked at the black ghost aura above its head and smiled. Master, this black ghost aura is probably the gas it breathes out. So that's how it is. Yi Yun nodded. This black ghost aura had some tricks up its sleeves. Perhaps it was the root of the purple blood demon dragon and the divine spirit army's divine souls being preserved. Is there a way to wake it up? With a thought, Yi Yun asked. Master, I don't have a way, but the Rui Jade Spider might be able to. The undying celestial silkworm shook its head. The Jade Wishful Spider can do it? Yi Yun asked curiously after hearing the undying celestial silkworm's words. Yes, Master. The Jade Wishful Spider's poison is unparalleled in the world, and its quantity is simply uncountable. It might be able to use its poison to awaken the Undying Stone tribe from that special state. The undying celestial silkworm smiled. Alright, then let the little girl come over. Yi Yun laughed. He reached out and grabbed. The void split open, and a small crystal clear spider appeared in front of him. Wow, why am I here? The Jade Wishful Spider immediately shouted as soon as it appeared. I have something to discuss with you, Yi Yun said with a smile. Wishful Spider. Can you recognize this blue crystal wall? The Jade Wishful Spider flew over and looked up and down. It asked curiously, Master, what is this blue crystal wall? I don't have any impression of it. This is the undying heart of the Undying Stone tribe. I recommended you to Master to use your poison to awaken this Undying Stone tribe member. The undying celestial silkworm flew over and said softly. The Undying Stone tribe. I seem to have some impression of it, but I've never seen the undying heart, the Jade Wishful Spider recalled. Then give it a try. Use your poison to awaken it, Yi Yun said with a smile. Alright, Master, I'll give it a try. The Jade Wishful Spider was overjoyed. It shook its body and turned back into the little girl. Then, it stretched out a jade-like finger and gently tapped the blue crystal wall. A few seconds later, no reaction? It seems that this poison won't work. I need to change it. The Jade Wishful Spider chuckled. There's plenty of time. You can try it slowly, Yi Yun said with a smile. Master, why do you want to awaken this Undying Stone tribe member? The Undying Celestial Silkworm suddenly asked. The ghost chi in the Guegu abyss is very strange. If it's really the gas that the Undying Stone tribe members breathe, then I think something must have happened to its body, Yi Yun said with a deep meaning. Master, you're right. My previous judgment was wrong. I only remember that when the Undying Stoners were angry, they would exhale some poisonous gas, which is somewhat similar to this black ghost gas. The undead celestial silkworm said awkwardly. That's why I want to activate this Undying Stone tribe and find out what's right and wrong. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and smiled. The undead celestial silkworm nodded and said, I'm also looking forward to this guy waking up. Yi Yun didn't say anything else and waited quietly. The undead god silkworm accompanied him. From time to time, a clear laughter that sounded like silver bells rang in their ears. Hee hee, even this poison doesn't work. How interesting. Do you want me to test all the poisons? The Jade Wishful Spider giggled and began to experiment with great interest. Time passed slowly. In the ancient tomb, thousands of demon clan cultivators had gathered in a certain tunnel. I can't do this job anymore. One of the demon clan cultivators slapped his thigh and said angrily. I really can't do it anymore. After we entered the tomb, although we destroyed a lot of evil spirits and destroyed a lot of traps, we didn't even get a single origin stone. This is really unfair, another Yao cultivator grumbled. Not only did we not get any origin stones, we didn't even see any origin stones in the places with evil spirits. Someone else beat us to it. The old goat head scolded in annoyance. He originally wanted to get a origin stone, but he didn't expect to not even see the shadow of a origin stone. There was no doubt that this was all because of those 3 despicable fellows who snatched the origin stones in advance. Senior, say something. Otherwise, we won't do this job anymore. The old goat head was angry and began to make trouble for the sect master of the demon clan. Senior, along the way, we've lost more than 100 people, and only a few people have obtained 1 or 2 origin stones. Most of the origin stones have been snatched away by that despicable 9-tailed spirit cat. An old demon clan cultivator said angrily. Senior, this time, it was your demon clan who arranged for us to come. Not only did we not get any reward, we also paid so much. Give us an explanation. Another person said. In an instant, many demon clan cultivators were furious. The cultivators of the demon spirit sect frowned as they looked at these people. Although these demon clan cultivators who are good at robbing tombs aren't very strong, they have the advantage in numbers. If they were to unite, it would be very troublesome. The demon clan sect master's eyes flickered. He walked a few steps forward with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Everyone, those 3 despicable fellows will not have a good ending. As the demon clan sect master, I guarantee everyone that they will not leave this place alive. Senior, what do you mean? The old goat head asked. Everyone's hard work and effort along the way, this sect master has seen it all. After this sect master kills those 3 fellows and takes back all the origin stones, I will start to reward everyone according to their contributions. Wouldn't that be fair? The young man said with a smile. His voice was very soft, but as a half-step eternal realm great cultivator, his body exuded a huge aura that suppressed all the demon clan cultivators. Reward according to their contributions, the demon clan cultivators' eyes shone with green light. If the demon clan sect master was really so generous, then this trip was not in vain. Especially those demon clan cultivators who had paid more in this battle, they were confident that they could get a piece of origin stone. Origin stones were precious, and obtaining one was enough. Even if they obtained a piece of origin stone, they could sell it for an unimaginable price. The demon clan sect master's words calmed the anger in the hearts of the demon clan cultivators, and they began to move again. Now, these demon clan cultivators were very enthusiastic, and their speed was much faster than before. Along the way, they basically used all their trump cards and skills. They gradually began to catch up with the big black cat and the other 2. Good guys, these guys are very fast. The big black cat, who was flying at high speed in a certain tunnel, felt something and looked back, saying with a little surprise. Brother cat, these guys didn't get many origin stones in total, so they are very resentful. I'm afraid they have formed a united front and are against us. The big black dog said worriedly. Don't worry, if we can't beat them, can't we run? The big black cat smiled coldly, looking at the deep tunnel ahead, and said in a deep voice, I have a feeling that we are not far from the place where the number 1 ruthless man is buried. Brother cat, how many origin stones have you got now? The skydrilling mouse suddenly asked. I think there are 104 pieces, the big black cat replied. Good guy, there are so many origin stones. The skydrilling mouse and the big black dog said in shock at the same time. The number 1 ruthless man is not called the number 1 ruthless man for nothing. There are so many origin stones in his tomb. I feel that there are at least a few hundred more ahead. Let's hurry. The big black cat's face was full of excitement, and he rushed forward without hesitation. They rushed forward along the tunnel, and after breaking through more than 10 balls of murderous aura, they only obtained 1 origin stone. What's going on? Why are there fewer and fewer origin stones? The big black cat said angrily. Brother cat, according to the layout of the tomb along the way, and the feedback from the detection of the treasures, I'm afraid that we will soon reach the place where the number 1 ruthless man, Li Qikong, placed his coffin. The big black dog was holding a detection treasure in his hand, and he was constantly studying it. He suddenly raised his head and said. At this moment, the big black cat suddenly stopped. In front of them was a dark red ancient door, blocking their way. This door was dark red in color and covered with patterns of flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. It was very simple. "Brother Cat, it's very likely that the most ruthless person is buried inside," the big black dog said excitedly. "Okay." The big black cat was excited. Without hesitation, it used its iron fist wrapped in battle armor and used all its strength to punch the door. Boom, the iron fist landed on the door and was forcefully repelled by a strong rebounding force. The big black cat's body swayed, and its chi and blood were unstable. The big black dog and the sky-drilling rat on its shoulders spat out a mouthful of blood. "Brother Cat, put us down the next time you smash the door." The big black dog and the sky-drilling rat jumped down from its shoulders at the same time. Their bodies were on the verge of collapse. They immediately took out a jade bottle and swallowed a few healing pills. "Okay." The big black cat nodded awkwardly. There was a strong layer of restriction on this red door. It had used all its strength to smash it open just now. "Nine-tailed spirit cat and the other two are over there. Hurry up and catch up to them." A weak voice suddenly came from the distance of the tunnel. "Oh no, those guys are catching up." The sky-drilling rat's expression changed. "Anyway, this door won't open for a while. Why don't we hurry up and escape first?" the big black dog suggested. "That's the only way. After all, there are too many of them. I think the sect master of the demon spirit also has something against me." The big black cat helplessly reached out and grabbed the sky-drilling rat and the big black dog, placing them on its shoulders. This tunnel was now a dead end. If they wanted to escape, they could only go back the way they came. In that case, they would inevitably collide with the demon army head-on. Although there was a great disparity in strength. However, the big black cat also had a plan in mind. As long as he used the boots of divine travel and reached a certain distance, he would immediately use the blood spirit pierce. He would use the blood spirit pierce to forcefully break through the demon army's blockade and escape. Creak, the dark red door suddenly opened on its own in a strange manner. The big black cat turned its head and saw that it was a deep and serene hall. Without any hesitation, it flew in. "The heavens are really helping me." The big black cat chuckled, feeling rather pleased with itself. Previously, when they were outside the tomb, the door had opened by itself. Who would have thought that the door would do the same in the depths of the tomb? Although the big black cat didn't understand why, it knew that entering this hall was definitely safer than going back the way they came. Who knew if there were any other tunnels in this hall? Damn, there's a coffin here. Could it belong to the number one ruthless person? After the big black cat flew in, it saw a red coffin lying quietly in the distance. His expression immediately became excited. After going through untold hardships, they had finally entered the core of the tomb. Pop pop, ripples appeared in the void. Suddenly, countless rays of piercing sword light shot out from the ripples. These rays of sword light were all green. It was obvious at a glance that they were condensed from murderous aura. "Brother Cat, this is a very powerful heaven execution murderous aura. Its power is astonishing. You have to be careful," the big black dog hurriedly warned. Then, he quickly raised his head and searched for something in the void above the palace. "The source of the murderous aura is hidden." "Where is it?" The sky-burrowing rat was flustered. It also took out a mirror and tried to search for the source of the murderous aura. "Don't panic." The big black cat held a black shield. His entire body was covered in battle armor, leaving only his eyes exposed. He walked step by step toward the red coffin. This was the tomb of the number one ruthless person. He wanted to open it and see what the number one ruthless person looked like. Or rather, was there a real person in the coffin of the number one ruthless person? After all, there was a rumor that the number one ruthless person had left the Sunnon continent. Bang bang, streaks of sword light rained down like tidal waves, hitting his black gold armor and the shield in his hand, producing dense sounds of collision. The big black cat's body swayed. His chi and blood were surging, but he still walked toward the red coffin. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. "What kind of battle armor is this? It can withstand the attack of the murderous aura?" The young man clasped his hands behind his back and looked coldly at the big black cat's back. When he saw the red coffin, his eyes suddenly blazed with passion. He couldn't help but slowly walk forward. Some of the sword light that shot out from the ripples also shot toward him. The young man held a long sword in his hand and shattered the sword light one by one. Brother Cat, there is a small concealment formation above your head. The source of the murderous aura is inside. The big black dog suddenly shouted. The big black cat suddenly rushed into the air. He lifted the black shield in his hand and swung it down. Boom, the small concealment formation was instantly shattered by him. A crystal clear source stone that was bigger than all the previous source stones floated in the air. A ball of green murderous aura hung below it. Haha, I found the source of the murderous aura. The big black dog laughed wildly. He suddenly stretched out his hand and 3 peachwood swords flew out. The 3 peachwood swords were extraordinary. They were made of 10,000-year-old peach wood and were engraved with special runes. The 3 peachwood swords fell into the source of the murderous aura. The source of the murderous aura disappeared. All the ripples in the air disappeared at the same time. The big black cat was about to land when he suddenly saw a ghostly figure appear beside the red coffin. It was the sect master of the demon spirit sect. At the same time, the disciples of the demon spirit sect and the cultivators of the demon spirit sect rushed into the hall like a flood. The big black cat put away the huge source stone with one hand. What a huge source stone! The 9-tailed spirit cat got it again. Looking at the 9-tailed spirit cat wrapped in black battle armor, all the cultivators of the demon spirit sect were indignant. Everyone scanned the hall and found that there was only one entrance. They couldn't help but feel relieved. They just needed to block the entrance and let the sect master of the demon spirit sect catch a turtle in a jar. The young man stood in front of the red coffin with an excited expression. He murmured, "The number 1 ruthless person. I spent a lot of effort to find you. I hope you won't disappoint me." When he said this, he didn't pay any attention to the 9-tailed spirit cat and the other 2 people in the air. "Open!" The young man roared angrily and pushed the coffin lid away with a palm strike. Inside the coffin, there was nothing. What, not even a corpse? The young man's expression changed. He stuck half of his body into the coffin, looking for something, but found nothing. How is this possible? The number 1 ruthless person built such a big tomb. Did he not leave any inheritance? The young man muttered to himself. When he raised his head, there was an indescribable disappointment on his face. Haha, why is this coffin empty? Did the number 1 ruthless person really leave the Songnan continent? In the void, the big black cat's laughter could be heard. When the young man heard the laughter, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Even his face became twisted. 9-tailed spirit cat, hand over all the source stones and I'll spare your life. Hand over the source stones? That's absolutely impossible. Just give up on it. The big black cat sneered. Is that so? The young man sneered. Suddenly, 2 black spears grew out from his back. The 2 spears were abnormally sharp and covered in black hair. They looked like the spears of a spider. The sect master of the demon spirit sect is actually a spider demon? The big black cat's pupils shrank as it said in surprise. A thought flashed through its mind. The big black cat suddenly remembered the black humanoid monster under the blood pool. It was also 2 pairs of black spears, but they were too similar. Dark divine spider? In the big black cat's mind, Yi Yun's primordial spirit was also shocked. 100,000 years ago, when the primordial giant demons besieged the Shenlong sect, there was a black gate hidden in the void. Inside the gate was a dark magic spider from the divine land. It stretched out a black spider spear and scattered countless black hairs. These extremely fine black hairs were not only highly poisonous, but also contained spider eggs and spores. Most people would die if these terrifying black hairs entered their bodies. However, there were a very small number of people who would not really die, but would transform into another form of existence. Like Elder Gong Yang in the past. Master, the poison of the divine abyssal spider has a certain chance of allowing the infected person to continuously evolve into a divine abyssal spider over a long period of time. First, their entire body will be covered in black fur, then 2 spider legs will grow from their back, and then the other legs will grow. If they continue to evolve like this, they will eventually evolve into the divine abyssal spider's true form. If they succeed, they will become a clone of the divine abyssal spider. Once upon a time. The words of the jade wishful spider rang in Yi Yun's ears again. Yi Yun did not expect the original form of the sect master of the demon spirit sect to be a dark magic spider. This also meant that this young man was most likely a disciple of the Shenlong sect. 100,000 years ago, there was no dark magic spider in the Cangnan continent. If there was, then it is possible that after the disciples of the Shenlong sect were poisoned by the dark magic spider's black hair, a small number of them transformed into the original form of the dark magic spider, and thus became a doppelganger of the dark magic spider. Yi Yun muttered to himself with an extremely complicated expression on his face. Although the sect master of the demon spirit sect had become a doppelganger of the dark magic spider, no matter what, he was once a disciple of the Shenlong sect. He was one of the victims. There were so many disciples of the Shenlong sect back then, but only a few of them could survive after being poisoned by the black hair. The sect master of the demon spirit sect could now freely transform into a human form and was clear-headed. He was much better than Elder Gong Yang in the past. This also meant that this young man had indeed completed the entire evolution process. He had become a doppelganger of the dark magic spider. However, since the Cangnan continent and the Divine Land were in two different worlds, it was impossible for his clone and true body to sense each other. Unless the cultivation of the clone and the original body were both extremely high, it would be impossible for them to cross two different worlds and sense each other. However, the young man in front of him was merely at the peak of life and death realm, a half-step eternal realm expert. Even if he had turned into a doppelganger of the black hell divine spider, it was impossible for him to sense his true body. However, Yi Yun suddenly thought of a possibility. Since the spirit sect master wanted to obtain Li Qikong's inheritance, he most likely wanted to break through to the eternal realm as soon as possible. Only by breaking through to the eternal realm would one have the opportunity to reach the true God realm. Once he broke through to the true God realm, he would have the capital to leave the Cangnan continent. As a clone, he would more or less know some information about the main body. In Yi Yun's opinion, this onyx divine spider clone definitely knew that the spiritual energy in the divine land was rich in divinity. It was a paradise for cultivators. Therefore, he would definitely find a way to leave the Cangnan continent and go to the divine land. Since I'm unable to get in contact with my main body, this clone has probably already grown into an independent body. Perhaps I'll only be sensed by the main body of the onyx divine spider when I arrive at the divine earth, or I'll be taken back. Yi Yun guessed in his heart. Thinking of the black hell divine spider, Yi Yun could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. The primordial troll was only an accomplice in the siege of the Shenlong sect, and the black hell divine spider was the one who really attacked. The black hell divine spider's countless black hairs caused a large number of Shenlong sect's disciples to die. It could be said that the black hell divine spider in the divine land carried the blood feud of the Shenlong sect. Perhaps there is more than one black hell divine spider in the Cangnan continent, Yi Yun thought in his heart. There were many disciples in the Shenlong sect. According to the probability, there would always be a small group of people who could successfully evolve into black hell divine spiders. Just as Yi Yun's imagination was running wild, in the main hall, the sect master of the demon spirit sect had completely turned into a black spider amidst a series of angry roars. Its body was about 15 meters long, and its body was covered with black hairs. It was a ghastly sight. Those 8 black eyes flashing with light emitted a sinister aura, causing people to tremble in fear. So the sect master of the demon spirit sect is a spider demon, the old goat muttered to himself. A layer of goosebumps also appeared on his body. He did not know why, but when he saw the black hairs on the spider's body, he felt a chill down his spine. The other demon cultivators also trembled all over. When the demon spirit sect's disciples saw the sect master's original body, they became excited instead. Brother Cat, why did the sect master of the demon spirit sect reveal his original body? Sitting on the big black cat's shoulder, the big black dog felt an indescribable sense of fear. His lips trembled as he asked in a trembling voice. This fellow, after going through untold hardships to enter the tomb of the number one ruthless person, only to find an empty coffin. Now, he must be angry out of humiliation, the big black cat said indifferently. He had already prepared the blood spirit stab and was looking for an opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Although he believed that he would not die, he did not want to rely too much on the demon seniors in the carriage. The big black cat was not sure. Although the black spider looked familiar, he did not know what the dark divine spider was. The dark divine spider was only known to the Jade Ruri spider and Yun. You three bastards. A proper tomb exploration was ruined by the three of you. Today, all of you will die. The sect master of the demon spirit sect roared. Those 8 black eyes flashed with a layer of blue light. At this moment, the black hairs on its body stood up, as if they were about to burst out of its body. The big black cat suddenly had a bad feeling in its heart. Whoosh, a shocking pillar of blood suddenly rushed towards the main hall's entrance. Its speed was unimaginably fast. At this moment, he did not hesitate to use the blood spirit stab. Countless black hairs fell like a torrential downpour, covering the space where the big black cat had just been. However, it was still a step too late. These terrifying black hairs did not attack the big black cat. You want to leave? The sect master of the demon spirit sect was furious. He suddenly turned into a black light and disappeared. This shocking blood-red light rushed to the deepest part of the tunnel, and the big black cat appeared. This fellow is chasing after us. The large black dog hurriedly warned as it held a probing-type treasure in its hand. This fellow is so fast. The big black cat sensed something and did not hesitate to use the blood spirit stab again. A blood-red pillar of light frantically fled in the ancient tomb, with a black light chasing after it. The two of them quickly left the ancient tomb. The big black cat fled in the direction of the entrance of the Gui Dirt Abyss. The sect master of the demon spirit sect chased after it. Inside the ancient tomb. This time, we've been alone. How unlucky. Let's hurry up and leave as well. The old goat shook his head and was the first to turn and leave. The other demon race cultivators grumbled a few words and also left. As for the disciples of the demon spirit sect, most of them sighed and followed the demon spirit sect cultivators out. So far, the operation seemed to have failed. They could only wait for the sect master to kill those 3 despicable fellows and take back the origin stone. As the saying goes, a retreat is like a landslide. Without the baleful aura attacks and the obstructions of various mechanisms, the speed at which Yao Lingling's disciples and Yao cultivators left the ancient tomb was more than 10 times faster. Their figures flickered like the wind and lightning. After leaving the ancient tomb, Yao Lingling's disciples took out a spiritual boat. Everyone flew on it and quickly headed toward the entrance of the Gui Dirt Abyss, disappearing without a trace. The strange creatures hidden in the ghostly aura seemed to have been affected by the black light and didn't attack the spiritual boat for a while. In less than an incense stick's time, the spiritual boat flew out of the Gui Dirt Abyss. The boat paused for a moment, turned around, and broke through the sky, and in another direction. The big black cat continuously used the blood spirit stab and desperately fled. The blood spirit stab's instantaneous movement speed was astonishing and could continuously increase the distance. After using the blood spirit stab a dozen times, the big black cat had already increased the distance by 1,000 miles. Then, the big black cat continued to use the swift boots and rapidly changed its position. Big brother cat, where are we going? The big black dog asked. Let's find a safe place to settle down first. The big black cat lowered its head and hurried along, unhappily saying. The big black dog awkwardly closed its mouth. Big brother cat, how about we return to the carriage now? The sky-burrowing mouse's eyes turned and softly suggested. Although I also want to do that, I absolutely can't, the big black cat sighed. Why? The sky-burrowing mouse asked, puzzled. It's just a life and death guy. If I can't shake him off and return to the carriage, won't the seniors be waiting to laugh at me? The big black cat helplessly said. Big brother cat, you're right. After all, you have 2 emperor weapons. If you can't escape, it'll be really embarrassing, the sky-burrowing mouse thought for a moment and said. What? 2 emperor weapons? The big black dog's eyes widened, revealing an interested expression. Don't ask, we're running for our lives. The big black cat scolded in exasperation. Without stopping, it turned around and continued to gallop at full speed. Although he escaped very quickly. However, the pursuer was a great demon of the half-step eternal realm. His speed was also terrifyingly fast. A black light chased after the big black cat as if it had locked onto it. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. The big black cat looked back and saw that the black light was still hot on its heels thousands of miles away. Motherf asterisk cur, it's really hard to get rid of this guy. The big black cat pursed its lips. He had no choice but to continue fleeing. Fortunately, his physical body was extremely strong, and he had a lot of energy. He also had divine pills, so he didn't have to worry about the problem of magic power. Now, it was a battle of attrition. The big black cat did not believe that its body, which was as strong as a divine dragon's, would lose to a spider. In a distant place, a black horse carriage was quietly parked at the top of the mountain. Blackie is in big trouble this time. His previous opponents have never been at the half-step eternal realm. The big black horse glanced casually and shook its head with a smile. Don't worry, his blood spirit stab divine ability can help him widen the distance. With the Godspeed boots given by Master, he can maintain a distance for a while. It's very difficult for that black spider to catch up with him. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon casually opened one of its eyes and glanced, then said with a smile. Blackie has always been crafty. Don't worry about him. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon chuckled. Haha. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon also laughed. These demonic beasts were a little bored. They stared at the big black cat in the distance and chatted casually. Oh no, it seems that an Eternal Realm demonic beast is coming. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon suddenly stopped laughing and looked into the distance. A black-cloaked middle-aged man rushed towards the direction of the big black cat from another direction. This man's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm. It seems that Blackie is in danger. This middle-aged man in black is also a big black spider, just like the sect master of the spirit demon sect. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon frowned slightly, easily seeing through the middle-aged man's true form. What? Also a spider? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was shocked. How could there be so many of these strange spiders? Let's not act rashly. Let's observe first. Perhaps Master is also watching, the big black horse said with a serious face. The other demonic beasts nodded. Master's terrifying strength was, to put it bluntly, under his supervision the entire Tsangnan continent. Master had always been partial to the big black cat. No matter what, Master would never let the big black cat's life be in any danger. A ray of black light fell from the sky. The big black cat, in the midst of its escape, suddenly stopped. It felt as if its body had bumped into a large, soft net. Then, it found that its body could not move, as if it had been glued to the net. The big black cat struggled with all its might, only to find that the net had shrunk and tightly bound the 3 of them. F***ck. Which damn thing sneaked up on me? The big black cat cursed angrily. A black figure suddenly appeared in the void not far away. It was a middle-aged man in black at the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm. The big black cat stopped struggling and looked at the middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. The middle-aged man exuded a faint demonic aura. Could he be in cahoots with the sect master of the spirit demon sect? The middle-aged man in black looked at the black armor on the big black cat with his hands behind his back, his eyes burning with desire. Your black armor is not bad, he said softly. Who are you? How dare you ambush me halfway? The big black cat asked coldly. Who am I? You have no right to know. The middle-aged man in black shook his head and smiled with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. The big black cat was amused by his words. It laughed and said, how dare you be so arrogant when you're merely in the Eternal Realm? What a big tone. The middle-aged man in black heard this and his eyes suddenly turned cold. While the two were talking, another black light flew by and suddenly came to the middle-aged man in black. Greetings, 6th brother. The black light shook and turned into a human. It cupped its fists and said respectfully. 6th brother? You're really in cahoots. Damn it, I've really poked the spider's nest. The big black cat was surprised at first, but then it sneered. You're right. You've offended a force that you can't afford to offend in your life. Among the 8 of us, except for 8th brother, who has the worst cultivation, the other 7 are all in the Eternal Realm. Haha. The middle-aged man in black laughed loudly. So many Eternal Realm experts? When the big black dog heard this, its body trembled violently and it almost wet itself. Yao Lingling's force had been low-key and developing rapidly. It took only a few thousand years to grow from a small force to a super sect. The world was guessing. What means did Yao Lingling have to develop so quickly? Now it seemed. Yao Lingling's rise was not accidental. A bunch of Eternal Realm monsters were hiding behind it. Such a force could be compared to a sky-level sect. What's so great about the Eternal Realm? A crisp voice suddenly reverberated in the void. Then, a cute little girl appeared out of thin air next to the black spider web wrapped around the big black cat. Yi Yun's doppelganger broke through the void and came directly from the gooey dirt abyss. Who are you? Looking at the little girl who suddenly appeared, the black-clothed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and his expression became serious. This little girl seemed to only be at the Celestial Bridge realm, but for some reason, she gave him a huge sense of danger. This feeling was extremely strong. And this little girl's strange way of appearing out of nowhere was definitely not something a Celestial Bridge realm cultivator could do. The spirit demon sect master's expression also became serious. He was knowledgeable and naturally knew that the little girl in front of him was unfathomable. I'm just a passerby. I can't stand people like you bullying the weak, so I came to help you, Yi Yun clapped his hands and said indifferently. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of unspeakable pain that flashed by. The black-clothed middle-aged man opposite him was also a disciple of the Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago. Back then, during Yi Yun's succession ceremony, he had knelt in the Shenlong sect square and called him sect master. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Now that they met, they were like strangers. This made Yi Yun, who knew the truth, feel an unspeakable pain in his heart. Seeing injustice on the road, the black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes flashed and he laughed softly. Pa, Yi Yun pointed with his hand. A black spider web shattered inch by inch. The big black cat struggled and instantly regained its freedom. The big black cat looked at the little girl and tactfully didn't say anything. He knew that the old master must have his reasons for not showing his true appearance. Therefore, it was best to keep quiet at this time. The heaven-drilling mouse was also very smart. He had seen Little Seven and knew that this cute little girl was the old master's favorite. Now that the old master had turned into this little girl and suddenly appeared here, there must be a deep meaning. This little girl is at the Celestial Bridge realm? How is this possible? She's definitely an Eternal Realm expert. The big black dog blinked his eyes as his imagination ran wild. At this moment, he, who had always been talkative, didn't say anything. Sixth brother, this person is unfathomable. The spirit demon sect master's expression was solemn as he secretly sent a message to the black-clothed middle-aged man. I understand. The black-clothed middle-aged man replied secretly. Fellow Daoist, since these three little fellows have escaped, then I don't want to pursue the matter any further. As the saying goes, the green hills never change and the green waters flow forever. I've only met you in a hurry. Now, let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate allows. Looking at Yi Yun, the black-clothed man clasped his fist and politely said a few words. Then, he disappeared with the sect master of Demon Lingling. Yi Yun stood where he was and looked at the void in front of him with a deep gaze. Without a doubt. In the Tsungnan continent, there were currently 8 Divine Dragon sect disciples who had succeeded in evolving into Onyx Divine Spiders with an extremely small probability. The 8 Black Abyss Divine Spiders actually gathered together and became a very large force. However, on the surface, there was only Yao Lingling. The other 7 Eternal Realm experts were in a state of seclusion. Yi Yun had mixed feelings. If these were all Stygian Divine Spiders, he would have killed them with a slap. But these 2 fellows in front of him, although they had evolved into Stygian Divine Spiders, were real disciples of the Shenlong sect in their previous lives. No matter what, Yi Yun couldn't bear to be so ruthless. After all, these disciples were also victims. Even if they had become doppelgangers of the Stygian Divine Spiders, in Yi Yun's heart, they were still disciples of the Shenlong sect who had sacrificed themselves for the sect. Sigh, Yi Yun's heart was a little heavy as he sighed softly. Seeing that their master was in a bad mood, the big black cat and the sky-drilling mouse looked at each other and didn't dare to speak in fear. After dozens of seconds. Let's go back. Yiyan turned around and gave the big black cat a meaningful look. He softly instructed and disappeared in a flash. The big black cat's expression was solemn. He bowed slightly and then stood up straight. Brother Cat, do you know this expert senior? The big black dog asked excitedly. Dog, don't ask, or I'll tear your mouth apart. For some reason, the big black cat was also a little depressed, so he spoke seriously to the big black dog who didn't know the gravity of the situation. The big black dog widened his eyes and immediately covered his mouth with his hand. He suddenly realized that the atmosphere was a little strange. But he didn't know what was going on. Dog. There are some things you must not ask, or you'll be the unlucky one in the end. The sky-drilling mouse kindly sent a voice transmission to remind him. The big black dog was so scared that he nodded repeatedly. Let's go back. The big black cat sighed softly, put away the black gold battle armor on his body, adjusted his direction, and broke through the air. In the void, two figures flashed by. Sixth brother, the battle armor on the nine-tailed spirit cat is an amazing treasure. If we can get it, our chances of passing the ancient path to heaven will be much higher, the sect master of the demon spirit sect said softly, his eyes filled with regret. Although the treasure is good, we still need to have the ability to get it. The middle-aged man in black snorted and said indifferently, Eighth brother, that little girl is very strong. She gives me a very scary feeling. Her true strength is far beyond mine, she's stronger than sixth brother, I really didn't expect it. The sect master of the demon spirit sect was shocked, his expression stern. He wasn't in the eternal realm yet, so he couldn't feel the true terror. Is Big Brother's injury almost healed? The sect master of the demon spirit sect asked. It's not that easy. The last time Big Brother tried to force his way through the ancient path to heaven, it was extremely dangerous. It was hard to imagine. Not only was he seriously injured, even the treasure he relied on was severely damaged, the middle-aged man in black sighed. After so many years, we've collected a lot of natural treasures, but it still hasn't been repaired? The sect master of the demon spirit sect asked. It's not that easy. We've only repaired half of it. After all, there are too few top blacksmiths nowadays. The middle-aged man in black shook his head and said, his expression a little lonely. Sigh. I don't know when I'll break through to the eternal realm. Then, one day, I'll be able to try the ancient path to heaven like Big Brother. The sect master of the demon spirit sect sighed. There will always be a chance. The middle-aged man in black looked at the void, his eyes burning. He said softly, if Big Brother has the chance to go out and enter the world of the divine land, then his cultivation speed will be very fast. He'll have the chance to come back and bring us even better natural treasures. Then, one by one, we'll be able to pass through the ancient path to heaven, and finally, leave the Sungnon continent completely. I'm really looking forward to that day. The sect master of the demon spirit sect said in a leisurely manner. By the way, in order to repair that treasure, Big Brother is going to ask the demon spirit sect to organize a blacksmithing competition to see if there's a hidden master who can repair that treasure. The middle-aged man in black's eyes moved and said suddenly. What's the reward? Those blacksmiths are all eccentric. If there's no reward that's tempting enough, I'm afraid they won't come. The sect master of the demon spirit sect scratched his head. Source stone. The middle-aged man in black suddenly stretched out his hand, and a source stone appeared in his hand. I snatched it from those demon cultivators. The middle-aged man in black smiled and said, the materials will be provided by us. If anyone can repair that treasure, then this source stone will be given to them. Hiss, the sect master of the demon spirit sect sucked in a breath of cold air. Repairing a treasure at the cost of one source stone, and all the materials were provided by them. This was a huge investment. This source stone would definitely cause a sensation in the cultivation world. This time, he is very determined. Big Brother is really ready to cut off all means of retreat. Looking at the shocked spiritual demon sect master, the black-clothed middle-aged man slowly shook his head and smiled. However, his smile was heavy. The ancient path to heaven was simply too dangerous. His elder brother's cultivation had been stuck at the peak of level 10 of the eternal realm, unable to break through to the true God realm. The last time he was injured, he even damaged his foundation. Although he was more or less healed now, after his source was injured, the chances of him breaking through to the true God realm became even slimmer. If he couldn't cross the ancient heavenly path and enter the divine land, then with his lifespan, he wouldn't be able to live for much longer. Therefore, this could be considered a battle with their backs against the wall. There was no way out. Fortunately, during this trip to the Gui Dirt Abyss, a Yao cultivator had snatched an origin stone. They didn't want to miss such a heaven-sent opportunity, so they snatched the origin stone as a reward for repairing their Dharma treasures. As for the loss of the demonic cultivator, it would be compensated in the future. Sixth brother, I understand. I'll get this done as soon as possible. The spiritual demon sect master cupped his fists and said with a solemn face. He naturally knew that the artifact crafting conference was no small matter. Not only did it concern his big brother's future, it also concerned the future of his brothers. It could be said that what happened to Big Brother now was something that they would have to face in the future. The middle-aged man in black nodded. The two of them looked at each other and then parted ways, flying in different directions. The Plough Empire. Somewhere in the midst of green mountains and clear waters. Two people, one big and one small, sat by the side of the surging river. A pile of firewood had been lit by the shore, and a white-clothed youth was squatting on the ground, constantly flipping a few skewers of roasted meat. Wisps of fragrance wafted out from the roasted meat. Brother, when are we going back to the carriage to cultivate? Little Seven sat beside the bonfire and rested her chin on her right hand. She stared at the dancing flames and said unhappily. Little Seven, you can't just cultivate bitterly. You have to enjoy life more. Only then will you be able to go further. Yi Yin sprinkled some seasoning on the roasted meat before looking up at Xiaoqi with a smile. After leaving Ziluo City, he brought Little Seven to sightsee and did not return to the carriage at all. For some reason, Yi Yin felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Xiaoqi cultivating in seclusion without a smile on his face. He always felt that Little Seven was too far away from him. After playing for a few days, Little Seven was a little anxious. This was already the third time she had mentioned that she wanted to go back and cultivate. Looks like this little girl still has a very deep obsession towards the Nirvana realm. Big brother, after we finish eating this barbecue, shall we go back? Xiaoqi used a piece of wood to pick up the firewood. The flame suddenly rose. Then, she thoughtfully said, there's always a voice in my heart telling me that I can't be lazy. I have to break through to Nirvana realm as soon as possible. Alright, let's go back after we finish the barbecue. Yi Yin smiled bitterly when he heard Little Seven's nagging. Yes. Big brother is so good to me. Little Seven smiled happily. At this moment, Yi Yin suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction with deep meaning. He naturally heard the conversation between the sect master of the demon spirit sect and the black-clothed middle-aged man. From the black-clothed middle-aged man's words, Yi Yin could also see that there was an invisible danger shrouding these black abyss divine spiders. Sigh, what a group of pitiful children, Yi Yin sighed. His mood became even more complicated. Without a doubt, the 8 people that had evolved into the 8 black abyss divine spiders were all disciples of the Shenlong sect. Perhaps, among the other 6 people, there might be some high-level figures of the Shenlong sect that Yi Yin was familiar with. Perhaps I should lend them a hand and send them to the divine land to cultivate. This way, I might be able to find the main body of the black abyss divine spiders. Yi Yin's eyes flashed. At this moment, he had made up his mind. As long as he killed the main body of the black abyss divine spiders, as long as he used some small methods, he could easily erase the memories of these people. In Yi Yin's view, these 8 people were very innocent. They were all disciples that had been passively sacrificed for the Shenlong sect. Therefore, he was prepared to send these people to the divine land and then bring them back to the Shenlong sect. However, before doing this, he had to first get rid of the main body of the black abyss divine spider. With this thought in mind, Yi Yan's mood became much more relaxed. As the sect master of the Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago, Yi Yan had always been good to his former disciples. Therefore, when he saw that a group of former disciples had evolved into black abyss divine spiders, Yi Yan felt very uncomfortable in his heart. However, Fortunately, it wasn't difficult for Yi Yun to solve this kind of problem. He had plenty of ways to solve it. Little 7, the meat is ready. Yi Yun smiled and handed a skewer of tender barbecued meat to Little 7. It smells so good. Big brother, you're really good at roasting meat. Little 7 smiled sweetly and took the barbecued meat skewer. Yi Yun nodded with a smile. He also took a skewer of meat and put it to his mouth, chewing slowly. The meat was from ordinary wild beasts in the mountains. Yi Yun hadn't eaten it for many years. Eating it today made him reminisce about the past. While the two of them were eating barbecued meat, several silhouettes streaked across the sky and approached them from the northwest. Yi Yun didn't raise his head. The people who had come were too weak. They were all young people in the Fate realm. Judging by the style of their robes, they should be from the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. There are people over there. A man's exclamation could be heard. The disciples of the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect stopped in midair. Good fellow, I didn't expect to see disciples of the Blue Dawn Sect here. A clear female voice, filled with astonishment, was suddenly heard. This woman was around 18 or 19 years old. She wore a black robe and had fair skin. She had extremely beautiful facial features and a graceful figure. She was extremely sexy. Beside her, there were a few young male disciples. Everyone's cultivation was basically at the Fate realm. At this time, a round-faced young man blinked and asked doubtfully, Junior Sister Zhu, are you seeing things? The Blue Dawn Sect is located in the Sky Sun Dynasty. It is truly too far from here. Even the sect patriarch of the Blue Dawn Sect wouldn't be able to come to our Sky Dynasty, right? I can't be wrong. That young lady wearing green clothes is a young disciple from our Blue Dawn Sect's 7th peak. Junior Zhu squinted her eyes and looked at Little 7 who was eating the meat skewers. Her eyes revealed a shocked expression again. She had an impression of this Little 7. Her innate talent was ordinary and her cultivation was poor. It was reasonable to say that she had left the Blue Dawn Sect for a period of time. This lass's cultivation should be at the primary sea realm at best. How did she suddenly become a divine bridge realm cultivator? It was truly inconceivable. Junior Zhu glanced at the white-clothed youth who was roasting meat. She couldn't see through his cultivation level and couldn't help but pout. Junior Zhu, do you want to go over and greet your Blue Dawn Sect's fellow disciples? The round-faced youth asked with a smile. There is no need. I heard from my previous master that this lass is an orphan from the Blue Dawn Sect's 7th peak. Her innate talent is mediocre and her temper isn't good either. Junior Zhu snorted coldly. Mediocre innate talent and her temper isn't good. After hearing this statement, Yi Yun suddenly lifted his head. Little 7's first life was a dignified demon ancestor. Any one of her subordinates would be able to eliminate everyone in the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. Little 7, do you know that young lady above? Yi Yun asked without any change in expression. Little 7 lifted her head and took a closer look. She suddenly exclaimed, she is Senior Zhu Qingyan. She used to be a member of your Blue Dawn Sect, right? Yi Yun asked with a smile. This Senior Zhu is our Blue Dawn Sect's elite prodigy. It is said that she was snatched away by a powerful sect 3 years ago. I didn't expect to meet her here. Little 7 said with surprise and delight. The top prodigy, snatched away by a powerful sect? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and could not help but reveal a helpless and bitter smile. This Green Cloud sect is really unlucky. Why is it that their disciples are always snatched away by powerful forces? No wonder they're in such dire straits. The younger generation is lacking. How can a sect like this be full of vitality? Junior Sister Zhu, that little girl seems to have recognized you. The round-faced young man's eyes flashed and he smiled. So what if she recognized me? I'm now a disciple of the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. I'm no longer a disciple of the Green Cloud Sect. Zhu Qingyan crossed her arms and snorted with an unfriendly expression. That's right. Junior Sister Zhu is an inner disciple of the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. Ever since she joined the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect, her cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Sooner or later, she'll be promoted to a core disciple. A burly young man beside her licked the sinner with a flattering look in his eyes. Zhu Qingyan was very pleased with his words. She only smiled and maintained her elegant posture as she nodded gently. Senior Sister Zhu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiaoqi did not hear their whispers. At this moment, she stood up, looked up, waved her jade-like hand, and greeted with a smile. Yi Yun's expression froze. This Xiaoqi is still too young. This little Zhu Qingyan used to be a chicken. Now that she's joined the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect, she thinks she's a phoenix and no longer looks down on her former sect mates. Such a thing was common even in the Tsungnan continent 100,000 years ago. There would be no lack of people fawning over the powerful in any era. What a coincidence. Junior Sister Xiaoqi, I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhu Qingyan's expression was cold. She looked down and said indifferently, looks like you've also left the Green Cloud sect. Which sect did you join? I didn't join any other sect. I just found my brother. Xiaoqi scratched her head and giggled. Her apple-like little face was filled with a happy smile. Your brother? Zhu Qingyan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Yi Yun again. Due to the angle, Yi Yun had only shown her the side of his face. Zhu Qingyan used her divine sense this time. After seeing Yi Yun's appearance, she couldn't help but be shocked. This pair of brother and sister really looked alike. It was as if they were carved out of the same mold. It was truly inconceivable. Which sect is your brother from? Zhu Qingyan asked coldly. My brother is from the Shenlong sect. Have you heard of it? Little Seven smiled proudly. I've never heard of it. A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhu Qingyan's face. Then, she put on an old and experienced look and said earnestly, Junior Sister Xiaoqi, I suggest that you join a super sect if you have the chance. It will be helpful for your future development. When Little Seven heard this, his expression froze. She didn't expect Senior Sister Zhu Qingyan to say that. She was at a loss. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know what to say. A victorious sneer flashed across Zhu Qingyan's face. She turned around and whispered, Senior Brother Zhao, we still have important matters to attend to. Let's go. All right. The sect has indeed summoned us for something important. There's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. The round-faced young man smiled, waved his arm, and then flew southeast with Zhu Qingyan and the others. They soon disappeared. Yi Yun slowly chewed on the barbecued meat as he watched the figures disappear into the distance. There was a faint sneer in his eyes. He really couldn't bear to kill these little fellows in the Fate state. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since Yi Yun killed these fellows who were not even considered ants. As a divine venerable, he really couldn't bear to kill little fellows in the Fate state. Sigh. Senior Sister Zhu is different from before. Little Seven seemed to have sensed something as well. She sighed helplessly and returned to her seat beside the fire unhappily. Everyone will change, but there are also some people who will never change. Yi Yun glanced at Little Seven with a meaningful look. In order to find him, Yun Xiao had lived 7 lives in 100,000 years. This was an everlasting feeling. Even if Yi Yun had a heart of stone, he was still touched by it. Big brother, can you tell which sect Senior Sister Zhu has joined? Xiaoqi's expression changed as she suddenly asked. You didn't hear what they said just now. In fact, she has joined the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. She can be considered an inner disciple. Yi Yun said. Wow, so it's the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. That's a super sect. Little Seven exclaimed. Although she lived in a small place in the Sun Dynasty, she had heard of the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. Little Seven, don't take the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect too seriously. Yi Yun smiled and lovingly reached out his hand to rub Little Seven's little head. Big brother, why do you think they left in such a hurry? Xiaoqi blinked her eyes and asked with interest. Since you're interested, let's follow them and find out. Yi Yun was overjoyed and hurriedly said. He didn't want Little Seven to rush back to cultivate. Now that Little Seven was interested in Zhu Qingyan's matter, he could go with the flow. Okay. Little Seven agreed without hesitation. She seemed to be very interested in Zhu Qingyan's whereabouts. The 2 figures beside the bonfire suddenly disappeared. Yi Yun and Little Seven followed behind Zhu Qingyan and the others unhurriedly. At the same time, he used his magic power to transmit Zhu Qingyan and the others' conversation to his side so that little Seven could also hear it. Senior brother Zhao, why did the sect suddenly summon us to the Wuji waters? Zhu Qingyan, who was flying, suddenly broke into a smile and asked seductively. It said that an ancient ruin was discovered in the depths of the waters. However, there are many water spirit beasts in the water, so the sect summoned us to kill them. The round-faced young man thought for a moment and said. Oh. Zhu Qingyan nodded lightly. Hee, if not for the fact that we're about to reach the Wuji waters, I wouldn't have told you guys about this. The round-faced young man spread his hands and chuckled with a mysterious expression on his face. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao, you must know more information, don't you? The burly young man beside him also came over and asked with a grin. I really don't know anything else. The round-faced young man shrugged and continued to smile mysteriously. Stop lying, Senior Brother Zhao. Your father is an elder of the sect and has a high position. How can you not know more? The burly young man shook his head. The round-faced young man was silent for a few seconds before saying with a smile, all right, since we're about to reach the Wuji waters, I'll tell you guys a secret. With a whoosh, the other disciples immediately gathered over. Everyone had an interested look on their faces. The round-faced young man cleared his throat and said in a low voice, it said that this is the ruins of a very powerful expert from 1,000,000 years ago. 1,000,000 years ago, when everyone heard this, their faces twitched and they jumped in fright. An ancient ruin that was 1,000,000 years old was too rare in the Cangnan continent. Senior brother Zhao, what kind of expert is this? The ruins of the sect have been preserved for 1,000,000 years? Zhu Qingyan asked. 1,000,000 years ago, there was a supreme expert of the human race known as the Black Mammoth Emperor. Have you guys heard of him? The round-faced young man said mysteriously. I've never heard of him. This is really too ancient, everyone shook their heads. There's a broken stone tablet in this ancient ruin with the words Black Mammoth Sect engraved on it. Therefore, those old fellows of the sect went back and looked up all kinds of information. Only then did they roughly guess that it might be the sect of the strongest expert in the world 1,000,000 years ago, the Black Mammoth Emperor. At this point, the round-faced young man's face was filled with fascination, as if he had endless respect for that legendary figure. Black Mammoth Emperor, Black God Sect, Yi Yin raised an eyebrow at the round-faced young man's words. He almost laughed out loud. This was too much of a coincidence. If he hadn't sent Blackie and the others to the Guegu Abyss, Yi Yin wouldn't have known that Black Mammoth Emperor was still alive in the form of a soul. Big brother, although this Black Mammoth Emperor sounds very powerful, I feel that he's not as powerful as you. Xiaoqi blinked and said. You're right. This so-called Black Mammoth Emperor isn't even qualified to carry your big brother's shoes. Yi Yin patted Xiaoqi's little head lovingly and said with a smile. Xiaoqi nodded. In the other direction, after the round-faced young man finished speaking, the other people showed great interest on their faces. This was the sect ruins of an invincible great emperor of the human race from 1,000,000 years ago. Perhaps they would be able to obtain his supreme inheritance. If their Thousand Illumination Divine sect had the opportunity to obtain this inheritance, they might be able to become a heaven-rank sect or even an eternal rank sect in the future. The round-faced young man couldn't help but find it funny when he saw his junior brothers and sisters indulging in their fantasies. Haha. He waved his hand and muttered, don't think so much. It's been 1,000,000 years. Who knows what's left? Senior brother Zhao is right. Let's hurry over. Zhu Qingyan also laughed. Two blushes suddenly appeared on her delicate little face. She was also indulging in her fantasies. After a round of laughter, they increased their speed and continued to fly southeast. Big brother, do you think there's any inheritance left in the ruins of the Black God sect? Xiaoqi asked curiously. This? Perhaps I'll help you find the person involved. It'll be clearer. Yi Yun hesitated for a moment. As if thinking of something, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face. The person involved? Xiaoqi was stunned. She didn't understand what her big brother meant. 1,000,000 years later, the world would undergo great changes. Where would she find the person involved? Yi Yun smiled and suddenly reached out. He broke through the void and grabbed at the Guegu Abyss. On top of the mountain, At this moment, Great Emperor Haimong, who was in the middle of the army of gods, suddenly disappeared. Because all of the god spirit army, including the 5 kings, had been frozen by Yi Yun, after coming out of space, Black Skeleton Emperor was like a statue. He did not move at all. Sizzle, Great Emperor Haimeng's body began to burn like a flame as soon as it came into contact with the air outside, emitting a sizzling sound. Yi Yun frowned slightly. It was true that the souls in the Gui Dirt Abyss wouldn't be able to live for long in the outside world. Yi Yun flicked his finger and a sacred white light landed on Great Emperor Haimeng. Great Emperor Haimeng's body immediately stopped burning. His cultivation had also been suppressed by Yi Yun. He suppressed it to the Eternal Realm. In the Zhongnan continent, true God Realm experts were very frightening. Yi Yun didn't want the Black Nightmare Emperor to be too high-profile. Yi Yun waved his hand and dispelled the immobilization technique. Great Emperor Haimeng's body shook and he suddenly came to his senses. Where am I? Great Emperor Haimeng looked around and felt the spirit chi he hadn't felt in a million years. He suddenly became very excited. Heavens, what was going on? What kind of power allowed him to come to the outside world from the Gui Dirt Abyss? Even if he was in the true God realm and had reached the peak of cultivation in the Zhongnan continent, he couldn't leave the Gui Dirt Abyss. Once he left, he would soon die. Why did my cultivation drop? Also, why is my soul so stable? It's not affected at all? Great Emperor Haimeng had a dumbfounded expression as he muttered a series of questions. Suddenly, his gaze shifted and he saw a young man in white and a young lady in green a few meters away. Wasn't that little girl the Heavenly Tao's favorite that Li Qikong had brought back? She had come to the depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss alone from the ancient tomb and walked into the dragon tribe's army in the valley. Heavens, what was going on? Great Emperor Haimeng felt all kinds of thoughts in his mind. He didn't know what was going on. Yi Yun looked at the panicked Great Emperor Haimeng and smiled calmly. Haimeng, I was the one who caught you from the Gui Dirt Abyss. At the same time, I suppressed your cultivation level and added a layer of protection to stabilize your soul. You? Great Emperor Haimeng looked at Yi Yun with horror in his eyes. To be able to catch him from the Gui Dirt Abyss, suppress his cultivation level from the true God realm to the Eternal Realm, and protect his soul at the same time, this person was at least in the Divine Lord realm. Great Emperor Haimeng thought of the souls of the gods, especially Lord Ling Xiao whose cultivation level was higher. Perhaps even that lord didn't dare to walk out of the Gui Dirt Abyss, however, this white-robed senior could do all this with ease. This meant that this white-robed senior's strength was far superior to Lord Ling Xiao's. Thoughts raced in his mind. Great Emperor Haimeng took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said respectfully, Senior, may I know why you've summoned this lowly one? Don't worry, the 5 emperors didn't do anything outrageous in the Gui Dirt Abyss. Moreover, you were all heroes of your generation, so I won't let you die. Yi Yun didn't answer Great Emperor Haimeng's question directly. He only smiled gently to reassure the Great Emperor Haimeng. Hearing this, Great Emperor Haimeng was extremely touched. He knew that his strength was as insignificant as an ant in the eyes of this person. This senior's words were tantamount to giving him a new life. Just think about it. His soul could now travel freely in the Zhongnan continent without being affected. Wasn't this a new life for Great Emperor Haimeng? Big brother, who is this person? Why is he wearing the emperor's clothes? Little Seven blinked and tugged at Yi Yun's robes as she asked curiously. He's Great Emperor Haimeng of the Black God sect. Yi Yun said with a smile. What, he's Great Emperor Haimeng of the Black God sect, an expert from a million years ago? Xiaoqi was shocked and her mouth was wide open. At this moment, a perilous storm was set off in her young heart. A domineering expert from a million years ago was resurrected by her brother. What kind of divine power was this? Yi Yun seemed to have seen through the little girl's thoughts. He rubbed Xiaoqi's head and smiled gently. Great Emperor Haimeng's appearance had really frightened the little girl. Haimeng, look in that direction. Is there a sect ruin of the Black God sect in the boundless water? Yi Yun's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance and pointed. Great Emperor Haimeng hurriedly looked in a certain direction. He was now at the 10th level of the Eternal Realm and was one of the top experts in the Zhongnan continent. His divine consciousness was also extremely terrifying. At a glance, he saw that in the depths of the water, there was an ancient sect ruin that had been abandoned for a long time. Senior, that's the sect ruin of the Black God sect, Great Emperor Heimeng cupped his fists and said respectfully. At this moment, a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. Yi Yin nodded. As an experienced person, he could understand Great Emperor Heimeng's feelings at this moment. My sister wants to explore the sect ruin of the Black God sect. You can be her guide later. Yi Yin suddenly said faintly. Be a guide, explore the ruins of the Black God sect. Hearing Yi Yin's words, Great Emperor Heimeng was stunned for a moment, and a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. What a guy, why does this sound a little fishy? I'm leading your sister to dig up my family's treasures. Although 1,000,000 years have passed, they should be able to find some treasures in the ruins of the Black God sect, right? This guide, no matter what, he had to do it. Emperor Heimeng wasn't an ordinary person after all. He was an old man who had lived for 1,000,000 years. His mind spun quickly, and he understood the situation in an instant. Time was a merciless thing. The ruins of the Black God sect had been drifting for 1,000,000 years. To Emperor Heimeng, there wasn't much value in it. This white-robed senior was incomparably powerful and unfathomable. Moreover, he had saved his life. Now that he had made such a request, if he didn't agree, then he really didn't know what was good for him. Emperor Heimeng's face was full of sincerity. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, Senior, this junior is willing to be the guide and bring Miss to explore the Black God sect. Good. Yi Yin nodded in satisfaction. He then lowered his head and rubbed Xiaoqi's little head. He smiled and said, Come, let's go. Okay. Xiaoqi happily agreed. She stood there for a few seconds and suddenly realized that she was still standing there. She raised her head and looked at Yi Yin strangely. Big brother, why aren't we leaving yet? That place isn't too far away. We can just fly there. This time, you're the main character of the exploration. We'll follow you, Yi Yin rubbed his chin and said with a smile. Xiaoqi, at this moment, Xiaoqi had a strange expression on her face. It was as if a persimmon was stuck in her throat. Her eyes were wide open, and she couldn't speak. Yi Yin smiled. He was only doing this to buy some time. Moreover, the everlasting water domain wasn't too far away. With Xiaoqi's speed, it would only take half a day to fly there. Seeing Xiaoqi's dazed expression, Yi Yin explained, there are many water spirit beasts there. Let the 1,000 Illumination Divine sect kill them for a while. We can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. All right. Xiaoqi nodded helplessly. He took the lead and flew towards the southeast. Yi Yin glanced at Great Emperor Heimeng, and then he followed unhurriedly. Great Emperor Heimeng followed closely behind Yi Yin with a solemn and respectful expression. He looked at the small figure in front of him with an indescribable fanaticism in his eyes. This little girl might only be at the Divine Bridge realm, but she is actually the darling of the heavenly Tao. She could even turn a blind eye to such a dangerous place like the Gui Dirt Abyss. Compared to me, a true God realm Great Emperor, she is truly much more powerful, Great Emperor Heimeng thought to himself. He suddenly felt that it was his honor to be a guide for such a favored child of the heavenly Tao. Hey Teng, you've been in the Gui Abyss for 1,000,000 years. How do you feel now that you've come out? After flying leisurely for some distance, Yi Yin looked ahead without turning his head and asked faintly. Senior. Great Emperor Heimeng sighed and said, I'm excited. Especially after seeing the ruins of the Black God sect. My emotions are even more complicated, and I can understand you. Yi Yin turned and looked in the direction of the Gui Abyss. He smiled faintly and said, the 5 of you have lived for so long. You are truly an anomaly. That's right. I don't know what kind of power there is in the Gui Abyss that can keep our souls intact. It is indeed very strange. Great Emperor Heimeng said with a wry smile. Yi Yin nodded. In the deepest part of the Gui Abyss, beside the mysterious blue crystal wall, the jade Rui spider was still trying to awaken the Undying Stone tribe member. However, there was still no sign of activity. Yi Yin wasn't in a hurry. His clone was waiting there at the moment. After it was activated, Yi Yin would be able to learn more about it. He was looking forward to it. Eh? Strange, what are those things? Why are there things that look like strands of hair growing in the soil in some places? Yi Yun's eyes flashed. He suddenly discovered some unexpected changes in the Guegu abyss. In a few places, black strands of hair were growing out of the black soil or rock crevices, just like human hair. There weren't many of these strands. They were sparse and didn't grow very quickly. At this moment, Yi Yun immediately thought of Elder Gong Yang. It seems that this Undying Stone tribe member has other secrets, Yi Yun thought to himself. This change meant that the Jade Rui spider's various poisons had affected the Undying Stone tribe member's condition. It probably wouldn't be long before this Undying Stone tribe member completely awakened from its slumber. Yi Yun turned to look in the direction of the boundless expanse. At this moment, there were thousands of Illumination sect disciples fighting fiercely at the bottom of the boundless expanse with water spirit beasts of various sizes. The battle was very intense. Although there were many water spirit beasts, they were unable to withstand the fierce encirclement of the Illumination sect disciples. As time went by, the number of water spirit beasts decreased. Some of them were even scared out of their wits. 1/3 of the Illumination sect disciples were guarding the various directions of the boundless expanse, while the other 2/3 entered the ruins. After all, the Dark God sect was the strongest sect a million years ago. Therefore, the ruins were extremely vast. Even with so many people entering, it wasn't obvious. It was like a drop of water entering a small lake. Half a day later, above the Wuji water domain, 3 figures slowly flew over. "Stop, who are you?" A small team from the Illumination sect blocked Yi Yun's path. This small group included Zhu Qingyan and the round-faced young man with the surname Zhao from before. However, the two of them were standing at the back of the team. The one who shouted was a man in his 30s. His cultivation was the highest in the team, at the 6th level of the Fate State. "Xiaoqi, why are you here?" When Zhu Qingyan saw Xiaoqi's appearance, she asked in shock. "Exploring the ruins," Xiaoqi said without batting an eyelid. Previously, this senior sister Zhu's attitude towards her wasn't too good, so now Xiaoqi's expression had also turned cold. How did she know there were ruins here? Did you leak the information? Junior sister Zhu? The man in his 30s was shocked. He grabbed Zhu Qingyan from afar and questioned her fiercely. "No. I didn't say anything to her. Senior brother Zhao can testify." Zhu Qingyan was so scared that her soul was about to explode. She hurriedly defended herself. "Senior brother Ouyang, junior sister Zhu didn't lie. I can testify." The round-faced young man with the surname Zhao flew over and said. Senior brother Ouyang's face darkened. He turned around again and looked at the 3 people opposite him. Suddenly, he waved his hand and shouted, "Men, arrest all these spies." Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and glanced at Emperor Haimong indifferently. The Black Nightmare Emperor took a step forward, stood in front of Xiaoqi, and shouted, "Don't worry, Xiaoqi. Get lost." His voice was like a clap of thunder. All of the Illumination celestial sect disciples were knocked unconscious. They lost their balance and fell into the surging river below like dumplings. Seeing how domineering the Black Nightmare Emperor was, Xiaoqi giggled and stuck out her little tongue. "Big brother, are the ruins of the Dark God sect under this water?" Xiaoqi looked around but couldn't find the Dark God sect, so she asked. "It's deep in the water. Your consciousness isn't far enough, so you can't find it." Yi Yun pointed at a certain place and chuckled. "Okay." Little Seven agreed excitedly and then landed on that side of the water. The 3 entered the water. They sank all the way to the bottom. Alas, millions of years have passed in the blink of an eye. The world is full of changes. My Dark God sect used to occupy the Crow Divinity mountain range and stretched for millions of miles. I can't believe it has fallen into the lake. Great Monarch Haimang looked around and kept sighing. Yi Yun nodded. He understood Emperor Haimang's feelings very well. "What's that?" Xiaoqi suddenly shouted in surprise and pointed in a direction. A few hundred meters away from the 3 of them, a water-type demonic beast that looked like a lion was staring at them. That's a beast of the water type. Most people call them water lions. They look like lions, but they live in the water. Their intelligence is lower, but they're good at fighting in the water, Yi Yin explained. The beast of the water type was huge, like a small bulldozer. It was also at the fate state. It wasn't weak for Xiaoqi. Roar. The beast of the water type roared and threw itself at the three. It seemed that Xiaoqi, who was only at the celestial bridge state, was pitifully weak. As for the other two men, he couldn't tell what their ranks were. Because it had just been defeated, the beast of the water type was full of anger. It finally saw someone with a weak rank, so it didn't hesitate to charge at them. Emperor Haimong was about to make a move when he saw the little girl take out a red gourd. "Baby, please turn around." Xiaoqi bowed to the gourd. A ray of light whizzed out of the gourd and went straight to the beast of the water type. It was unbelievably fast. A sorrowful cry was heard. The water spirit beast's head was chopped off. The light flashed and it returned to the gourd. "Wow, big brother, this flying immortal saber is really good." Xiaoqi hugged the gourd excitedly. Her face was full of joy. "Of course." Yi Yin shrugged with a smile. Although the flying immortal saber was a fake, it was still a top-grade emperor rank weapon. Great Emperor Haimeng's expression changed slightly when he saw the red-skinned gourd, but he wasn't too surprised. Yi Yin understood. This expert from 1,000,000 years ago was very knowledgeable. Naturally, a supreme-grade emperor-level Dharma treasure would not catch his eye. "Hey Teng, were there many divine-level treasures on this continent 1,000,000 years ago?" Yi Yin asked. "There are very few deity-grade treasures, but there are quite a few emperor-grade treasures. For example, my Black God sect only has one deity-grade treasure and a few emperor-grade treasures. Emperor Haimeng's Emperor's Haimeng Emperor's, there's actually a divine-grade treasure. Your era is still a bit stronger than ours." Yi Yin smiled disapprovingly. Although the entire Shenlong sect was powerful 100,000 years ago, it didn't even have an emperor-rank treasure, let alone a god-rank treasure. However, the other two eternal sects both had emperor-rank weapons. Only the Shenlong sect didn't have one. Now it seemed that the Shenlong sect didn't have an emperor-rank weapon. Even in his era, the god-rank treasures seemed to have disappeared. And only existed in legends. There was probably some force behind it. The three figures continued to fall. "Strange, why is the Yuan Qi here so rich?" Looking at the depths of the water, the Haimeng sect's ruins hidden in the green vegetation, and feeling the Yuan Qi in the water, Emperor Haimong revealed a look of shock. "There's still Yuan Qi here." "It's indeed very rich," Yi Yin said with slight surprise. Yuan Qi was a higher concentration of spirit qi, and its quality was much higher than spirit qi. In the Zhongnan continent, places with Yuan Qi were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Even if there was, it would be a flash in the pan. Xiaoqi greedily inhaled the rich Yuan Qi through her pores and asked curiously, "Emperor Haimong, isn't this your Black God sect's territory? Could it be that there wasn't such Yuan Qi 1,000,000 years ago?" Emperor Haimong shook his head. "No, this Yuan Qi is extremely rare in the Zhongnan continent." Yi Yin smiled without batting an eyelid. There must be a reason for this abnormality. However, he didn't bother to scan it now. If he knew the answer in advance, it would be meaningless to explore. It seemed that this Black God sect was still a bit interesting. "Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can find some treasures," Yi Yin said to Xiaoqi with a smile. "Okay." Xiaoqi suddenly became spirited and sped up her descent. Yi Yin also sent a voice transmission to Emperor Haimong, telling him not to use his divine sense to explore anything and to let Xiaoqi do as she pleased. Emperor Haimong hurriedly agreed. He could tell that Yi Yin doted on Xiaoqi a lot. Along the way, he deliberately flew so slowly as if to stall for time. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the three of them finally landed on a mountain range deep in the water. This mountain range was filled with broken arms and dilapidated walls. All kinds of ancient buildings could be seen everywhere, but they were all covered in thick moss. This ruin was filled with all kinds of vegetation. These plants were green and full of vitality. It was a scene of prosperity. There were towering green trees, short grass, and all kinds of green vines. Among them, there were more green vines. These green plants were also emitting a shocking amount of Yuan Qi. They flowed along the water flow and drifted further away. In the distance, water spirit beasts would appear from time to time. The yuan qi in this black god sect ruin is so dense that even the plants are emitting yuan qi. Such a good place is really suitable for establishing a sect. Yiyan looked around with a look of admiration in his eyes. Big brother, let's go quickly. Those people from the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect have already run to the innermost part. Xiaoqi urged. All right. Yiyan smiled and nodded. He then looked at Emperor Haimong and said, it's time for you to play your role as a guide. Yes, senior. Emperor Haimong replied respectfully. He then came to Xiaoqi's side and pointed around. This is the original southern gate of the Black God sect. If we go east, we will find the alchemy room. If we go south, we will find the scripture pavilion. If we go north, we will find a spiritual plant valley. There are all kinds of natural treasures there, but I don't know if they still exist. Natural treasures? Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. She was instantly interested. She hurriedly urged, let's go. We will go to that spiritual plant valley. Emperor Haimong hurriedly agreed and led the way. His flying speed was not fast. It was completely based on Xiaoqi's speed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the three of them appeared in the air above a mountain. In front of them was a vast valley. There are so many people from the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. Xiaoqi looked down and couldn't help but be surprised. In the lush valley, there were hundreds of disciples from the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect searching for all kinds of rare spiritual plants. We're late. The good stuff has been taken by others. Xiaoqi was a little depressed. Young miss, don't worry. I will help you get them back. Emperor Haimong hurriedly said. No need. These aren't anything good anyway. Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he looked in a certain direction and smiled meaningfully. Emperor Haimong was embarrassed and could only give up. Hey, look over there. Isn't there a red-robed monk sitting in the grass? Xiaoqi suddenly pointed at a certain place, her beautiful eyes opened wide as she exclaimed in a low voice. N. There's a red-robed monk over there, but he must have been dead for many years, right? The Black Nightmare Emperor looked down at a certain place in the valley and smiled. This valley was vast and filled with spiritual plants. It was lush and verdant, and there were different types of spiritual herbs growing all over the place. The disciples of the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect were busy picking these rare spirit plants. Somewhere in the depths of the valley, the ground was sunken, and there was a large patch of red grass growing on the ground. These red grasses were the famous blood crystal grasses. It was one of the necessary herbs to concoct all kinds of healing pills. There were a lot of blood crystal grass in the valley. There were more than 10,000 of them, and they emitted dense yuan qi. These blood crystal grass were lush, and they were half a person's height. Each of them was at least 10,000 years old, and their quality was extremely high. At the center of the blood crystal grass, there was a skeleton wearing a red kasaya. Although he had already passed away, and his body had turned into a pile of bones, one could still tell that he was a monk when he was alive. At this moment, a few disciples of the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect had already come over. They stood at the periphery and looked at the skeleton with astonishment. On our way here, we haven't even seen a dead person. Who would have thought that there would be a monk who died many years ago here? A middle-aged man said curiously. It's a bit strange. Also, we haven't encountered any danger along the way. Isn't it a bit too smooth? Another man said with a wink. These people had already broken through to the life and death realm. They could be considered core disciples with high status in the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. Those blood crystal grass are pretty good. If we can pick them all, we'll make a fortune. A short and stout man stroked his chin, his eyes shining. Let's go. We can't miss such an opportunity. These people glanced at each other. In the end, their greed overcame their uneasiness, and they walked toward the blood crystal grass. When they arrived near the blood crystal grass, they started digging. After dozens of seconds, the surroundings didn't change. As for the skeleton that was sitting cross-legged on the ground, hidden in the blood crystal grass, there were no changes either. Everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. Thus, they started to pick up the blood crystal grass. One after another, they dug out the blood crystal grass and put them into their storage rings. Above the valley, little Seven was also looking at the scene below. Brother, let's go somewhere else. Little Seven retracted her gaze and looked at Yi Yun in boredom as she yawned. There's no need to rush. Let's wait a little longer. Yi Yun looked down and smiled with interest. Oh. Little Seven seemed to be deep in thought, so he suppressed his temper and continued to stare at the bottom of the valley. Great Emperor Heimei resisted the urge to scan with his divine sense. He stared at the skeleton and blinked constantly as if he was trying to guess something. The 1,000 Illumination Divine Sect disciples got closer and closer to the skeleton. When they were only 10 feet away, everyone suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and their expressions changed greatly. Not good, I feel like something is entangling me. The short and fat man suddenly lowered his head to look at his waist, but he didn't find anything. I'm being pestered too. The others also cried out in surprise. Before anyone could react, a force suddenly surged from their waists. Then, they were pulled toward the red-clothed skeleton. What's going on? Why is this pile of bones moving? Is he still alive? One of the men suddenly shouted. He watched as the skeleton's mouth seemed to move slightly, as if a ferocious beast had opened its mouth. Everyone else's faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. They also noticed this change. The skeleton opened its mouth, and an indescribable force sucked them in the blink of an eye. Ah! Everyone let out a blood-curdling scream before disappearing completely. After devouring these people, Yi Zichen swallowed them. Flesh and blood began to grow on the skeleton's body. In just 3 to 5 seconds. A thin layer of flesh and blood grew on his body. This was a young monk. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the 1,000 Illumination Divine Sect disciples in the valley. Then, he sucked them all into his mouth. This monk isn't dead. Above the valley, little Seven saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Could this be the evil Buddha sect's withered bones Zen? The Black Mammoth Emperor's eyes flashed as he thought of something. That's right, this is the evil Buddha sect's withered bones Zen. This monk hasn't died, but he's maintaining a state of suspended animation while maintaining his own life, Yi Yun said with a smile. He didn't have a good impression of the evil Buddha sect at all. A while ago, when he was in the Myriad Dragon Ridge, he had killed a monk from the evil Buddha sect. However, Yi Yun didn't expect to meet another evil Buddha sect disciple in the limitless waters of the Plough Empire. After eating hundreds of 1,000 Illumination Divine Sect disciples, the red-clothed monk finally grew flesh and blood. He suddenly stood up and took a few steps forward. Then, he suddenly stopped and looked at his feet with a frown. There seems to be a green vine under his feet. Little Seven exclaimed. My goodness, this green vine can actually trap this old monk. What exactly is it? The Black Mammoth Emperor muttered to himself. He looked at the green vine and the surrounding plants and fell into deep thought. Yi Yun was very interested in that green vine. This monk from the evil Buddha sect wasn't weak. If a green vine could trap him, then this green vine must not be a nobody. Unfortunately, he couldn't recognize it now. Open! The red-clothed monk roared and slashed down with his palm. A Buddhist light flashed. The green vine snapped with a sound. Ha ha ha, after being trapped for so many years, I'm finally free. This damned place is too terrifying. The red-cloaked monk laughed at the sky. At this moment, the green vine stretched out from the depths of the ground and swept toward him. The red-cloaked monk rose into the air and left the ground. The green vine didn't chase after him and continued to shrink back. It's you? The red-cloaked monk floated in the air of the valley and looked at Yi Yun with surprise. You recognize me? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. The red-cloaked monk recognized him at a glance. That was really strange. Along the way, Yi Yun didn't leave any traces in the Tsunnan continent. How did the red-cloaked monk know him? Could it be? This guy had seen him 100,000 years ago. That was possible. After all, he was so famous 100,000 years ago and many people had seen him. 10,000 Dragons Ridge, you killed my disciple. The red-robed monk stared intently at Yi Yun as he enunciated each word with hatred. At this moment, the aura on his body also rose steadily. From the eternal realm, he climbed all the way to the peak of the first level of the true immortal realm. So, you're that monk's master. You look much younger than him. I thought he was your master. Yi Yan spread his hands and laughed. You're courting death. The red-cloaked monk was furious when he heard that. Layers of blood-colored Buddhist light surged around his body like a monstrous sea of blood, looking extremely terrifying. Senior, the evil Buddhist sect has never produced any good people. Let me deal with him. Great Emperor Haimong volunteered. All right, leave him alive. Yi Yan smiled faintly and agreed to Great Emperor Haimeng's request. The red-cloaked monk was just a small character. That vine was the real protagonist of the story. Yi Yan flicked his finger. Great Emperor Haimeng's aura skyrocketed from level 10 Eternal Realm to level 5 True Immortal Realm. Haha, this is great. Great Emperor Haimeng laughed wildly in his heart. He turned around and glared at the red-robed monk. Your cultivation, how could it be? Level 5 True Immortal Realm? The monk in red stared at Great Emperor Haimeng in shock. He stuttered. He had thought that he was invincible in the True Immortal Realm. However, there was always someone stronger. The man in Emperor's robes was actually at level 5 True Immortal Realm. This cultivation was 4 small realms higher than him. In an instant, the red-robed monk thought of retreating. Swoosh, with a sway of his body, he turned into a streak of bloody light and fled. After all, he had been trapped in this ruin for too many years. Now that a group of stupid cultivators had found him, he had a chance to escape. How could the monk in red give up this precious opportunity to escape? Trying to escape? Great Emperor Haimeng sneered. He turned into a ray of black light and intercepted the ray of bloody light. Great Emperor Haimeng released his peerless emperor's aura at this moment. His black hair fluttered and his eyes were blazing. His aura looked down on the world as he stretched out his palm. At this moment, his palm was as black as ink. A black ray of light shot out from his palm and instantly filled the entire void like a tidal wave. From afar, it looked like the river had been dyed black. The monk in red was shocked. He was shocked to find that he had become extremely weak in this black light. Not only was he weak, but he could not rush out of the range of the black light. He had just escaped. Although he had a body of flesh and blood, he was still very weak. Even though he had forcibly raised his realm to the True Immortal Realm, his actual combat strength was much weaker than before. The monk in red dashed left and right like a headless fly. As the power of the black light grew stronger, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp and could not move. Vaguely, a huge black hand with a shadow eye whizzed toward him. My life is over. The red-robed monk screamed miserably in his heart and closed his eyes sadly. The black light that filled the sky retracted and turned into a black rope, firmly binding the red-cloaked monk. With a wave of his hand, Great Emperor Haimong grabbed the red-robed monk through the air. He took a step forward and arrived beside Yi Yan. Senior, the evil Buddhist sect's monk has been captured. The Black Nightmare Emperor laughed heartily and threw the red-robed monk in front of Yi Yan. The red-cloaked monk looked at Yi Yan in horror. This white-clothed young man's cultivation base was unfathomable. He could not determine his exact cultivation base just by his aura alone. And a true God Realm level 5 powerhouse actually addressed this white-robed youth as senior so respectfully. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the true cultivation of this white-clothed young man was. Since when did the Xianxia continent have such powerful cultivators? The red-robed monk asked loudly. Although he knew that he was going to die, he didn't want to be a foolish ghost. The combat strength of the two people before him had completely surpassed the ceiling of the Xianxia continent. Even if he were to die, he had to get to the bottom of this. From the divine earth. Are you satisfied with this answer? Yi Yan raised his brows and said indifferently. What? You're from the divine earth? Hearing this, the red-cloaked monk felt as if cold water had been poured over his head. In an instant, his entire body turned cold and he began to tremble. No wonder these two people were so powerful. It turned out that they were from the divine earth. The divine earth was the heaven of the gods. There were countless true gods there. A true God Realm cultivator like him could only strut around in the Xianxia continent. Over at the divine earth, he was as lowly as an ant. How did you recognize me? Yi Yan's gaze was like two sharp swords that shot towards the red-cloaked monk. My evil Buddhist sect has a heart imprint inheritance. The master and disciple are connected by heart. Not only can they pass on their techniques, but they can also transmit information through the heart imprint. Before he died, he transmitted your appearance over. That's how I knew that you were the one who killed my disciple. The red-cloaked monk glared at Yi Yun and said with overflowing hatred. He only hated that he was too weak and couldn't defeat this god of the divine earth. So that's how it is. The evil Buddhist sect that has always done all kinds of evil has some redeeming qualities. Yi Yun nodded indifferently. Of course. The red-cloaked monk said with a proud expression. Since you're trapped in the ruins of the Black Deity sect, why don't you let your disciple come over? Yi Yun asked. There's a great demon here. If he comes, he'll be courting death. The red-cloaked monk said with gritted teeth. A great demon? Great Emperor Haimong was shocked. His eyes widened as he hurriedly scanned his surroundings. Just as he released his divine sense, he suddenly remembered Yi Yun's instructions and immediately retracted his divine sense. Yi Yun raised his brows and asked with interest, what kind of vine is that? You don't know? The red-cloaked monk laughed hysterically. Seeing that the red-cloaked monk was so rude, Great Emperor Haimong snorted coldly and said, Senior, there's no good person in the evil Buddhist sect. How dare he speak to Senior like that? Why don't I give him an unforgettable lesson? No need. Yi Yun remained calm. His pupils constricted slightly as he activated the heavenly illusionary eye and easily obtained the information. It turned out that there was a Buddha flame root growing deep underground in the ruins of the Black Deity sect. Yi Yun had heard of this Buddha flame root before, but he had never seen it before. The Buddha flame root was an extremely rare spirit plant in the world. Its roots were huge and spread deep underground, extending in all directions. Countless roots went straight to the ground and continued to grow. The Buddha flame root was very unique. Its shape on the ground was ever-changing. Some grew into the shape of trees, some into grass, and some even into vines. The vine's form was the strongest form of the Buddha flame root. Among all its forms, it was also the one with the most number of forms. Therefore, Yi Yun and the other two saw many green vines when they came to the ruins of the Black Deity sect. In reality, those were the ends of the Buddha flame root. The Buddha flame root was extremely rare and mysterious. The world knew very little about it and rarely saw it. The records of the Buddha flame root only stopped at extremely ancient records. Only a powerful sect with a deep foundation could have such an ancient book. What did you do to me? The red-cloaked monk was dazed for a moment before waking up instantly. He shook his head and seemed to have thought of something as he roared with a menacing expression, You pried into my memories? That's right. Yi Yun did not deny it. Fufu, so what if I pried into your memories? The most profound divine powers of my evil Buddhist sect's inheritance are the heart-to-heart. The heart-to-heart technique is passed down generation after generation. There's no way you can pry into high-level cultivation techniques. The red-cloaked monk sneered. Yi Yun rubbed his brows, feeling that this monk had truly lost his mind. He merely saw that the monk was stubborn and wanted to do things simply. Therefore, he pried into his memories and obtained information about the Buddha flame root. He had no interest in the inheritance of evil Buddhist sect at all. Why would I be interested in a mere inheritance of evil Buddhist sect? You think too highly of your sect. Yi Yun smiled indifferently. Humph. The red-cloaked monk sneered. My evil Buddhist sect is also famous in the divine land and has a high status. My master has long left Songnan mainland for our sect. If he meets you in the divine land one day, he'll definitely kill you. Big brother, this monk is too arrogant. He actually dares to threaten you. Xiaoqi glared at him. Senior, this monk is too arrogant. We can't let him live. The Black Mammoth Emperor's gaze was sharp, and the black light in his hand overflowed into the sky, filled with terrifying killing intent. Yi Yun waved his hand. I originally wanted to take his life, but it seems like I'll have to keep him alive for a while longer, Yi Yun smiled. Big brother, why do you want to keep him alive? Xiaoqi asked, puzzled. Keeping him alive is naturally to let him see how I'll deal with the evil Buddha sect in the divine land. Yi Yun chuckled. He didn't have a good impression of the evil Buddha sect at all. He wanted nothing more than to get rid of them. There were very few successors of the evil Buddha sect in the Xianxia continent. He reckoned that after killing this red-robed monk, there wouldn't be any left. And there was still the malignant tumor of the evil Buddha sect in the divine land. He wanted to get rid of him. The reason why Yiyan spared this monk's life was to let him see with his own eyes how he would do it. Humph. Aren't you a little too arrogant? The evil Buddha sect in the divine land is full of powerhouses. It's not something you can fight against with your cultivation. I advise you to let me go obediently now. Buddha has always been merciful. This poor monk won't bicker with you. The red-robed monk sneered. What an idiot. Yiyan sneered. With a slap, it landed on the left and right sides of the red-clothed monk's face. The red-robed monk was dizzy and fainted after 2 seconds. Yiyan stretched out his hand, and a ray of light fell and took the red-robed monk away. Come, Xiaoqi, let's continue exploring the ruins of the Black Mammoth sect. After taking away the red-robed monk, Yiyan gently rubbed Xiaoqi's head and said gently. Big brother, what is the great demon that the monk is talking about? Xiaoqi looked up and asked with a smile. Yiyan said, it's the Buddha flame root. Buddha flame root? I've never heard of it. Xiaoqi shook her head. Great Emperor Heimeng had a horrified expression. Who would have thought that there would be the legendary Buddha flame root in the depths of my Black God sect? Great Emperor Heimeng said in shock. Hey Tong, did the Buddha flame root appear in the Xianxia continent 1,000,000 years ago? Yiyan asked with a smile. 1,000,000 years ago, a Buddha flame root appeared. Its cultivation was extremely powerful, and it caused a catastrophe, Great Emperor Heimeng sighed. A single Buddha flame root caused such a calamity? Yiyan said in surprise. This Buddha flame root has low intelligence and will never be able to take human form. It's completely different from ordinary monsters. It had a strong life force and loved to devour all kinds of natural treasures to evolve. It was very difficult to kill it. More than 1,000,000 years ago, countless experts worked together to destroy most of the Buddha flame roots. Great Emperor Heimeng recalled with a solemn expression. Yiyan nodded. He had never heard of this part of the Buddha flame root. After all, it was too long ago. Senior, I'm afraid there's some natural treasure in the depths of the ground. Otherwise, the Buddha flame root wouldn't have so much yuan qi at the end. Great Emperor Heimeng looked down and said doubtfully. Let's go take a look. Yiyan smiled and pulled little Seven's hand as they descended from the sky. They landed on the blood crystal grass. There was a green vine lying on the ground. As if it had sensed a powerful aura, the green vine suddenly stood up like a snake. The head of the vine was aimed at Great Emperor Heimeng. He's quite interested in you. Yiyan smiled. Great Emperor Heimeng was speechless. Great Emperor Heimeng had an awkward expression. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the green vine. The green vine dodged to the side at lightning speed. Even so, it couldn't avoid Great Emperor Heimeng's hand and was caught. Come out. Great Emperor Heimeng pulled hard, and a large part of the green vine was pulled out. Snap, the green rattan snapped with a sound. The remaining green vines actually burrowed back into the soil and disappeared. Great Emperor Heimeng threw the remaining half of the vine on the ground and looked around in surprise. He muttered, Senior, there's something wrong with the Buddha flame root. Why didn't it attack us? This is Xiaoqi's training, so I didn't use my consciousness. Perhaps there's something good hidden in the depths of the Black God sect? Yiyan asked with a smile. Something good? Great Emperor Heimeng slapped his forehead and suddenly exclaimed, Senior, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? 1,000,000 years ago, I once obtained a strange egg. I don't know what kind of creature was in the egg, but it liked to suck the yuan qi of humans. Back then, not only did it consume a lot of my natural treasures, but the cultivators of the Black God sect were also ambushed, causing many of them to lose their yuan qi. The upper echelons of the sect saw it as an ominous object. In a fit of anger, I sealed the egg deep underground. Great Emperor Heimeng said solemnly. An egg that actively absorbs yuan qi? Yiyan murmured with a look of great interest on his face. Xiaoqi asked nonchalantly, Great Emperor Heimeng, it's been 1,000,000 years. That egg should have died long ago, right? I can't say for sure. I don't know if that mysterious egg is dead or not, Great Emperor Haimeng sighed. A thought rose in his mind. Great Emperor Haimeng frowned and said in horror, Senior, what's inside the egg can't be the Buddha flame root, right? How can it be the Buddha flame root? The Buddha flame root is a plant. It's not an egg. Yi Yun laughed. Let's go. We'll take a look at the depths of the ground and see what's going on. Yi Yun waved his sleeve and a light enveloped the three of them. They instantly entered the depths of the ground. Deep underground. The Buddha flame root's maze-like roots were well developed and stretched for millions of miles. It was impossible to know where its main root was. What thick roots! Xiaoqi looked at the roots that were thicker than a person and was so shocked that her mouth couldn't close. It's not proportionate to the ground, Yi Yun smiled and touched one of the roots. The strange thing was that the root didn't react at all. It was as if it had no intelligence. However, the huge roots also emitted dense yuan qi. Absorbing a mouthful of it would make one feel happy. Senior, if we continue walking forward, we should reach the place where I sealed the egg. Great Emperor Haimeng pointed at a certain place and whispered. Okay. Yi Yun nodded. The roots of the Buddha flame root didn't just cover the entire Black Deity sect ruins. It was probably millions of miles away from the ruins. One had to admit that the Buddha flame root was a powerful anomaly in the world. Yi Yun increased his speed and the three of them quickly arrived at the place where Great Emperor Haimeng sealed the egg. In the soil, there was a black 9-story pagoda. It was thousands of feet tall and pierced into the sky. Such a huge 9-story pagoda was now filled with all kinds of thick roots. They were like dragons entrenched on top of the black pagoda. The dragon-like roots drilled deep into the ground along the 9-story pagoda. What? The Buddha flame root invaded the egg? Great Emperor Haimeng's expression changed when he saw the scene in front of him. The smile on Yi Yun's face deepened as he looked at the Buddha flame root's well-developed roots that wrapped around the 9-story black pagoda like a huge dragon. Without a doubt. 1,000,000 years ago, the mysterious egg that Emperor Haimeng used the black pagoda to suppress had been destroyed by the Buddha flame root. Not only had it been destroyed, the Buddha flame root was still coveting the egg and had even invaded the bottom of the pagoda. Since the Buddha flame root was so ferocious, it was likely that the egg was also doomed. We're already here, but the Buddha flame root hasn't moved at all. Big brother, is it dead? Xiaoqi smiled. The Buddha flame root isn't dead, but it has eaten too much. Yi Yun smiled. Then, he waved his sleeve, and the soil crazily rolled back. Below the black pagoda, a large empty space was suddenly opened up. A large white egg, several hundred feet in size, was lying peacefully in the void. There were a total of 3 roots of the Buddha flame root that pierced into the white egg from 3 different angles. The white egg emitted a white glow that was pure and holy. It's over, it's over. The egg is completely destroyed, Emperor Haimeng said despondently. Although the egg had caused great losses to the Haimeng sect, it was still sealed by Emperor Haimeng himself. Now that 1,000,000 years had passed and the egg had been invaded by the Buddha flame root, he was more or less disappointed. Yi Yun held Xiaoqi's hand and walked forward, quietly looking at the egg. The egg was oval-shaped and was now a little shriveled. Obviously, the Buddha flame root had absorbed a lot of energy from the egg. Because it had absorbed too much energy, the Buddha flame root had fallen into a drunken state. It hadn't woken up yet. Yi Yun sensed the cultivation level of the Buddha flame root. True God Realm level 6. The Buddha flame root's cultivation level was 1 level higher than the Emperor Haimeng. Senior. Fortunately, you're here. If the Buddha flame root had awakened, with its true God Realm level 6 cultivation, I'm afraid all the living things in the Tsangnan continent would have been devoured by it. The Black Nightmare Emperor's face paled as he said in fear. It's fine. Yi Yun smiled faintly. His gaze continued to size up this mysterious egg. The primordial qi within the egg was rich, giving him an indescribable sense of intimacy. Save me. At this moment, an extremely weak voice, like that of a child, suddenly came out from the white egg. Yi Yun was stunned. It seemed like the little life inside the egg was still alive. Senior, this egg has never spoken before. Great Emperor Haimeng's eyes widened in shock. Who dares to save it? A cold and domineering female voice suddenly resounded in this space. Save me, kind-hearted people, the childlike voice sounded pitiful once again from the egg. Humph. Don't you dare move a finger. Do you believe that I will eat you right now? The cold female voice resounded in the surroundings once again. In the void, thousands of roots suddenly surged out like spiritual snakes, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. That's so scary. Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue and moved closer to Yi Yun. Brother, why can this egg and the Buddha flame root speak? The demonic beast in this egg must have a great background. As for the Buddha flame root, it seems like its intelligence has also evolved after reaching the true God realm. Yi Yun said with a smile. Brother, there seems to be a child in the egg. He is even younger than me. I feel that he is so pitiful. He has been invaded by the Buddha flame root for God knows how many years and is almost sucked dry. Xiaoqi looked at the white egg with sympathy in her eyes. Yi Yun nodded. Xiaoqi was a young girl after all. She was only 12 or 13 years old. When she heard the cry for help from the little life in the egg, she naturally sympathized with it. Buddha flame root, if you know what's good for you, you should retreat. Yi Yun lifted his head and said plainly. Retreat? How is that possible? This is the egg of the crystal essence dragon. I haven't even finished absorbing its true essence. The cold female voice suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Crystal essence dragon? When Yi Yun heard this name, he was pleasantly surprised. He had a good understanding of the crystal essence dragon. It was a type of combat support dragon. Any dragon tribe army would be equipped with a crystal essence dragon. The crystal essence dragon's compatibility wasn't strong, but it could replenish the dragon tribe's vitality and increase their physical strength. It could even provide necessary medical treatment. The crystal essence dragon was very famous in the dragon tribe. This type of dragon would usually move together with the dragon tribe army and participate in various battles. In the great battles of the ancient era, the dragon tribe army had been wiped out and the crystal essence dragon had basically fallen along with the army. Yi Yun didn't expect that the egg obtained by Emperor Haimong would be an extremely precious crystal essence dragon. This was really good news. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up into a smile. At this moment. The thousands of huge roots in the air were like countless spirit snakes, crazily pouncing over. Freeze! Yi Yun pointed out. Those spirit snake-like roots were instantly frozen in the air. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, appearing extremely ferocious. I didn't expect you to be so capable. As the female voice sounded, one of the roots attached to the white egg was slowly pulled out. This root was like a long dragon that raised its head and stared at Yi Yun. Buddha flame. A deep roar resounded in the depths of the empty underground. The dragon-like root suddenly spat out a large amount of green flames. Within the flames, there were countless Buddha figures that constantly bobbed up and down. In the surrounding space, there seemed to be countless Buddhas chanting sutras. The sound was loud and long, causing the void to tremble. The monstrous green flame surged over. It seemed to want to burn the three humans in front of it to ashes. So powerful. Seeing the green flames and hearing the loud chanting, Great Emperor Haimeng shuddered. Great Emperor Haimeng had to admit that even if he had a physical body, with his cultivation of true God realm level 5, he would not be able to withstand the terrifying green Buddha flame. Insignificant skill. Yi Yun smiled indifferently. He did not move at all, but there were purple runes flashing in the depths of his pupils. Sky disillusionment I was activated. The green Buddhist flame blotted out the sky and covered the earth in an overbearing manner. But, it suddenly disappeared strangely when it was only 3 feet away from the 3 people. All the green Buddha flame disappeared. How could this be? Suddenly, the face of a young and beautiful woman emerged from the roots. This face, at this very moment, revealed an expression of great shock. It had unleashed its most powerful innate ability, but it had mysteriously disappeared. What kind of technique did this white-robed youth use? The Buddha flame root was puzzled. Still not coming out? Yi Yun looked calm as he stared at the Buddha flame root. To tell you the truth, my other 2 roots have already pierced into the crystal Yuan-Chi dragon's body. If you kill me, it will die immediately and be buried with you. The Buddha flame root roared fearlessly. Hearing the Buddha flame root's words, Yi Yun's face turned cold as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Emperor He Meng cupped his fists and took the initiative to fight. Senior, let me take care of this arrogant Buddha flame root. No need. You're not its match. Yi Yin waved his hand and looked at the Buddha flame root that was rooted in the white egg. He said indifferently, what a joke. You're just a small spiritual plant with true God realm cultivation and you dare to threaten me? Friend, so what if I threaten you? So what if I don't threaten you? We'll mind our own business. There's no need for a conflict, right? The Buddha flame root's tone softened as though it was afraid in its heart. Right your ass. Yi Yin smiled coldly. At this moment, Emperor He Meng's eyes went blank for a moment as though he saw Yi Yin's hand move. However, he didn't seem to have moved. In the distance, the Buddha flame root that had been raised high in the air with an insufferably arrogant expression suddenly snapped. Ah! A woman's scream echoed through the void. F***CK. Senior, what kind of divine ability did you use? Emperor He Meng was shocked. As an expert from a million years ago, he was naturally knowledgeable. However, he had never seen Yi Yin's ability before. Just now, in that short moment, it seemed to have reached the realm of no move. The Buddha flame root pierced into the white egg and broke one of its 3 thick roots. The other 2 roots were also twisted in pain. Ah. The Buddha flame root let out a series of screams. Yi Yin smiled faintly. Killing a puny little true God realm was effortless to him. The Buddha flame root was so arrogant and even dared to threaten him. Why not teach it an unforgettable lesson, let it die slowly? Xiaoqi blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, Brother, I didn't see you do anything just now. How did you break one of its roots? Xiaoqi, actually, I did make a move just now. It's just that you didn't see, Yi Yin rubbed Xiaoqi's head and said lovingly. Is that so? That's really too fast. Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue playfully. Senior, what exactly is that divine ability of yours? I didn't even see you use it, Great Emperor He Meng scratched his head and asked curiously. This is the Overlord twist. Yi Yin smiled as he looked at the Buddha flame root in the distance. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since this little Buddha flame root is so arrogant, I'll teach it a lesson and break it completely. After saying that, Yi Yin activated the tyrannical twist again. Overlord twist, like a general unsheathing his sword, his aura pierced through the rainbow, striking later but arriving first. Once he attacked, his speed was unbelievably fast, breaking through the limits of vision. Although Great Emperor He Meng was prepared, he still didn't see any movement from Yi Yin's hand. Terrifying. Great Emperor He Meng was secretly shocked as he thought to himself, if this Overlord's twist was used on me, my body would have been torn apart before I could even react. This kind of ability is simply too terrifying, ah. The Buddha flame root let out a violent scream. It was entrenched on the white egg where the 3 roots were broken and constantly wriggled. Blood spurted out from the wound and dyed the white egg red. The Buddha flame root endured the pain and roared, hee, this Overlord's twist is powerful, but you can't kill me unless you kill the crystal energy dragon in the egg. TSK, you still dare to threaten me? Yi Yin found it funny and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Save me. At this moment, the voice of the child in the white egg became weak. Xiaoqi anxiously rubbed her hands and said, Brother, the Buddha flame root is rooted inside. What should we do? Very easy to solve. Yi Yin smiled and held Xiaoqi's hand as they slowly walked towards the egg. The Buddha flame root was facing a great enemy. Return. It suddenly roared and the spiritual energy in the world suddenly underwent a drastic change. The Onyx sect ruins that spanned millions of miles suddenly trembled. The river water surged and huge waves rose to the sky. It was a terrifying scene. The 1,000 Illumination sect disciples who were exploring the ruins felt the terrifying movement and their faces turned ashen. What's going on? Why do I feel like a monster is crawling out from the ground? This is too scary. The 1,000 Illumination sect disciples looked at each other with pale faces. Mirrors suddenly floated above their heads and shone down on them, enveloping their bodies. Look! Why are all the plants suddenly retreating? A disciple pointed in a direction and exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Everyone quickly looked over. All the plants, be it the trees, the green vines, or the various aquatic plants, suddenly seemed to have received some kind of summons, and all of them retreated back into the soil. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave now. A black-robed old man's face changed. He could feel a powerful aura surging out from the depths of the ground. All Thousand Illumination sect disciples, listen up. Evacuate the Onyx sect immediately. The old man roared furiously. His voice rolled out in all directions. When the Thousand Illumination sect disciples heard the order, they heaved a sigh of relief and flew up into the sky. After a few seconds, they finally managed to get out of the river water and stopped in midair, looking at the water surface solemnly. Splash, turbid waves rose into the sky and pillars of water shot up into the sky. It was a terrifying scene. It's dangerous here too. I'm afraid there's an eternal realm demon in the depths of the ground. The black-robed old man's face changed again when he sensed the terrifying aura coming from the depths of the water. He quickly gave the order to retreat. The Thousand Illumination sect disciples flew up into the sky and fled in all directions. For a moment, there were no longer any cultivators in the everlasting water domain. Deep underground, countless roots, like countless dragons and snakes mixed together, were densely packed. Like an apocalyptic tide, they all surged towards the layer of space that Yi Yun had opened up. The life force of this Buddha flame root is too strong. The Onyx Demon Emperor's face changed and he could not help but sigh as he looked at the green flaming roots that were coming at him. It's fine, Yi Yun smiled faintly. What waves could a true god realm little demon stir up in front of him? It seemed like a huge commotion, but in Yi Yun's eyes, it was like a bunch of ants moving to a new place. Freeze! Yi Yun pointed his finger and activated the immobilization art. The densely packed roots in the surroundings were originally incomparably ferocious and insufferably arrogant, but at this moment, all of them were fixed in midair, motionless. Yi Yun only froze the broken roots. He did not use the immobilization art on the three main roots of the Buddha flame root in the crystal egg. What kind of terrifying divine ability is this? Who are you? How can there be such a terrifying cultivator in the Sungnon continent? All of its roots suddenly went out of control. They were right in front of it, but they seemed to have disappeared. The Buddha flame root was finally terrified. It had lived for a long time, but it had never seen such a powerful divine ability. You don't have the right to ask who I am. Yi Yun smiled faintly. At this moment, he held Xiaoqi's hand and came to the side of the white egg. Great Emperor Heimeng followed by the side. Crystal Essence Dragon, how long have you lived? Yi Yun asked. Inside the white egg. The Crystal Essence Dragon went silent for a few seconds before saying, I don't remember. It should be a few million years, you have lived for so long. Yi Yun was slightly surprised. Although the Crystal Essence Dragon hadn't hatched yet, if it had lived for a few million years, didn't it mean that it was very likely to have lived during the civil war of the 10 super divine dragons? You have lived for a few million years. Why haven't you hatched yet? Yi Yun asked. Back then, there was an earth-shattering battle within the dragon race. My mother was born prematurely during the battle and gave birth to me before she died. This caused me to be congenitally deficient and my development was much slower than other dragons, the Crystal Essence Dragon said sadly. Haha, so you were born prematurely. The Buddha flame root sneered. Noisy. Yi Yun's eyes turned cold as he said indifferently, if you don't shut up, I will teach you a lesson. Haven't you taught me a lesson enough? Kill me if you have the guts. The Buddha flame root roared arrogantly. Immobilize. Yi Yun pointed his finger and activated the immobilize art. The three main roots in the white egg were instantly immobilized. This time, Yi Yun immobilized the Buddha flame root's divine soul and thoughts. The surroundings quietened down instantly. Big brother, your mystique is so cool. Xiaoqi said with a smile. Her eyes turned into two crescent moons. It's all right. I will teach you this mystique in the future. If you don't like someone, just poke them and immobilize them, Yi Yun said with a smile. Great, great. Xiaoqi clapped and laughed excitedly. Great monarch Haimong couldn't help but shiver. If this strange little girl learned the fixed body art, who knows how many people would be in trouble. Yi Yun looked at the white egg and frowned. Although you are congenitally deficient, is millions of years not enough for you to hatch? That great battle between the dragons almost shattered the entire continent. The damage to this world was too severe. Even the divinity that should have existed in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth disappeared. Without divinity, my recovery speed is very slow. The crystal dragon said in a deep voice. Yes. Yiyan nodded silently. Millions of years ago, there were countless dragons living in the original Hidden Dragon continent. At that time, the spiritual energy in the air here was not much different from that of the divine land. The spiritual energy also contained abundant divinity. Therefore, all the dragons in the Hidden Dragon continent had extremely high cultivation, and their overall combat power was even stronger than the gods of the divine land. However, that great battle between the super-divine dragons had been earth-shattering. Mountains and rivers had been shattered, the earth had cracked, and the earth had been severely damaged. The divinity and the spiritual energy had also mysteriously disappeared. The consequences of that terrible battle were disastrous. It caused the living beings of the continent to only be able to absorb ordinary spiritual energy, and their cultivation progress was very slow. It was already very difficult for them to break through to the true god realm. If this crystal dragon had hatched back then, it would have been a true god. However, it was congenitally deficient, and the world that came after it lacked divinity, so it hadn't successfully hatched for millions of years. A million years later, great monarch Haimong occasionally obtained the dragon egg, but because it continued to absorb the vital energy of others, the Black God sect viewed it as an omen. In the end, great monarch Haimong suppressed it deep underground. This further cut off its path to hatching. As the saying went, blessings never came in pairs, and misfortunes never came singly. The rare Buddha flame root had burrowed out of nowhere and destroyed the black pagoda that was suppressing it, invading the crystal dragon inside the egg. If not for Yiyan's coincidental appearance, this dragon egg would have been completely absorbed by the Buddha flame root in less than a few thousand years. This dragon egg is really full of misfortune. Yiyan couldn't help but sigh at this thought. Sir, my body has already been invaded by this damned Buddha flame root. Do you still have any way to save me? The crystal dragon suddenly asked. Although its voice was very low, it revealed a strong desire to live. Yiyan could tell that this little dragon really wanted to live. Yes, as long as you're not afraid of death. Yiyan smiled. Not afraid of death, the crystal dragon was taken aback. It didn't understand Yiyan's meaning. Before it could react. Ah! The Buddha flame root screamed. Suddenly, the two thick roots were forcibly pulled out of the dragon egg by Yiyan. An indescribable pain instantly engulfed its entire body. The crystal dragon's consciousness began to blur. It stared blankly at Yiyan. It said in disbelief, "Why are you so ruthless? Am I going to die? If you aren't ruthless, how can you pull out the Buddha flame root?" Yiyan smiled casually, "Don't worry and die. As the saying goes, nirvana is the only way to be reborn." Nirvana? The crystal dragon muttered these two words. Instantly, it lost consciousness and died. At this moment, the crystal dragon really died. Great Emperor Haimeng's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. Just now, he could tell that Yiyan wanted to save this dragon. But now that the Buddha flame root was pulled out, the crystal dragon was also dead. Dead, could it be saved? Little Seven blinked her eyes in shock. She asked in a low voice, "Big brother, is this crystal dragon dead?" "Don't worry. Even if it's dead, I can still save it." Yiyan didn't mind. After saying that, he took out an 8-treasure glazed bottle. In the next second, a drop of triple brilliant sacred water flew through the air and fell into the egg. Inside the dragon egg, the scene was shocking. Because the Buddha flame root was pulled out, the half-hatched crystal dragon's body was filled with huge bloody holes. It was a horrifying sight. The triple brilliant sacred water entered the crystal dragon's body. A tricolored radiance blossomed and enveloped it. The triple brilliant sacred water began to take effect. The bloody holes on the crystal dragon's body quickly disappeared. In just a few breaths of time, the wounds on the surface of the crystal energy dragon had already completely healed. At this moment, its consciousness was restored. How did I come back to life? Wasn't I dead just now? The crystal dragon opened its eyes and looked at its body in disbelief. It discovered that all its wounds had healed. "Thank you for your help, benefactor." The crystal dragon was moved. Tears flowed out of its eyes. It raised its claws and bowed to Yi Yan. "Oh." Yi Yan's eyes moved. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Although you're alive, your body is still very weak, benefactor. I've been absorbed by this hateful Buddha flame root for hundreds of thousands of years. If I want to recover, I'm afraid it'll take a long time," the crystal dragon sighed. "It won't take that long. I'll make it spit out all the energy it absorbed from you." Yi Yan smiled faintly. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the main roots and the countless root hairs that were frozen in midair. A vast and mighty force suddenly descended on all the root hairs. The powerful force squeezed out all the energy that the Buddha flame root had absorbed. The process was very fast. The Buddha flame root only let out 2 miserable shrieks before it became completely weak and fell into a coma. Yi Yan threw the Buddha flame root aside and opened his palm. A resplendent ball of energy bloomed with thousands of rays of light. "For you, little dragon." Yi Yan smiled and gently waved his hand. The ball of energy fell into the white egg. After eating the white ball of energy, the crystal dragon's aura suddenly surged. After absorbing the ball of energy, the crystal origin energy dragon was nourished and was filled with energy. Even its voice was filled with energy. "Many thanks, benefactor." The crystal origin energy dragon curled up inside the egg and hugged its claws as it cried. "It still doesn't seem to be enough." Yi Yan's eyes flickered as a strange smile appeared on his face. "What's not enough?" The crystal origin energy dragon was stunned for a moment. It didn't understand what he meant. Great Emperor He Meng fell into deep thought. He seemed to have understood. It seemed that this unfathomable senior was prepared to continue helping the crystal origin energy dragon until it hatched. Others might not be able to do it, but Great Emperor He Meng believed that this senior would definitely be able to do it. Just like how the crystal origin energy dragon came back from the dead. It was unknown what that drop of mysterious tricolored liquid was, but when it entered the dragon egg, the crystal origin energy dragon immediately came back from the dead. This greatly shocked Great Emperor He Meng. Such a divine item had already surpassed his imagination. At this moment, Yi Yan took out a small bottle. "Big brother, you aren't thinking of letting it hatch, right?" Little Seven blinked and asked with a smile. "This fellow has been in the egg for millions of years. It's already inexcusable if it doesn't come out." Yi Yan touched his forehead and helplessly shook his head with a bitter smile. As the Zulong, he couldn't bear to see this situation continue. Hence, Yi Yan had to help the crystal origin energy dragon break out of the egg. As Yi Yan spoke, he had already uncorked the bottle. Whoosh, a small green river flowed out from the mouth of the bottle and fell into the dragon egg with gurgling sounds. "Wow, what is this? What a powerful life energy." After absorbing the green river of life, the crystal origin energy dragon let out a comfortable moan. This feeling was simply too comfortable. This wonderful feeling hadn't appeared even millions of years ago when it absorbed spiritual energy with divinity. The crystal origin energy dragon was pleasantly surprised to find that it felt as comfortable as if it was in its mother's stomach. That green little he released an incomparably powerful life energy that surged into its body. Its body underwent a huge change. At this moment, the crystal origin energy dragon's body, which had yet to fully evolve, began to rapidly evolve and transform. As the water of life continuously flowed into its body, it only took a few dozen breaths for the latter half of its body to be completely formed. Kacha! A crack appeared in the middle of the white dragon egg, and a milky white sparkling dragon flew out from within. The little dragon hovered in the air, roaring excitedly at the sky. Yi Yan looked at this scene quietly and felt very gratified. He collected another crystal origin energy dragon. This type of dragon was extremely rare. In the current Songnan continent, this was probably the only one. As the possessor of Zhu Long's bloodline, Yi Yan naturally wanted to gather more dragons and restore the prosperity of the dragon race as soon as possible. This was his spontaneous state of mind. What kind of divine item is this green stream of water? Great monarch He Meng widened his eyes in shock. The triple brilliant sacred water from before had already shocked him to the point of disorientation. Now, the water of life had once again shocked great monarch He Meng. Yi Yan capped the small bottle, and the remaining half of the green water of life disappeared. Big brother, what is this green water? It's really powerful. Xiaoqi asked in shock. This is the water of life. There's still some in the small bottle. I'll give it to you. Yiyan smiled and looked at Xiaoqi dotingly as he passed the small bottle to her. This is too precious, big brother. I don't need it now. Give it to me when I break through to the Nirvana realm. Xiaoqi shook her head firmly. All right. Yiyan thought for a moment and kept the small bottle. Xiaoqi was now at the Celestial Bridge realm, and it wouldn't take long for her to break through to the Nirvana realm. Naturally, he could afford to wait for this bit of time. Thank you, benefactor. The white crystal origin energy dragon descended from the sky and prostrated at Yi Yun's feet. Get up. Yi Yun smiled faintly as he carefully sized up the crystal Yuanqi dragon. Compared to the other dragons, the crystal origin energy dragon looked more comfortable. It was pure white and crystal clear, like a dreamy crystal. Each of its dragon scales emitted a soft milky white glow. Within the glow, there was dense origin energy. Perhaps the crystal origin energy dragon was too excited as it kept kowtowing to Yi Yun. Even when Yi Yun asked it to get up, it didn't stop. You can follow me from now on. Yi Yun smiled. The crystal origin energy dragon had made up for its innate deficiency. Now that it had broken out of its shell, it had reached true God realm level 3. Such a starting point was high. The crystal origin energy dragon was an important auxiliary dragon in battle. It was considered a high-class divine dragon. The moment it broke out of its shell, its starting point was extremely high. Yes, benefactor. The crystal origin energy dragon was excited as it stood up. With a shake of its body, it turned into a white-robed child. This white-robed child was about 5 or 6 years old. He had red lips and white teeth. In terms of height, he was only half of Xiaoqi's height. Just call me old master in the future. Yi Yun said with a gentle smile. Yes, old master. The crystal origin energy dragon replied hurriedly. Hee, now I have a dragon brother. Xiaoqi jumped over and patted the crystal origin energy dragon's head. Seeing that it was being patted by a celestial bridge realm girl, the crystal origin energy dragon was speechless. However, it knew. Old Master's sister had put in a lot of good words for it to be able to be resurrected. Sister, I was just born. I'm just a child. The crystal origin energy dragon said shyly. I'm lacking a follower. You're the right age. Little Seven said with a smile like an old man. Follower? Yi Yun was stunned. He then patted Xiaoqi's head and smiled gently. As long as Xiaoqi was happy, nothing else mattered. Perhaps it was because of its misfortune that the crystal origin energy dragon cherished its rebirth. Therefore, when it heard Xiaoqi's words, the crystal origin energy dragon did not hesitate and nodded repeatedly. The crystal origin energy dragon looked at the delicate little girl in front of it and said with a smile, No problem, sister. I'm willing to be your follower. Great. Xiaoqi was excited. She patted the crystal origin energy dragon's shoulder again. Yi Yun turned around and looked at the flaming Buddha root that had shrunk into a ball. At this moment, the flaming Buddha root was no longer glorious. It was as weak as an old man with one foot in the grave. Yi Yun pointed at the flaming Buddha root and it woke up from its unconscious state. How is this possible? How did the crystal origin energy dragon break out of its shell? The Buddha flame root, which had just woken up, looked at the cracked white egg in the distance. It discovered that it was empty inside, and there was another child beside Yi Yun. It immediately cried out in alarm. What's impossible? The crystal origin energy dragon is out. All your plans have failed. What else do you have to say? Yi Yun smiled calmly. His gaze once again carefully sized up the dispirited Buddha flame root, deep in thought. Winner takes all. You can kill me or cut me up as you wish, the flaming Buddha root said calmly. I know that a guy like you must have a backup plan in other places, right? Yi Yun smiled casually. That's right. I've planted my roots in many places in the Tsangnan continent. Even if you kill me, I'll revive sooner or later, the flaming Buddha root said proudly. A centipede won't fall over even after death. Yi Yun wasn't angered by the Buddha flame root's words. He only smiled faintly. The Buddha flame root had extremely tenacious vitality. Even if it was just a broken root, it could still continue to live. If it had many roots under the Xianxia continent, it would be equivalent to having countless clones. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to destroy it. Unless they were far stronger than the Buddha flame root and had special abilities. Fellow cultivator, you're wrong, the Buddha flame root sighed and said faintly, you've won. Now that I've lost to you, you can kill me. It doesn't matter. Your awareness of failure isn't bad. Unfortunately, you think too highly of yourself. Xian shook his head and smiled. He reached out and reached into the void. When he retracted his arm, a small silver-white silkworm suddenly appeared in front of him. Master, you were looking for me? After the undead celestial silkworm appeared, it quickly looked around. When it saw the Buddha flame root, it blinked several times. The Buddha flame root gave it a familiar feeling, but it couldn't remember where. What's the cultivation of this little silkworm? I can't sense it. Great Emperor Haimong, who was standing to the side, suddenly narrowed his eyes. His heart was in turmoil. It was only the size of a palm, but he couldn't sense the cultivation of a little silkworm. This was too terrifying. This little silkworm was the senior's pet. This also meant that the senior's strength was even more terrifying and unfathomable. Little silkworm. This little guy has many roots all over the Xianxia continent. Each root is a clone. Just now, it threatened me and said I could kill it at will. What do you think I should do? Xian pointed at the Buddha flame root and said with a smile. What? This damn thing dares to threaten the master? Let me kill it. The undead celestial silkworm said angrily. It's useless to kill the main body, Xian smiled faintly. Master, then I'll grab all of its roots. Let's see how arrogant it can be. The undead celestial silkworm said indifferently. Haha. Are you kidding me? Bring all of my root systems over here? Who do you think you are? Fo Fanzhen laughed arrogantly. Its roots spread throughout the entire Xianxia continent. Even a monarch god, who was more powerful than a true god, would not be able to find all of them. As long as a single strand was left behind, it could be revived again. I'll make you cry later. The undead god silkworm sneered, opened its mouth, and spat out countless silver threads. These silver threads were innumerable in number. They pierced into the void and disappeared without a trace. The undead god silkworm's eyes were cold as it stared at the Buddha flame root, disdain flashing in the depths of its eyes. As a godly venerable realm expert and one of the 5 great heavenly demon clans of the last era, its strength was naturally extremely powerful. Finding the clone of the Buddha flame root was a very easy task for the undead celestial silkworm. Don't forget. The number of clones of the undying celestial silkworm was so great that it was hard to count. In the domain of cloning techniques, it was considered an ancestor, far from something the Buddhist flame root could compare to. Chi-chi, countless silver threads spread across the Xianxia continent through time and space. Not bad. Looking at the undead celestial silkworm's divine ability, Yiyan's eyes lit up with admiration. Brother, this little silkworm is really powerful. Xiaoqi said with a smile. Of course, this guy is not ordinary. It's one of the 5 great heavenly demon clans. Yiyan nodded with a smile. 5 great heavenly demon clans, what kind of clan is that? Great Emperor Haimeng's heart skipped a beat when he heard that, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. No matter how hard he thought, he still could not figure out what the 5 great heavenly demon clans were. Great Emperor Haimeng sighed with a dejected look. He suddenly realized that he was too small in front of this white-clothed senior. This was a true expert. Even a demonic beast he raised was many times stronger than him. The Buddha flame root looked on coldly. After a while, it sneered and said, Your divine ability is not bad. I advise you not to waste your energy, little silkworm. Little silkworm? Is that something you can call? The undead celestial silkworm was furious when it heard that. A thin silver thread flew over and pierced through the Buddha flame root. Ah! The Buddha flame root let out a scream as its body twisted violently. At this moment, Chi-chi, one by one, the silver filaments retracted from the void. The end of each filament was tied to a root system. They were of different sizes and shapes. As the silver threads retracted, more and more roots were pulled back by the undead celestial silkworm. The process lasted for more than 10 breaths' time. How is this possible? The Buddha flame root, which was in the middle of rolling, was shocked when it saw this scene. All the roots it had left in the Xianxia continent had been found and captured. This is too amazing. Looking at the dense roots, Great Emperor Haimeng's face was filled with shock. This kind of terrifying divine ability had already exceeded his imagination. The undead celestial silkworm retracted all the silver threads and looked coldly at the Buddha flame root. All your clones should be here, right? Yes, but how did you do it? What kind of divine ability is this? The Buddha flame root turned pale with fright and stuttered. In the void, the large and small root systems were twisting and turning like spiritual snakes. They also felt the great terror and felt the same as the main body. TSK. Yiyan took a few steps forward and looked at the Buddha flame root. He smiled faintly. Little guy, your acting skills are really top-notch. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The Buddha flame root said in horror. Yiyan turned his head and asked, Little silkworm, did you find anything strange when you were looking for these roots? The undead celestial silkworm was stunned. It thought for a moment and said with realization, Master, I saw a small temple on an island in the South Sea. There was a wisp of the Buddha flame root's aura in this small temple, but it wasn't strong and there were no roots, so I missed it. This small temple should be the key. Yiyan smiled meaningfully. Are you crazy? What's so special about a rundown temple? The Buddha flame root said in a panic. It was only now that it was truly panicking. The Buddha flame root never thought that this young man in white would be so terrifying that he could find a small temple on the island in such a short time. Combine. Yiyan extended his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. All the roots gathered together with the Buddha flame root and finally fused together. Alright, you won't be able to separate the roots from now on. This will also cut off some of your thoughts. Yiyan smiled faintly. Then, he reached out and grabbed the Buddha flame root. Let's go and take a look at that small temple. Yiyan said. Just kill me, I won't go. The Buddha flame root shouted in panic. You have to go even if you don't want to. My brother's words are an imperial edict. Xiaoqi blinked her beautiful eyes and covered her mouth with her little hand as she giggled. I'm not going. The Buddha flame root said stubbornly. At this moment, it gritted its teeth and said fiercely, even if I die, I won't go. In the next moment. Boom, following a loud explosion, a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. The Buddha flame root chose to self-destruct. The explosion was so loud that it gave Xiaoqi and the Black Nightmare Emperor fright. Yiyan merely waved his hand and blocked the shockwave. At the same time, he gathered the fragments of the explosion together. You can't die in front of Master even if you want to. The undead celestial silkworm looked at this scene calmly and couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Yiyan shook his head and laughed. A drop of triple light holy water flew out and landed on the fragments of the root. The tricolored light covered all the fragments like flowing water. Countless fragments began to reassemble. After a few breaths, the Buddha flame root's body was reassembled and came back to life. How did I come back to life? The Buddha flame root looked at its body and said in disbelief. Your Buddha flame root still has some value. You won't die, Yiyan sneered. In his pupils, a tiny purple rune flashed, and a force entered the body of the Buddha flame root, controlling its spiritual power. In this way, it was impossible for the Buddha flame root to self-destruct. You're a demon, the Buddha flame root looked at Yiyan fiercely, but its eyes were filled with frustration. At this moment, it couldn't use its magic power as it wished. Even if it wanted to die, it couldn't. Let's go. Yiyan shouted in a low voice. A ray of light fell and shrouded everyone. The light shot into the sky and disappeared into the void. To the south of the Xianxia continent was a vast blue ocean. The ocean was vast and there were many beasts in it. Cultivators in the Xianxia continent rarely came to such a dangerous ocean. Somewhere in the South Sea. On a small island with a circumference of tens of miles, there was a simple and unadorned small green temple hidden among the lush and verdant trees. The temple was very small. There were 18 stone pillars around it. The pillars were carved with ancient runes and emitted a sacred aura. A ray of light descended. Then, several figures appeared. 18 stone pillars. Yiyan looked around and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. The 18 stone pillars reminded him of the 18 sky-piercing iron pillars that imprisoned the primordial giant devils in the periphery of the primordial demon abyss. The runes on the stone pillar and the sky-piercing iron pillar were somewhat similar. They must have been inherited from the same lineage. Interesting, Yiyan smiled and lifted the Buddha flame root. Where is this place? I don't know, Buddha flame root feigned ignorance and replied. When it said this, it deliberately stole a glance at Yiyan, wanting to see if this guy would enter the stone pillar. These 18 stone pillars were also an extremely powerful formation. It could go in, but no one else could. Once the formation was activated, he would be killed. Yiyan tightened his grip. The Buddha flame root let out a miserable shriek, almost dying from the pain. Hee, you never speak the truth. Is someone purposely inciting you, or is this your nature? Yiyan said indifferently. As he spoke, he held Xiaoqi's hand and the Buddha flame root's hand and walked towards the small temple. Just as they entered the vicinity of the stone pillars, there was a sudden burst of light and a gust of wind blew. A terrifying aura was released from the 18 stone pillars. What kind of formation is this? The Black Nightmare Emperor's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly took a step towards Yiyan's side. Yiyan did not make a move. Break! The undying celestial silkworm in the void suddenly spat out silver silk and shot it into the 18 stone pillars. There was a loud explosion. The 18 stone pillars shattered into powder at this moment. A peerless killing array was broken just like that. These guys are too strong. The Buddha flame root sighed, feeling depressed. But at this moment, there was nothing it could do. Its life was already in the hands of the other party. Even if it wanted to die, it couldn't. As for what happened next, it could only resign itself to fate. Brother, this small temple is protected by a formation. What kind of statue is it worshipping? Xiaoqi looked at the half-closed door of the small temple and asked curiously. Go in and you'll know. Yiyan smiled and walked to the door of the small temple. The door opened automatically. Yiyan stood at the door and looked around. There was no statue of any god in the small temple. There was only a black wall. On the wall, there were 3 completely different beast totems. The 3 beast totems were vivid and lifelike. They were almost the same size and there was no difference between them. The totem in the middle was formed by countless roots. It was obviously the Buddha flame root. The totem on the left was a creepy crocodile. It was blood red and stepped on huge waves. Its eyes were ferocious. The totem on the right was a golden beetle. The beetle spread its wings and soared into the sky with a ferocious expression on its face. Oh my god! Tribulation blood crocodile, Buddha flame root, gold devouring bug, these legendary beasts. Why are they all on this mural? Haimon Great Emperor stared at the wall and said in horror. The tribulation blood crocodile and gold devouring bug are very ancient beasts. Yiyan's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. Yiyan hadn't seen these 2 beasts 100,000 years ago. But there were records of these 2 ferocious beasts in ancient books. Little silkworm, do you recognize them? Yiyan asked. Master, I'm not too sure about these 3 beasts. The undead celestial silkworm smiled embarrassedly. Yiyan shook his head and didn't think much of it. Perhaps these 3 beasts weren't high enough to activate the undead celestial silkworm's memories. Buddha flame root, the totem in the middle is you, right? Do you have anything you want to say to me now? Yiyan raised the Buddha flame root with one hand and asked indifferently. There's nothing I want to say. You've already destroyed the ancestral temple and have an irreconcilable enmity with our 3 races. The Buddha flame root said through gritted teeth. Ancestral temple. Yiyan raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, where did the ancestors of your 3 races come from? Don't ask me, I won't tell you even if you ask. The Buddha flame root sneered. Seeing that the Buddha flame root was stubborn, Yiyan's expression was calm. He hesitated for a moment and finally activated the heavenly disillusionment eye. A fluctuating power instantly descended on the Buddha flame root. In a breath's time, Yi Yin withdrew that power. Master, did you find anything? The undead celestial silkworm saw some clues and asked in a low voice. This is the Three Saints' Temple. The three totems on the wall are indeed the ancestors of these three beasts. According to the Buddha flame root's memories, their ancestors came down from this mural, Yi Yin said indifferently. What? They came down from the wall? The undead celestial silkworm was shocked. This is just a smokescreen. This small ancient temple and the 18 stone pillars outside form a complicated array. The small temple is the mother array and has the power of teleportation. Yi Yin looked at the wall and his eyes became brighter. There were some things he didn't say to the undead celestial silkworm. According to the Buddha flame root's memories, the mission of these so-called three sacred races was to spare no effort to eliminate the remaining dragon race in the Xianxia continent. In Yi Yin's eyes, the three totems on the wall contained all kinds of small runes, which seemed to be of the same origin as the runes on the stone pillars. When the so-called ancestors of the three clans came out of the totems, they were just teleported here. The forces in the Xianxia continent naturally did not have such strength. Only the gods of the divine land had the means to teleport across the two worlds. The so-called mission of the three sacred clans was to eliminate the remaining dragons in the Xianxia continent. Of course, they also had a bottom line. They only eliminated dragons above the true god realm. As for those below the true god realm, they usually did not use any means. As for the dragon eggs, if they were the eggs of high-level divine dragons, they would directly wipe them out when they were still in the egg stage. The three sacred clans were all bloodthirsty. In the end, all the dragons that were killed became their food to increase their own cultivation. Since the ancestors of the three sacred clans came down from the totems and began to hunt dragons, this operation had been secretly carried out for millions of years. However, time was merciless, and the three ancestors had died long ago. After all, their lifespans were limited. In a place like the Xianxia continent, the spirit chi did not have divinity, and it was extremely difficult to break through to the divine lord realm. Therefore, the longest lifespan of the three ancestors was only a few 100,000 years. Fortunately, the three sacred clans' reproductive ability was extremely strong, and they were passed down generation after generation. The gold-devouring beetles and the tribulation blood crocodile were beasts that lived in groups, and only the Buddha flame root was passed down in a single vein. Its main root would die once its lifespan came to an end. Then a branch root would grow to replace the main root, and this process would be repeated. After the branch root became the main root, even if it was passed down to a new generation, the original main root would no longer continue to live. This kind of flaw is also intentional, Yi Yin thought to himself. The mastermind behind the scenes in the divine land sent the incomplete version of the Buddha flame root because he was afraid that the Buddha flame root would completely lose control. After all, this kind of creature had a very tenacious vitality. The gods of the divine land could not control them all the time. Master, these three totems are probably from the divine land, right? The undead celestial silkworm asked. Yes. Yi Yin nodded. Then, he transmitted all the information he knew to the undying celestial silkworm. Master, the power behind this divine land is too evil. After the dragon clan's chaotic battle, they actually sent 3 kinds of powerful demonic beasts to continue to clean up the remaining dragon clan. The undead celestial silkworm felt indignant and secretly sent a voice transmission. I'll settle this blood feud with them sooner or later, Yi Yin said indifferently. He looked at the 3 totems and fell into deep thought once again. Originally, Yi Yin thought that the Buddha flame root's mind would have a 7-star array to prevent its memories from leaking out. However, he didn't expect that. In the mind of the Buddha flame root, there was no 7-star array. The 3 totems on the wall also didn't have any traces of the 7 stars array. Yi Yin was pleasantly surprised. This was a very good breakthrough point. After arriving at the divine land, he could find the forces behind these 3 beasts by searching for them. Perhaps he could find some useful clues through the forces behind them. Yi Yin didn't expect to find so many clues in the small dark god sect ruins. He had only asked Little Seven to come over to relax, but he didn't expect to find so many clues along the way. Master, Are there still tribulation blood crocodiles and gold-devouring worms in the Xianxia continent now? The undead celestial silkworm asked. There should be, Yiyan thought for a moment and said. The dragon clan in the Xianxia continent was very rare. Only a few could break through to the eternal realm, let alone the true immortal realm. The tribulation blood crocodiles and gold-devouring worms, the two demonic beasts, had no targets to kill and were hiding somewhere. If Yiyan deliberately looked for them, he could naturally find them, but he wasn't in a hurry. In the Xianxia continent, his goal was to cultivate 3 juniors and train them along the way. At the same time, he was constantly looking for clues about the mastermind behind the scenes. As for the tribulation blood crocodiles and gold-devouring worms, he would encounter them sooner or later. Seeing that Yiyan hadn't said anything, little Seven stared at the totems on the wall for a long time. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and she said with a smile, "Brother, did you notice that these 3 totems represent sea, land, and air?" Sea, land, and air? Yiyan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the 3 totems again and couldn't help but laugh. In the tribulation blood crocodile totem, a red crocodile stepped on a huge wave. This meant that this demonic beast lived in the sea. This was the sea. The Buddha flame root had always been hidden deep underground. This was the land. As for the gold-devouring worms, they were good at flying and lived in the sky. This was the air. Didn't it correspond to sea, land, and air? Haha, this is really interesting. These 3 demonic beasts of the sea, land, and air also correspond to different dragon tribes. The dragon clan in the sky is dealt with by the gold-devouring worms. The dragon clan in the sea is dealt with by the tribulation blood crocodiles. As for the dragon clan on land, they are dealt with by the Buddha flame root. Yiyan murmured to himself. At this moment, he had to admit that the factions in the divine land were really racking their brains to destroy all the dragon clan on this continent. Ah, Xiaoqi, you're right. Thinking of this, Yiyan rubbed little Seven's head and said with a smile. Once Xiaoqi broke through to the Nirvana realm, he would make a trip to the divine land and investigate the faction behind this. Over the past several million years, he had killed so many members of the dragon clan. This was a blood feud that he would never let go of. Yiyan suddenly turned his head and looked at the Gui Dirt Abyss. At this moment, even more black strands were growing out of the abyss of Gui Dirt. It looked like the jade rui spider was continuously injecting various poisons into the blue crystal wall, causing the undying stoneman to be on the verge of awakening. Master, the undying stoneman is about to wake up. The jade rui spider exclaimed with joy in the depths of the Gui Dirt Abyss. Very good. Yiyan's clone stood at the side with a faint smile on his face. In the small temple, Yiyan and the others walked out. With a wave of his hand, he put away the small temple. Master, it looks like the Gui Dirt Abyss is very active, the undying celestial silkworm suddenly said. Yiyan rubbed his chin as if thinking of something. You go over first. The undying stoneman is about to awaken. Go and meet it. Haha, alright. Master, I haven't fought with the undying stoneman in a long time. I'll go and see how strong this guy is. The undying celestial silkworm laughed loudly and disappeared with a flash of silver light. The undying stoneman? Great Emperor He Meng murmured as shock appeared on his face once again. He had never heard of this race. Yiyan turned to He Meng and said, the Gui Dirt Abyss is about to undergo a great change. Your 4 brothers shouldn't stay there any longer, the Gui Dirt Abyss is about to undergo a great change? He Meng's heart thumped violently at Yiyan's words. Senior, the upheaval in the Gui Dirt Abyss. Could it be that the armies of the divine spirits and dragons are about to officially go to war? Great Emperor He Meng blinked his eyes and asked uneasily. Yiyan chuckled. How can a mere army of the divine spirits, numbering in the tens of thousands, be considered an upheaval? Emperor Haimong, at this moment, the Black Nightmare Emperor shut his mouth and was speechless. Tens of thousands of divine spirits, almost all of them at the Divine Lord realm or above. That Lord Ling Xiao was even more unfathomable. He'd most likely reach the hierarch realm. Could it be that such an invincible army was so insignificant in Senior's heart? Emperor Haimeng's curiosity was piqued. Senior, could it be the undying stoneskins? Yes. Yiyan smiled. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. When he retracted his arm, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They were the remaining 4 of the 5 emperors of the Gui Dirt Abyss: Monster Emperor Qingyu, Monster Emperor Ku Zhu, Monster Emperor Huangdi, and Crimson Firmament Emperor. ZZZT. After the 4 emperors appeared, their bodies immediately emitted a ZZ sound. Several people also screamed in horror. Where is this? Why did we suddenly leave the Gui Dirt Abyss? There's poison in the qi here. We're probably going to die. The 4 of them spoke one after another, panicking in the face of imminent death. They'd been lucky enough to survive for hundreds of thousands of years in the Gui Dirt Abyss and were now used to immortality. Now that death was upon them, the 4 emperors couldn't take it anymore. For wise brothers, don't panic. Seeing this scene, the Black Nightmare Emperor immediately shouted. This voice was like the evening drum and morning bell, causing people to think deeply. It forcibly pulled the 4 emperors out of their panicked state. Emperor Haimong, Monster Emperor Qingyu, who'd just woken up from a dream, was shocked to see Emperor Haimong beside him. He was shocked that Emperor Haimong's body was intact and unaffected by the qi of heaven and earth. Demon Emperor Ku Zhu murmured, the 5 of us were in the camp of the army of gods in the Guiyu Abyss. How did we suddenly arrive here? Eh? The Crimson Heaven Great Emperor took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked around and suddenly saw the white-robed Yi Yun and that familiar little girl. He was shocked. Didn't this little girl enter the Purple Blood Demonic Dragon Army's camp in the valley below? When did she come out? Senior, these 4 brothers of mine are in imminent danger. Senior, please lend a hand. The Black Nightmare Emperor could not bear to hear the strange buzzing sound in his ears. He immediately turned around, clasped his fists, and said respectfully. Yes. Yi Yun smiled and said softly, don't worry, Hei Ting. I've said it before. You're all heroes of your generation. You're all famous figures in history. You can't die in vain. I'll naturally protect your lives. Save our lives? Sir, who exactly are you? Demon Emperor Ku Zhu narrowed his eyes and stared at the young man in white. The aura of the white-robed young man was faintly discernible and extremely mysterious. It was impossible to see through his cultivation. The Blue Moon Demon Emperor frowned. Great Emperor Haimeng, how do you know this person? It's a long story. Great Emperor Haimeng sighed and said softly, I was first taken out of the Gui Dirt Abyss by Senior's supreme technique. Senior then used some kind of ability to isolate me from the invasion of spirit qi. That's why I'm standing in front of you in one piece. I see. The other 4 martial monarchs were startled when they heard this. They all took a deep breath. This white-robed young man's various abilities were truly incredible. It was obvious how powerful he was. This person could easily grab a true god from the deepest part of the Gui Dirt Abyss and isolate him from the invasion of spirit qi. This kind of ability was not something an ordinary person could do. For a moment, the 4 of them looked at Yi Yun with unfathomable eyes. Buzz, the spirit energy was still invading the bodies of the 4 emperors. As their divine souls, their vitality was rapidly declining under the invasion of this spirit energy. Yi Yun pointed with a finger. A ray of light shot out and split into 4, landing on the 4 great emperors. The sizzling sound stopped. The 4 great emperors felt an indescribable refreshment spread throughout their bodies. They no longer felt the pain from before. This person is so strong. The 4 great emperors' pupils shrank. They couldn't help but admire the strong. Yi Yun looked at the 5 emperors, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. These fellows had illustrious reputations and were all powerhouses who had suppressed an era. If he could pull them into the Divine Dragon sect, it would not be a bad choice. If the ancestors of the Shenlong sect knew that he, the 13th sect master, had pulled these 5 great emperors into the Shenlong sect, they would probably be grinning from ear to ear. The more Yi Yun thought about it, the happier he was. He naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity to bring glory to his family. Yi Yun coughed and said with a faint smile, Gentlemen, I am the sect master of the Shenlong sect from 100,000 years ago. In terms of age, I may be much younger than you, but in terms of cultivation and strength, you are all as weak as ants in my eyes. At this point, Yi Yun's eyes deepened. The aura on his body also became stronger and more ethereal. A domineering aura that looked down on all living things spontaneously arose. The 5 great emperors' expressions were stern. At this moment, they felt an indescribable pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe. They even had an illusion. If this white-robed youth were to land a finger on them, the 5 of them would be turned into ashes. This mysterious white-robed youth is probably comparable to Lord Ling Xiao of the Army of Gods in terms of strength. The 4 great emperors came to a terrifying conclusion at this moment. Senior's words had a hidden meaning. Great Emperor Haimong licked his lips, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. After all, he had spent some time with Yi Yun and could deeply feel how powerful and unfathomable this senior was. Senior's strength was unfathomable. In particular, the 2 divine items that had been taken out from the depths of the Black God sect had shocked Great Emperor Haimong the most. Senior, in the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. Your cultivation is unfathomable. We are all juniors in front of you. Great Emperor Haimong took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression. The 4 great emperors were dumbfounded at this moment and looked at each other. No one had expected Great Emperor Haimong to be the first to express his stance so enthusiastically. Among the 5 great emperors, Great Emperor Haimong was the strongest. Now, the strongest Great Emperor Haimong had already bowed his head. This was really unexpected for the 4 great emperors. Seeing that the 4 great emperors were hesitant and didn't say anything, Yi Yun didn't mind. He still smiled faintly and said, "Are the 5 of you willing to join the Xianlong sect and become disciples of the Xianlong sect?" Become disciples of the Xianlong sect. When the 4 great emperors heard this, the muscles on their faces trembled violently. As great emperor-level experts of their generation, hundreds of thousands of years ago, they were all powerful, looked down on the world, and suppressed countless geniuses. Every single one of them had created a glorious era that belonged to them. It could be said that the 4 great emperors were extremely arrogant. In terms of age, the white-robed young man in front of them was much younger than them. In terms of seniority, he was naturally far inferior to them. Now that the other party was asking them to join the Xianlong sect, the 4 great emperors felt that this request was too much. Just as the 4 great emperors were in a perilous situation, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Senior, Haimong is willing to join the Xianlong sect. Great Emperor Haimong cupped his fists and bowed slightly as he said emotionally. Great Emperor Haimong, are you crazy? You are an expert from 1,000,000 years ago. In terms of seniority, you are stronger than the 4 of us. How can you join the Xianlong sect from 100,000 years ago? Great Emperor Qi Xiao shouted anxiously. Yes. Great Emperor Haimong, how can you make such a foolish choice? Evil God crazed Emperor roared. Great Emperor Haimong, I feel that something is wrong with you. Are you being threatened by this person? Great Emperor Kuzhu's eyes flickered as he asked suspiciously. The Qingwu Beast Dominator wore a stern look and frowned. Great Emperor Haimong, although our cultivation isn't as strong as his, we all have our own pride. How is it possible for us to join another sect? He said vehemently. Great Emperor Haimong looked at the 4 emperors and shook his head. He sighed. You've misunderstood me. You've also misunderstood Senior. Misunderstood what? You must have been bewitched by him. The Green Moon Demon Emperor snorted. The 5 of us have been together in the Gui Dirt Abyss for many years and have always been on the same side. Even if we're not as strong as him, we can't be cowards and join this Xianlong sect. Mad Emperor Wraith said resolutely. Great Emperor Haimong, at this moment, Great Emperor Haimeng's head was filled with black lines. He was truly speechless. Why were the 4 of them so stubborn? If they missed such a great opportunity, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Hey, why are the 4 of you so narrow-minded? Xiao Qi, who was standing at the side, couldn't stand it any longer. Her pretty face was cold as she coldly snorted and said, In my brother's eyes, you 4 are neither human nor ghost. You're worse than ants. He took pity on you and gave you a way out. Don't be ungrateful. Young Miss is right. I've long found you guys an eyesore. If it weren't for Master's words, I would have eaten you all. The crystal dragon, which had been silent all this while, suddenly widened its eyes, revealing a ferocious look. Haha. Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh after hearing Little 7 and the crystal dragon's words. Yi Yin didn't take the four emperors' words to heart. There were many ways to make someone submit. How could Yi Yin be troubled by such a small matter? Senior, please give me a little more time. I'll persuade them. Great Emperor Haimeng's expression changed. He thought that Yi Yin was laughing because he was angry. He quickly came over and begged for mercy. Haha, there's no need for that. Yi Yin waved his hand and rejected Great Emperor Haimeng. Great Emperor Haimeng was taken aback. He began to feel uneasy. He did not know how the senior would deal with these four fellows. Were they going to kill him? Great Emperor Haimeng's heart tightened as he revealed a look of pity. Whoosh, Yi Yin's pupils shrank slightly. Tiny star-like purple talisman characters flashed and disappeared. A force of ever-changing life and death instantly invaded the sea of consciousness of the four emperors. The four emperors became absent-minded. After a breath of time, Yi Yin withdrew the sky disillusionment eyes. The four emperors woke up from their trance. Are the four of you willing to join the Xianxia sect? Yi Yin stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm as he asked again. The four emperors cupped their fists and bowed. They said in a deep voice, "We are willing to join the Xianxia sect. From now on, we will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Emperor Haimeng. At this moment, Emperor Haimeng did not feel too good. What happened just now? Why did the four emperors' attitudes suddenly change? Seeing Emperor Haimeng's dumbfounded expression, Yi Yin found it funny. The corners of his mouth curled up again. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yin had never been good at convincing people with reason. He had always used force to convince people. Just now, he had used the power of the sky disillusionment eyes to directly tamper with the memories of the four emperors. In the hearts of the four emperors, Yi Yin was a supreme existence. At the same time, he had saved their lives. To them, Yi Yin's words carried enormous weight. They absolutely could not defy him. Yi Yin had easily solved the problem of the four emperors with violence. Seeing the respectful attitude of the four emperors, Yi Yin was in an exceptionally good mood. He was the 13th sect master of the Xianxia sect. Before him, there were 12 old fellows, but they were already buried. Although they were buried, perhaps there would be a day when he would have the chance to see their reincarnations in the cycle of reincarnation. When the time came, Yi Yin would definitely find a way to activate their memories and let these old fellows experience the changes of the Xianxia sect. Master is really amazing. When the crystal dragon saw this, it couldn't help but stick out its tongue, revealing a shocked expression. Great! There are a few more experts in the Xianxia sect. Xiaoqi clapped her hands and giggled sweetly. In her opinion, her brother was invincible in the world. He was an omnipotent existence. Dealing with a few puny true gods was simply too easy. Yi Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the five emperors indifferently. The five of you are all souls now. Although I have sealed your bodies to prevent spiritual energy from invading your bodies, in reality, this is not beneficial to your cultivation, Emperor Haimeng sighed. Senior, only in the Guegu abyss can we be like fish in water. I will reconstruct your physical bodies. From now on, wherever you go will be a paradise for the five of you. Yi Yin smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and took out an ancient yellow box. This is, Emperor Haimeng's eyes narrowed as he stared at the box. His heart could not help but beat faster. If someone else had said that he would help them reconstruct their physical bodies, he would definitely not have believed it. However, since it was his senior who said it, he would definitely believe it. Thank you, Master, for reconstructing our physical bodies. The Green Moon Demon Emperor and the others said respectfully. Yi Yin had completely tampered with their memories, so the four of them immediately changed the way they addressed him. Emperor Haimeng was taken aback and hurriedly corrected himself. Thank you, Master. Yi Yin smiled. Xiaoqi reached out and touched the yellow box. She smiled curiously and asked, Big brother, what is this? This is spiritual essence soil. It is barely enough to reconstruct a physical body. Yi Yin rubbed Xiaoqi's head with his other hand and said dotingly. 100,000 years ago. Yi Yin had once used the spiritual essence soil to create an avatar for Lu Linlang. At that time, the spiritual essence soil was extremely precious. The little bit of spiritual essence soil that Yi Yin had was all used to create Lu Linlang's avatar. But now, everything was different. Yi Yan had signed in for 100,000 years and the resources he had obtained were unimaginable. The spirit god life soil contained within the tiny earthen yellow box in his hand was sufficient to pile up into a lofty mountain. The amount was just that terrifying. What? This is spiritual essence soil? Emperor Haimeng exclaimed. The spiritual god breath soil was an extremely precious natural treasure that could be used to create an external incarnation. Its preciousness was far beyond that of an origin stone. Even after suppressing an era, Emperor Haimeng had never obtained spiritual essence soil. This thing was too precious and too rare. Seeing Emperor Haimeng acting like a country bumpkin, Yi Yan shook his head and revealed a helpless smile. He casually opened the wooden box. A shocking wave of spirit qi surged out like a tidal wave. The 5 thearchs, Xianxia, and even the crystal essence dragon felt their pores relax at this moment. Their bodies were filled with an indescribable sense of comfort. Especially the crystal essence dragon, it couldn't wait to crawl into the box and live inside for the rest of its life. Whoosh, with a flick of Yi Yan's finger, 5 lumps of spiritual god breath soil that were emitting 7-colored divine light suddenly flew out from the box. Yi Yan flicked his finger, and strands of hand seals flew out and fell into the spiritual essence soil. The 5 balls of spiritual essence soil began to slowly change. After 5 minutes, they turned into the 5 thearchs. 5 lifelike bodies floated in midair. After scanning them, Yi Yan was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Yi Yan grabbed with his hand. The 5 thearchs didn't resist at all and were thrown into the 5 bodies. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the 5 originally stiff bodies slowly came to life. After some exploration and experimentation, the 5 emperors controlled new bodies. Thank you, Master. The 5 of them knelt on the ground and cowed out again and again. They were so excited that tears gushed out. They were all old immortals who had lived for at least hundreds of thousands of years. They thought that they would be in the Gui Dirt Abyss for the rest of their lives and become souls that were neither human nor ghost. Today, they had obtained new physical bodies. The broken paths of cultivation of the 5 of them were once again reconnected. How could the 5 emperors not cry with joy? Yi Yan smiled. Since you have become the disciples of the Shenlong sect, I will not treat you unfairly. With a wave of his hand, a wave of magic power swept out and helped the 5 emperors up. The Undying Stone tribe is about to wake up. Yi Yan suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked pleasantly surprised. Under the stimulation of the Jade Wishful Spider's poison, the Undying Stone tribe had finally reached the critical point of awakening. At this moment, the Gui Dirt Abyss, slender black threads could be seen everywhere. In the gloomy black ghost chi, they were like long and narrow tentacles, floating as if they were alive. The Black Mane Great Emperor's curiosity was piqued again. He mustered up his courage and asked, Senior, what is the Undying Stone tribe? Is it sleeping in the Gui Dirt Abyss? Yes. Yi Yan nodded and pointed in the air with his hand. A water mirror appeared in front of him. The water mirror showed the huge entrance of the Gui Dirt Abyss. From today onwards, the Gui Dirt Abyss will disappear. Now, I will give you a chance to see it again, Yi Yan chuckled. The 5 emperors looked at the water mirror with a stern expression. The Black Mane Great Emperor looked at the water mirror and saw many black threads floating out of the black gas at the entrance of the Gui Dirt Abyss. He could not help but exclaim, Strange, why are there so many black threads? Could this be a new strange creature? The Green Moon Demon Emperor widened his eyes. The Crimson Heaven Emperor also sighed, it's too terrifying. I'm afraid Li Qikong's tomb will also fall. Yi Yan gently waved his hand and said, Stop guessing. This black silk is not a strange creature. It's just the black hair of the Undying Stone Patriarch. Black hair? Little Seven raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, Big brother, the Undying Stone race should be a stone person, right? How can there be black hair on a stone? Yeah, let's wait for a good show. Yi Yan laughed. Little Seven responded and didn't say anything else. Her eyes were fixed on Shui Jing. The Crystal Vital Energy Dragon and the 5 monarchs were all silent as they stared at the scene in the water mirror without blinking. Gui Abyss. In the deepest part of the valley. In front of the blue crystal wall stood 2 little girls. One of them was naturally the Jade Wishful Spider. She had a mischievous smile on her face as her slender fingers continuously tapped the blue crystal wall. The other little girl was Yi Yun's doppelganger that looked like little Seven. Whoosh, the jade wishful spider took a deep breath and moved her fingers away from the blue crystal wall. She turned around and chuckled. Master, that big fellow is about to wake up. Well done. Yi Yun showed a look of praise. Why does this undying stone race have so much black hair? I don't remember it being like this before. The little silver silkworm in the air blinked continuously and let out a bewildered voice. Little silkworm. Some strange changes have happened to the undying stone race. When it wakes up, you can fight it. Yi Yun touched his chin and said lightly. Yes, master. The undying celestial silkworm was so excited that it quickly agreed. Its eyes shone brightly as its battle intent surged. Before an epoch, the 5 great heavenly demon tribes were evenly matched. Their strengths were about the same. They had all fought with each other. However, no one had completely defeated the other. Now, after a long epoch, it had another chance to fight with the undying stone race. This made the undying celestial silkworm extremely excited. Buzz, the entire Guegu abyss suddenly trembled slightly. What's going on? The purple blood dragon king in the valley suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Just now, many places in the Guegu abyss had inexplicably grown black hair, which made the purple blood dragon king very worried. Now, the Guegu abyss was trembling again. It seemed that something huge was about to wake up from the ground. Dragon King, could it be Lord Zulong? A young man who was a purple blood demon dragon next to him whispered. Oh, right. The purple blood demon dragon king touched his chin and nodded solemnly. Lord Zulong was near the blue crystal wall. He must have done something. There's nothing to worry about. Lord Zulong is here. What can the Guegu abyss do? The purple blood dragon king smiled and calmed down. Under the influence of the purple blood dragon king, all the purple blood demon dragons were extremely calm. The entire valley was very quiet. On the top of the mountain outside the valley, that army of gods was still in a state of shock, frozen in place. Roar, a hoarse and deep voice suddenly came from all directions. Then, the entire Guegu abyss trembled violently. Crack, 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 countless mountains cracked at this moment, and rays of yellow and black light shot out from them. The dense light gathered in the abyss and formed a 10,000 feet tall figure. Whoosh, the blue crystal wall seemed to be summoned and suddenly flew into the air and merged with the figure. The figure slowly turned from blurry to clear, and finally became a 10,000 feet tall stone giant. Most of the yellowish-brown stone giant's body was covered with a layer of long black hair. Among the thick black hair, there was a small portion of red hair. The red and black color looked very strange. Its body was extremely sturdy. Even though it was made of stone, it gave off a strong sense of muscle strength. The ultimate god realm. It's the same realm as me. Haha, I'll go and meet it, the immortal silkworm laughed. In a flash of silver light, it suddenly disappeared from where it was. Silver light suddenly flashed in front of the yellow-black giant, and a silver silkworm that was over 10,000 feet in size abruptly appeared. That's not right. Why is there a hole in the right chest of the undying stone giant? In my impression, the undying stone giant doesn't look like this. The immortal celestial silkworm widened its eyes and looked at the immortal stone clan member in the void in surprise. Little silkworm, are you sure? Yi Yun's eyes flashed as he asked in a low voice. Master, I'm very sure that the hole in its chest was added later. It should be injured, right? The immortal silkworm said. You guessed right, Yi Yun asked with a smile, then why don't you guess what kind of injury it is? The immortal silkworm hesitated for a moment and said subconsciously, a sword wound? That's right. It's a sword wound. Yi Yun nodded as a solemn expression appeared on his face. If he guessed correctly, the sword wound on the undying stone giant's body should have been caused by Zulong back then. As for that sword, it should be the broken sword sealed on the moon. Roar, the undying stone giant's lowered head suddenly lifted up. Its eyes were filled with chaos and madness as it roared continuously. Boom. Boom, the sound was earth-shattering and the entire Guegu abyss began to collapse. Asterisk rumble, asterisk layers of mountains crumbled as giant rocks rolled down. Ghostly chi surged as countless strange creatures fled in panic. It was a doomsday scene in the Guegu abyss. Roar. The undying stoneman continued to roar. Its eyes were fierce as it looked at the undying celestial silkworm and slowly raised its giant arm. Is the undying stoneman crazy? The undying celestial silkworm frowned. It knew that the undying stoneman was not like this. The undying stoneman roared and rushed towards the undying celestial silkworm. Its giant iron fist covered half of the sky as it whizzed down. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the undying celestial silkworm opened its mouth and a silver tide of light shot out. The silver light was formed by countless thin threads. Every single strand contained an unimaginably terrifying power. So many thin threads formed a tide of light. One could see how powerful the attack was. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the silver tide collided with the undying stoneman's iron fist and a loud bang was heard. The tide turned back. The undying stoneman's body swayed in the air. The two heavenly demon tribes were evenly matched in this battle. Little silkworm's silk can be used for both offense and defense. It's exceptionally tough. The undying stoneman's body is as hard as diamond and has infinite strength. The battle between the two of them is like an arrow against an on. Yi Yun's eyes flickered as he smiled faintly. The undying celestial silkworm had met a well-matched opponent this time. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk at this moment, a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. The surrounding mountains were instantly shattered. The shockwave did not stop as it continued to spread into the distance. Yi Yun waved his hand and a huge light shield suddenly covered 100,000 miles around the Guegu abyss. Both of them were in the hierarch realm. If the shockwave went out of control, the entire Sungnan continent would be affected. After all, the spatial strength of the Sungnan continent was not strong enough. The shockwave from the battle between two hierarch realm experts could affect half of the Sungnan continent. A small part of the shockwave fell into the abyss. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Li Qikong's grave exploded upon contact with the shockwave. I should let Li Qikong see a battle like this. It'll be good for his cultivation. Yi Yun smiled and said softly. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled Li Qikong, who was in a trance, to the original position of the blue crystal wall. The one who made the move this time was naturally Yi Yun's doppelganger who had transformed into Xiaoqi's appearance. As for Yi Yun's true body, he was in the air above the Wuji water domain with the real Little Seven, observing the battle in the water mirror with great interest. Li Qikong woke up from his dream and looked around in a daze. He didn't understand what was going on. With a wave of Yi Yun's hand, a great water mirror that was 10 feet wide appeared above his head. Li Qikong, go take a look at the battle above. It will be good for your future, Yi Yun said with a smile. Li Qikong was dumbfounded. He looked at the mirror and blinked. Benefactor. Where was this place? Who was fighting who? Don't ask so many questions. Two ultimate gods from the heavenly demon tribe are fighting in the air above the abyss. It's a rare opportunity, Yi Yun waved his hand and said with a smile. Li Qikong's expression suddenly became serious. He stared at the water mirror and watched without blinking. Boom, in the air, the undead silkworm and the undead stoneskin were fighting fiercely. It was an earth-shattering battle. The entire Guegu abyss was shattered by the powerful shockwave. Countless boulders fell like meteors from the heavens and hit many strange creatures that were fleeing in all directions. Outside the valley, the army of divine spirits that Yi Yun had stopped was also hit by the boulders. However, these divine spirits had a higher cultivation base. They didn't suffer any injuries when the boulders hit them. Instead, some of the shockwaves from the impact injured some of the divine spirits. As for the purple blood demon dragon's valley, they weren't affected at all because of the formation that Namgongyu had set up. At this moment, all the purple blood demonic dragons were dumbfounded when they saw the fight between the two heavenly monster tribe members. Dragon King, where did these two guys come from? Their cultivation base is so high. A purple blood demonic dragon youth asked in shock. I don't know where these two guys came from, but they're both hierarch realm cultivators, the purple blood dragon king said with a serious expression. The young man's expression changed and he exclaimed, "Wow, they are at the same cultivation base as you, Dragon King." The purple blood dragon king turned his head and looked at the blue crystal wall with admiration in his eyes. He said with a smile, "This must be Lord Zulong's doing. Let's just wait here quietly." "Yes." The young man quickly nodded. Boom! The battle between the two heavenly demons in the air was so intense that it was hard to see their figures clearly. Silver light danced in the sky like the Milky Way, sometimes blooming and sometimes retracting. It was ever-changing. Amidst the silver light, a huge yellow and black figure roared ferociously and appeared from time to time. Boom! Boom! A pair of huge iron fists were constantly waving around. Every time they landed, there would be a loud bang. Even though the silver light's attack was fierce, the Undying Stone Tribe's body was so tough that it could withstand all of the attacks. The battle was getting more intense. The Jade Rui spider rubbed its chin and said thoughtfully, "This blockhead's body is quite tough. How does it compare to your Jade Rui spider?" Yi Yan asked with a smile. "I should be stronger than it, but my cultivation base is only at the Divine Lord realm. My overall combat strength is not as strong as this blockhead." The Jade Rui spider said with a smile. Yi Yan nodded. The Jade Rui spider's body was crystal clear and tough. Its defense was not inferior to the Undying Stone Tribe's. Although the Undying Celestial Silkworm's defense was weaker, its silver silk was ever-changing and could be used to attack and defend. It made up for its weakness. The Undying Celestial Silkworm's attack could not break through the silver silk's ever-changing defense. Only some of the rebounding force could be transmitted to the Undying Celestial Silkworm. "Qigong. Our little benefactor is definitely not an ordinary person. She's not just the darling of the heavenly Tao." The white-haired old man's voice suddenly rang in Li Qigong's mind. "Senior, as soon as I saw this battle, I understood," Li Qigong said with a solemn face. How could Li Qigong not understand that the little girl in front of him was actually an unfathomable big shot? This battle is a battle between ultimate gods. It's very important to you. If you can comprehend a little bit from it, it will greatly improve your divine hollow fist, the white-haired old man said. Li Qigong nodded and stared intently at the battle. Above the boundless water domain, the 5 emperors held their breaths as they watched the earth-shattering battle through the water mirror. Each of them was focused and completely attracted by the intensity of the battle. "So strong," the Green Moon Demon Emperor murmured to himself. As a demon emperor, he could not see the origin of the silver silkworm and the stone giant. It made him a little depressed. Sigh. I didn't expect our demon clan to have such an expert. Demon Emperor Kuzhu smiled bitterly. After listening to Kuzhu and Green Moon Monster Emperor, Yi Yan explained with a smile, "They are from the Heavenly Monster Clan, unlike ordinary monsters like you, Master. What's the difference?" Kuzhu asked. "They are one of the 5 strongest monster clans in the last era and are known as the Heavenly Monster Clan. Their background and experience far surpass yours," Yi Yan said with a smile. The last era? Green Moon Demon Emperor and Kuzhu Demon Emperor looked at each other with shock in the depths of their eyes. In this world, there were still demonic beasts that had survived from the previous era. To be able to live for such a long time, how terrifying would the vitality of such a demon clan be? Green Moon Monster Emperor and Kuzhu were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the remaining 3 monster emperors were shocked. "Master, these 2 heavenly monsters are too strong." After a while, the Green Moon Demon Emperor said bitterly. "It's good that you know," Yi Yan smiled faintly. He thought for a moment and said, "In the future, I'll bring you guys to the Divine Land. You'll know when you get there that there's always someone better than you. There are so many Hierarch Realm experts." How many ultimate gods were there? The 5 monster emperors were dumbfounded. They felt as if the world was spinning and they could not move at all. They used to be world-class powerhouses who suppressed an era and were extremely arrogant in their hearts. However, at this moment, their arrogance was shattered by Yi Yan. The invincible great emperors of the Sunnan continent were just ordinary cultivators in the Divine Land. They were just weaklings. Yi Yan didn't pay attention to anyone else and quietly observed the exciting battle. After a while, Looks like this battle is going to last for a long time, Yiyan shrugged and smiled. The two heavenly monster clans were on par with each other and it was hard to determine the winner. After watching for a while, Yiyan felt that the battle was boring. When he looked down, he saw that Xiaoqi was watching the battle with great interest. Yiyan smiled dotingly and rubbed Xiaoqi's little head. Yiyan asked, "Xiaoqi, is this battle interesting?" "Brother, the battle is too exciting." Xiaoqi spread her hands and said with a smile. "Yes. As long as you're happy." Yiyan smiled faintly and patiently accompanied Little Seven to continue watching. Boom, the two heavenly monsters fought at close range and countless shockwaves spread in all directions, completely shattering the Gui filth abyss. Damn it, this crazy Undying Stone clan is so powerful. I have fought with it for so long and I haven't gained any advantage. The Undying Celestial Silkworm cursed in its heart. The master was watching the battle. However, it was unable to defeat the Undying Stone tribe. The Undying Celestial Silkworm felt ashamed. My bloodline is still not pure. Finally, the Celestial Silkworm's heart sighed. If its bloodline was a little purer, it would definitely be able to suppress the Undying Stone tribe. Roar, the Undying Stone clan's roar was so terrifying that it shattered the void. It was as if it didn't know exhaustion and attacked the Undying Celestial Silkworm fiercely. Time slowly passed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle between the two heavenly monsters in the air was slower than before. Injuries of varying severity appeared on their bodies. Silver blood flowed from the Undying Celestial Silkworm's body. The Undying Stone clan's body also had injuries of varying sizes, but it didn't bleed at all. The strange creatures in the Gui filth abyss had already fled. Because of Yiyan's protective light barrier, the strange creatures couldn't break through here. After being hit by wave after wave of attacks, the strange creatures suffered heavy casualties. In the camp of the God Spirit Army, a ghost-like figure slowly emerged from the soil of the mountain. This figure was blurry and indistinct, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. It stood beside Ling Xiao and gently placed its hand on Ling Zhao's shoulder. Ling Xiao, who was originally in a daze, suddenly disappeared. The figure muttered to itself, "TSK. This kind of immobilizing ability can even immobilize one's thoughts. How terrifying. Fortunately, my original body has been hiding in the mountains, so I wasn't affected." This figure was naturally the leader of the God Spirit Army, Lord Ling Xiao. Where did these two ultimate God realm monsters come from? Why haven't I heard of them before? Ling Xiao looked up at the sky and said with a solemn expression. His figure didn't emit any aura or undulations. If one didn't stand beside him, one wouldn't be able to discover him at all. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was very careful. When Ling Zhao's original body appeared, Yiyan, who was in the valley, immediately discovered Ling Xiao. Good heavens, Ling Zhao's original body has been hiding at the bottom of the mountain all this time. Yiyan was slightly surprised. Ling Xiao was just a divine spirit body, yet he had cultivated both a clone and an original body. It seemed like this guy really did have a unique divine spirit body. Ling Zhao's original body's strength had reached the second level of the ultimate god realm. However, as a divine spirit body, his combat strength was still inferior to the undead celestial silkworm. In this Guego Valley, no one other than Yiyan discovered Ling Zhao's existence. Ling Xiao frowned slightly as he looked at the increasingly intense battle between the two heavenly demons in the sky. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. These two demon clans, each of their bodies is extremely powerful. If I can possess one of them, then I can leave the Sangnan continent and return to the divine land. He muttered excitedly to himself. If I can possess one and cultivate the other into a divine pet, then my strength will skyrocket. Ling Xiao said slowly as the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing an evil smile. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. He suddenly sighed again. I've left the divine land for millions of years. What has become of it? Does the Ling Xiao pavilion that I used to be in still exist? Sigh, I'm really looking forward to going back. Ling Zhao's expression changed as he sighed deeply. He looked around. After a few seconds of silence, Ling Xiao shook his head and suddenly opened his arms. A strange energy filled the air. The army of deities in the distance moved strangely and were quickly sucked over. This army of deities consisted of tens of thousands of people, all of whom were divine souls. After being sucked over by Ling Xiao, they strangely disappeared from his body. After absorbing these divine souls, Ling Xiao's aura grew stronger. Brothers who have fought with me, please don't blame me. After all, humans are selfish. I also want to leave this damn place. This is my only chance now. Ling Xiao clenched his fist and said painfully. His eyes sparkled with tears. These were his soldiers. They had gone through life and death with him. They had been together with him for millions of years. However, now, they were all devoured by him. Ling Xiao's face was distorted and his heart was in agony. However, he could not miss the opportunity in front of him. Or else. The Guego abyss was shattered and the ghost chief fled in all directions. He was about to face the erosion of the Tsungnan continent's spiritual qi. He did not have long to live. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's aura grew rapidly. After he finished devouring the army of deities, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 10th level of the divine venerable realm. Oh, the peak of the 10th level hierarch realm? This guy's divine sense is really amazing. His cultivation level has risen so quickly. Yi Yan, who was standing in the deepest part of the Guegu abyss, raised his brows and exclaimed. Master, who has reached the peak of the 10th level hierarch realm? The Jade Ruri Spider asked curiously. It's the leader of the army of divine spirits outside. He's called Lord Ling Xiao by the divine spirits. Yi Yan pointed with his finger and said indifferently. What? The peak of the 10th level hierarch realm? In front of you, old master, is he just a piece of trash? The Jade Ruri Spider laughed. You've hit the nail on the head. Master likes to hear that. Yi Yan laughed. Indeed, a half-step divine king was just a slightly bigger ant in his eyes. He had killed a lot of divine kings. Why would Yi Yan care about such a puny half-step divine king expert? Brothers, rest in peace. When I return to the divine land, I'll erect a monument for all of you. Ling Xiao's eyes lost focus as he muttered to himself. For a moment, he seemed to have lost his soul. Although his cultivation level had soared to the 10th level hierarch realm, he was not really happy. When Yi Yan heard his words, his expression was calm and indifferent. There was nothing wrong with Ling Xiao's choice. The cultivation world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak and there were no rules. Moreover, these souls had been dead for many years. Now that they were devoured by Ling Xiao, they were finally free. Although he did not know whether to comment or not, Yi Yan did not approve of Ling Xiao's actions. After a while, Ling Xiao wiped his tears and calmed down. He took a step forward. In an instant, he was in midair. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and two powerful rays of light fell on the undying celestial silkworm and the undying stone tribe. The rays of light were like lightning. It instantly separated the undying celestial silkworm and the undying stone tribe. Who's that? The undying celestial silkworm was shocked. Where did this 10th level hierarch realm guy come from? Asterisk roar, asterisk Shuang Rua of the undead stoneskin roared crazily. He broke free from the light and rushed toward Ling Xiao. Stop. Ling Xiao pressed his palm down, and a powerful force descended from the sky, forcibly holding the body of the undying stone creature in midair. He was now at the peak of the 10th level of the hierarch realm. Even if he was just a soul body and his combat strength was greatly reduced, he could still display the combat strength of a 7th or 8th level hierarch. It was not difficult for them to deal with the undying stone tribe that was only at the 1st level of the hierarch realm. You have an aura that I'm familiar with, and you've already gone mad. It's perfect for me to possess you. Ling Xiao looked at the undying stone tribe with a burning look in his eyes. This stone giant's physical defense was ridiculously strong. If he succeeded in the possession, his physical defense would be unrivaled in the divine land. Master, where did this guy come from? The undead celestial silkworm asked in a low voice. He is the leader of the army of gods, Ling Xiao. Yi Yan replied. After that, Yi Yan took a step forward and appeared in midair. Hee, Master is going to take action. This Ling Xiao is going to be unlucky. The Jade Ruri Spider waved its little hand and shouted excitedly. When Yiyan appeared, the pressure on the undying celestial silkworm disappeared and it immediately regained its mobility. Master, the undying celestial silkworm wanted to say something but stopped. Say no more. This Ling Zhao's cultivation is much higher than yours. I'll deal with him. Yiyan waved his hand and said. The undying celestial silkworm quickly nodded and obediently retreated to the side. Although Master's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the hierarch realm, he did not even put a divine king realm cultivator in his eyes. Why are you here? Ling Zhao's expression changed drastically when he saw the beautiful little girl in front of him. This little girl had left a deep impression on him. She was the darling of the heavenly Tao. In the Guegu abyss, the ghost Qi retreated thousands of miles away. Ling Xiao, are you going to surrender or wait for me to capture you? Yiyan extended his hand and smiled meaningfully. What kind of joke is this? Little girl, you're only at the celestial bridge realm. No matter how much the heavenly Tao dotes on you, it's as easy as flipping my hand if I want to kill you. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth when he said that. The muscles on his face twitched and his expression was very fierce. I don't want to bully a little ant like you. I'll give you a chance to attack me. Yiyan narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Ling Xiao's strength was pitifully weak in his eyes. Even if he stood there and let Ling Xiao attack, he would not be able to move at all. To put it bluntly, Ling Xiao could not even move a hair on Yiyan's body. Haha, the darling of the heavenly Tao is actually so arrogant. Fine, then I'll personally attack you today and let you have a taste of what it means by there's always someone better than you. Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed. Suddenly, he extended his hand and pointed at Ling Xiao. A bright beam of light fell toward Yiyan at lightning speed. This beam of light carried a destructive aura and was shocking. Yiyan was indifferent. Bang, the beam of light landed in front of Yiyan's chest and suddenly exploded. But Yiyan did not move an inch. The white clothes on his body did not have any changes at all. Not a single wrinkle appeared. Even his hair was not blown by the blast wave of the explosion. How is this possible? Looking at the completely unscathed Yiyan, Ling Zhao's face finally revealed a look of astonishment. This scene before his eyes already completely exceeded his understanding. Could it be that Heavenly Tao had always been protecting this little girl? But how is this possible? Heavenly Tao had always been heartless. How could it possibly do such a thing that violated the secular world? Oh, Qi Kong. Benefactor's strength is seriously too powerful. Ling Xiao is so powerful, but I didn't even touch a hair. Haha, this really makes people gasp in amazement. In Li Qikong's mind, the white-haired old man's shocked voice sounded out. Li Qikong sighed emotionally and said, Yeah, senior. Benefactor's cultivation has likely long already surpassed the divine Empyrean realm. As the #1 ruthless person, Li Qikong had always been proud at heart and haughty in manner. Returning to the turtle filth abyss this time, he thoroughly broadened his horizons. The original arrogance was already gone without a trace at this moment. Ling Xiao, still not surrendering without resistance? Yiyan smiled faintly and suddenly reached his hand out. With an unimaginable speed, he grabbed Ling Xiao in the air. Ling Xiao could not move. That's not right. Could your true strength be that of a god king? Unable to move his body, Ling Xiao's heart stirred, and he immediately came to a realization. Being able to control him across space, this was absolutely not the doing of Heavenly Tao. It was that this little girl in front of him's cultivation, her strength far surpassed his. Hence, that was why he could not move. The ghostly energy and strange creatures in the turtle filth abyss were so afraid of this little girl back then. It was because her cultivation was seriously too terrifying. Divine King realm, this little girl in front of him was actually a divine king. Thinking up to here, Ling Xiao opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Perilous waves stirred in his heart. Why would a divine king realm powerhouse descend to the Cangnan continent? There was a powerful curse in this damned place. Even if it was a divine king realm powerhouse, entering this continent, their cultivation would be cursed too. Once cursed, their cultivation would never be able to advance a step again for life. Any divine king realm powerhouse, as long as they did not go crazy, absolutely would not do this kind of foolish thing. Humph. The jade rui spider had a strange expression on its face when it thought of the terrifying great demons in the old master's warehouse. The corners of its mouth curled up as it let out a low sneer. What can a mere divine king do? My master's strength is not something a little immortal being like you can understand. Not a immortal king? How is that possible? Ling Zhao's eyes widened when he heard the jade spider's words. He looked even more terrified. Could it be a immortal king? How was that possible? There were only a few immortal kings in the entire Holy Land. In his entire life, he had only seen divine king realm experts. As for immortal kings, they were high up in the clouds and never appeared in the world. Even immortal kings had never seen one before. There's no point in guessing. Yi Yin shook his head and retracted his arm. Ling Xiao flew back to his side. Ling Xiao, let me ask you. What was your purpose when you came to the Cangnan continent and led the army to attack the Imperial Dragon Pond? Yi Yan's eyes flickered as he asked faintly. Back then. That was a long time ago. At least 8 or 9 million years ago. Why would this little girl care about such things? Ling Xiao paused for a moment and thought quickly. He frowned and said, this is a matter from millions of years ago. The dragon tribe has lost its power. Why are you still thinking about it? Yi Yun was about to say something. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Without Ling Xiao holding them back, the immortal silkworm and the immortal stone tribe began to fight again. Little silkworm is still arrogant. Yi Yin smiled faintly and no longer paid attention to the battle above. A purple light flew over. It was the Purple Blood Dragon King. Seeing Ling Xiao, the Purple Blood Dragon King's eyes turned red and his body trembled. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, My lord, I can't believe you caught Ling Xiao. This guy has killed so many of our kind. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yun in horror, as if he knew that he was dead. At this moment, there was no fear in his heart. Purple Blood Dragon King, he took a deep breath and stared at the Purple Blood Dragon King. Didn't you kill many of my brothers as well? He asked in a painful voice. The Purple Blood Dragon King roared, How is that the same? Your god army invaded our hidden dragon continent. You are despicable invaders. Ling Zhao's expression froze. The Purple Blood Dragon King was right. He didn't know how to refute him. Yi Yin felt the same way and said coldly, That's right. Your army of gods is the invaders. All the disasters are caused by you despicable people from the divine land. Hee hee. Since I've already fallen into your hands, do whatever you want to me. I've lived for millions of years, and I've lived enough. Ling Xiao shook his head, his expression desolate. Yi Yin smiled faintly. Naturally, I'll set you free. After saying that, Yi Yun's pupils shrank as an ever-changing energy invaded his sea of consciousness. 2 seconds passed. Yi Yun retracted the energy with a heavy expression. Millions of years ago, Ling Xiao led an army of gods to invade the Imperial Dragon Lake to steal the dragon scales left behind by Zhu Long. However, their operation did not succeed. When the two armies were fighting, the dragon scales disappeared without a trace. In the end, the two armies perished together. Due to the disappearance of the dragon scales, the divine land didn't send another army of gods to the Imperial Dragon Lake. The one who sent Ling Xiao to the divine land was a level 5 supreme god. His name was Divine Sovereign Thousand Illusions. It's been a long time. I wonder if Divine Sovereign Thousand Illusions is still alive. Yi Yan thought to himself. A supreme god from the divine land had a long lifespan, but it wasn't unlimited. If he couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would die when he reached the end of his lifespan. However, the divine land had ways to extend their lifespan. It was up to Divine Sovereign Thousand Illusions to extend his lifespan. Perhaps Ling Xiao was too old. To Yi Yan's relief, Ling Xiao's memory wasn't tampered with. He didn't find any traces of the Seven Stars formation. This meant that the person behind the scenes wasn't omniscient. He might have missed something. Kill me. I'm tired of living. Ling Xiao's eyes widened. He suddenly became emotional and shouted. Previously, he had devoured so many of his brothers who had fought alongside him. His heart was already very uncomfortable, and his emotions were on the verge of collapse. Now, he was being restrained by a supreme expert like Yi Yun. Ling Zhao's emotions finally collapsed completely. He didn't want to live anymore. He had lived for almost 10 million years. He was tired of living. Alright, I'll grant you your wish. Yi Yan smiled faintly and exerted some force. Puff, Ling Zhao's spiritual body was instantly shattered. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yan crushed the soul fragment into a ball of light. Purple Blood Dragon King, I'll give you Ling Zhao's spiritual body. Yi Yan threw the ball of light to Purple Blood Dragon King. My lord, this spiritual body fragment doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Purple Blood Dragon King said in confusion as he carefully held the ball of light with both hands. As a purple blood demonic dragon, his strongest point was his physical body, not his spiritual body. Although the spiritual body fragment was powerful, he couldn't use it. Ling Xiao is good at using the spiritual body. I'll pass it to you. After you've fully absorbed it, your cultivation will at least reach the 9th level of the Hierarch realm, Yi Yan smiled faintly. 9th level of the Hierarch realm, Purple Blood Dragon King's expression changed. He suddenly remembered how Ling Xiao had broken through from the 2nd level of the Hierarch realm to the peak of the 10th level. Thank you, Lord Zhu Long. Purple Blood Dragon King knelt on the ground and said emotionally. Get up. Yi Yan smiled. A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows and disappeared into Purple Blood Dragon King's forehead. In Yi Yan's opinion, this divine soul ability was also a pretty good cultivation technique. However, Ling Xiao was too hasty. Although his cultivation level had increased, there were still many hidden dangers. Yi Yan modified it and passed it to Purple Blood Dragon King. Purple Blood Dragon King slowly absorbed it. In less than 1,000 years, he would be able to reach the 9th level of the Hierarch realm. Purple Blood Dragon King stood up and hugged the ball of light with both hands. He closed his eyes and felt the spiritual body divine ability in his mind. Haha. Yi Yan smiled faintly and ignored Purple Blood Dragon King. He raised his head and looked at the void. In the air, silver blood spilled from time to time. The battle between the undying celestial silkworm and the undying stone tribe was getting more and more intense. The two heavenly beasts were fighting fiercely. This little silkworm is really going all out. It won't be satisfied until it completely exterminates this undying stone tribe member, Yi Yan smiled faintly. His eyes were like two sharp swords that shot out and landed on the hole on the undying stone tribe's chest. Without a doubt, only the mysterious broken sword in the moonlight star could cause the strange scene in the Guegu abyss for millions of years. Yi Yan pondered. The reason why the Gui Dirt Abyss was so weird and filled with black ghost chi was because the immortal stoners were invaded by the strange power of the broken sword. In ancient times, the immortal stoners were sealed here by Zhu Long. They had been in a special state of hibernation all their lives. The gas they exhaled formed a weird ghost chi. In this place, many gods and dragons had fallen, and their bodies had undergone strange changes in the ghostly chi. They formed many strange creatures. The ghost chi was the reason why Ling Zhao's army and the dragon army led by the Purple Blood Dragon King could not be destroyed. In Yi Yan's opinion, the immortal stoners were sealed here. The undying stoners were suppressed here, but due to a series of coincidences, they formed a unique ecosystem. Our benefactor is so powerful. Even the two sky demons were no match for Ling Xiao. Our benefactor killed Ling Xiao as soon as he attacked. It's incredible. Seeing Yi Yan pondering, Li Qikong stole a glance at him and said to the white-haired elder in his mind. He's so powerful. He's really an invincible master. The white-haired elder murmured to himself. Li Qikong's eyes lit up. He said thoughtfully, it would be great if I could follow such a master, yes. The white-haired elder smiled bitterly. Li Qikong was so weak. Did his benefactor need him? Yi Yan felt something. He looked at Li Qikong and said with a smile, the 5 emperors in the Gui Dirt Abyss have joined the Shenlong sect. You're the most ruthless man. Do you want to join the Shenlong sect? The 5 emperors joined the Shenlong sect. Li Qikong's face twitched. He trembled and his eyes widened. He thought the 5 emperors in the army of gods were dead. They had been devoured by Ling Xiao. He did not expect them to join his benefactor's Shenlong sect. What the hell was going on? Hadn't his benefactor always been by his side? This is my doppelganger. My original body is thousands of miles away, Yi Yan chuckled. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Qikong turned into a beam of light, broke through the void, and disappeared. The next moment, in a certain space above the boundless water domain, Li Qikong fell down from the spatial ripples. Li Qikong, why are you here? The Green Moon Demon Emperor exclaimed in shock when he saw his old enemy. The other 4 great emperors also looked at Li Qikong with bright eyes. I asked him to come. Yi Yan waved his hand and smiled casually. Li Qikong shook his head. His gaze swept past the 5 emperors and finally landed on Yi Yan. This young man in white was like an immortal in an ancient painting. His temperament was extraordinary. It was impossible to tell his cultivation level, but his every movement was filled with an aura that made one feel as if he was invincible. Without a doubt, this was his benefactor's true self. Greetings, benefactor. Li Qikong kneeled in front of Yi Yan's feet. He cowed out excitedly and said, I, Li Qikong, am willing to join the Shenlong sect. Good. Yi Yan nodded with a smile. A wave of magic power swept out and helped Li Qikong up. Yi Yan didn't care about Li Qikong's choice. A good bird chooses a good tree to rest in. Now that the famous 5 emperors had joined the Shenlong sect, what more Li Qikong, now that the 5 emperors had bodies made of spiritual god breath soil, their individual strength had surpassed Li Qikong's. However, although the 5 emperors and Li Qikong were powerful, there was still a big gap between them and the 8 extremities sage. In Yi Yan's view, the 8 extremities sage was the real peerless genius. Haha, great, Li Qikong has joined us too. Great Emperor Haimong laughed. Li Qikong, I didn't expect that after so many years of fighting, we would become fellow sect members in the end. Congratulations. The Green Moon Demon Emperor laughed. Li Qikong, Master has bestowed us with a physical body. Now, our individual strength is not much weaker than yours. Evil God Crazed Emperor laughed. Demon Emperor Ku Zhu touched his chin and joked, yes, Li Qikong, do you want to spar with me when you have the chance? Let's spar. Do you think I'm afraid of you old guys? Li Qikong straightened his back and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. As the most ruthless person, Li Qikong liked to fight very much. He agreed to the challenge of the 5 emperors immediately. Okay, stop fooling around. You guys have sparred before. Now that you are all disciples of the Shenlong sect, there's no need to fight to the death. Yi Yan couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stopped them. Yes, master. The 5th Thearch said respectfully with a stern expression. Li Qikong awkwardly smiled and respectfully said, Master, should I call you that too? Okay. Yi Yan nodded. At this moment, Xiaoqi rolled her eyes and said with a smile, I say, you guys are all very powerful. If you want to spar, I can recommend someone to you. Miss, who do you recommend? The Black Nightmare Emperor raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. The other 4 emperors, including Li Qikong, also looked over. The person I recommend is the 8 extremities saint. Xiaoqi said with a smile. 8 extremities saint, the 5 emperors and Li Qikong looked at each other. The Black Nightmare Emperor said respectfully, Miss, who is this 8 extremities saint? Why haven't we heard of him? He's in the carriage. Wait for brother to bring you guys back, then you can see him. Xiaoqi chuckled and a naughty look flashed across her face. She continued, don't say I didn't warn you. Although the 8 extremities saint's cultivation realm is slightly lower than yours, none of you can defeat him. No one can defeat him? How is that possible? In front of us, the 5 emperors, is there anyone in this world who can fight above his cultivation realm? The Crimson Heaven Emperor said in surprise. Miss, I'm very interested in this 8 extremities saint. If we can meet, we must have a good fight with him. The Blue Moon Demon Emperor said with a smile. I'm interested too. Li Qikong rubbed his chin and chuckled as well. Seeing that Xiaoqi had mentioned the 8 extremities saint with a single sentence, which caused the 5 emperors and Li Qikong to have a common enemy, Yi Yan felt rather helpless. It would be good to let them have a good fight. When the time comes, it would weaken their spirit. The small world of the deity pond was full of experts. In terms of strength, it was a level higher than the Tsangnan continent. Yi Yan acted as soon as he thought of it. He suddenly reached out and directly grabbed the 8 extremities saint on the carriage across layers of space. Greetings, master. After the Eight Extremities Saint appeared, he looked calm as he held his fists together and bowed to Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded. The Eight Extremities Saint straightened his back and looked around. He found that there were more unfamiliar people around him. These people's cultivation were all in the true immortal realm. His pupils shrank slightly. Shao Kai, these guys are new to my sect. They used to be famous people. Now that they want to exchange pointers with you, you should let them see what you're capable of. Yi Yun said calmly. After speaking, he reached out his hand and Yi Yun threw out a green bead in the air. Whoosh, a ray of light swept out and swept the Eight Extremities Saint, the 5 emperors, and Li Qikong into it. After half an incense stick's worth of time, rays of green light flew out from the bead and turned into a few figures again. The Eight Extremities Saint was as calm as a mountain. He stood quietly in the void with a faint smile on his face. On the other hand, the 5 emperors and Li Qikong were covered in dust and had bruises all over their faces. They looked very miserable. I say. How did the 6 of you and little Kai go in that small world? Yi Yun raised an eyebrow as he looked at the 6 bruised and swollen faces. Master, the Eight Extremities Saint is too strong. I admit defeat. Li Qikong, whose face was covered in dust, clasped his fists and looked completely convinced. His empty god fist was considered an extremely powerful fist technique. However, he only realized that the Eight Extremities Saint's fist technique was even more terrifying. Master, we admit defeat as well. The Black Nightmare Emperor cupped his fists and said with conviction. Yi Yun smiled. He had watched coldly from the sidelines. In the end, the 6 of them could not defeat the Eight Extremities Saint even if they swarmed him. The Eight Extremities Saint had only opened the Death Gate. He did not even open the Life Gate. The Eight Extremities Saint bowed slightly and said politely, Master, their superpowers are also very powerful. It's an eye-opener for me, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Kai, you can see the strengths of others. That's very good, Yi Yun nodded slightly and praised. The Eight Extremities Saint was very excited to be praised. Oh, Master, the battle between Senior Immortal Silkworm and the Stone Man was so fierce. The Eight Extremities Saint looked at the water mirror and said emotionally. In the image, the undying silkworm was covered in wounds and silver blood was constantly splattering in the air. This battle should come to an end, Yi Yun thought for a moment and decided to end the battle and not continue. The undying stone man had completely lost his mind. It was meaningless for little silkworm to fight it to the end. In the void filth abyss, Yi Yun's doppelganger transformed back into his original appearance. So, this is Lord Zhu Long's true appearance, the Purple Blood Dragon King said to himself. At this moment, he firmly imprinted this appearance in his mind. Yi Yun stepped forward and appeared in the air. Little silkworm, come here. Yi Yun said softly. At the same time, he waved his hand and a small green river gushed towards the undying celestial silkworm. Master, I'm too ashamed. I didn't get rid of this guy. The undead celestial silkworm said with an ashamed expression. It's a lunatic. It's no longer the Undying Stone clan. It's now a semi-strange creature. Why are you bickering with it? Yi Yun said with a faint smile. I understand, Master. The immortal celestial silkworm shook its body and shrunk again, floating in the air. As the green water of life flowed into its body, all the wounds on its body healed rapidly. This water of life is truly a supreme medicine for healing injuries. The undying celestial silkworm thought. Whoosh, a huge black-yellow iron fist pierced through the air and came crashing down, covering the sky and covering the sun. Their target was Yi Yun. Freeze! Yi Yun pointed a finger and activated the immobilization technique. The huge body of the undying stoneman stopped abruptly and froze in midair. This time, Yi Yun even froze the undying stone clan's thoughts. In his pupils, tiny purple star-like runes flickered. The heavenly illusionary eye was activated. At this moment, Yi Yun invaded the undying stone clan's consciousness. This undying stone clan was indeed stabbed by Zhu Long and suppressed here. Its stone body was transformed into the imperial dragon pond, and the dragon scales in the undying heart were originally used to suppress the undying stone clan. After a few breaths, Yi Yun said faintly. His voice formed a thin line that lingered around him and did not spread out. Therefore, even the undying celestial silkworm did not hear it at all. This was all confidential. Yi Yin did not want the undying celestial silkworm to know the secrets of the dragon race. Yi Yan's previous guess about the sword wound on the undying stone clan's chest was completely correct. It was stabbed in the chest by the blood-red broken sword. This undying stone clan was invaded by that strange power. After millions of years, the memories in its mind became fragmented and there was not much left. Yi Yin also constantly interspersed and combined the memory fragments to obtain a little bit of useful information. This imperial dragon pond was undoubtedly built 10 million years ago. But as for when Zhu Long fought with the undying stone clan, Yi Yin could not find any relevant memories in its mind. Perhaps Zhu Long thought that the undying stone clan would be resurrected after killing it, so he used this method to suppress it. Unexpectedly, Zhu Long also disappeared, causing the imperial dragon pond to go out of control, Yi Yin muttered to himself. According to the undying celestial silkworm, the undying stone clan had a mysterious resurrection ability. If one wanted to eliminate future troubles, the best way was to suppress it forever. Back then, Zhu Long had adopted this once and for all method. But man proposes, God disposes. The ancestral Greygon still encountered some inexplicable crisis, causing him to suddenly disappear. This led to a series of extremely serious crises for the dragon clan. Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he pondered and said, this undying stone clan member may have been suppressed by Zhu Long for even longer. Otherwise, it would not have been able to steal those dragon scales during the battle between Ling Xiao and the purple-blood dragon king millions of years ago. Those 10 dragon scales had mysteriously disappeared back then. In fact, during the chaos of the battle between the two armies, this undying stone clan member had secretly stolen them. The undying heart had been transferred to the undying stone clan member's body. After millions of years, these dragon scales had been absorbed by it. However, the seal that Zhu Long had placed on its body was too strong, causing it to be unable to move and in a state of deep sleep. For millions of years. It had only awakened for a short period of time twice. Once, it had stolen the dragon scales from the undying heart. And the other time, it had met a masked woman in red. In Yi Yan's opinion, this woman must be Nangongyu without a doubt. As for what the undying stone clan member and Nangongyu had communicated with each other, the undying stone clan member had lost these memories. Nangongyu, this little girl, is so meticulous. What on earth is she up to? Yi Yan heaved a long sigh, revealing a faint sadness on his face. He missed that girl very much. Yi Yan really wanted to find her and ask her in person. In the fragmented memories of the undying stone clan member, Yi Yan did not find the secret of the mysterious resurrection of the undying stone clan member. However, Yi Yan was not interested in the secret of the resurrection of the undying stone clan member. After all, in his warehouse, there were many legendary pets that had this ability. Yi Yan stretched out his hand. Whoosh, a huge hand of magic power appeared out of thin air, covering the sky as it fell from the sky and slapped the undying stone clan member down. In the process of falling, the undying stone clan member's body split open, disintegrating into rays of light and falling into the abyss that had long been ruined. Master, what is this? The undying celestial silkworm narrowed its eyes, seeming to have guessed something. The rays of light fell into the abyss and completely disappeared. Rumble, a low rumble sounded like thunder. A huge change took place in the abyss. Mountains rose from the ground, and the ghost aura in the distance was once again sucked back out of thin air. And the remaining strange creatures also returned to the Guegu abyss in the same way. In a few breaths' time, an intact Guegu abyss once again stood on the ground. The Guegu abyss has been restored. Lord Zhu Long, what is he doing? Standing in the valley. The purple-blood dragon king witnessed Lord Zhu Long use the power of creation to restore the Guegu abyss. He was dumbfounded. Yi Yan looked at the purple-blood dragon king and said softly, I have sealed this undying stone tribe member in the depths of the earth. At the same time, I have restored the Gue dirt abyss. This is the only way for you souls to continue living. I see. The purple-blood dragon king finally understood. He was so moved by Master Zhu Long's kindness that tears streamed down his cheeks. Thank you, Master Zhu Long, for taking pity on us. The Purple Blood Dragon King knelt on the ground, sobbing. Rise. From now on, the Gui Dirt Abyss belongs to the Purple Blood Demon Dragon tribe. No one will disturb you, Yi Yin said softly. He waved his hand again, and a light shone down on the outside of the valley. Another array was set up. There were 2 layers of formations, both inside and outside, protecting this place like it was impregnable. Thank you, Master Zhu Long. After the Purple Blood Demon Dragon finished kowtowing, it stood up emotionally. Yi Yin looked around and chuckled. This Undying Stone tribe member has a long life. As long as it is alive, you can continue living here. This is more advantageous than having a physical body, indeed. The Purple Blood Dragon King took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Although he had lost his physical body, he still had a soul. This made him immortal. He was much more powerful than the other dragons. This is the array token. Yi Yin took out a token and threw it to the Purple Blood Dragon King. I'm leaving now. I'll come back when I have the chance. Farewell, Master Zhu Long. The Purple Blood Dragon King knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. A ray of light covered the Jade Wishful Spider and the Undying Silkworm, and they disappeared from the Gui Dirt Abyss. After a long while, the Purple Blood Dragon King stood up. He held the token in his hand and looked at the Gui Dirt Abyss. He could not believe it. The scene just now was like an illusory dream, and it made him feel unreal. Damn it. How could I doubt whether what just happened was real or not? The Purple Blood Dragon King came back to his senses and smacked his forehead with the token. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then, he turned around and walked back to the dragon army. Yi Yin's avatar brought the Jade Wishful Spider and the Undead Celestial Silkworm back to the carriage. His original body brought Xiaoqi, the 5 emperors, Li Qikong, and the 8 extremities saint back to the carriage. The big black cat looked at the 5 kings and the others and was shocked. Why did Old Master bring so many people back? Little Black, this is the number 1 ruthless man, Li Qikong. You just dug up someone's grave, haha. Yi Yin suddenly pointed at the old Taoist and said with a smile. The big black cat exclaimed in disbelief, what? This is the number 1 ruthless. He really didn't die. Haha, Li Qikong's life is very tough, how could he die? Yi Yin laughed loudly. You dug up my grave? Li Qikong looked at the big black cat and said calmly, it's an empty grave, what's there to dig up? It's nothing, nothing, the big black cat smiled embarrassedly. Anyway, it had to hand over the Dawnstones. Li Qikong wouldn't dare to do anything to sect leader Luoli. Yi Yin ignored the big black cat and looked outside the carriage. He realized that there wasn't enough space. He threw a green bead into the carriage. Xianxia, 5 emperors, Li Qikong, you guys will take turns driving the carriage. The rest of you can enter the small world to cultivate, Yi Yin pointed with his finger and instructed. Yes, old master. Everyone quickly agreed. They were familiar with this bead. They had fought in it before, but none of them had fought the 8 extremities saint before. Yi Yin waved his hand again and taught them the technique to enter the bead. The big black horse turned its head and said in shock, Old Master, these guys' cultivation is so high? They've all reached the true immortal realm. According to age, the oldest one has lived for millions of years, Yi Yin chuckled. They've lived for so long? Isn't that too terrifying? The demonic beasts in the carriage all revealed shocked expressions on their faces. Even the Azure Heavenly Dragon didn't have such a long lifespan. Let me introduce you to each other. Yi Yin smiled disapprovingly and introduced the 5 emperors and Li Qikong to the beasts. Then, he introduced the beasts to the 5 emperors, Li Qikong, and the others. Everyone greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. They were very polite to each other. After some arrangements, Great Emperor He Meng took over the 8 extremities saint's position and sat on the carriage. The 8 extremities saint, the other 4 emperors, and Li Qikong entered the small world of the green bead to cultivate. The big black cat raised its paw and asked carefully, Old Master, the divine demon hound also wants to join the Shenlong sect. What do you think? This black dog also wants to join? Yi Yin deliberately pondered. The divine demon hound was hiding beside the big black cat. It deliberately shrank its body to be smaller than a cat, making it look cute. Old master, it's quite pitiful. It helped me snatch a lot of dawn stones along the way. What do you think? The big black cat wanted to say something but stopped. Okay, I agree. Yiyan smiled and nodded. Thank you, old master. The big black cat was so excited that it was tearing up and kowtowing. Yiyan smiled and ignored it. He brought little Seven into the carriage. Oh, I can finally cultivate. Little Seven ran to the side excitedly and swallowed a pill. She sat down and began to cultivate. Seeing the little girl so serious, Yiyan shook his head helplessly. Old master, please have some tea. Mu Qing smiled and came up to him, gracefully serving him a cup of hot tea. Yiyan took the teacup, took a sip, and put it on the table. Old master, where are we going? The big black horse's voice came from outside the carriage. Let's stay here and cultivate. We'll talk about it later, Yiyan thought for a moment and said. The artifact refining conference held by Yao Lingling hadn't officially started yet. Once it started, Yiyan was prepared to go. First, to help Yao Lingling repair the treasure. Second, to see the other 7 divine spiders. After all, they were all disciples of the Shenlong sect. Although he didn't have any memories of the past, Yiyan still wanted to take a look and see if he could find any clues. Perhaps. Among the 8 people, there would be someone he was very familiar with. Yiyan was also filled with anticipation. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, an earth-shattering piece of news spread throughout the entire Tsangnan continent. The super sect Yao Lingling would be holding an artifact refining conference 3 months later at the Yunlu mountain range, which was at the border of the Lydian dynasty and the Oracle dynasty. The artifact refining conference this time was of a grand scale. All the famous blacksmiths in the world would be invited to participate. Anyone who was qualified to participate would be rewarded handsomely by Yao Lingling. If they could come out on top in this artifact refining conference, they would be rewarded with a precious dawn stone. Once this news was out, it instantly shook the entire Tsangnan continent's blacksmithing circle. All the blacksmiths heard the news and rushed to the Yunlu mountain range from all directions. The Tsangnan continent was vast and boundless. Even if they used the teleportation array again and again, it would still take a long time. Therefore, Yao Lingling released the news 3 months in advance so that the master refiners would have enough time to come and participate in this event. 3 months later. Yiyan felt something and suddenly opened his eyes. His gentle gaze fell on the little girl beside him who was cultivating with her eyes closed. After this period of cultivation, Xiaoqi's cultivation had already reached the 10th floor of Xinqiaojing. She was only a step away from the Nirvana realm. Let this little girl continue to cultivate. If she doesn't reach the Nirvana realm, she will always have a knot in her heart. Yiyan smiled gently, stood up, and walked out. Master, where are you going? The big black horse hurriedly asked when it saw Yiyan walk out. I'm going to the ethereal peak in the Yunlu mountain range. Who wants to go with me? Yiyan asked with a smile. I'll go, I'll go, I'll go. Many of the beasts fought to be the first to shout. Why are so many of you going with Master? Great Emperor He Meng blinked and didn't react for a moment. You're all very enthusiastic. Yiyan smiled gently and finally looked at Great Emperor He Meng. Great Emperor He Meng was the only one who didn't speak. Yiyan decided to take him with him. Yiyan felt that it was a good feeling to have a great emperor of the human race from 1,000,000 years ago by his side. He Meng, come with me, Yiyan said. Oh, okay, Great Emperor He Meng replied mechanically. Then, he stood up at a loss and looked uneasy. He didn't know what he was going to do with his master, so he was a little nervous. Master, Great Emperor He Meng suddenly said, do you want the 4 of them to go with you? Hearing Great Emperor He Meng's words, Yiyan was taken aback. Then, he nodded and said with a smile, all right. Asking the 5 great emperors to go with him to the treasure refinement conference was something Yiyan wouldn't even dare to imagine 100,000 years ago. After all, Yiyan was only the #1 expert in Tsangnan continent 100,000 years ago. In terms of seniority, he was still inferior to the 5 great emperors who had lived for a long time. Although the 5 great emperors were now considered disciples of Shenlong sect, in Yiyan's heart, they were still the invincible experts from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Each of them had suppressed an era. If the 5 of them went with him, it would more or less satisfy Yi Yan's vanity. With that thought, Yi Yan made a decision on the spot. Great Emperor He Ming sent a telepathic message into the green bead. After 2 to 3 seconds, Green Moon Monster Emperor, Kuzhu Monster Emperor, and the others flew out of the bead. For brothers, we're going out with your master. Great Emperor He Ming looked at the 4 of them and said with a smile. Okay. The 4 great emperors were a little confused, but they quickly responded. Yi Yan waved his hand disapprovingly and said with a faint smile, let's go. After saying that, the void in front of them cracked open, and Yi Yan left the carriage with the 5 great emperors. Yunlu Mountain Range. Above the void of a certain mountain, there was a fluctuation in the void, and Yi Yan and the 5 great emperors walked out. Yi Yan glanced at the 5 of them and said with a smile, the few of you are now in the true God realm. You're too powerful. You'd better conceal all your auras. Yes, master. The 5 great emperors quickly responded. In the next second, they concealed their auras. Concealing one's aura was a piece of cake for the 5 emperors. Even true divinity cultivators of the same boundary would find it difficult to see through their cultivation. Master, why are we here? The Black Nightmare Emperor looked around and scratched his head. Yao Lingling is holding a treasure refining assembly. Come with me to participate in this assembly. Yi Yan said with a smile. Participate in Yao Lingling's artifact refining conference? The 5 monarchs looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, the 5 emperors did not know why such a powerful master would be interested in a treasure crafting convention. Naturally, they also knew about this demon spirit. Back when he entered Li Qikong's tomb, the mastermind and main executor behind the scenes was Yao Lingling. Let's go. Yi Yan chuckled and slowly flew forward. The 5 emperors were confused, but they could only follow behind Yi Yan. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, there was an indistinct mountain peak hidden in the clouds. Occasionally, all sorts of rare and mutated beasts would fly past it. There are quite a lot of people. This is the Misty Peak. Yi Yan stopped. His eyes flickered as he looked at the mountain peak in the clouds and smiled faintly. There are eternal realm cultivators in the Misty Peak, the Black Nightmare Emperor observed for a while, then turned to Yi Yan and asked, Master, are there many true divinities in the Tsangnan continent? Yi Yan raised 3 fingers and said with a smile, pitifully few. In 100,000 years, I only know of 3, but I don't know if it counts as Li Qikong. True divinity is indeed difficult, the Black Nightmare Emperor sighed. Back then, he had also failed to break through to the true divinity realm and was forced to enter the Gui Dirt Abyss. The treasure crafting convention is about to begin. If we don't hurry, we will be late. Yi Yan smiled and took the lead to fly toward the Misty Peak. The 5 emperors followed closely behind. When they reached the Misty Peak, several disciples of Yao Lingling blocked Yi Yan and the others. May I ask if you are here to participate in the treasure crafting convention? A disciple asked in surprise as he looked at the 6 people in front of him. Not only were the 6 people dressed in complicated clothes, but their temperaments were also different. They didn't look like people from the same world. That's right. We are here to participate in the treasure crafting convention. Yi Yan said calmly. Do you have an invitation card? A disciple asked. No. Yi Yan shook his head. I'm sorry, our treasure crafting convention this time is very high standard. Without an invitation card, ordinary blacksmiths are not qualified to participate. The disciple said stiffly with a cold expression. How dare you? How dare you speak to my master like that? The Green Moon Demon Emperor said irritably with his eyebrows raised. Yi Yan's expression didn't change as he lightly smiled and said, This is the artifact refining conference. Your demon spirit wants to find a stronger artifact refining grandmaster. How can you delay your sect master's matter just because of a small invitation? The disciple raised his eyebrows and said coldly, It's useless for you to say that to me. Without an invitation card, you won't be allowed in. Go and find someone in charge. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yan sent these few disciples flying. He didn't go all out and only let these disciples suffer some light injuries. How dare you cause trouble in Misty Peak? Just you wait. After the disciples left behind a series of harsh words, they bared their teeth and flew towards the top of the Misty Peak. After half a cup of tea's time, a third-level life and death realm old man flew down from above. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Just now, my disciple was a little rude, please forgive him. The old man landed beside Yi Yun and said politely with cupped fists. It's fine. Yi Yun smiled indifferently. Why would he care about two Fate Realm disciples? The old man glanced at Yi Yun and found that this young man had an extraordinary temperament that was far superior to the 5 people behind him. As for the 5 people behind him, 3 of them were wearing emperor robes and had a majestic aura, giving off an indescribable sense of oppression. The other 2 had fierce looks and a wild aura, as if they were from the demon race. The old man's heart trembled. Although he couldn't see the cultivation of these 5 people, he could tell at a glance that they were arrogant and unruly. For people like them to be so willing to submit to this young man in white, it could be seen that this young man also had a strong foundation. Fellow Taoist, are you here to participate in the treasure refining conference? Seeing this, the old man asked politely. My master is here to participate in the treasure refining conference. Didn't those little guys tell you? Evil God-crazed emperor glared and said impolitely. Oh, I'm sorry. This old man forgot to ask them. The old man's face turned red as he said in a panic. Yi Yun smiled when he saw this. Although the 5 emperors appeared to be extremely respectful and low-key in front of him, in reality, the 5 of them were all experts who had suppressed an era. They exuded an unruly temperament from their bones. When they saw other ordinary people, they naturally did not treat them well. They were also used to being high and mighty. The old man regained his composure and said respectfully, fellow Taoist, it's fine if you don't have an invitation to the treasure crafting convention. However, if you can take out a mid-grade emperor-grade treasure that you've crafted yourself, then you'll be qualified to participate in the convention. Mid-grade emperor-grade? Yi Yun just smiled casually and took out a sword. Take a look at this sword. With a light toss, Yi Yun tossed the sword over. When it came to treasures, Yi Yun had an unimaginable number of them. Even the worst treasures in the warehouse were emperor grade. The sword he casually picked up was also a top-grade emperor grade. This is... The old man from the demon spirit sect took the sword and looked at it carefully. His face was filled with shock. Top-grade emperor grade? He said absent-mindedly. Yes, do I have a chance to participate? Yi Yun asked indifferently. Fellow Taoist, since you can refine a top-grade emperor-grade sword, it can be seen that your attainments in refining are extremely high. Naturally, you can participate in this refining convention. The old man walked forward and respectfully handed the sword back to Yi Yun with both hands. They had invited many famous master blacksmiths to the blacksmiths' conference. The standard for selecting a refining master was to be able to refine at least low-grade emperor-grade treasures. Yi Yun put away the sword and flew toward the top of Misty Peak under the old man's lead. The 5 emperors were still behind him. However, these 5 guys were looking around with unruly eyes, giving off a very dangerous feeling. It's been a long time since I last walked in the world. How interesting, Crimson Firmament Great Emperor laughed softly. You guys are still a bit lacking. I've been stuck in the Gui Dirt Abyss for nearly 1,000,000 years. This is the real suffering. Hei Meng Great Emperor smiled bitterly. He was the oldest and had endured a long 1,000,000 years in the Gui Dirt Abyss. If it was an ordinary person with a weak Tao heart, they wouldn't have been able to hold on. You guys have been stuck for too long. If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring you out more often. Yi Yun turned his head and said. Many thanks, Master. The 5 emperors hurriedly replied respectfully. Their conversation was naturally within a limited range, so it was impossible for the life and death old man leading the way in front to hear it. Everyone flew to Misty Peak and landed on a platform. On the platform, there were all kinds of exquisite jade tables, and in front of each jade table sat a master blacksmith. Yi Yun took a look and saw that there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 blacksmiths participating in the blacksmith conference. Fellow Taoist, you're a little late. I can only arrange for you to go to the back, the old man said apologetically. It doesn't matter. Yi Yun waved his hand. He wasn't here to refine artifacts, so it didn't matter where he sat. The appearance of Yi Yun and the others also caused a commotion among the master refiners on the platform. It's about to start. Why is there another group of people here? An old man sneered. Haha, luckily I'm not too late. These fellows are really lucky, the armament refining convention is about to begin. A red-cloaked man smiled disapprovingly. These fellows don't look like good people. Could it be that they are here to snatch dawn stones? The other middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. This time, Yao Lingling was prepared to take out origin stones as the ultimate reward. This was an irresistible temptation. Even sky-level sects were extremely interested in origin stones. The Spirit Demon sect was a sovereign-level sect. In terms of strength, there was still a huge gap between them and a heaven-level sect. If they didn't have a certain foundation, once a heaven-level sect came, the origin stones would probably be snatched away. Although many people had such worries. But more people still believed in Yao Lingling's strength. Since Yao Lingling dared to spread the news throughout the entire Cangnan continent, she naturally wouldn't fight a battle that she wasn't confident in. They believed that there was an even stronger force behind the scenes. As for the eternal level sects, they probably wouldn't bully a super sect for a single origin stone. That would be too shameful. An eternal level sect would never do such a crazy thing. Yi Yan sat in front of a jade table in the last row. The 5 emperors were like 5 pillars supporting the sky, standing straight behind him. Haha, it feels good to have the 5 emperors standing behind me as my henchmen. If my dead master could come back to life and see me like this, I wonder, would his jaw drop to the ground? Yi Yan stroked his chin with a smug look on his face. His master was the 12th sect master of the Shenlong sect. 100,000 years ago. When Yi Yan was 18 years old and became the youngest sect master of the Shenlong sect, his master completely retired. When Yi Yan was 24 years old, he entered the mysterious space to sign in. At that time, the Shenlong sect suffered a huge calamity. His master, as the strongest person in the sect, naturally led the disciples to resist the invasion. His master should have died tragically in that calamity. Every time he thought of these past events, Yi Yan's mood was very complicated. Just as Yi Yan was reminiscing about the past, Yao Lingling's sect master, surrounded by a large group of people, descended from the sky. Yao Lingling's sect master looked around and said with a polite smile, "Everyone, this time, Yao Lingling is holding the weapon refining convention because we have a treasure that we would like you to repair. If you can repair it successfully, Yao Lingling will give you an origin stone as a reward." Repair what treasure? Someone shouted. That treasure is too precious, so we won't take it out for the time being. However, I have some emperor-grade treasures in my possession that have been severely damaged. If someone can restore them to their original state, then they can restore the treasures I mentioned. Yao Lingling's sect master said calmly with a smile. What treasure? Why are you still hiding it? Someone coldly snorted. Yeah, Yao Lingling is too insincere. Another person said. I say, masters, it's not that Yao Lingling is insincere. It's just that the treasure's grade is too high. At the same time, it's not in my hands, so I have to do this. Yao Lingling's sect master said calmly. After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. Rays of light flew out from his storage ring and turned into hundreds of treasures in the air. These treasures were swords, sabers, cauldrons, spears, battle axes. There were many different shapes. Many of the treasures seemed to have gone through a fierce battle. They were severely damaged and looked extremely shabby. Masters, these were once emperor-level treasures. Some of them have fallen to heaven level or even lower. If any of you can restore them, then you'll be qualified to restore the treasures I mentioned, Yao Lingling's sect master said loudly. An old man stood up and laughed nonchalantly. What's so difficult about repairing a mere emperor-grade treasure? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a treasure in the air. After this old man made the first move, others immediately took action and grabbed some treasures. Hundreds of treasures were swept away in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the chaos just now, Yi Yan naturally grabbed a treasure. It was a rusty ancient sword. It was severely damaged and had fallen to mid-heaven grade. At this moment, Hei Meng Great Emperor smiled and said, Master, I'm good at refining. Why don't I do it for you? If you want to repair this sword, how long will it take? Yi Yan asked indifferently with his back facing Hei Meng Great Emperor. 7 days. Hei Meng Great Emperor thought for a moment and said. That's too long. Yi Yan lightly shook his head. He casually took out a simple and unadorned bronze chest. He opened a small opening on the chest and pushed his hand, stuffing the broken sword into the chest. Too long, it only took him 7 days to repair a single treasure. Was that still considered long? He Meng Heavenly Emperor thought he would be praised by his master. He didn't expect to be despised instead. Seeing Yi Yan throw the broken sword into the bronze treasure chest, He Meng Heavenly Emperor was shocked. Master, what was he doing? Could it be that his master was going to keep this sword? Then, he would use a new sword that looked similar to the original one in exchange for the original one. Just as He Meng Heavenly Emperor's mind was racing, Green Moon Demon Emperor rubbed his chin and smiled. Master, this chest is really good. But isn't it a little overkill to use it to store a sword? It's indeed a little overkill to store this sword in this bronze treasure chest. Yi Yan smiled without batting an eyelid. Crimson Firmament Emperor bowed and smiled. Master, He Meng Heavenly Emperor is quite skilled in smithing. Why don't we let him do such a tedious task? He needs 7 days. I can't wait that long. Yi Yan smiled. He Meng Heavenly Emperor had a bitter expression. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, if I go all out, 5 days is fine too. 5 days is also long. Yi Yan shook his head and smiled faintly. 5 days is also long, He Meng Heavenly Emperor sighed. He felt that he didn't have any confidence at this moment. The other 4 Heavenly Emperors looked at each other and were confused. What was Master trying to do? Why did he put the sword in the chest and not let He Meng Heavenly Emperor repair it? Just as they were thinking about it, Yi Yan suddenly said, It's done. It's done. The 5 Heavenly Emperors' hearts skipped a beat as if they had a premonition. Yi Yan opened the bronze treasure chest and reached out his hand. With a flash of light, a brilliant sword was pulled out from the bronze chest. This sword was shiny and radiant. It was brand new and had a powerful aura. It was already a mid-grade emperor-grade sword. Hiss, the 5 martial emperors gasped in unison. They were dumbfounded. After putting the broken sword into the bronze treasure chest, it only took a few breaths of time before he took it out again. It had already become a new sword of mid-grade emperor level. F***CK. What was going on? Could it be that there was another sword in this bronze treasure chest? But that's not right. The style and shape of this sword were exactly the same as the previous one, as if they were carved from the same mold. The only difference was the degree of newness and grade. Clang, Yi Yan flicked his finger, and the sword suddenly emitted a crisp sound like a dragon's roar. This sword, after being repaired, its hardness is still passable. Yi Yan said with a smile. Hearing this, the 5 emperors were driven mad. They could not hold it in any longer. Master, did you really repair the sword just now? Great Emperor He Meng took half a step forward, mustered his courage, and asked fearfully. That's right. This is the broken sword from before. I've already repaired it. The entire process only took a few breaths of time. Is it much faster than the 5 days you spent? Yi Yan gently stroked the blade of the sword as he smiled casually. It is much faster. Master. Great Emperor He Meng's face flushed red. He felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat and did not know what to say. How was this just much faster? The speed of this restoration was simply beyond the horizon, beyond the scope of his imagination. The Green Moon Demon Emperor took 2 steps forward and took a closer look at the bronze treasure chest. He exclaimed in shock, Master, this bronze treasure chest of yours is no small matter. To think that it can even repair treasures. How rare. It's all right. This small chest has no other abilities, but it's still quite good at repairing treasures, Yi Yan said with a smile. Such a chest was indeed nothing in Yi Yan's eyes. He had tens of thousands of restoration-type treasures in his warehouse. Master, what kind of treasure is this chest? It actually has such a heaven-defying ability to repair treasures? Demon Emperor Kuju's eyes widened as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and asked. It's ordinary and doesn't have a special name. However, I recently gave it a name, the Sea of Creation. What do you think? Yi Yan turned around and asked calmly. Sea of Creation. Hearing this name, the 5 emperors fell into a state of shock. The Sea of Creation had the power of creation to repair all things. This name was simply too fitting for this bronze treasure chest. Master, This sea of creation is simply too miraculous. Great Emperor Ming said with difficulty as he stared at the bronze treasure chest with shining eyes. It can only repair treasures. It has no offensive or defensive power. It's rather useless, Yi Yin smiled faintly. This bronze treasure chest was not considered a powerful treasure in his warehouse, so Yi Yin did not take it seriously. As Yi Yin sat at the last table, there was a certain distance between him and the front. In addition, he deliberately did not let their conversation spread, so no one knew that such an earth-shattering thing had happened behind him. Demon Emperor Kuzhu was excited as he asked with a flushed face, "Master, this sea of creation, can all treasures be repaired?" "More or less." Yi Yin replied. "Master, my natal withered bamboo has been severely damaged. There's only a small section left. Can it be repaired?" Demon Emperor Kuzhu stretched out his trembling hand, and there was a palm-sized dark yellow bamboo in his palm. This was the chaotic withered bamboo. Demon Emperor Kuzhu's original form was the chaotic withered bamboo. This bamboo contained a wisp of precious chaotic chi. This wisp of chaotic chi was extremely powerful. Once released, it could suppress all things. "Good fellow, your natal withered bamboo is only left with this small section?" Yi Yin smiled and stretched out his hand to take the small section of chaotic withered bamboo. Demon Emperor Kuzhu smiled bitterly and said, "Master, this was damaged when I broke through to the true God realm and fought with the villainous heavens. It's been hard on you." Yi Yin smiled. "Master, do you think it can be repaired?" Demon Emperor Kuzhu looked at Yi Yin with hope as he asked in a trembling voice. "Why can't I?" Yi Yin shook his head. He opened the bronze treasure chest and casually threw the chaotic withered bamboo inside. Great Emperor Ming snuck a glance and discovered that there was a golden light surging like an ocean within the bronze treasure chest. This light was filled with an indescribable boundless power that made one want to prostrate themselves in worship. "I'm afraid this is the origin of the Sea of Creation?" Great Emperor Ming thought to himself. "Master, it will probably take a long time to repair my natal chaotic withered bamboo, right?" Demon Emperor Kuzhu rubbed his hands and asked embarrassedly. "It won't." Yi Yin waved his hand and said disapprovingly. This section of chaotic withered bamboo should have been emperor grade. After a great battle, it was severely damaged and had fallen to heaven grade. Repairing such a treasure was a piece of cake for the Sea of Creation. It was as easy as blowing off dust. After all, the Sea of Creation's grade was relatively high. Hearing Yi Yin's words, Demon Emperor Kuzhu trembled with excitement. He clenched his fists and waited silently. The others also widened their eyes and stared at the bronze treasure chest without blinking. They were waiting for a miracle to happen. The mysterious Sea of Creation, even an emperor-level treasure, could be restored to its original state? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, time passed quickly as the 5 emperors craned their necks in anticipation. Only a dozen breaths of time had passed. "It's done." A pure smile appeared on Yi Yin's face. He reached out, opened the bronze chest, and took out a piece of chaos-withered bamboo. This piece of chaos-withered bamboo was about the height of a human. It was golden in color and radiated with vitality. Gulp, Demon Emperor Kuzhu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was so excited that his knees went soft and he knelt on the ground. "Master, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is it really repaired?" Demon Emperor Kuzhu muttered to himself. He suddenly lost his composure. "What do you think?" Yi Yin smiled and threw the chaos-withered bamboo over. Demon Emperor Kuzhu quickly caught it and carefully touched it with his hands. At the same time, he felt his natal treasure. Supreme Grade Emperor Grade. His life treasure had actually returned to its peak. "Master, thank you so much," Demon Emperor Kuzhu cowed out again and again, crying. "Get up. You're an old monster who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How can you cry?" Fortunately, no one heard you. Yi Yin said with a smile. A wave of spiritual energy swept out and helped Demon Emperor Kuzhu up. He had set up restrictions around them so that no sound could be heard. There was nothing to worry about. Demon Emperor Ming took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "Master, I used most of my treasures when breaking through to the true God realm. As for the divine realm treasure, I left it with the Black Deity sect." Now, I don't have any treasures that you can repair for me. Yes, I don't have any treasures either. Demon Emperor Qingyu said with a sad face. Me too. Demon Emperor Qishao smiled bitterly. Demon Emperor Guangdi's eyes lit up. He suddenly knelt on the ground and held up a broken sword with both hands. I still have a broken sword. Master, please repair it for me. Okay. Yi Yan smiled, grabbed the broken sword and threw it into the bronze treasure chest. The Sea of Creation could easily repair hundreds of treasures that were below the god level. If a large number of god-level treasures were to be repaired, the Sea of Creation would need to rest for a period of time before it could continue. However, he was still far from reaching the bottleneck of the Sea of Creation. After so many years, I never thought that the day would come when my evil god Berserk sword would return to its former peak. Looking at the bronze treasure chest, the fiend god-crazed emperor laughed heartily. You and Demon Emperor Kuzhu are really lucky. The Blue Moon Demon Emperor said sourly. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, we still have the original treasures. Demon Emperor Kuzhu grinned, and joy flowed from his face like a surging stream. Alas! The Green Moon Demon Emperor sighed. Crimson Firmament Great Emperor and Hei Meng Great Emperor felt the same way. When we reach the God's land, I'll give each of you a treasure if you don't have one, Yi Yan said with a smile. Thank you, Master. Great Emperor Hei Meng and the others were overjoyed as they hurriedly replied respectfully. While they were talking, the Sea of Creation had already completely repaired the Fiend God Berserk sword. Yi Yan reached out and grabbed the Fiend God Berserk sword. This sword was dark red in color. The body of the sword was wide and long. Countless runes covered the body of the sword. Yi Yan looked at the Fiend God-crazed Emperor and said with a smile, High-grade Emperor grade. This sword is not bad, it suits your path, Master is right. Back then, this sword was created by the combined efforts of dozens of master refiners, and it took them 1,000 years to create. The Fiend God-crazed Emperor chuckled and took the Fiend God Berserk sword. He couldn't bear to part with it. Put them away first. The Fiend God Berserk sword and Primal Chaos Withered Bamboo are both Emperor weapons. There are too many people here, it's not good to act in a high-profile manner, Yi Yan looked around and instructed. The Fiend God-crazed Emperor and Demon Emperor Kuzhu immediately put away the two treasures. Yi Yan also removed the restrictions around him. He looked at the so-called blacksmiths on the platform and found that there were array formations everywhere. All kinds of blacksmithing techniques were displayed by the blacksmiths. The entire platform was filled with people and the noise was endless. It was a scene in full swing. I've finished repairing this sword, Yi Yan said. His voice was very soft, like a gust of wind that fell on the noisy platform. It carried a kind of invisible magic that clearly passed into everyone's ears. Someone had finished repairing it, how could it be so fast, how long had it been? It probably didn't even take half an incense stick's worth of time. Everyone raised their heads suspiciously and looked toward the source of the voice. At the last jade table, there was a white-robed youth sitting upright. He held a shining sword in his hand. Hiss, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. That sword was as clean as new. The sword body was resplendent and it had been repaired so perfectly. What was even more unbelievable was that the quality of this sword had returned to the Emperor grade. I don't believe it, how could he have repaired it in such a short time? He must have cheated to get this sword, right? Looking at Yi Yan, a black-robed elder's face darkened as he waved his hand and roared angrily. He must have cheated. How long has it been since he started? How could he have recovered so quickly? Another middle-aged man in a green robe also questioned. He must have cheated. Cheated. Cheated, all the blacksmiths roared in unison. They gathered together like a tsunami and a landslide. It was a spectacular sight. Seeing this scene, Yi Yan was amused. In such a short time, he had repaired more than one treasure. He had repaired 3 of them. 2 Emperor grade and 1 Emperor grade. How dare you? The Blue Moon Demon Emperor's temper was ignited again. His eyes were like blades as he roared angrily, don't you have eyes? Are you blind? This sword is clearly the original broken sword. Now, it has been repaired by my master. Kuzhu's face was cold. He pointed into the distance and shouted, Sect Master of the Demon Spirit Sect, come over and appraise it. Coming. The sect master of the demon spirit sect walked over quickly. He also had a suspicious look on his face. Repairing a treasure from the heaven grade back to the emperor grade was not a small project. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to complete it. However, this white-clothed young man in front of him had announced that he had completed the repair in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. This was simply too bizarre. The sect master of the demon spirit sect had experienced countless storms and waves in his life. He was experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never heard of a treasure being repaired so quickly. Yi Yun threw the sword over. Appraise it. I think you can give a fair answer. Yi Yun smiled faintly. The sect master of the demon spirit sect was also a disciple of the Shenlong sect. Yi Yun was somewhat accommodating in his heart, so his attitude was very gentle. Let me see. Demon spirit sect's sect master took the sword and carefully examined it. The expression on his face changed from suspicion to shock. It was the complete opposite of what he had expected. This is really the sword that has fallen to the heaven grade. The sect master of the demon spirit sect took a deep breath and spat out these words with great difficulty. What? This is the sword? How is this possible? This completely violates the rules of refining. For a moment, the expressions of all the blacksmiths on the platform changed drastically as they roared in shock. I only believe in facts. Yi Yun's face was calm and indifferent towards the intense questioning of the grandmasters. His calm gaze shot towards the sect master of the demon spirit sect. Since you've acknowledged this sword, does that mean that I have the qualifications to repair that treasure? Does that mean that I'm one step closer to that origin stone? Yi Yun asked with a smile. That's right. You do have the qualifications. The sect master of the demon spirit sect took a deep breath and solemnly looked at the white-clothed youth. His heart was in turmoil. This person is so unfamiliar. Just who is he? How did he manage to repair a broken heaven-grade sword to a middle-grade emperor-grade sword in such a short time? How did he do it? Earlier, there were too many people on the platform and the scene was too chaotic. He didn't notice that there was someone at the jade table at the back that could repair a treasure at such a terrifying speed. The sect master of the demon spirit sect suddenly felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. This white-clothed youth has such extraordinary strength in the art of refining. He's probably the person that his big brother is looking for. After all, this was his big brother's treasure. Only such a person would have the chance to restore this treasure to its peak. I say, demon spirit sect, how can you make such a judgment so easily? A tall and sturdy red-clothed old man strode over angrily. Greetings, Grandmaster Ouyang. When the sect master of the demon spirit sect saw the red-clothed old man, his face slightly changed and he hurriedly cupped his fists. This Grandmaster Ouyang is one of the top blacksmiths in the Cangnan continent. His cultivation is 2 stages higher than his own. Let me see the sword. Grandmaster Ouyang unceremoniously stretched out his hand. The sect master of the demon spirit sect had no choice but to pass the sword over. TSK, this sword is really new. It looks like it just came out of the furnace. How could it be repaired? Grandmaster Ouyang's gaze swept across the sword as a playful smile appeared on his face. Grandmaster Ouyang, this sword is not convincing at all. If this guy really has the ability to repair it, why don't we let him try again? A man loudly said. That's right. Let him try again. This way, we'll know if he's cheating or not. Let him try again. At this moment, all the blacksmiths excitedly shouted. They formed a united front. They all hoped that Yi Yun would act again and demonstrate the restoration process. Young master, Yao Lingling, can't afford to offend all the master refiners. I can only ask you to try again. The spiritual demon sect master turned around and said with a helpless expression. What's so difficult about that? Faced with this situation, Yi Yun chuckled and did not mind at all. He suddenly reached out and grabbed a sword from afar. This sword was extremely damaged and covered in rust. It was already a heaven-grade low-grade sword, almost falling into the earth grade. Yi Yun raised the broken sword, looked around, and said slowly, everyone, watch carefully. I'll start repairing it now. Even if it's repaired, we have so many pairs of eyes watching. Someone shouted. Master Ouyang's face turned cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young man, if you can successfully repair it in such a short period of time, then I swear that from now on, I will never refine weapons again." Young man? Hearing these words, Yi Yan smiled. Strangely, he has lived for 100,000 years. At such an age, to be Master Ouyang's grandfather's grandfather, that's enough. Yi Yan was too lazy to lower himself to the same level as an ant. He opened the bronze chest and threw the sword inside. Everyone's eyes widened as their gazes landed on the bronze treasure chest. What's this? Why did he throw that broken sword into the chest? Could it be that this bronze chest can repair treasures? What a joke. Trying to be mysterious? Haha, hoping that a chest can repair treasures? I've lived for so long, and I know that Sungnan Continent's refiners like the back of my hand. I've never heard of such a thing. Master Ouyang crossed his arms and sneered. I've also never seen such a thing. The spiritual demon sect master, who was standing beside Master Ouyang, also revealed a suspicious smile. Master Ouyang said in a low voice, "I'm afraid that this person is fishing for fame and is purposely causing trouble in the artifact refining conference." The spiritual demon sect master smiled and said, "Don't worry, we've already made preparations." Master Ouyang nodded his head. For the spiritual demon sect to be able to become a sovereign super sect, there's no doubt that they have the support of a heaven sect. The Green Moon Demon Emperor had his hands behind his back as he listened to the ear-piercing voices. The muscles on his face twitched as he said in a low voice, "These ants, they really think that they're master refiners. We can't blame them. After all, this is the first time that the five of us have seen such a shocking fortune ocean." Emperor Haimeng smiled bitterly. Yes. The Green Moon Demon Emperor nodded his head as he revealed a bitter smile. Their master's fortune ocean had indeed refreshed their understanding of it. All right. Yi Yan, who had been calm all this while, suddenly spoke after waiting for a few breaths of time. Those two words carried a powerful magic that entered the ears of everyone present, causing them to fall silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a needle. Yi Yan opened the bronze treasure chest and stretched out his hand to grab it. A brand new sword appeared in his hand. "Appraise it, Grandmaster Ouyang." Yi Yan smiled faintly and threw the sword over. This, Grandmaster Ouyang was shocked as his eyes widened. He caught the sword with both hands and carefully examined it. The more he examined it, the more shocked he was. This sword was clearly the same as the one from before. But in just a few breaths of time, it went from a low-grade heaven sword to a low-grade emperor sword. Such a large leap was unimaginable. It's really that sword. The spirit demon sect master also came over. His face changed as he exclaimed. How is this possible? Without laying down any array or using any materials, this sword was restored after being thrown into the chest. What's the principle behind this? I don't understand. Grandmaster Ouyang roared as he threw the sword over to the spiritual demon sect master. His hands were constantly waving around as if he was possessed. Seeing Grandmaster Ouyang going crazy, the spiritual demon sect master was stunned. He had some understanding of smithing. The mysterious young man in white only placed the sword in the box. He didn't set up any array formation or add any materials. Yet, he was able to easily restore the sword. What's the principle behind this? Could it be that this chest has some kind of terrifying magic? What the hell? To turn a broken sword into a brand new one in such a short time, how did this chest do it? On the platform. At this moment, all of the smithing masters were staring at the bronze chest in a daze as the same thoughts surfaced in their minds. Haha. There's always someone better than you out there. I never thought that there would be such an outstanding smithing master in my Sungnan continent. The clear and melodious voice of a woman, like pearls falling on a jade plate, suddenly fell from the misty clouds. Yi Yan raised his head. A beautiful girl dressed in white floated down from the sky like a flower. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and she was untainted by even a speck of dust. This is, after seeing the white-clothed girl's face, Yi Yan's pupils slightly shrank. In Yi Yan's eyes, the beautiful white-clothed girl who had descended from the sky looked somewhat familiar. Her facial features were picturesque. But for some reason, the combination of such exquisite facial features on her face seemed very unfamiliar. Who is this person? Yi Yan's pupils shrank as he muttered to himself. The beautiful girl in white had reached the peak of level 10 Eternal Realm. Logically speaking, she should be the strongest among the 8 people. She should be the so-called big brother. But shouldn't the so-called big brother be a man, just as Yiyun was puzzled. Seeing the beautiful girl in white, the spirit demon sect master's face flashed with joy. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Greetings, big brother." "Well, 8th brother, you did well. You didn't disappoint me at this treasure refining convention." The beautiful girl in white landed on the platform and smiled sweetly. There was an indescribable enchanting charm in her every movement. Although she looked to be only 14 or 15 years old, the charm she exuded was irresistible. Many of the master craftsmen on the platform were dazed when they saw the beautiful girl in white. Only a small number of master craftsmen with strong Tao hearts could retract their gazes and lower their heads. She must be an Eternal Realm expert. She must be the supporter of the spirit demon sect, someone said in his heart. Yiyun blinked and looked at the beautiful girl in white. He couldn't help but laugh. This little girl was obviously a girl. How did she become the big brother? This was hilarious. Master, Emperor Haimong couldn't help but laugh. How interesting. How did a little girl become the big brother? Green Moon Demon Emperor grinned and said, "Yes. This little girl is really a little girl. Her cultivation is not weak, but why is she called the big brother? Could it be that she wants to be the big brother so badly that she's crazy?" "Don't let your imagination run wild," Yiyun raised a hand and said indifferently. No matter where this little girl came from, she was still a disciple of the Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago. Yiyun also did not want the 5 emperors to make sarcastic remarks to the disciples of his sect. The beautiful girl in white was like an orchid in an empty valley, untainted by even a speck of dust. She looked at Yiyun and slowly walked over. The refiners on the platform all stepped aside. "Is he an Eternal Realm expert, the backer of Yao Lingling?" Master Ouyang mumbled to himself with a grave look on his face. He had seen Eternal Realm experts before, but the white-robed girl in front of him gave him a sense of danger. From this, it could be seen that the white-clothed girl's cultivation was definitely not low. The white-clothed beautiful girl was like a moon surrounded by stars. She slowly walked towards Yiyun under the escort of a group of people. Yiyun smiled. His gaze landed on the beautiful girl in white, his mind still searching for the memories of the past. This little girl, who was she? Her eyebrows looked somewhat familiar, but when combined with her small oval face, they seemed unfamiliar. Could it be that tomboy? Yiyun's heart stirred, and a certain guess suddenly appeared in his mind. 100,000 years ago. Yiyun's master did not only have one disciple, Yiyun. He had a total of 9 disciples. Yiyun's ranking was ranked 7th, but his talent was monstrous. On the road of cultivation, he had surpassed everyone, including his master, in just over 10 years. His master's 9th disciple was a little girl younger than Yiyun. She was 5 or 6 years younger than Yiyun. This 9th junior sister was a tomboy. She was usually carefree, laughing, and unrestrained, not like a girl at all. Everyone in the sect regarded her as a boy. Could it be 9th junior sister, Gu Anren? Yiyun's eyes flickered slightly. He stared at the beautiful girl in white, carefully sizing her up. The more he looked, the more they resembled. Her eyes were like a pool of spring water, and a pair of willowy eyebrows with personality. They were 70 to 80% similar to that tomboy Gu Anren. Yiyun's heart was filled with anticipation. If it was really 9th junior sister, Gu Anren, then this trip was really worth it. Even if Gu Anren did not have her past memories and had become a pure black underworld divine spider, in Yiyun's heart, this little girl would always be his 9th junior sister. The group of people walked closer and closer. "Big brother, this blacksmith master is indeed very powerful. You can take out your treasure and let him try to repair it." The sect master of the demon spirit sect followed closely beside the beautiful girl in white, looking very respectful. "Yes, that's exactly why I'm here," the beautiful girl in white said with a smile. As they spoke, the group of people walked in front of Yiyun. "Greetings, master." The beautiful girl in white had a respectful expression. She cupped her fists, looking very polite. Yiyun smiled and cupped his fists in return. If this little girl was Gu Anren, then the two of them were indeed of the same generation. This cupped fist salute was also very appropriate. 100,000 years ago, when that little girl had just become her master's disciple, she had once bowed to Yi Yun like this. Master, I have a treasure here that has dropped a lot. I wonder if you can repair it for me. The beautiful girl in white stared at Yi Yun with a burning gaze and said with a face of expectation. I can give it a try. Yi Yun smiled calmly. All right. The beautiful girl in white had a solemn expression. She raised a jade-like hand, and a ball of golden light instantly enveloped her palm. The golden light slowly disappeared. A small golden cauldron was held in her palm. Master, my treasure was originally at the divine tier. Now that it has dropped to the lower imperial tier, it really hurts my heart, the beautiful girl in white said slowly, a trace of sadness in her eyes. Yi Yun looked at the small cauldron. This was a small golden cauldron. Its shape was simple and unadorned, and its color was dim. There were golden dragons coiling around the four corners. Although its grade had dropped, it still remained at the emperor tier. Isn't this the dragon-subduing cauldron? Looking at the golden cauldron, Master Ouyang suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed. Master Ouyang, do you know this item? The beautiful girl in white turned around and looked at the astonished Master Ouyang as she asked in an indifferent voice. This is a deity-level treasure. How could I not know about it? Master Ouyang said in shock. The beautiful girl in white's eyes lit up. She smiled and asked, then, do you know the origin of this treasure? Of course I know. Master Ouyang seemed to want to show off his knowledge. He suddenly puffed out his chest and said proudly, this dragon-subduing cauldron is the treasure of a human overlord 1,000,000 years ago, Emperor Haimong. Gasp, when all the weapon refiners heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. It was the treasure of Emperor Haimong from 1,000,000 years ago. No wonder it was so powerful. Although its grade had dropped, it was still at the emperor tier. Haha, interesting, Yi Yun snickered in his heart and suddenly turned around. Emperor Haimong, who was standing behind him, was in a daze as he stared at the dragon-subduing cauldron. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes were red. The Green Moon Demon King smiled strangely when he saw this. He hurriedly nudged the Black Nightmare Emperor and said, you have to calm down. Master is still here. Oh, I understand, the Emperor Haimong seemed to have woken up from a dream, and his expression instantly became more natural. Great Emperor Haimang, is this dragon-subduing cauldron a treasure you used before? Yi Yun's voice suddenly sounded in Great Emperor Haimang's ears. Yes, Master. This dragon-subduing cauldron is a treasure I obtained in Thousand Withered Ridge. Back then, after I failed to break through to the true God realm, I left it to the sect. Great Emperor Haimang replied honestly. Thousand Withered Ridge? Isn't that one of the four most dangerous places? Yi Yun's eyes flashed as he asked again. Yes. Back then, I entered Thousand Withered Ridge and obtained the dragon-subduing cauldron by chance. Great Emperor Haimang said. Yi Yun nodded as a thoughtful expression flashed across his face. Thousand Withered Ridge was known as one of the four most dangerous places by the world. It was unpredictable and even more dangerous than the 7 Forbidden Lands. Once one entered, death was certain. Any cultivator who entered the range of Thousand Withered Ridge would have their chi and blood deteriorate rapidly. The deeper they went, the more intense the deterioration would be. In the end, their flesh and blood would dry up and their dermic powers would be exhausted. They would die in Thousand Withered Ridge. However, there were some experts who were lucky enough to let their essence souls escape. The four most dangerous places had a long history and were infamous in Songnan continent. Therefore, cultivators of later generations knew this and would not go to the four most dangerous places. As for the 4 great Forbidden Lands, they slowly became the legendary Forbidden Lands over the long years. In Songnan continent, most people did not know the location of the 4 most dangerous places. 100,000 years ago, even as the sect master of Shenlong sect, Yi Yun did not know the exact location of the 4 most dangerous places. He did not explore them. After all, Yi Yun had only lived for 24 years. In his early years, he cultivated wholeheartedly. When he took over the position of sect master at the age of 18, he took on the heavy responsibility of managing the sect. Of course, Yi Yun also spent most of his time with his beauties. Therefore, Yi Yun was very busy in his previous life. He was really busy. Great Emperor Heimang, do you still want to take back your treasures after seeing them? Yi Yun thought of something and asked with interest. Master, I do have such an idea. After all, this is a treasure that I once used, and it's also a relic of the Black God sect. I also want to return the dragon-subduing cauldron to its rightful owner. The dark barbarian Great Emperor said without hesitation. Seeing that his guess was right, Yi Yun smiled helplessly. Now that the dragon-subduing cauldron had fallen into the hands of the disciples of the Xianxia sect, even if it returned to the hands of Great Emperor Heimang, it still wouldn't leave the Xianxia sect. It was equivalent to switching from left hand to right hand. Since that was the case, why not grant this Gu girl her wish? Thinking of this, Yi Yun said, since this dragon-subduing cauldron has left you, don't ask for it back. In the future, I will give you another one to protect yourself. Oh, Great Emperor Heimang was stunned. The old master's words made it difficult for him to understand for a while. Right at this moment, the beautiful girl in white looked at Yi Yun and asked anxiously, Master, why don't you try to recover? Of course. Yi Yun nodded. The beautiful girl in white was overjoyed and suddenly floated over like a gust of wind. She held the golden dragon-subduing cauldron and handed it over. Yi Yun took the dragon-subduing cauldron, opened the bronze chest, and threw it in. The beautiful girl in white was surprised. Master, do you also use this bronze chest to repair the dragon-subduing cauldron? Yes, I have always used this chest to repair treasures, Yi Yun shrugged and smiled. The beautiful girl in white was less than 10 feet away from him. The two of them were facing each other. Under such close observation, the sense of familiarity grew stronger. Yi Yun increasingly felt that this little girl was Gu Anren. The beautiful girl in white was overjoyed when she heard this. She immediately took out a huge dawn stone and placed it on the ground. She said happily, Master, if you can successfully repair it, this dawn stone is yours. All right. Yi Yun agreed immediately. This dawn stone was much smaller than the one obtained by the big black cat. He had no use for this dawn stone at all. The reason why Yi Yun participated in the artifact refining conference was naturally to meet the original disciples of the Xianxia sect. Master Ouyang, how ridiculous do you think that guy is? Can he repair an emperor-grade treasure to a god-grade one with just that chest? I don't believe it. A few old men suddenly appeared beside Master Ouyang. They were all highly respected artifact refining masters. In terms of reputation, they were only slightly inferior to Master Ouyang. The one who spoke was a white-haired old man in a green robe. I don't believe it either. If he repaired a heaven-grade treasure and restored it to an emperor-grade one, it would be understandable. However, it is absolutely impossible to repair an emperor-grade weapon to a god-grade one. Master Ouyang said resolutely. Master Ouyang is right. I think that young man will definitely fail and return in a sorry state, another old man with a dark face sneered. Haha. The remaining old men laughed at the same time. Their voices weren't loud, but it still spread throughout the platform and resonated with all the artifact refining masters. After 7 or 8 breaths of time, Yi Yun looked at the bronze chest and suddenly said, from a low-grade emperor-grade to a mid-grade divine artifact, it might take a little longer to repair it this time, it doesn't matter. Even if I have to wait a year, 10 years, or 100 years, as long as it can be restored to a mid-grade divine artifact, I'm willing to wait. The white-clothed girl's eyes were bright and determined. A year? Haha, why would it take so long? You're underestimating it too much. Pointing at the bronze chest, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. The white-clothed girl looked at Yi Yun with an awkward expression and looked at him in disbelief. Was this fellow bragging or not? Could it be completely restored in less than a year? It sounded like a fantasy story. Master, you said that it won't take a year. How long do you estimate it to take? The sect master's eyes flickered. An incense stick's worth of time. Yi Yun thought for a while and said. What? Only an incense stick's worth of time? After hearing that, the white-clothed girl's expression changed and she almost went berserk. How was it possible to restore a low-grade emperor-grade artifact to a mid-grade divine artifact in an incense stick's worth of time? Haha. As expected of a master, to be able to restore it in an incense stick's worth of time. I'm really impressed. Master Ouyang stood in the distance, clasped his hands together and laughed. Ha ha. The old man beside him also laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, all the blacksmiths on the platform burst into laughter. Master Ouyang, what's the use of admiring me? If it's restored in an incense stick's worth of time, won't you say anything? Yi Yun chuckled. If you can restore this dragon-subduing cauldron to a mid-grade divine artifact in an incense stick's worth of time, then I'll eat sh*t while standing upside down. Master Ouyang laughed with an exaggerated expression. If it's restored successfully, I'll eat sh*t while standing upside down too. I won't regret it. The few old men beside him also followed Master Ouyang's rhythm. Us too. If this person can restore it to a mid-grade divine artifact in an incense stick's worth of time, we'll eat sh*t while standing upside down too. All the blacksmiths on the platform shouted excitedly. Their voices were like a tsunami, shaking the heavens and the earth. Alright, this is what you said. If you don't eat sh*t, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Yun laughed. A gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Master Ouyang patted his chest and laughed heartily. Young man, you're too inexperienced. You'll definitely lose this competition. Seeing how impudent Master Ouyang was, Green Moon Demon Emperor sneered. Master, this bullshit Master Ouyang is too arrogant. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? No need, I'm still waiting for them to eat shit while standing upside down. Yi Yun waved his hand and said. When he thought of the spectacular scene of thousands of people eating shit while standing upside down, just thinking about it made him feel excited. However, Yi Yun naturally didn't want to see such a disgusting scene. As long as he handed it over to the people of the demon spirit sect and let them keep an eye on it, it would be fine. Master, you've already placed your bets. Are you confident? The white-clothed beauty asked nervously. Without a diamond drill, how would I dare to take on a porcelain job? Yi Yun laughed indifferently. Haha, as expected of the master. I also believe that the one who wins in the end will be you. The white-clothed beauty gave a thumbs up and said with a smile. Beauty, I have something to ask you. Yi Yun's heart stirred, he raised his eyebrows and asked very directly. Master, please speak. As if she was overjoyed by the praise of a beauty, the white-clothed beauty's mouth revealed a smile, like a blooming rose, becoming more and more charming. Yi Yunxiao asked with a smile, you're so beautiful that even the birds and geese fall from the sky, and you outshine the moon and flowers. Why do people call you Big Brother? This question, let my eighth brother tell you. The beautiful girl in white smiled and pursed her lips in an unconcerned manner. Master, don't look at my big brother's peerless beauty. In fact, she is as heroic and tough as a man. Normally, she also asks us to call her Big Brother, the demon spirit sect master sighed. Haha, so that's how it is. I've really learned a lot. Yi Yun let out a hearty laugh. Although the little girl in front of him had lost her previous memories, some of the nature hidden deep in her bones still existed. This kind of nature made her feel like a tomboy. Without a doubt. After a series of probing conversations, the little girl in front of him was undoubtedly the 9th junior sister, Gu Anren. Master, I feel that you and I hit it off quite well. If it weren't for the fact that I'm too old, I really want to become sworn brothers with you. The beautiful girl in white looked at Yi Yun, her eyes becoming brighter and brighter as she said with a smile. Forget about becoming sworn brothers. I've always been a loner. I don't like to become sworn brothers. Yi Yun shook his head and refused. What kind of joke was this? Gu Anren, this little girl, was now taking advantage of her seniority and wanted to be his big brother by becoming sworn brothers? Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Yi Yun was in a rather good mood. Finding his 9th junior sister, Gu Anren, at this artifact refining convention was truly a joyous occasion. Although this little girl had lost her memories, this did not affect Yi Yun's impression of her. Less than half an hour had passed. Done. Yi Yun suddenly said with a smile. He extended his hand to open the bronze treasure chest and took out the small golden cauldron. The dragon-subduing cauldron shone like new, emitting a resplendent golden light. A powerful aura surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Many of the master refiners were not prepared for this and were immediately knocked down in an extremely sorry state. As for Master Ouyang and the others, although their bodies did not move, their faces were flushed red. It's been repaired? The beautiful girl in white looked at the dragon-subduing cauldron in Yi Yun's hand in surprise and disbelief. It's been repaired. Yi Yun chuckled. Roar. An impassioned dragon roar suddenly sounded from the dragon-subduing cauldron. Amidst the endless golden light, a giant golden dragon that was thousands of feet long flew out from the dragon-subduing cauldron. Wow! The beautiful girl in white said excitedly. A dragon soul. Even a dragon soul has come out. The dragon-subduing cauldron has really been repaired. This sea of creation is truly miraculous. Looking at the dragon soul, Great Emperor He Mei revealed a look of reminiscence. A powerful dragon soul was hidden in the dragon-subduing cauldron. It was because of this dragon soul that the dragon-subduing cauldron was so powerful. This is the 8-division Buddha dragon. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows as he looked at the wandering golden dragon soul. A look of realization appeared on his face. It turned out that the dragon-subduing cauldron hid the dragon soul of an 8-division Buddha dragon. Yi Yun still had some recollection of the 8-division Buddha dragon. The 8-division Buddha dragon was a high-level divine dragon of the dragon race. It had always been known for its bravery in battle. Their tribe was under the rule of one of the 10 super divine dragons, the ancient void dragon. Great Emperor He Mei, why are you here? Aren't you already dead? The golden dragon's soul hovered in the air and looked down with a pair of cold dragon eyes. It immediately discovered an old acquaintance. It was Great Emperor He Mei in his black imperial robes. Thus, the 8-division Buddha dragon secretly transmitted a message to Great Emperor He Mei. I'm not dead. My master saved me. Great Emperor He Mei's voice trembled as he looked at the golden dragon's soul. Is it this young man in white? The 8-division Buddha dragon asked as he looked at Yi Yun, who was holding the golden dragon-subduing seal in his hand. Yes, this is my master. Great Emperor He Mei nodded. This person, the 8-division Buddha dragon looked at Yi Yun and suddenly felt as if an illusion had appeared in its heart. It felt an indescribable sense of familiarity with this young man in white. What was surprising was that there was also a hint of reverence in this sense of intimacy. Your Excellency, your cultivation is unfathomable. Who are you? Why do I feel that you're so familiar, yet full of reverence? This feeling only appears in my dragon tribe. The 8-division Buddha dragon looked at Yi Yun and secretly transmitted a message. It's a long story. I'll tell you in the future. You should return to the dragon-subduing cauldron first. Yi Yun looked in a certain direction and said thoughtfully. All right. The 8-division Buddha dragon hesitated for a moment before agreeing. It immediately turned into a beam of golden light and entered the dragon-subduing cauldron. The dragon-subduing cauldron has been repaired. Yi Yun looked at the beautiful young lady in white and smiled as he tossed the cauldron to her. Master, you're really an unparalleled genius. Repairing the treasure this time was really an eye-opener. The beautiful young lady in white received the dragon-subduing cauldron and silently sensed it. Then, she lifted her head and said in surprise. It's all right. Yi Yun smiled. The beautiful young lady in white turned around and looked at Master Ouyang, who was not far away. She said indifferently, Master has successfully repaired the dragon-subduing cauldron. Now, are you guys going to fulfill the promise of failure? Master Ouyang's face flushed red and he broke out in cold sweat. He regretted it too much now. Why did he say something like eat sh*t while standing upside down in a moment of impulse? Now, the mysterious young man in white had really upgraded the lower imperial dragon-subduing cauldron to the middle divine level in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. How did he do it? Such a method of repair that broke the world's logic was simply too terrifying. Master Ouyang suddenly pinched his temple, and a sudden pain was transmitted into his body. He grimaced. This was not a dream. Everything that had happened just now was real. What should I do? Do I really have to perform eating sh*t while standing upside down in front of everyone? Master Ouyang suddenly panicked and seemed a little out of his wits. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the void and a few powerful figures walked out. There were a total of 5 people, 3 women and 2 men. Each of them was wearing a uniform green robe. Their faces were cold and they gave off a cold feeling that kept people 1,000 miles away. TSK, the artifact refining conference organized by Yao Lingling is really an eye-opener. A lower imperial level treasure was actually restored to the middle divine level in such a short time. It's really unbelievable. The leader of the group was a beautiful young lady. She looked at the crowd below and revealed a look of admiration. Palace of Cold Blood? When the beautiful young lady in white saw the style of the other party's green robe, her face instantly changed, as if she had seen something terrifying. The Palace of Cold Blood, it was an eternal level force founded by the previous demon ancestor of the Xianxia continent, Consort Xianxia. It had a supreme status among the demon clan. Any demon clan member who saw the Palace of Cold Blood would be in awe. After all, the previous demon ancestor had turned the tide when the demon clan was on the brink of collapse. From then on, the demon clan and the human clan would share the world. All the demon clan members were extremely respectful to Consort Xianxia. It could be said that Consort Xianxia was a god in their hearts. Strange, why is it the Palace of Cold Blood? Why, are they involved in this mess? The beautiful girl in white muttered to herself, her eyes dazed. The Palace of Cold Blood rarely appeared in this world. It was extremely mysterious, like a dragon that showed its head but not its tail. Even though she had lived for so many years, she had never seen anyone from the Palace of Cold Blood. Although she had never seen them before, almost all the demon clan members knew the style and color of the Taoist robes that the Palace of Cold Blood usually wore. They knew very well that the descendants of the Palace of Cold Blood cultivated the great path of unruffled emotions and emitted a kind of coldness and heartlessness. Due to the demon ancestor's status and the Palace of Cold Blood being an eternal level force, no one in the demon clan dared to pretend to be a disciple of the Palace of Cold Blood. Big brother, the Palace of Cold Blood has ill intentions. The spirit demon sect master's eyes were filled with fear. He lowered his head and could not help but send a voice transmission. He was afraid because the Palace of Cold Blood was a colossus to any demon clan member. No one dared to provoke it. Their spirit demon sect was just an eternal level super sect. Compared to the eternal level Palace of Cold Blood, it was a far cry. Although there were eternal realm experts among the 8 of them, they were still nothing compared to the Palace of Cold Blood. Taking a step back, they did not dare to challenge the Palace of Cold Blood not only because of their strength, but because the Palace of Cold Blood founded by the demon ancestor was the supreme sacred ground of the demon clan. If they went to war with the Palace of Cold Blood, it would be tantamount to betraying the entire demon clan. Spirit demon sect master would not be able to survive in the Xianxia continent. I know, but what can we do? Let's see their intentions first. The beautiful girl in white sighed softly. Her willowy eyebrows knitted as she replied helplessly. Although she was very strong, she did not want to become enemies with the Palace of Cold Blood. After all, her goal was to pass through the ancient path to heaven and reach the divine land of her dreams. She didn't want to fight a colossus like the Palace of Cold Blood in the Xianxia continent. If she got injured, her plan to reach the divine land would be ruined. On the other side. Oh my god, people from the Palace of Cold Blood are here, Master Ouyang said in shock. As an eternal rank force, why would the Palace of Cold Blood participate in an artifact refining convention held by a supreme rank super sect? This was truly abnormal. Master Ouyang, the Palace of Cold Blood is the supreme holy land of the demon clan. The demon ancestor, Lady Yun Xiao, is respected by all the demon clan. Could it be that they have taken a fancy to the dragon subduing cauldron by coming to the treasure refinement conference this time? An old man stood beside Master Ouyang and whispered. Which force wouldn't be tempted by a deity-level treasure? Master Ouyang said bitterly. He was also tempted, but unfortunately, he was too weak. Looks like the dragon subduing cauldron that Yao Lingling just obtained is going to fly away again, the old man smiled. On the platform. When all the weapon refiners saw the 5 successors of the Palace of Cold Blood, they were all shocked. For most of them, perhaps they had never seen a successor of an eternal rank force in their lives. Not to mention the Palace of Cold Blood, which had always been mysterious. At this moment, Yi Yun, who was standing in the center of the storm, had a strange look on his face. Palace of Cold Blood, isn't this the force founded by Yun Xiao? He thought to himself. According to the division of forces in the Tsangnan continent, the Palace of Cold Blood was already an eternal rank force. Its strength was enough to fight against the eternal rank human sections. Logically speaking, a treasure refinement conference held by a super sect would never attract an eternal rank sect. Why would the 5 disciples of the Palace of Cold Blood suddenly come here? Could it be that they had taken a fancy to the bronze treasure chest in his hands, or the deity-level treasure, the dragon-subduing cauldron? Master, the origin stone is with you. You can take it away at any time. The beautiful girl in white remained calm and collected as she quietly transmitted a message to Yi Yun. Okay. Yi Yun chuckled. The young woman from the Palace of Cold Blood glanced coldly from the dragon-subduing cauldron to the beautiful girl in white. She asked indifferently, Miss, are you the person behind the Demon Spirit Peak? You can say so. The beautiful girl in white nodded and forced a smile on her solemn face. She asked politely, may I know why the Palace of Cold Blood has graced the Demon Spirit Peak with your presence? The Palace of Cold Blood wants this origin stone. The young woman said calmly. You want the origin stone, why don't you want the dragon-subduing cauldron? The beautiful girl in white was stunned for a moment. Obviously, the other party's background was very different from what she had expected. Seeing that the beautiful girl in white didn't say anything, the young woman from the Palace of Cold Blood raised her eyebrows and said coldly, what? The Palace of Cold Blood wants your Demon Spirit Peak's origin stone. Are you worried that we won't give you any treasures in exchange? The beautiful girl in white bowed slightly and smiled apologetically. My friend, I can't give this origin stone to the Palace of Cold Blood. After all, my dragon-subduing cauldron was repaired by the Great Master. The origin stone is my reward. The young woman's expression turned cold. She shouted, are you saying that you don't want to give this origin stone to the Palace of Cold Blood? The beautiful girl in white's expression turned serious. She suddenly opened her mouth and said slowly, I'm sorry, my friend. I, Gu Anren, have always kept my promises. 3 months ago, the news of the treasure crafting conference was spread all over the world. Anyone who came out on top would be rewarded with an origin stone. Since I've said it, I can't take it back. Does the Demon Spirit Peak think that the Palace of Cold Blood is nothing in your eyes just because you have an Eternal Realm cultivator? The young woman was so angry that her delicate body trembled. She questioned coldly. The demon ancestor is the spiritual leader of the demon race. The Palace of Cold Blood is the sacred ground of the demon race. Gu Anren was neither servile nor overbearing. She said in a deep voice, if there are 2 origin stones, then I will give the second one to the Palace of Cold Blood unconditionally. I won't take a single cent. You. The young woman's face turned red. She was choked by Gu Anren's words and couldn't say anything. Senior sister, we must get this origin stone. We can't afford to lose it. If the Demon Spirit Peak doesn't know what's good for her, then we can only snatch it. A man next to her said coldly. That's the only way. The young woman's face darkened. The aura on her body suddenly became stronger. The 5 of them were all in the Eternal Realm. However, the highest cultivation was at level 6 of the Eternal Realm. But on the misty peak, facing Gu Anren, who was at the peak of level 10 of the Eternal Realm, they still dared to snatch it. The reason why they were fearless. This was because the 5 of them believed that the Demon Spirit Peak wouldn't dare to make a move. Once they did, it was equivalent to the Demon Spirit Peak declaring war on the Palace of Cold Blood. Big brother, the Palace of Cold Blood is going to snatch it. What should we do? The sect master of the Demon Spirit sect panicked. Don't worry. Gu Anren took a step forward. Her delicate body was like a sharp sword, releasing a shocking aura at this moment. In my entire life, I, Gu Anren, have always considered myself to be a man. I am a righteous man, and I value relationships and relationships. Now, I, Gu Anren, since I have promised to give you the Source Stone, I will not go back on my words even if I have to die. Gu Anren's eyes widened, emitting rays of divine light. Her words were sonorous and powerful. The sect master of the Demon Spirit sect looked emotional and said loudly, Big brother, although I am not strong enough, I am willing to face the Palace of Cold Blood with you. A few figures descended from the sky. Big brother, we are here. There were a total of 6 people, all of them men. they landed behind Guanren. These are the other dark magic spiders. Yi Yin looked at the 6 people and scanned them one by one. However, he did not find any familiar clues. It seemed these were just ordinary disciples of the Shenlong sect. Wow, the demon spirit sect has such a strong foundation. You have 5 Eternal Realm experts. The young woman from the Palace of Cold Blood crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her face was cold as she said with some surprise. Fortunately, the 8 of us brothers are very close. We have always lived and died together. Guanren said. Her words were like gold and iron, enlightening even the apathetic. At this moment, she was also prepared to fight against the Palace of Cold Blood. Alright, since you are so determined to fall out with the Palace of Cold Blood over a sore stone, we will not be polite. The young woman said with a frown. The 5 people on her side were emitting waves of cold aura. An illusory divine ring faintly appeared behind their heads. These little guys are still too weak in the grand unruffled Tao. Yi Yin helplessly smiled as he gazed at the extremely illusory little divine ring. He was very familiar with the grand unruffled Tao. The grand unruffled Tao that the grand ultimate god had passed down in the Sungnan continent was not perfect. Therefore, the supreme emotion great Tao that Yun Shao imparted to the disciples of the Palace of Cold Blood was even more so. This supreme great oblivion Tao was not something that anyone could cultivate. Even if Yun Shao had such strong talent and determination, after 100,000 years, he had only cultivated to that level. Guanren's eyes shone brightly. Although your Palace of Cold Blood is an eternal level force and the holy land of the demon clan, I, Guanren, have no choice but to overestimate myself and experience the legendary great path of unruffled emotions. Alright. The young woman said coldly. At this moment, a huge chill instantly spread throughout the entire Misty Peak. All the master craftsmen shuddered at this moment. When the immortals fight, us little ghosts are going to suffer. An old man said in horror. It's a battle between Eternal Realm experts. It's too late for us to run. Another man said with a long face. At this moment, all the master craftsmen felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their hearts were filled with extreme regret. If he hadn't participated in this artifact crafting convention, how could he have attracted such a fatal disaster? But now, he was about to become cannon fodder. Phew, Master Ouyang exhaled, but his face relaxed. He thought to himself, now that I can't run away, so be it. It's better to be cannon fodder than to eat shit in public, on Misty Peak. Demon Lingling and the Palace of Cold Blood were at daggers drawn. The smell of gunpowder was very strong, and a war was about to break out. It's really difficult. They're all on our side. When Yi Yin saw this scene, he felt helpless in his heart. The 8 people of Demon Lingling were all disciples of the Shenlong sect. Their leader was 9th junior sister, Guanren. Although Guanren, this little girl, had become a black abyss divine spider and lost her memories, the miraculous thing was that she actually still remembered her own name. This was really interesting. Yi Yin was also very curious about this point. He was prepared to have a good chat with Guanren after resolving the crisis in front of him. On the other hand, the Palace of Cold Blood was founded by Yun Shao and had a very close relationship with Yi Yin. No matter what, Yi Yin could not let these 2 forces fight over such a small matter. Everyone, wait a moment, please listen to me. Yi Yin suddenly said loudly. In a flash, he stood between the 2. When Guanren saw that Yi Yin had suddenly appeared, an apologetic expression appeared on his face. He said in a low voice, Master, you don't have to worry. There's still no match for me. After I defeat them, I'll personally escort you to a safe place. Yi Yin waved his hand and sighed. You don't have to be so troubled. Offending the Palace of Cold Blood is not good for Demon Lingling. Haha, Master is still the best. You are righteous and know when to advance and when to retreat. The young woman cupped her hands and said very politely. Yi Yin nodded with a smile. The young woman's expression became respectful. She smiled and said, Master, your ability in refining weapons is unparalleled in the entire Sungnan continent. If there is a chance in the future, you are welcome to visit the Palace of Cold Blood. If there is a chance, I will definitely visit the Palace of Cold Blood. Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he said with deep meaning. Yi Yun was prepared to pay a visit to the Palace of Cold Blood founded by Xianxia in the future. At the same time, he could also guide these juniors in their cultivation of the great unruffled path. Yi Yun reached out and grabbed the origin stone. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Gu Anren, I don't think you will be able to fight this time." Gu Anren was stunned. She stared blankly at the handsome young man in white in front of her. For a moment, she felt an indescribable sense of familiarity in her heart. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel this way when I see this young man in white? Could it be that I am attracted to his appearance? Gu Anren thought to herself. Her personality had always been carefree and masculine. For so many years, she had never been attracted to any man. She did not expect that today, when she faced this man in white, she would have an indescribable feeling. Yi Yun looked around and smiled faintly. I've already repaired the dragon subduing cauldron for you. This dawn stone is considered my personal property. Now that I've made use of it, I'll give it to the Palace of Cold Blood. At this point, Yi Yun threw the huge origin stone in his hand to the young woman. The young woman caught the origin stone and held it in her palm. She stared blankly at Yi Yun. This master blacksmith was so noble that he gave such a precious origin stone to the Palace of Cold Blood. This favor was simply too great. Senior sister, since we have the origin stone, let's go back quickly. A young man beside her urged. All right. The young woman nodded heavily. After she kept the origin stone in her storage ring, she cupped her fists at Yi Yun and said courteously, the green mountain will not change and the green water will flow forever. The Palace of Cold Blood will repay this favor in the future. You don't have to be so courteous. I have no use for this origin stone anyway. Why don't you give it to someone who needs it? Yi Yun smiled faintly. The young woman took out a green token and handed it to Yi Yun. She said softly, Master, this is the Heartless token. Please accept it. If you want to go to the Palace of Cold Blood in the future, you just need to infuse the token with magic power and it will take you there. All right. Yi Yun took it. Master, we will meet again if fate allows. The young woman said loudly. Then, she turned around and led the other four into the void. In an instant, they disappeared. The people from the Palace of Cold Blood came and went in a hurry. They almost got into a fight over a dawn stone. Could it be that one of their ancestors is about to die? Yi Yun guessed as he looked at a certain spot in the void. Yun Xiao left the Palace of Cold Blood. No matter what ancestor the Palace of Cold Blood had, it had nothing to do with Yi Yun. He did not want to waste any more effort on it. The Palace of Cold Blood needed the Dawn Stone because they wanted to put the ancestor inside it to live for a few more thousand years. This Dawn Stone was not small in size. With a certain secret technique, it could allow the ancestor to live longer. A sigh suddenly sounded in Yi Yun's ears. Master, why do you have to do this? Why did you give such a precious Dawn Stone to the Palace of Cold Blood? Gu Anren sighed. It doesn't matter. I'm still young. I don't need the Dawn Stone. Yi Yun laughed and boasted shamelessly. He had lived for 100,000 years. In the Tsangnan continent, there were few people who could surpass his age. He was definitely at the level of an ancestor. But in reality, Yi Yun's mental age was still 24 years old. 100,000 years of check-in did not age his mentality. Swoosh, a figure broke through the void. Trying to run? Gu Anren raised his eyebrows and reached out his hand. A giant hand of magic power caught the escaping figure. Master Ouyang, if I remember correctly, you lost the bet just now. You haven't fulfilled your promise. Gu Anren turned around, raised his eyebrows, and said coldly. The figure who had escaped just now was Master Ouyang. He had wanted to be cannon fodder. He did not expect things to take a turn for the worse. The people from the Palace of Cold Blood took the Dawn Stone and left. The battle did not start. This meant that he had to eat sh*t while standing upside down. Master Ouyang was a person who cared about his reputation. How could he do such a thing? Therefore, he snuck away. But in reality, how could he escape from the eyes of Gu Anren, who was at the peak of level 10 Eternal Realm? That was impossible. Seeing that Master Ouyang had been caught, all the blacksmiths present turned pale and trembled. Without a doubt, the demon spirit was on the side of that Grandmaster blacksmith. With the suppression of the demon spirit, they had no choice but to eat shit. Many people's knees went soft at this time, and they knelt on the ground powerlessly. There were also some people with weaker mental fortitude who fainted at the thought of how disgusting it was to eat feces while standing upside down. Admit defeat. Don't even think about escaping punishment, Yi Yun said indifferently. Master Ouyang stared at Yi Yun and shouted hysterically, "You're too cruel." Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and said coolly, "You should be glad that your strength is too weak. Otherwise, you would have died long ago." Master Ouyang's face froze, and he was speechless. Behind this mysterious white-robed young man stood 5 guards with tyrannical cultivation. Most likely, they were also in the Eternal Realm. Otherwise, how could he have such a powerful restoration-type treasure? Gu Anren, I'll leave the promises of these master artificers to you guys. How about we have a private chat? Yi Yun looked at Gu Anren and said with a gentle expression. Sure, I'd like to discuss more with the Grandmaster, Gu Anren agreed readily. Yi Yun turned around and looked at Green Moon Demon Emperor and the rest. He smiled and said, "You guys can stay here for the time being. At the same time, you can supervise these people, Old Master, we understand." Green Moon Demon Emperor and the rest hurriedly said. After they finished speaking, they had strange expressions on their faces. 5 true God Realm Great Emperors had to supervise these little guys and make them eat feces while standing upside down. For those master artificers, this was an exceptional treatment. For millions of years, no one had ever received such treatment before. "Grandmaster, please follow me." Gu Anren looked at Yi Yun and smiled. Then, he rose into the sky and flew toward the clouds. Yi Yun followed closely behind. Seeing that their old master had left, the pressure on the 5 great emperors suddenly disappeared, and their expressions relaxed. "Hey, Yao Lingling, there are so many master artificers here. This will require a lot of shit. Where are you going to find it?" Green Moon Demon Emperor shouted at the top of his lungs. Yao Lingling's sect master was stunned. He then smiled bitterly and said, "That's easy. We have many great demons with huge bodies. We can ask them to prepare more, all right." Green Moon Demon Emperor nodded. "Green Moon Demon Emperor, didn't you want to personally?" The Black Nightmare Emperor smiled mysteriously and stopped talking. Green Moon Demon Emperor waved his hand and set up a restriction. He couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I did have that intention. However, I thought about it again. I'm already a true god. Even if I poop, it would be a treasure. I can't let those bastards take advantage of me." You're really something." Kuzhu Demon Emperor touched Green Moon Demon Emperor's arm and said helplessly. "Kuzhu Demon Emperor, are you envious of me?" Green Moon Demon Emperor chuckled. "Why would I be envious of you?" Kuzhu Demon Emperor asked angrily. "I'm a true demonic beast. I need to eat, drink, and poop. However, you're just a bamboo. All you need to do is eat and drink. You don't have the ability to poop." Green Moon Demon Emperor laughed loudly. "Are you asking for a beating?" Kuzhu Demon Emperor was furious. He immediately took out the chaotic withered bamboo and pointed it at Green Moon Demon Emperor. "I'm just kidding. I wouldn't dare to fight you." Green Moon Demon Emperor looked embarrassed and waved his hand. Kuzhu Demon Emperor's strength was originally on par with his. Now that he had the chaotic withered bamboo, he really couldn't beat Kuzhu. In the clouds. When Yi Yun saw these guys causing such a ruckus, he suddenly felt somewhat helpless. Green Moon Demon Emperor was from the demon race. He was straightforward and had a fiery temper. Among the 5 demon emperors, he was the most down-to-earth. After passing through the clouds, Yi Yun followed Gu Anren to a pavilion surrounded by clouds in the depths of the void. The other 7 Black Nightmare Divine Spiders had descended from the pavilion and passed through the clouds to arrive at Ethereal Peak. The 2 of them entered the pavilion and stood facing each other. Whoosh, the strong wind in the clouds was extremely strong, causing their robes to flutter loudly. Gu Anren looked at Yi Yun in a daze. She immediately came to her senses and shook her head gently. "Master, why are you looking for me?" "I have a good friend who is also called Gu Anren." Looking at that familiar face, Yi Yun felt as if time had turned back, as if he had returned to 100,000 years ago. That tomboy was standing in front of him vividly. She has the same name as me? Gu Anren was stunned. Then, she became a little excited and quickly asked, Master, I know that your strength is unfathomable. You are at least an advanced eternal realm, right? Logically speaking, you have lived for a long time. How many years has your friend lived? Hearing Gu Anren's question, Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat and he blinked. At least 10,000 years, Yi Yan said ambiguously. It can't be? Gu Anren was surprised. Suddenly, she stretched out a slender finger and pointed at her delicate little face. She asked anxiously, Does she look the same as me? Yi Yan said, Well, a little similar. Master, I am very likely to be the friend you are looking for. Gu Anren looked excited. Suddenly, she stretched out her other hand and there was a white handkerchief in her palm. The white handkerchief unfolded and there was a line of cursive words on it. If one day you don't know who you are, Gu Anren will be your name. And you have a senior brother, his name is Yi Yan. Yi Yan's expression was grave and his body trembled slightly when he finished reading the small, flamboyant words on the white handkerchief. At this moment, his heart was extremely unsettled. Gu Anren's memories had been deteriorating continuously during the process of evolving into the dark divine spider. The words on the white handkerchief must have been hastily written down after she discovered some clues about her body. The line of words on the white handkerchief was very short, but it was written very urgently, as if there were still many words that had not been written down yet. She stopped abruptly when she reached this point. Yi Yan knew that Gu Anren's state must have been very unstable at that time. It was already extremely difficult for her to write down this line of words. It's already not easy for this girl to be able to do this after being poisoned by the dark divine spider, Yi Yan sighed silently. Gu Anren had lost all her memories after evolving into the dark divine spider. She had only used the white handkerchief that she had left behind to call herself Gu Anren in this life. This was an extremely ingenious move. Even if she had a familiar name, at least Gu Anren was not completely defeated by the dark divine spider. The divine earth dark divine spider probably gave up on these weak clones in Songnan continent long ago. These clones have received very little information, otherwise, Gu Anren would not have followed the instructions on the white handkerchief and called herself Gu Anren. Yi Yan thought to himself. If he thought about it from another perspective, the dark divine spider would definitely look down on the clones in Songnan continent. To it, which had many clones, the clones here were too weak and had no value. In addition, there was a powerful force in two different worlds that cut off the connection between the clones and the main body. Due to these two reasons, the clones in Songnan continent did not know much about the main body. How good could the treatment of an abandoned child be, Master? Do you see this white handkerchief? This was left behind before I lost my memories. I used to be called Gu Anren. I should be the friend that you know. Gu Anren held the white handkerchief in her hand and looked eagerly at Yi Yan as she spoke somewhat anxiously. Seeing that this little girl was truly anxious, Yi Yan felt mischievous and said with a smile, But you two look a little different? You're just a little similar. Master. After I lost my memories, my appearance changed. My current appearance is only a tenth of my previous appearance. Gu Anren raised a jade-like hand and touched her face. Really? Yi Yan smiled faintly and looked Gu Anren up and down. He shook his head and sighed. My friend used to be like a tomboy. She never knew how to dress herself up. You're so beautiful now. You're the complete opposite of my friend's style. I don't think the two of you are the same person, tomboy? Gu Anren froze for a moment, his expression stiff. She scratched her head and said with some distress, Master, I, Gu Anren, have always considered myself a man. My 7 brothers usually call me Big Brother. You should have heard it when you were down there, right? I heard it. However, your appearance is still that of a woman. What an outrageously beautiful young lady. Yi Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled mischievously. I'm definitely different from before after I lost my memory. Gu Anren said anxiously. Well, what you said makes some sense. I now feel that you should be that friend of mine. Yi Yan suddenly nodded and said. Haha. Gu Anren was so excited that she jumped up and almost hit the pavilion with her head. She shouted excitedly from the air, I'm so happy. I didn't expect to meet my old friend. By the way, Master, what's your name? My name is Yi Yun. Yi Yun said with a chuckle. His eyes were bright and became incomparably gentle. What? You're Yi Yun? Gu Anren was shocked. She landed from midair and stood in front of Yi Yun. She couldn't help but look up and down at Yi Yun. Her gaze froze and her breathing seemed to have stopped. Could it be that you are my senior brother Yi Yun? Gu Anren said excitedly. Her eyes were fixed and her delicate red lips were trembling. If you're that Gu Anren, then I must be your senior brother Yi Yun. Yi Yun said with a smile. Senior brother. You really made me look for you. I thought you were dead. Gu Anren's expression changed greatly. She suddenly burst into tears. She rushed over and hugged Yi Yun tightly. Woo, she was not tall. Her head only reached Yi Yun's chest. She buried her head in Yi Yun's arms and cried bitterly. Alas, Yi Yun stroked the little girl's thin shoulders with his hands. The corners of his eyes were a little wet. This little girl was able to survive the terrible disaster 100,000 years ago and cultivate all the way to the peak of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm. It was really not easy. Senior brother. I really didn't expect you to be a master blacksmith. I really did the right thing in organizing this treasure refining conference. Gu Anren cried and laughed. I also didn't expect that the mastermind behind the demon spirits was actually you, little girl, Yi Yun said with a smile. Gu Anren raised her head. She was as pitiful as a pear blossom in the rain. She smiled and said, Senior brother, I finally feel that I'm not lonely anymore, haha. Yi Yun smiled gently and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Gu Anren's eyes. Gu Anren, why are you hugging a man? Why are you crying? How can you behave like this? It was a man's voice. It came from an extremely distant place, breaking through the air. The next moment, a light flashed and a man in black with a strong demon aura suddenly appeared in the pavilion. This black-clothed man had an extremely fierce face. Although he was extremely thin, his every move was filled with explosive power. Oh, it's Brother Ant. Why are you here? Gu Anren's face turned red and she immediately retreated from Yi Yun's embrace. She tidied her clothes and looked slightly panicked. Fellow Taoist Gu, I heard that the super sect demon spirits that you instigated is holding a treasure refining conference. I came to watch the fun and see how much your injuries have healed. The man in black coldly glanced at Yi Yun with a hostile gaze. Finally, he looked at Gu Anren with a smile and said with a slightly flattering tone. My injuries are half healed. Thank you for your concern, Brother Ant. Gu Anren cupped her fists and said. Her eyebrows were raised like swords and sabers, looking valiant and formidable. She was beautiful, but she had a domineering temperament of a man, giving people an extremely masculine feeling. This kind of beauty and masculinity created a strong impact. Not only did it not conflict, but it also added to Gu Anren's special charm. The man in black was stunned for a moment, as if attracted by Gu Anren's unique beauty. This demon race brat seems to be interested in my junior sister Gu. Yi Yun's eyes flashed and revealed a mocking look. Master was long gone. Now in the entire Shenlong sect, he was the most powerful. Ninth junior sister's marriage naturally had to be arranged by him as her senior brother. As long as Yi Yun didn't like it, no one could have any improper thoughts about Gu Anren. Senior brother, let me introduce you. Gu Anren looked at Yi Yun and stretched out a jade-like finger to the man in black. She smiled and said, this Brother Ant is from the Heavenly Horned Ant clan. Although his realm is only at the late stage of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm, which is a little weaker than me, in fact, his real combat strength is on par with mine. Turns out it's the Heavenly Horned Ant race. I've been disrespectful. Yi Yun's face revealed a look of realization. He cupped his fists and said with a smile. The Heavenly Horned Ant race had boundless strength and sturdy bodies. Among the fiend race, they were also extremely powerful. Even if it was 100,000 years ago. The Heavenly Horned Ant race could also compare to a heaven-level force. The black-clothed man in front of him had already reached the late stage of the Eternal Realm, only a bit weaker than Gu Anren. In the Heavenly Horned Ant race, he was at least an ancestor-level figure. Senior brother? The Heavenly Horned Ant stared blankly for a moment. He frowned and asked, Dao friend Gu, when did you have another senior brother? Gu Anren smiled cheerfully. We just recognized each other as brothers and sisters. The heavenly horned ant curled his lips and said sourly, I've known you for so many years, why haven't I heard that you have a senior brother? I lost my memories before, so I naturally can't remember senior brother's appearance. Now, by chance, senior brother just happened to come to participate in the treasure refinement assembly, so we can meet. Gu Anren couldn't help but wave his hands and say excitedly. So that's how it is. It seems like this Dao friend is actually an artifact refining grandmaster. Sorry. The heavenly horned ant cupped his fists and said rather politely. Yi Yin nodded with a smile, returning the greeting. Strange, what happened on Misty Peak? Why are so many people standing upside down all of a sudden? The heavenly horned ant was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He looked towards Misty Peak below the clouds. You're talking about those artifact refining grandmasters? They lost a bet, and now they are preparing to eat shit while standing upside down. Gu Anren's eyes turned, and he couldn't help but laugh. Eat shit while standing upside down? The heavenly horned ant was shocked, unable to hide the shock in his heart. He hurriedly said, what kind of bet did they make, to actually make so many artifact refining grandmasters eat shit while standing upside down? My senior brother promised to repair my dragon subduing cauldron in an incense stick of time, but those ignorant fellows didn't believe him at all. Then, both sides made a bet. Now that the dragon subduing cauldron has been repaired, these people naturally have to fulfill their promise. Gu Anren said with a sneer. Good guy, your dragon subduing cauldron has been repaired, how much time has passed? It seems like the treasure refinement assembly only started today. The heavenly horned ant's shock was of the dragon subduing cauldron has naturally been repaired. Who is my senior brother? He's an invincible master refiner. Gu Anren said proudly. Hiss, after obtaining confirmation, the heavenly horned ant sucked in a cold breath of air, looking at Yi Yun in disbelief. How could there be such a terrifying weapon refiner in the Songnan continent? He knew that Gu Anren had a divine-level dragon subduing cauldron. Back then, Gu Anren had barged into the ancient heavenly path with his cultivation at the peak of level 10 Eternal Realm. As a result, not only had he been severely injured, but his dragon subduing cauldron had also been damaged, causing it to fall from the god grade to the lower grade of the emperor grade. If this cauldron was completely repaired, wouldn't that mean that the dragon subduing cauldron had been restored from the low emperor level to the divine level? How could such a huge change happen in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Brother Ant, I know you might not believe me, but this is the truth, Gu Anren said with a shrug. She was clearly extremely familiar with this heavenly horned ant, not hiding anything. After saying that, Gu Anren suddenly reached out her hand. That dragon subduing cauldron flickering with golden light appeared in her palm. This? When he sensed the dragon subduing cauldron's powerful aura, the heavenly horned ant's face immediately became rigid. The dragon subduing cauldron really did return to the divine level. It had to be said that this weapon refiner master's methods really were astonishing. In the history of the Songnan continent, the heavenly horned ant had never heard of such a powerful weapon refiner. Master, you really are formidable. This humble one admires you. The heavenly horned ant cupped his fists, saying politely to Yi Yin again. It's all right, it was just a coincidence. Yi Yin smiled faintly. He was a bug-level existence that could endlessly use cheats. In this world, was there anything that could stump him? Master is too modest. The heavenly horned ant smiled in embarrassment. He turned around to look at Gu Anren again, his eyes becoming deep and affectionate. Ever since I found out you were injured, I haven't had a single good night's sleep, thinking about you every day, the heavenly horned ant said affectionately. Gu Anren frowned. Brother Ant, what are you trying to do? The heavenly horned ant sighed. Suddenly, his hand moved, and a small white bottle appeared. During these years, I have been collecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spending a lot of effort and wealth to find a top-level pill refiner master to refine a bottle of 1000 grass soul return pill. It's actually the 1000 grass soul return pill? When she heard that it was the 1000 grass soul return pill, Gu Anren's expression immediately became excited. The 1000 grass soul return pill was refined from 1000 types of extremely precious immortal herbs. For Eternal Realm injured people like them, it had unimaginable miraculous effects. However, the 1000-grass soul return pill wasn't sold on the market at all. It was extremely rare. Back then, she had gone to several of Sunnan Continent's top auction houses to inquire about the whereabouts of the 1000-grass soul return pill, but she ended up empty-handed. No one was selling it at all. Gu Anren never thought that the heavenly horned ant would actually pay such a huge price for her, refining a bottle of 1000-grass soul return pill. This kind of sincerity was truly moving. Gu Anren's eyes immediately became red. Looking at the small bottle, her breathing also became hurried. As long as she ate this bottle of 1000-grass soul return pill, her injuries would definitely be completely healed. This way, she could step onto the ancient heaven-reaching path again. Last time, she lacked experience. This time, Gu Anren felt like her chances of success would be much greater. Gu Anren, the two of us have been close friends for many years. You are injured, so how can I not be worried? The heavenly horned ant smiled without batting an eyelid, handing over the small white bottle with both hands. Gu Anren received the small white bottle, extremely moved as she said, "Brother Ant, I really must thank you too much. In the future, when I return from the divine earth with great accomplishments, I will definitely thank you greatly." Gu Anren, let's talk about the future in the future. Actually, the reason I gave you this bottle of 1000-grass soul return pill is also because of a bit of selfishness. The heavenly horned ant rubbed his hands, a faint blush appearing on his face. Brother Ant, if there is anything you need, just say it. I will definitely do my best to help you. Gu Anren said resolutely and decisively. For her, the heavenly horned ant had squandered at least half of his savings over these years. For such a friend who valued friendship and righteousness, she naturally had to repay him wholeheartedly. I have been stuck at the late stage of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm for a long time, always a little bit away from breaking through. I think, if I can also reach the peak of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm and challenge the ancient heaven-reaching path with you, wouldn't the chances of passing be a little higher? The heavenly horned ant rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Brother Ant, what you said is also right, Gu Anren nodded. It's like this, the heavenly horned ant took a deep breath, his face sacred, and said slowly, I obtained a secret dual cultivation method from a friend. As long as you become my Tao companion and dual cultivate with me, I believe that in less than a month, I will be able to break through to the peak of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm. At that time, we can challenge the ancient heaven-reaching path together. Dual cultivation? As soon as Gu Anren heard these words, her expression changed greatly. Ever since Gu Anren was reborn, she had always been generous and bold. She had always considered herself to be a man and had never had feelings for any man. The dual cultivation that the heavenly horned ant spoke of really hurt her heart. Dual cultivation with a man, it was simply an insult to her. When she thought of the extremely precious 1000-grass soul return pill in her hand, Gu Anren took a deep breath and said calmly, Brother Ant, I am a man. How can I dual cultivate with you? The heavenly horned ant spread out his hands and said with a bitter smile, You are a real little beauty. How can you be a man? Brother Ant, you also know that my brothers in Yaolingling usually call me Big Brother, right? After all these years, I have always considered myself to be a man. In my heart, I have never considered myself to be a woman. Gu Anren said with a deep voice. Although you have a man's heart, your body is a woman's. This completely meets the conditions of dual cultivation, don't you think so? The heavenly horned ant licked his lips and said with a smile. If Gu Anren was a real man, he definitely wouldn't have proposed the dual cultivation request. After all, he was also a monster with normal sexual orientation. Seeing the heavenly horned ant pestering her, Gu Anren was displeased. She raised her eyebrows and her eyes became cold. She shook her head and said, There is no way we can dual cultivate. I definitely cannot accept this request. Gu Anren, you have been with me for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? For your injuries, I have almost exhausted everything to create a bottle of 1000-grass soul return pill for you. Could it be that you are not even willing to accept a small dual cultivation request? The heavenly horned ant said with an agitated expression. Gu Anren, after I broke through to the peak of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm, I didn't do it for myself at all. I did it to cross the ancient path to heaven with you. Why are you still refusing? the heavenly horned ant said again. His eyes were bloodshot like a ferocious snake's. His every movement was filled with a strong sense of power, causing the atmosphere in the pavilion to become solemn. When Yiyan saw this, he really couldn't bear to watch any longer. Motherf *Ker, he still wanted to dual cultivate with his 9th junior sister? Did he think that his senior brother was a pushover, trying to blackmail his 9th junior sister with a mere bottle of 1,000 herbs soul-returning pills was simply too laughable. Heavenly horned ant, when you proposed dual cultivation with my junior sister, did you ask this senior brother of yours? Yiyan slowly took 2 steps forward, standing in front of the heavenly horned ant. The heavenly horned ant stared blankly, sizing up Yiyan again. He discovered that this person had used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation, so he couldn't see his exact depth. However, when he thought of the other party's identity, which was only a master blacksmith, his heart calmed down. On the road of Tsangnan, master refiners focused on refining artifacts. Generally, their cultivation levels were not high, but they had more artifacts. Grandmaster, I'm doing this for the sake of your junior sister. Gu Anren will be able to recover from his injuries after taking the 1,000 grass soul returning pill, and if we join hands to go to the ancient path to heaven, our chances of passing through will be much higher. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Don't tell me you're against it? The heavenly horned ant spread his hands, saying this with an innocent expression. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Dream on. Yiyan said with a sneer. Grandmaster, I don't like what you're saying. If you feel like my actions are unnecessary, then I'll just take this 1,000 grass soul returning pill back. The heavenly horned ant's expression also became cold. Without the 1,000 grass soul returning pill, Gu Anren's injuries couldn't quickly recover. Even if she had the dragon subduing cauldron, she still didn't have the qualifications to enter the ancient path to heaven. This time, he was definitely going to eat Gu Anren. So, a streak of white light flashed past. Catch. I don't want your 1,000 grass soul returning pill. Gu Anren's angry voice sounded by the heavenly horned ant's ears. He raised his hand, catching that streak of white light. It was precisely the small white bottle that held the 1,000 grass soul returning pill. When he saw how decisive Gu Anren was, the heavenly horned ant still didn't give up. He said seriously, Gu Anren, could it be that you really aren't going to consider it? I'm not considering it anymore. Just take it. Gu Anren's face was pale, her expression indifferent as she said this. If not for the fact that she and the heavenly horned ant were good friends of many years, she would have long taken action. The heavenly horned ant's brows furrowed. Towards the unyielding Gu Anren, he also felt a type of powerless feeling. Junior sister, turns out you were injured? Yiyan purposely said with shock. Indeed, 100 years ago, I headed to the ancient path to heaven, narrowly escaping death, injuring my foundation, Gu Anren said with a sigh. Junior sister, during these years, this senior brother has wandered all over, also getting to know quite a few experts. Right now, I just happen to have some healing holy medicines on hand, able to treat your injuries. Yiyan said with a smile. Healing holy medicines? Senior brother, you still have this type of good stuff? Gu Anren was overjoyed. The heavenly horned ant's brows jumped, releasing a sneer. What kind of healing holy medicines in this world can surpass my 1,000 grass soul returning pill? So what if it's the 1,000 grass soul returning pill? Compared to my healing holy medicines, it's on a completely different level. Yiyan chuckled. Towards an eternal realm small fry like the heavenly horned ant, he really couldn't raise any killing intent. Humph. The heavenly horned ant's mood was extremely bad, saying with a frown, empty words have no proof. Take out the healing holy medicine and let me see. Yiyan took out a small bottle and shook it lightly. He looked at Gu Anren with a smile and said, Junior sister, this healing panacea of mine is the same as my bronze treasure chest. It has an unimaginable speed. Extreme speed? Gu Anren's brows widened, a look of disbelief on her face. Back then, she had personally seen her senior brother place the dragon-subduing cauldron in the bronze treasure chest, and in less than an incense stick's worth of time, it was repaired. Could it be that her injuries to her foundation could also be healed in an incense stick's worth of time? When Gu Anren thought of this, she was overwhelmed with emotions, incredibly excited. Not bad, you recovered in less than an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Yin said with a smile, slowly uncorking the bottle. Haha. What a joke, are you two acting for me to see? For the sake of rejecting my dual cultivation suggestion, you two are already singing the same tune, what meaning is there? The corners of the heavenly horned ant's lips curled up, releasing a laugh of mockery. Yi Yin didn't pay him any attention. The little heavenly horned ant was going to have his face smacked in a bit. A streak of green water flowed out from the opening of the bottle. A wave of majestic life energy instantly filled the pavilion in the clouds. What is this? What exuberant life energy? Gu Anren widened her eyes, watching as the green water flowed into her body, disappearing without a trace. Immediately afterwards, she felt a wave of indescribable comfortable power, starting to circulate within her body. Her injuries to her foundation were also quickly recovering. What the hell, just what kind of healing holy medicine is this? How could it have such powerful healing effects? The heavenly horned ant on the side was stupefied as he watched Gu Anren's injuries quickly recover. Her entire body was already like a statue, unable to move at all. Not even in his dreams did he expect this. In this world, there was actually such a miraculous healing holy medicine. This type of healing holy medicine was who knew how many tens of thousands of times greater than the 1000-grass soul return pill in his hands. In just 7 or 8 breaths of time, the injuries on Gu Anren's body were completely healed. Yi Yin's palm shook, and then the green water flowed in reverse, returning to the small white bottle. Junior sister, how do you feel right now? Yi Yin asked with a smile. Senior brother, this is too formidable. My injuries are actually completely healed. Gu Anren was especially moved, unable to hold back her surging emotions at this moment. She actually rushed over again, her hands tightly hugging Yi Yin. While looking at this pair of senior brother and sister who were intimately hugging each other, the corners of the heavenly horned ant's eyes twitched, his heart filled with all types of emotions, so uncomfortable he felt like he was suffocating. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Motherfucker, this senior brother Gu Anren, just what kind of freak is he? The voice that suddenly appeared at the bottom of his heart was naturally a type of voice produced by the heavenly horned ant's jealousy subconsciously. The jealousy in his heart was like a wild beast that went out of control, starting to brew crazily. The heavenly horned ant's expression also gradually became sinister. His appearance was fierce to begin with, but now, it became even more terrifying. Damn it! While looking at the pair of senior brother and sister who were tightly hugging each other, the jealous heavenly horned ant roared inwardly, his eyes staring rigidly at Yi Yin. At this moment, he really wanted to take Yi Yin's place and hug Gu Anren tightly. After a few seconds of silence, the heavenly horned ant clenched his teeth, saying with mockery, you two are senior brother and sister, yet you guys hug each other without any hesitation. Isn't this a bit too much? The heavenly horned ant was actually jealous again, he really was a jealous lover. Yi Yin found this extremely funny. He raised his head and said indifferently, what does it have to do with you? What does a senior brother and sister's hug have to do with you? Gu Anren also turned around, staring at the heavenly horned ant with unkind eyes. You two are going too far, the heavenly horned ant clenched his fists in agitation. Under his black clothes, his flesh released waves of muffled thunder-like noises. Right now, he lost control of his emotions, on the verge of going berserk. Gu Anren retracted his arm, turning around. With a raise of his hand, the dragon's subduing cauldron flickering with golden light appeared in his palm. What? Are you going to take action against me? Gu Anren's tone was ice cold, his eyes fierce, shooting over like two sharp swords. The heavenly horned ant looked at Gu Anren who held the divine-level dragon's subduing cauldron, suddenly thinking of something, immediately becoming speechless. The current Gu Anren's injuries were all completely healed. He also had the divine-level treasure dragon's subduing cauldron. Even if he became hostile right now, he definitely wouldn't be able to gain any advantages. After all, there was still a difference between his cultivation realm and Gu Anren's. Gu Anren, since your injuries are already healed, then there is no need for me to stay here any longer. Farewell. The heavenly horned ant's expression changed. He cupped his fists and left. What a disgusting fella, why would he dual cultivate with me, damn it, when I reach the divine land and reach the true God realm, I'll return to the Tsangnan continent and teach him a lesson. While looking in the direction the heavenly horned ant left in, Gu Amren's jade face became ice cold, her eyes burning with raging flames. Junior sister, as the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Even though you and the heavenly horned ant have known each other for so many years, this fella has always harbored ill intentions towards you. When you were injured, he kicked you while you were down, wishing to suppress you. Now that you've experienced this storm, you've also clearly seen his character. It's a good thing. Yi Yin chuckled. Towards the heavenly horned ant's departure, Yi Yin didn't take action to stop it. The main reason was that the heavenly horned ant's cultivation realm was too low. Yi Yin didn't want to deal with such a small fry. If he killed this eternal realm ant, he would feel very uncomfortable in his heart. The heavenly horned ant, he should just leave it for Gu Anren to deal with in the future. Gu Anren let out a sigh, with an expression of having survived a calamity, and said faintly, "Senior apprentice brother, luckily you were around and healed my serious injuries. Otherwise, once the heavenly horned ant took action, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to him." Yi Yin nodded and said, "That's right. This guy will take action when he gets angry out of humiliation. He's not a good person either." If Yi Yin didn't participate in the treasure refining assembly this time, how could the seriously injured Gu Anren be the heavenly horned ant's opponent at that time? His 9th junior apprentice sister was going to suffer. "Senior apprentice brother, you used a secret technique to conceal your cultivation. Even now, I still don't know your true cultivation realm." Gu Anren suddenly sized up Yi Yin from head to toe, and said with a smile, "I'm also in the eternal realm, but my cultivation realm is several levels lower than yours," Yi Yin said with a smile without batting an eyelid. He didn't tell Gu Anren the truth. After all, Yi Yin was still hoping that after Gu Anren arrived at the divine earth, he would be able to follow the clues and find the black underworld divine spider's true body. Anyway, his current identity was a weapon refining master. The eternal realm was enough to conceal his identity. "Senior apprentice brother, I didn't expect that my cultivation realm is actually higher than yours, heh." Gu Anren said with a smile, "Looks like you've been too focused on refining artifacts in this life, and instead delayed your cultivation?" Yi Yin nodded with a smile. His eyes flashed, and it immediately landed on the dragon-subduing cauldron in Gu Anren's hands. Although this junior apprentice sister of his already recovered from her injuries, and also possessed the divine rank treasure dragon-subduing cauldron, it was still far from enough to pass through the ancient heaven-span road. If she didn't break through to the true God realm, she didn't even have the chance of passing through. However, even if she broke through to the true God realm, relying on this dragon-subduing cauldron, Yi Yin also didn't think that Gu Anren could succeed. "Junior apprentice sister, let me take a look at your dragon-subduing cauldron again." Yi Yin reached out his hand and said with a smile, "Senior apprentice brother, for you." Gu Anren handed over the dragon-subduing cauldron very straightforwardly. Yi Yin received the dragon-subduing cauldron, flipped it twice in his hands, and said with a smile, "The ancient heaven-span road is filled with unfathomable dangers. I'm afraid that even if you use this dragon-subduing cauldron, it'll be very hard to pass through." Hearing Yi Yin's words, Gu Anren's little face turned somewhat pale. She walked through the ancient heaven-span road once, how could she not know the tremendous risks inside? "Senior apprentice brother, not hiding from you, my lifespan already doesn't have much longer. It's also roughly 200 to 300 years. If I can't pass through the ancient heaven-span road and enter the world of the divine earth, you probably won't be able to see me after 200 years. Gu Anren had a melancholic look as she said faintly. Seeing Gu Anren's depressed mood, Yi Yin did not mind. Because his words previously were also a kind of foreshadowing. His original intention was to exchange this dragon-subduing cauldron back. After all, inside this dragon-subduing cauldron still hid the 8th-division stupid dragon's dragon soul. "Junior apprentice sister, you don't have to worry. I have a way to let you pass through the ancient heaven-span road." Yi Yin's words were earth-shattering. "What?" Gu Anren's eyes widened in shock. "Senior apprentice brother, you're not joking with me, right? The ancient heaven-span road is full of unfathomable dangers, and even true gods can fall. How do you have a way to let me pass through?" "Of course I do. Take a look at what I have here. Yiyan smiled mysteriously and groped around his wrist. Then, he opened his palm and 3 treasures appeared in the air. A pair of red boots. A small golden mirror. A set of silver armor. These are, Gu Anren's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the 3 treasures in front of her. A look of disbelief surfaced on her face. These 3 treasures contained a powerful and dense aura that was almost the same as the power emanating from her dragon-subduing cauldron. No, they seemed to be even stronger. Senior apprentice brother, are these all divine treasures? Gu Anren asked in shock. Yes, 3 superior-grade divine treasures. Yiyan raised the dragon-subduing cauldron and shook it gently. He smiled and said, I'll use these 3 treasures to exchange for your dragon-subduing cauldron. Junior apprentice sister, are you willing to trade? Yes, of course. Gu Anren replied without hesitation. After saying that, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Her face immediately turned red as she looked at Yiyan shyly. That. Senior apprentice brother, each of your 3 treasures is of a higher grade than my dragon-subduing cauldron. Wouldn't it be a great deal for me to trade 3 for 1? Gu Anren stuttered and her face was flushed red. The 3 superior-grade divine treasures really made it difficult for her to stay calm. In the entire Xianxia continent, a divine-level treasure was already extremely rare. As for the god-tier treasure in her hand, she had obtained it by chance. After obtaining it, she treated it like a treasure and rarely took it out. She had never fought with an enemy before. Gu Anren was also afraid that the news would leak and cause many experts to fight over it. Gu Anren, you're my junior sister. It's only right for you to take advantage of me. Yiyan smiled faintly and casually reached out his hand to touch the quaint little golden mirror. The little golden mirror trembled slightly as if it had undergone some changes. However, Gu Anren did not notice this small detail. Senior brother, what you said seems to make some sense. However, I still feel that I've taken too much advantage of you. I'm too embarrassed to exchange with you. Gu Anren's little face was bright red as she lowered her head and said shyly. Junior sister, if you don't exchange with me, you won't be able to pass the ancient road to heaven. So don't hesitate. Yiyan smiled. He waved his hand and the 3 treasures flew to Gu Anren. Thank you, senior brother. Gu Anren said happily. She reached out her hand and gently stroked the 3 treasures. The light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Senior brother, there aren't many divine artifacts in the Xianxia continent. Where did you get these 3? Why haven't I heard of them before? Gu Anren muttered to herself. I made this myself. Yizichen shook his head. Yiyan explained calmly. Wow, senior brother, you can even refine a divine upper-grade divine artifact? Gu Anren turned pale with fright. It seemed that she had underestimated her senior brother. Her senior brother's attainment in refining divine artifacts had reached the level of divine artifacts. It was really incredible. That pair of shoes is the boots of immortality. Once activated, you'll have unimaginable speed. You'll be able to avoid any danger on the ancient road to heaven in time. Yiyan pointed at the red boots and explained with a smile. Oh my god, it's the boots of immortality. Gu Anren turned pale with fright. She reached out her hands and hugged the pair of red boots in her arms. This was the guy who was running for his life. Among the 3 treasures, it was the most important one. Gu Anren had been cultivating in the Xianxia continent for tens of thousands of years. She had always kept a low profile and knew what it meant to have extreme speed. On the divine land, there were many experts. Although the spirit chi contained divinity, the cultivation environment was also extremely cruel. If he was not careful, he would be in danger of dying. However, if she could get her hands on this high god-tier boots of Godspeed in the future, her chances of survival would increase exponentially. How could she not be excited? Seeing the little girl so excited, Yiyan was also very happy. He pointed at the small golden mirror and said, "This is the chaotic 1,000 gold mirror. Once activated, it can reflect the majority of attacks. Senior brother, can it reflect both magical and physical attacks?" Gu Anren asked. You're right. These 2 types of attacks can be reflected. The higher your cultivation, the better the rebound effect. Yiyan said with a smile. Wow, this treasure is even more amazing. Gu Anren shouted excitedly. At this time, she was like a happy little girl, jumping up and down from time to time, her little face flushed red. On the ancient road to heaven, there were all kinds of attacks. Even if she had the boots of Godspeed, it was impossible for her to dodge all of them. Now that she had the chaotic 1,000 gold mirror, the situation was completely different. Yi Yin pointed at the third armor and continued, this third armor is the Silver Comet armor. It has extremely powerful defensive capabilities and can triple your battle prowess for a short period of time at a critical moment. Triple my battle prowess? Gu Anren was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She reached out and grabbed the Silver Comet battle armor. Her eyes were burning as she carefully studied it. This was even more of a good thing. Not only did it have extremely strong defensive capabilities, but it could also triple her battle prowess. With this, she was basically guaranteed to pass the ancient road to heaven. Senior brother, you're really a genius to be able to refine so many god-tier treasures. I'm so happy to be your junior sister, Gu Anren muttered to herself, her eyes shining. At this moment, she was so happy that she almost fainted. It's all right. In order to help my junior sister pass the ancient road to heaven, I naturally have to take out the best things. Yi Yin laughed loudly. What's that smell? Eating *T upside down, has it started? Yi Yan's eyes moved as he looked towards the misty peak. On the platform. Under the supervision of a large number of spirit demon sect disciples, all the master blacksmiths were standing upside down. In front of them were lumps of dark green objects, emitting an indescribable aura. Everyone, you must accept your loss. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, the heavens will send down their wrath. The spirit demon sect master couldn't help but remind them when he saw the master blacksmiths frowning and pursing their lips, as if they were resisting. Fine, I'll eat. This old man will go all out today. Master Ouyang's expression was ferocious as he said fiercely. He opened his mouth abruptly and sucked the stinky thing in front of him into his mouth. The expression on his face, along with the twitching of his muscles, instantly became interesting. Who shot this? It's too disgusting. Master Ouyang suddenly turned around and held his stomach as he couldn't help retching. You deserve it, Yi Yin coldly laughed when he saw this scene. Spirit demon sect, this old man admits defeat this time. Master Ouyang suddenly stood up and said with a cold face. Then, with a flash, he flew away with a hateful look in his eyes and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Haha, look at how pitiful that Master Ouyang is. The Green Moon Demon Emperor looked at the departing Master Ouyang and couldn't help but laugh. The evil god-crazed emperor also snorted coldly, Master is merciful. If it were me, my evil god-crazed sword would have drunk blood long ago. I also have thoughts of killing. The Black Nightmare Emperor laughed. The others looked at each other and laughed tacitly. After Master Ouyang left, the other master blacksmiths also left the misty peak after stealing their hearts and eating *T. Before they left, their eyes were filled with hatred. It was as if at this moment, they had already regarded Spirit Demon Sect as a heinous force. Junior sister, Spirit Demon Sect has to be more careful in the future. These master blacksmiths are very popular and have a wide range of friends. I'm afraid that they will take revenge on Spirit Demon Sect in the future, Yi Yin said softly. Senior brother, I will let Spirit Demon Sect keep a low profile and not easily step into this world, Gu Anren said calmly. Yi Yin nodded. It seemed like this lass already knew what to do. Spirit Demon Sect's rapid rise must have had a part to do with her. In less than half an hour, all the master blacksmiths on the Misty Peak platform had left. At this moment, Gu Anren had already refined the 3 treasures, and carefully put them away. Senior brother, wait here for a moment. I'll go and make the arrangements, Gu Anren said and turned to leave the pavilion. Yi Yin stood in the pavilion and held up the dragon subduing cauldron. 8 Division stupid dragon, you can come out now. Yi Yin said softly. Swoosh, a golden light shot out from the cauldron and turned into a dragon soul in midair. This dragon soul was a miniature version, only 2 to 3 feet in size. It hovered in the void in front of Yi Yin. Why did you summon me? The 8 Division stupid dragon asked calmly as it came out. The white-clothed youth in front of it gave it an indescribable feeling. There was a sense of closeness and an indescribable sense of reverence. However, the 8th-division stupid dragon had always been arrogant and would not easily submit to others. Therefore, its expression was extremely cold when it came out. "How dare you?" Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly. A wisp of Zhu Long's aura instantly suppressed the 8th-division stupid dragon. "This is Lord Zhu Long." The 8th-division stupid dragon was terrified when it felt the bloodline suppression in the depths of its soul. It immediately descended. "Greetings, Lord Zhu Long." The 8th-division stupid dragon transformed into a young man and knelt at Yi Yan's feet. His body trembled uncontrollably. Obviously, it was scared out of its wits by Yi Yan's shout. 8th-division stupid dragon, let me ask you, who captured you and sealed you in the dragon's subduing cauldron? Yi Yan asked calmly. "Lord Zhu Long, when we followed the ancient void dragon and fought against the 9-tailed divine dragon clan, we were ambushed by the army of the gods. I was stopped by an ultimate god and died on the spot. This dragon's soul was sealed in the dragon's subduing cauldron by him." The 8th-division stupid dragon said respectfully. Yi Yan frowned and sighed. The civil war between the 10 supreme divine dragons was not as simple as it seemed. The gods also sent their armies to participate. "Yes, Lord Zhu Long." The 8th-division stupid dragon suddenly became agitated and its body trembled rapidly. "Continue." Yi Yan knew that the 8th-division stupid dragon must have something to tell him. "Lord Ancestral Dragon, this 9-tailed divine dragon is really a bastard. He's a traitor who has committed a heinous crime. In that super intense melee, he and the army of gods attacked the ancient void dragon clan from both sides. Our clan suffered heavy casualties, and even the ancient void dragon was captured by the 9-tailed divine dragon." The 8th-division stupid dragon said angrily. "The ancient void dragon was captured by the 9-tailed divine dragon?" Yi Yan was slightly shocked. Logically speaking, the ancient void dragon was one of the 10 super mystical dragons. Even if it could not defeat the 9-tailed mystical dragon, it should have been able to escape, right? How did he get caught by the 9-tailed divine dragon? "Lord Zhu Long, the battle back then was too intense. Before I died, I saw the 9-tailed divine dragon drag my lord's body across the sky of the hidden dragon continent and disappear into the horizon." At this point, the 8th-division stupid dragon's emotions surged as tears welled up in his eyes. That year, the flames of war spread across the entire continent. Whether it was on the ground, in the sky, or in the sea, they were all engaged in fierce battles. "I understand," Yi Yan nodded silently. He reached out and gently placed his hand on the 8th-division stupid dragon's head. The 8th-division stupid dragon's emotions started to calm down when it received Sir Zhu Long's support. However, in the end, the 8th-division stupid dragon could not hold back the sadness in its heart and began to cry softly. Yi Yan stared at the void. He suddenly remembered that he had encountered an eye of the ancient void dragon in the small world of the godly Tiger Mountain Qin family. That eye had also given birth to a will. An eye of the ancient void dragon was dug out. It seems that the 9-tailed divine dragon cruelly dismembered it after capturing it, Yi Yan speculated in his heart. Although the 9-tailed divine dragon had the ability to capture the ancient void dragon, it did not necessarily have the ability to kill it. After all, the ancient void dragon had the power of the void and was very powerful. He believed that the 9-tailed divine dragon did not have the ability to completely kill it. And the mysterious dragon breeders seemed to have been secretly planning to cultivate the dragon blood warriors. As a super mystical dragon, the ancient void dragon, they definitely would not miss this opportunity. However, even after millions of years, the dragon breeder's plan did not seem to have succeeded on the ancient void dragon. Thinking of this, Yi Yan's mood slightly relaxed. According to his speculation, the ancient void dragon should still be alive. Perhaps it should be suppressed somewhere in the divine land. Find the dragon breeders and follow the clues. Perhaps one day, he would be able to find the ancient void dragon. Thinking of the ancient void dragon, Yi Yan thought of the dark sky dragon. Back in the devil realm, he had killed the dark sky dragon. One of the 10 super mystical dragons. He had lost the dark sky dragon forever. He had to admit that it was a pity. "My lord, the great emperor Haimong was once my master. Why is he still alive?" The 8th Division Stupid Dragon suddenly asked. He is in the forbidden area of the Guegu Abyss. There is a strange power there that allows him to live forever in the form of a divine spirit, Yi Yin said. I see, the 8th Division Stupid Dragon muttered to himself, feeling a little puzzled. Why could the Guegu Abyss allow the divine spirit to live forever? However, Lord Zhu Long did not explain, and he did not continue to ask. Instead, he hid this question in the deepest part of his heart. The great Emperor Haimon found the dragon subduing cauldron in the Thousand Wither Ridge, one of the 4 forbidden lands. Why were you there at that time? Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he asked faintly. Lord Zhu Long, the god that imprisoned my dragon soul back then was called Supreme God Thousand Wither. In that long and chaotic battle, he was not spared. In the end, he also died in the Divine Land. His corpse turned into the Thousand Wither Ridge, one of the 4 forbidden lands of the Cangnan continent, the 8th Division Stupid Dragon explained. So that's how it is, Yi Yin nodded. His eyes widened slightly, and a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. At this moment, Yi Yin did not know whether to use the Heavenly Illusionary Eye to read the 8th Division Stupid Dragon's memory. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, he activated the Heavenly Illusionary Eye. Fortunately, the memories in the 8th Division Stupid Dragon's mind had not been tampered with by the mastermind. In just a few seconds, Yi Yin read the complete memories in the 8th Division Stupid Dragon's mind. The 8th Division Stupid Dragon had not lied. Everything it had said was true. 8th Division Stupid Dragon, return to the dragon subduing cauldron for the time being. I will give you a better home in the future. Yi Yin said softly. Yes, Lord Zhu Long. The 8th Division Stupid Dragon hurriedly responded, turned into a golden light, and returned to the dragon subduing cauldron. Yi Yin put away the dragon subduing cauldron. A white light flashed, and Gu Amren suddenly appeared in the pavilion. Senior brother, I have already made the arrangements. My 6 brothers will lead the demon spirits and live in seclusion. They will not appear in the world for 100 years. Gu Amren said in a low voice. That's good. This is the best solution. Yi Yin nodded. As for the 3 treasures, you can begin to refine them. Once you succeed, you can head out onto the ancient heaven-span path. Yi Yin said. Yes, senior brother. I will start refining them now. Gu Amren was very decisive. She immediately got to work. First, she took out the Boots of Quickness, held it in her palm, sat down cross-legged, and started refining it. Yi Yin stood to the side, looked into the distance, and fell into deep thought. Recently, many things had happened in the Cangnan continent, and all the clues pointed to the Divine Land. It seemed that he had to find a chance to go to the Divine Land. Yi Yin thought for a moment. He decided to take Xiaoqi and leave the Cangnan continent for the Divine Land after she broke through to the Nirvana realm. According to the 8th Division Stupid Dragon, Divine Lord Thousand Withered of the Divine Land was buried in the Thousand Withered Ridge. Although the corpse of this Divine Lord Thousand Withered had turned into a mountain range, in reality, his corpse was still causing harm to the living beings of the Cangnan continent. Any living being that entered the Thousand Withered Ridge would be sucked dry and die. He has been dead for millions of years, and his corpse is still causing harm to the Cangnan continent. Divine Lord Thousand Withered really deserves to die, Yi Yin said calmly. He wanted to get rid of the scourge. He wanted to completely erase the Thousand Withered Ridge, one of the 4 most dangerous places, from the Cangnan continent. On Ethereal Peak. Everyone from the demon spirit sect was like a receding tide in the dark night, quietly leaving the place. Damn, what happened? Why did they all leave? Green Moon Demon Emperor scratched his head in confusion. The task given by Old Master was for the 5 emperors to supervise the blacksmiths. It did not involve Yao Lingling. Now, their task of supervising had been completed. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor said, maybe something happened. I'm guessing that since the master artificers are eating shit while standing upside down, they'll definitely be filled with resentment. They know quite a few factions, so they might gather together to suppress the demon spirit. Evil God Crazed Emperor said. A strange smile appeared on his face as he spread his hands and continued, Yao Lingling has no choice but to keep a low profile and hide for a while. Yao Lingling has many Eternal Realm experts. Are they really that cowardly? Green Moon Demon Emperor snorted. There are only 4 or 5 Eternal Realm experts. It's not enough, Evil God Crazed Emperor chuckled. Forget about them. Where did Old Master go? The Green Moon Demon Emperor shook his head and laughed dryly. Old Master is in the pavilion deep in the clouds. Haimong Demon Emperor, who had been silent, looked up at the void and said with a smile. Should we go find Old Master? Green Moon Demon Emperor said. Yes, our task is done. It's time to meet Old Master. Haimong Demon Emperor said. Everyone nodded silently and soared into the sky one after another, skyrocketing upwards. The pavilion was not big. The 5 emperors flew into the clouds outside the pavilion and stopped. Their expressions became respectful. You're here. Seeing the arrival of the 5 emperors, Yiyan smiled and took out the dragon-subduing cauldron. Seeing the familiar dragon-subduing cauldron, Haimong Demon Emperor was excited. He said in a low voice, Old Master, this dragon-subduing cauldron, are you coming back? Although I'm coming back, I don't intend to give you this dragon-subduing cauldron, Yiyan said with a smile. Don't intend to give it to me? What did Old Master mean by that? Great Emperor Haimang blinked several times as a blank look appeared on his face. However, he was still rather quick-witted and realized that his master would definitely not speak without thinking. He hurriedly bowed and said with a smile, Master, everything will be up to you. Inside the dragon-subduing cauldron is the soul of an 8-division stupid dragon. I have to prepare a home for it in the future, so I'll leave the dragon-subduing cauldron with me for now. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled slightly as he looked at the increasingly obedient Haimang. He smiled faintly. In the future, I will naturally give you 1 or 2 more god-tier treasures. Thank you, Master. Great Emperor Haimong was overjoyed. He glanced at Gu Anren from the corner of his eye. He discovered that this beautiful girl in white was refining 2 exquisite red boots. This pair of boots seemed like the Godspeed boots that possessed extreme speed, constantly emitting a powerful aura. It was even stronger than his dragon-subduing cauldron. Looks like this is also a divine-level treasure. Master must have used such a treasure to exchange for the divine dragon cauldron, Great Emperor Haimong thought to himself. Haimong, you obtained this dragon-subduing cauldron from the Thousand-Withered Ridge back then, right? Yiyan suddenly asked. Yes, Master. Great Emperor Haimong hurriedly replied. Gu Anren is refining the treasure. The 5 of you go to the Thousand-Withered Ridge and wait for me. I will be there in a while, Yiyan instructed. Great Emperor Haimong was shocked and could not help but blurt out, Master, you are going to the Thousand-Withered Ridge? That's right. Yiyan nodded. Yes, Master. Then I will bring the 4 of them there first. Great Emperor Haimong said. Although he had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to casually ask. Great Emperor Haimong turned around and gave the other 4 Great Emperors a look. The 5 of them moved slightly and instantly tore through the void and left this place. In the pavilion, Yiyan looked at Gu Anren, who was seriously refining the treasure. His expression was gentle as a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. After a long time, he sighed softly and slowly closed his eyes. The past was unbearable to look back on. All the beautiful things that had happened in the Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago were now like an ancient dream that had long been shattered. 5 blurry black figures rapidly traveled through the void. They were the 5 great emperors who were heading to the Thousand-Withered Ridge. Great Emperor Haimong, why is Master interested in going to the Thousand-Withered Ridge? Great Emperor Ku Zhu asked with interest as they traveled. Perhaps Master is interested in the origin of this dragon-subduing cauldron. Otherwise, with Master's status, why would he be interested in a mere Thousand-Withered Ridge? Great Emperor Haimong thought for a moment and said with a wry smile. Great Emperor Haimong, the Thousand-Withered Ridge is one of the 4 perilous lands and has a long history. However, I have only heard of it and have never been there. Great Emperor Ku Zhu licked his lips and smiled awkwardly. We have never been there either, the Green Moon Demon Emperor, Great Emperor Crimson Firmament, and the others said one after another. Sigh. Great Emperor Haimang's expression dimmed as he stared into the distance and sighed. It's best not to go to that lousy place. It's too strange and dangerous. The slightest carelessness will lead to death. The Green Moon Demon Emperor smiled and asked, It said that once one enters the Thousand Withered Ridge, their blood, chi, and dermic powers will be sucked dry. In less than an hour, one will die inside. Great Emperor Haimong, how did you go so deep back then? In my early years, I obtained a divine inscription secret technique, so I have some attainments in this aspect. In order to explore the Thousand Withered Ridge, my physical body was covered in various divine inscriptions. These divine inscriptions locked my physical body, so I could enter the depths of the Thousand Withered Ridge, Great Emperor Haimong said. This divine inscription secret technique probably came from the inheritance of the divine land, right? Great Emperor Kuju's eyes flashed as he asked with a smile. That's right. Back then, I also found the corpse of a god in an ancient ruin and obtained the divine inscription secret technique from him. Great Emperor Haimong nodded. The divine inscription technique of the divine land is indeed extremely powerful. The other four great emperors looked at Great Emperor Haimong with envy. It's all right. Great Emperor Haimong chuckled. After a round of discussion, the five of them stopped talking and traveled silently in the void. After all, 5 true gods were already the top existences in the Tsangnan continent. In addition, the space in the Tsangnan continent was not as sturdy as the divine land. Therefore, the 5 great emperors traveled at an unimaginable speed. It did not take long. The 5 great emperors arrived at the periphery of the Thousand Withered Ridge. A vast expanse of white fog shrouded the entire Thousand Withered Ridge, making it impossible to see its true appearance. The Thousand Withered Ridge is actually not that big. It's only 100 miles long and is shrouded in fog all year round. It's extremely difficult for ordinary people to discover it. Great Emperor Haimong pointed at the fog and explained faintly. This fog doesn't seem to be anything special. Great Emperor Kuju sized it up and came to this conclusion. Great Emperor Haimeng's expression was solemn as he said slowly, the strange power that can absorb flesh and dermic powers does not come from this fog. It comes from the Thousand Withered Ridge itself. Great Emperor Haimong, back then, you were in the Eternal Realm and had a slim chance of survival when you entered the Thousand Withered Ridge. However, now that you're in the true God realm, I believe that entering the Thousand Withered Ridge again will not be as terrifying, right? Great Emperor Crimson Heaven asked with a smile. I think so. Great Emperor Haimong shrugged and smiled casually. Should we go in and explore it first? We might even obtain a god-tier treasure comparable to the dragon subduing cauldron. Great Emperor Green Moon grinned. No. Great Emperor Haimeng's expression changed. He waved his hand and said, Master asked the 5 of us to wait here. He didn't ask us to enter the Thousand Withered Ridge first. Brothers, please calm down. All right. The Green Moon Demon Emperor sighed helplessly. It was true that Master did not ask them to enter the Thousand Withered Ridge first. Instead, he asked them to wait outside. Although the Green Moon Demon Emperor had a bad temper, he did not dare to disobey Master. The 5 emperors stood in the void and looked at the Thousand Withered Ridge in the clouds, sizing it up silently. No matter how many times I look at it with my divine consciousness, I still feel that this Thousand Withered Ridge is ordinary, the Green Moon Demon Emperor grinned. It's not that simple, the Thousand Withered Ridge looks like an ordinary mountain range. Once you enter, you'll be attacked by that terrifying power. Great Emperor Haimeng's expression changed as he spoke cautiously. The Green Moon Demon Emperor was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He looked in a certain direction and smiled. A few little fellows are coming, they're just a few Nirvana Realm cultivators. Great Emperor Haimong glanced in a certain direction and smiled nonchalantly. Nirvana Realm. I haven't seen one in many years. The Crimson Firmament Emperor said emotionally. What's wrong? Do you want to repair it again? The Fiend God Crazed Emperor teased. Forget it. Ha ha ha. The Crimson Firmament Emperor laughed. The 5 emperors had a tacit understanding. At this moment, they all entered the void. They also didn't want those Nirvana Realm cultivators to see it. Those Nirvana Realm cultivators sped over from afar, heading straight for the Thousand Withered Ridge. The Fiend God Crazed Emperor frowned. Are these little fellows tired of living? Look at their expressions. They're all talking and laughing happily. It's as if they don't feel the terror of the Thousand Withered Ridge. The Fiend God Crazed Emperor said curiously. I guess they don't even know about the Thousand Withered Ridge. They think it's just an ordinary mountain range, the Green Moon Demon Emperor laughed. Kuju Demon Emperor looked at Crimson Heaven Great Emperor with a strange look in his eyes. We're all humans. Do you want to help? The Crimson Heaven Great Emperor squinted his eyes and said indifferently, everyone has a different destiny. Even if I help once, I can't help everywhere. This world of cultivation has always followed the law of the jungle. Without a certain level of strength, how can one survive? That makes sense. Demon Emperor Kuju nodded, if it was the demon race, I wouldn't do anything either. Our descendants have their own way of living. We old farts don't belong to this era. Yes. The other three martial monarchs nodded in agreement. The Nirvana realm cultivators chatted and laughed along the way as they flew into the fog of the Thousand Withered Ridge. After they flew into the fog, nothing happened. The five martial monarchs were dumbfounded. Impossible, how can these little guys be unharmed? The Black Nightmare Emperor exclaimed. Great Emperor Heimang, did you remember the wrong place? This isn't the Thousand Withered Ridge, one of the four perils, right? Demon Emperor Qingyu questioned. It's been 1,000,000 years. The world has changed and the earth veins have changed. Has the Thousand Withered Ridge moved to another place? Demon Emperor Kuju muttered. Impossible, the Thousand Withered Ridge is the same as it was 1,000,000 years ago. There's no change at all. How could I remember wrongly? Great Emperor Heimang frowned. If you remember correctly, why are those Nirvana realm human cultivators completely fine after they entered the cave? Look at them. They're already more than 10 miles in, but there's no reaction. Demon Emperor Qingyu pointed into the distance. Great Emperor Heimang stared silently at those Nirvana realm cultivators. For a moment, he was speechless. He couldn't explain the scene before him. I believe that Great Emperor Heimang wouldn't remember wrongly. The evil god Mad Emperor stared into the depths of the fog and said slowly, perhaps, after 1,000,000 years, the Thousand Withered Ridge has long lost its original power and become an ordinary mountain range. Impossible, why would Master let us come here if it's become an ordinary mountain range? The Black Nightmare Emperor refuted. Sigh. I don't know either. Let's wait for Master to come over first. The evil god Mad Emperor smiled bitterly. All right. The five emperors looked into the depths of the fog again and watched as those Nirvana realm cultivators successfully passed through the entire Thousand Withered Ridge. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. The scene before his eyes was truly shocking. What the F***ck, was this still the extremely dangerous Thousand Withered Ridge? It didn't seem like it. The five emperors were curious, but no one suggested going deeper into the Thousand Withered Ridge to investigate. They all waited silently. Gu Anren, what kind of luck did you have to have such an unparalleled senior brother in weapon refinement? Damn it, what bad luck. I spent almost all of my savings to refine the 1,000 herb soul return pill, but I didn't expect it to be useless. Damn it. Damn. I was just a step away from becoming a demigod, but Gu Anren's senior brother disrupted my rhythm. In the sky above a majestic mountain range, a black figure appeared in the void. His hands were clenched into fists, and his face was distorted as he continuously cursed. He was precisely the heavenly horned ant who left Misty Peak's void pavilion. Gu Anren's senior brother, who exactly is he? He seems to have crawled out from underground. Why have I never heard of him before? It seems like I have to properly investigate him. The heavenly horned ant's expression continuously changed as he spoke with a sunken voice. The void rippled. 2 streaks of lightning-like light tore through the air from the distance, landing in front of the heavenly horned ant. These were 2 fiend race cultivators. One wore a golden robe, the other a red robe. Their appearances were both extremely ugly, and their bodies released dense fiend energy. Heavenly horned ant, why are you here? The golden-robed man asked. The heavenly horned ant raised his head and was slightly shocked. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said politely, turns out it is gold-devouring bug and scarlet cloud python. The heavenly horned ant wasn't unfamiliar with these two. The golden-robed man was precisely the gold-devouring bug, and the red-robed man was the scarlet cloud python. They were both eternal realm great fiends who had been famous for a long time. These 2 fellas were familiar with him and Gu Anren. Heavenly Horned Ant, I heard you speak so much bad about Guanren just now. What exactly happened? The Scarlet Cloud Python's brows jumped, asking in a rather curious manner. It's nothing much. The Heavenly Horned Ant was inwardly gloomy, not wishing to speak about it. Something's not right. Your relationship with Guanren is normally so good, so why would you suddenly speak so much bad about her? Also, when did she get another senior brother? What exactly happened? The gold-devouring bug continuously asked. Two Dao friends, turns out you all heard it. Then what else do you want me to say? The Heavenly Horned Ant spread his hands, a bitter smile on his face. How would we know that much? The gold-devouring bug shook his head. He looked towards Misty Peak and said, we only know that a formidable weapon refinement great master appeared in this treasure refinement meeting, suppressing everyone, repairing Guanren's dragon subduing cauldron in an extremely short amount of time, right? Correct, who would have thought that even two Dao friends would know about this? The Heavenly Horned Ant's face went rigid, helplessly nodding. His relationship with Guanren was far deeper than these two. That was why the Heavenly Horned Ant understood extremely clearly that the previous gold-devouring bug and Scarlet Cloud Python didn't know about the dragon subduing cauldron in Guanren's hands. However now, those weapon refinement great masters all already left. News of Guanren possessing a divine-level treasure should have already spread within a small range. In Artsangnan continent, a god-rank treasure is simply a legendary treasure. The gold-devouring bug's eyes were burning. He rubbed his hands and said, Heavenly Horned Ant, are you not tempted? Tempted? The Heavenly Horned Ant was stunned, but then he understood. He shook his head and said, it's not like you don't know my relationship with Guanren. How can I steal her treasure? Moreover, Guanren's strength is on par with mine. Even if I try to steal it, I won't be able to. You won't be able to snatch it by yourself, but the two of us can. The Scarlet Cloud Python chuckled. Good guys, so you guys are after the dragon subduing cauldron. The Heavenly Horned Ant's expression changed, and his face became gloomy. The gold-devouring bug and the Scarlet Cloud Python didn't have a good reputation. Now they were together to steal the dragon subduing cauldron. These two guys were both at the late stage of the Eternal Realm. In a one-on-one fight, they weren't much weaker than the Heavenly Horned Ant. However, if the two of them worked together, they could fight Guanren. Although the two of them were much stronger than Guanren's current strength. But in a real battle, if Guanren wanted to escape, they might not necessarily be able to stop her. Whether or not they could steal the dragon subduing cauldron was also unknown. Heavenly Horned Ant, it seems like you and Guanren have a conflict. What exactly is the matter? The gold-devouring bug's eyes turned and asked with an extremely sly smile. The Heavenly Horned Ant fell silent. At this moment, he began to plan in his heart. He was very clear about the gold-devouring bug and the Scarlet Cloud Python's intentions. These two guys most likely wanted to drag him down with them. After all, with him and the three great monsters working together, Guanren definitely couldn't escape. Humph. Guanren is a cold-blooded and ruthless person. We have known each other for so many years, but today she didn't give me any face at all. Especially that senior brother of hers, he is even more arrogant. The Heavenly Horned Ant thought to himself. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart burned again. Two friends, it's roughly like this. The Heavenly Horned Ant raised his head and slowly explained the whole story. Damn it, this is too much. How can this Guanren be so heartless? And that senior brother of hers, what's so great about him? Actually daring to mock my Heavenly Horned Ant Dao friend like this, if a gentleman can endure it, what else can I endure? The gold-devouring beetle said angrily. Heavenly Horned Ant Dao friend, why don't we make a trip to Misty Peak right now and properly teach those two fellows who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson? The Crimson Cloud Python said in a deep voice. I understand what you two are thinking. I don't need the dragon subduing cauldron, but I need you to capture Guanren alive and let me deal with him. What do you think? The Heavenly Horned Ant's eyes flickered, speaking his innermost thoughts. Don't want the dragon subduing cauldron? The gold-devouring beetles and the Crimson Cloud Python exchanged a look of joy. This is naturally not an issue. Our objective is the dragon subduing cauldron. As for that little beauty, we'll leave her to Dao friend Heavenly Horned Ant. The gold-devouring beetle laughed. The crimson cloud python nodded and said with a smile, "From today onwards, the two of you will be an enviable pair of immortal Tao companions. Thank you for your blessings." A smug smile appeared on the heavenly horned ant's face, as if he was thinking of a certain happy scene in the future. If he used the dual cultivation method to break through to the peak of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm, even without the dragon-subduing cauldron, he and Gu Anren could join forces to defeat the gold-devouring beetles and the crimson cloud python. At that time, he could make a sudden move and directly snatch the dragon-subduing cauldron back, killing two birds with one stone. After that, the heavenly horned ant also wanted to go to the ancient path to heaven with Gu Anren. He was also full of curiosity about that divine land and yearned for it. "Let's go." The gold-devouring beetles looked at the sky and urged. "Let's go." The heavenly horned ant agreed. The three great demons of the Eternal Realm disappeared into the void in an instant. Misty Peak. Far above the peak, in the clouds, Yi sat peacefully in a pavilion with his eyes slightly closed, quietly cultivating. "Haha, someone is coming." Suddenly, Yi smiled faintly and opened his eyes. In a distant place, three silhouettes were rapidly approaching. These were three great monsters. One of them was very familiar to Yi. It was the heavenly horned ant who had just left. It seems that the heavenly horned ant is completely shameless, Yi thought to himself. These three guys were all at the late stage of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm. If they joined forces, they would pose a certain threat to Gu Anren. Of course, Gu Anren, who had the dragon-subduing cauldron before. Now, even if Gu Anren hadn't completely refined the three treasures, it was enough to deal with these three guys. Gu Anren had already refined more than half of the first treasure, the Boots of Immortality. Now, Gu Anren's speed was several times faster than before. The guy in red is the crimson cloud python, but what kind of monster is the golden-robed guy? Yi looked into the distance, his eyes constantly flashing. The golden-robed man's body was a golden beetle with a strange appearance. He had never seen such a monster before. Could it be that it's a new monster? Yi thought to himself. After a few breaths of time, three figures appeared from the void. This guy must be Gu Anren's senior brother, right? The crimson cloud python had its hands behind its back, looking up and down at the handsome white-clothed youth in the pavilion. It's him. In terms of refining skills, this person is indeed unparalleled in the entire Songnan continent. The heavenly horned ant said in a deep voice. He admired Yi refining skills very much. The gold-devouring bug's eyes flashed and said indifferently, "Heavenly horned ant, you said on the way that he has a magical healing medicine, right? Let's join forces to kill him in a bit and divide the medicine equally." "That's right. I have never seen that healing medicine before. It must have been passed down from some ancient ruins," the heavenly horned ant said. He naturally coveted the healing panacea that looked like a green stream of water. Look at Gu Anren, the red boots in her hands have an extremely powerful aura. It seems to be the Boots of Immortality with speed? The heavenly horned ant's pupils shrank when he suddenly saw the Boots of Immortality. He was shocked. The aura of this treasure was at least at the divine level. The gold-devouring bug and crimson cloud python hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, when the two of them saw the Boots of Immortality, their expressions both changed greatly. "That is a divine-level treasure," the two of them said almost at the same time. "That's strange. Where did Gu Anren get another deity-level treasure?" the heavenly horned ant said with a look of shock. Could it be that it was a gift from his big senior brother? The gold-devouring bug said excitedly. It should be. Since that fella can repair divine-level treasures, he should be able to refine divine-level treasures as well. The heavenly horned ant licked his lips, his eyes revealing a vicious radiance. He didn't care about the dragon-subduing cauldron. However, he had to obtain this pair of divine-level Boots of Immortality. Even if he had to fall out with the two great fiends, he still had to seize this pair of Boots of Immortality. He originally had sturdy defense and boundless strength. The only thing he lacked was speed. If he obtained the divine-level Boots of Immortality, then his strength would become even more terrifying. Not only the heavenly horned ant, the gold-devouring bug and crimson cloud python's eyes also became bloodshot at this time. The three great fiends' breathing became hurried. They stared at Gu Anren in the pavilion. At this moment, Gu Anren, who was refining the boots of immortality, suddenly opened her eyes. Junior sister, the enemy is here. Yiyan looked at Gu Anren and said with a face full of smiles. Senior brother, let me deal with them. Gu Anren suddenly stood up. Her aura was like a rainbow, her eyes sharp. A streak of red light flickered. The divine-level boots of immortality immediately appeared on her slender jade feet. Yiyan smiled mischievously. Junior sister, these three fellows are fearless. Can you deal with them? Senior brother, I might not have been able to in the past, but it shouldn't be a problem now. When she said this, Gu Anren's fierce aura weakened slightly, and a happy smile appeared on her dainty little face. She had a total of 3 high-grade divine treasures. The swift boots gave her speed. The chaotic 1,000 gold mirror allowed her to reflect all kinds of attacks. The silver comet armor not only provided a strong defense, but it could also triple her combat strength for a short time. With these 3 divine treasures, if she still couldn't defeat those 3 fellows, she wouldn't be able to face senior brother anymore. Okay, be careful. Senior brother, I'll show you the enemy's formation. Yiyan nodded and smiled. Thank you, senior brother, haha. Gu Anren raised her eyebrows and laughed loudly. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her eyes shone brightly. She looked even more valiant. Her petite body was as straight as a sword, and her aura was shocking, rolling out like a thundercloud. At this moment, Gu Anren seemed to have transformed into an awe-inspiring god of war, about to embark on a journey to war. Good. Yiyan smiled as he looked at his junior sister, who was so valiant and extraordinary, and his heart was in a trance again. 100,000 years ago. That tomboy had always dreamed of becoming a hero. However, Gu Anren's cultivation was too weak back then, and she had always been suppressed by Yiyan's halo. Now, 100,000 years later, his 9th junior sister had finally found such an opportunity. The void rippled. A white shadow disappeared into thin air and reappeared outside the pavilion out of thin air. Standing in the void, Gu Anren narrowed her eyes and said coldly, the 3 of you used to be on good terms with me, but now you're colluding with each other and scheming against me. Gu Anren, where did you get this pair of divine swift boots? The Crimson Cloud Python interrupted. Where did they come from, do you even need to ask? Of course, my senior brother gave them to me. Gu Anren sneered. Gu Anren has the swift boots and the dragon subduing cauldron. You must be careful. The gold-devouring beetle said with a gloomy expression. Although their individual strength was no match for Gu Anren's, they had the advantage of numbers. Now, Gu Anren suddenly possessed 2 divine artifacts. This made them a lot more passive all at once. This battle would not be as easy as he had imagined. Everyone, don't worry. She has just obtained the boots of lightning, so she hasn't fully assimilated them yet. The heavenly horned ant said in a deep voice. Heavenly horned ant Dao friend, your relationship with me has always been quite good, we can be considered close friends. Why did you suddenly change sides? Gu Anren coldly looked at the heavenly horned ant. In reality, she was extremely disappointed with the heavenly horned ant's current terrible performance. The heavenly horned ant's face fell like water. He said through clenched teeth, Gu Anren, I painstakingly spent such a great price to refine the 1000-grass soul return pill, yet you don't want to be my Dao companion, instead forcefully chasing me away. I cannot swallow this anger. You used despicable means to threaten me, and you still have the nerve to say that? Today, I'm already being very courteous by chasing you away. Gu Anren said coldly. When he saw Gu Anren's display of strength, the smile on Yiyan's face became deep. He stood in the pavilion and said with a smile, what you said isn't wrong, little junior sister. This heavenly horned ant is far more despicable than the other 2 fellas. Senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely properly teach these 3 fellas a lesson. Let's see if they still dare act so impudently in front of me in the future. Gu Anren turned around, smiling sweetly. When he saw how ambiguous Gu Anren and her senior brother's expressions were, the heavenly horned ant's anger immediately overflowed into the heavens. He finally couldn't take it anymore. Pung. Pung, the black clothes on his body swelled intensely. The boundless power of his bloodline completely awakened at this moment. The heavenly horned ant's defense was astonishing, his strength incomparable. His iron fist, once it was released, was comparable to a divine weapon's blade. Truly angering me to death. The heavenly horned ant released an angry roar, taking the lead to charge at Gu Anren. Wang, a fist smashed out. The void trembled, countless ripples appearing. Go! The gold-devouring bugs roared angrily, drawing two sharp long blades. They turned into an afterimage, disappearing from their original location. The next moment, he was the first to appear above Gu Anren's head. With a flash of incomparably sharp blade light, he slashed down fiercely. Kill! The red cloud python drew a red spear and stabbed over fiercely. This spear was launched later but arrived first. Like a swift and violent red python, it instantly descended on Gu Anren's chest. The three late-stage Eternal Realm great demons besieged Gu Anren at this moment. Standing in the pavilion, Yi Yun had his hands behind his back, the corners of his lips curled up, enjoying the battle with great interest. The three divine artifacts had armed his junior sister to the teeth. If this was 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun wouldn't even dare to think about it. Facing the three menacing monsters, Gu Anren's expression was calm. Her eyes were indifferent. She raised her hand and took out a small golden mirror. It was the inverse Chaos Thousand Gold Mirror. The inverse Chaos Thousand Gold Mirror bloomed a yellow golden light, enveloping Gu Anren. From afar, Gu Anren looked like a goddess of war. What kind of treasure is this? The pupils of the three monsters suddenly shrank at the same time. Gu Anren actually took out another treasure that the three of them had never seen before. This treasure also emitted an extremely powerful aura. However, in a hurry, the three of them couldn't identify the specific grade. The Boots of Divine Travel was activated. With a buzzing sound, Gu Anren forced his way out of the encirclement of the three great demons. She changed direction in the void, holding the mirror in her left hand and drawing a sword in her right hand. The sword light surged, attacking the heavenly horned ant first. The heavenly horned ant had a bad premonition. With a backhand punch, he threw out a heavy punch. Gu Anren's eyes were cold. She calmly raised the inverse Chaos Thousand Gold Mirror and faced this punch. Boom! The heavenly horned ant's iron fist slammed heavily on the inverse Chaos Thousand Gold Mirror. A shocking wave was reflected from the inverse Chaos Thousand Gold Mirror, along the heavenly horned ant's fist, along his arm, and all the way to his body. The heavenly horned ant groaned and flew out. Kill! With a roar, the attacks of the gold-devouring beetles and the red cloud python fell on Gu Anren from the left and right. Blade light was like snow. Spear shadows were like mountains. These two monsters' accomplishments in the martial Dao were also extremely shocking. Two streaks of attacks covered the entire void, densely packed like a spiderweb, almost sealing off all of Gu Anren's escape routes. Just in time, Gu Anren released a sneer. She activated the divine movement boots again, increasing her speed as she threw herself at the gold-devouring beetles. She raised the inverse Chaos Thousand Gold Mirror, smashing into the two streaks of blade light. The inverse Chaos Thousand Gold Mirror released resplendent golden light, exceptionally dazzling. At this moment, the gold-devouring beetles also felt a stabbing pain in their eyes. The two streaks of fierce blade light hacked into the golden light without any fanciful movements, landing perfectly on the golden mirror. Boom! A great rumbling noise sounded, shaking up the skies above Misty Peak. Not good. The gold-devouring beetle's expression changed greatly. He only felt a wave of powerful power pass over from that small golden mirror. His two long sabers were also sent flying. The gold-devouring beetles only felt a wave of tremendous power rush over, the space between his thumb and index finger instantly splitting, blood flowing out. However, in the end, he still grabbed the two long blades, not letting them fly too far. Wang, Gu Anren's body suddenly disappeared in front of the gold-devouring beetles. Meanwhile, she spun around in the void, and then she actually hacked out fiercely from the side of the red cloud python. The sword light was like mercury spilling onto the ground, shattering the entire void. What freaking fast speed! Worthy of being the divine rank divine travel boots. The crimson cloud python was greatly alarmed. In a hurry, a spear flicked out. This spear was hurried, only producing an expanse of spear shadows. Bang! 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 Facing the sword light that filled the sky, the spear's shadows could not withstand it at all, instantly shattering. Countless sword lights were like maggots on the bones. Swish! Swish! The crimson cloud python retreated in a panic, turning into countless phantoms, fleeing in all directions. Although his movement technique was extremely miraculous, how could his individual combat strength compare to Gu Anren? The crimson cloud python fled out of the sword light range. Damn it! He lowered his head to look. His body was still hit by several swords, blood flowing. He was immediately extremely furious inwardly. The gold-devouring bug and heavenly horned ant also rushed over. 3 great demons occupied the void, less than 3 feet apart from each other. They looked towards the not far away Gu Anren, the expressions on their faces becoming incomparably grave. That little golden mirror can actually reflect even my power, it must be a divine rank treasure too. The heavenly horned ant gritted his teeth, his expression complicated. Towards Gu Anren, he both loved and hated. Damn it! The crimson cloud python's body swayed, the injuries on his body stopping bleeding. He said hatefully, "This isn't even counting the dragon subduing cauldron. Gu Anren already has 2 divine artifacts. The 2 of you don't need to panic. This mirror can reflect power attacks, but it probably can't reflect magical attacks. In a while, we'll use magical techniques to deal with the enemy." The gold-devouring bug's face was gloomy, the light of calculation continuously flashing past its eyes. Heh! You 3 despicable fellows, it's best if you obediently allow yourselves to be captured, or else blades have no eyes, dying miserably under the seat's sword later. Gu Anren's expression was fierce, the fighting intent released from his ramrod straight body rising wave after wave. Haha, keep dreaming. The gold-devouring bug laughed coldly, a look of mockery appearing in its eyes. The 3 of them had lived for so many years, how could they not have some trump cards? Although Gu Anren had 2 divine rank treasures, the time he obtained them was extremely short. How could he display great power? Hey, you're called gold-devouring bug, right? Gold-devouring soul bug, are you close relatives? Inside the pavilion, Yi Yun's voice suddenly sounded. A playful expression appeared on his face. The names of the gold-devouring beetles and the gold-devouring soul beetles only differed by 1 word. Could there be some connection between the 2? As for the gold-devouring beetles, Yi Yun had seen them not long ago in the 3 Saints' temple on that island. Gold-devouring beetle, Buddha flame root, tribulation blood crocodile, these were the 3 great totems of the 3 sacred temple. They were also the 3 forces that the mastermind had secretly arranged in the Xianxia continent to eliminate the dragon clan. What did you say? What gold-devouring soul bug? The gold-devouring beetle stared blankly for a moment before frowning at the pavilion. You actually don't know about the gold-devouring beetle? Yi Yun was shocked. He hadn't expected this gold-devouring beetle to have never heard of the gold-devouring beetle. It seemed that after 100,000 years, this name had already disappeared from history. This also meant that, in the past 100,000 years, the gold-devouring soul insects had almost never appeared in the Xianxia continent. In this world, there is only my gold-devouring bug clan, there is no such thing as a gold-devouring soul bug. The gold-devouring beetle said in a deep voice. That's fine as well, whatever you say. Facing the gold-devouring beetle's insistence, Yi Yun only smiled faintly. The gold-devouring beetle stared at Yi Yun, its gaze sharp like a blade. It asked with a deep voice, "You really are rich and overbearing, huh? Giving Gu Anren 2 divine-level magic treasures right off the bat, just how many have you refined?" "There are many, too many to count," Yi Yun spread his hands and said with a smile. Many divine-level treasures. When the 3 great demons heard this, their eyes shone, their breathing becoming hurried. 2 Dao friends, don't listen to this person's slander. Divine-level treasures are few and far between in the Xianxia continent, as fleeting as a divine dragon whose tail is hard to find. Even if he is a weapon refiner, how could he possibly have that many? The heavenly horned ant hurriedly reminded. Yeah, I was still thinking too much. The gold-devouring beetle nodded, its face revealing a resolute expression again. 2 Dao friends, this Gu Anren is a bit troublesome. Why don't we tie up her senior brother first? Who knows, we might be able to find a few divine artifacts on him. The crimson cloud python's eyes turned, suddenly giving a new suggestion. This is a great plan. The heavenly horned ant's eyes lit up, a smile appearing on his face. Gu Anren's senior brother didn't seem to have a high cultivation. If they tied him up first, there would definitely be unexpected gains. After all, as a weapon refiner, there was no way he would give all of his divine-level treasures to Gu Anren. I'm fast, I'll deal with Gu Anren, you two deal with her senior brother. The gold-devouring beetle said urgently. All right. The crimson cloud python and heavenly horned ant nodded at the same time. In an instant, the three great demons adjusted their fighting style. Hee hee. You guys, even though you aren't pretty, you really are dreaming. Hearing the three great demons' conversation, Gu Anren laughed. Yi Yin also laughed and said, Junior sister, these three are all frogs at the bottom of a well, not seeing much of the world. Why don't you just show us the third divine artifact right now? All right. Gu Anren agreed. A streak of silver light flashed past her body, and a set of shiny silver battle armor was put on her body. It was precisely the silver comet battle armor. This set of battle armor's appearance was extremely beautiful. Silver light flowed like flowing water, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, exuding a mysterious aura. Another divine-grade treasure. Looking at Gu Anren, the gold-devouring beetle's eyes widened, swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. F***ck, how is this possible? She gave Gu Anren 3 divine-level treasures in a row? The heavenly horned ant cried out involuntarily. He could only feel his heart trembling violently. Including the dragon-subduing cauldron, the little girl already had 4 divine artifacts. It really made one's eyes go red. I can't take it anymore. This little girl has 4 divine artifacts, while the 3 of us don't have a single one. The crimson cloud python's eyes were completely red, a layer of bloody light appearing. He roared angrily, and a streak of red light covered the void. In an instant, a red giant python appeared. This red python was incomparably thick and sturdy. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long, and its body was covered in red scales that emitted a faint red light. It had 3 snake heads, which were raised high in the air. Its 6 blood-red eyes stared unblinkingly at Gu Anren. A layer of red light enveloped the crimson cloud python's body. The light was eerie and seemed to be highly toxic. At this moment, the crimson cloud python, who had lost control of its mind, revealed its true form. If we don't do our best today, I'm afraid we'll be plotted against by this little girl, Gu Anren. The gold-devouring beetle said with a gloomy expression and a heavy heart. Hiss. After he finished speaking, he let out a sharp cry. A streak of golden light surged out in all directions like a tide. The shadow of a giant beetle appeared in the golden light. This golden beetle was about 50 to 60,000 feet long. Golden armor covered its entire body, making it look like it had unimaginable defensive power. Boom, boom. It flapped its wings, creating a loud boom in the void. Gusts of air raged wildly, blowing away the clouds within a radius of 1,000 miles. To Dao friends, today is the day of our life and death. Whether or not we can flourish, will depend on today's battle. The heavenly horned ant's face was solemn and stirring. When he saw the gold-devouring beetle and crimson cloud python reveal their true forms, he knew that things weren't good. He originally thought that this battle would be easily settled. He didn't expect Gu Anren's senior brother to be so amazing and so generous, gifting 3 divine artifacts. This way, Gu Anren's battle prowess was infinitely close to their battle prowess. Perhaps, it had already surpassed them. Only when the 3 of them revealed their true forms and unleashed their strongest battle prowess would they have a chance of winning this battle. End of chapter 863. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.